Huff. Finally delivered. I'm exhausted, I'm going to sleep for a while. The milky, childish voice gradually faded away. Kir, where are you? My sweet little treasure, where on earth are you? Don't scare me. Lin Ke vaguely felt that she could hear someone calling continuously. The voice seemed at once very near and yet strangely far away. But how could there be sound here at all? Had she not just dragged the zombie king into mutual destruction together with Chenyu? Could this place be the underworld? Who was this Kir they were calling? The name happened to be the same as hers. Yet that Kir seemed far more fortunate. She even had family worrying about her in the underworld. She and Chenyu had relied on each other since childhood in the orphanage, never knowing where their parents or any kin were. It was said that she had been picked up by Chenyu at the orphanage gate.
Current supplies: wood 48, regular planks 27, hardwood planks 13, tools 3, stone axe, stone blade, windproof lighter, wooden box 1, wolf pelt 1, wolf meat 10 kilograms, trade 100 G1 shelter.
Since childhood, Lin Ke had been a little afraid of interacting with people. So after graduating from university, they spent all their savings to buy a second-hand camper van and began a life of live streaming their travels across the country. Moreover, Lin Ke loved cooking her own food, making her a rather unconventional food streamer. She would quietly cook busy herself and play around while Lin Chenyu filmed her from the side. In his lens, she was forever beautiful and vibrant. Gradually, they built a modest fan base, and the two would occasionally do some product placement, so their income was fairly decent. Their days were all in all quite good. Unfortunately, not long after they registered their marriage, the apocalypse struck. Thankfully, a little stone Lin Chenyu had worn since childhood turned out to contain a spatial realm. By chance, they unlocked the space, and in the apocalypse, both awakened supernatural abilities, allowing them to survive by lying low. Sadly, during one mission, they were betrayed by people from the base, and their whole squad encountered a level 10 zombie king. In the final battle, their powers were exhausted, and they could only choose self-detonation, dragging the zombie king into death with them. It was just a pity about their spatial realm, who knew whether after reincarnation it could still follow them. Just as she was thinking this, Lin Ke felt something licking her face, soft, slick, the sensation unmistakably clear. Lin Ke thought to herself, this underworld is oddly vivid. On television, the ghosts of the underworld always looked like walking corpses. I never imagined that after death I would still have not only hearing but also touch. She wanted to wave her hand and shoo away this ghost that kept licking her. What was wrong with the ghosts of this underworld licking endlessly like this? Yet she realized that no matter how she tried, she could not move at all. Immediately afterward, she felt a crushing pain all over her body. This hurts too much. Is this the price of self-detonation? But Chenyu and I dragged the zombie king into self-detonation together. That should count as saving the people of a base, right? Even if there was no great merit, there was hard work. Couldn't they at least let me have a slightly easier time as a ghost? Arya, hurry up and speak. Where exactly is Kir? Woo. You wretched girl, what are you crying for? You still have the face to cry here. If anything happens to little Kir, you can go pay for her life. The voices grew nearer and nearer as though they were about to reach Lin Ke's very ears. Ignoring the pain in her body, the gossip-loving soul within her flared to life. If she could move, she would have loved to perk up her ears and hold a handful of melon seeds in her hand. What was going on here? Had a little girl called Kir gone missing, and was Arya somehow involved? With just a bit of imagination, this could easily span into tens of thousands of words of melodrama. Indeed, before the apocalypse, aside from streaming, Lin Ke's favorite pastime was reading novels. With the slightest hint of inspiration, she could mentally flesh out a sprawling saga. Eager to listen to the unfolding drama, Lin Ke failed to notice that her whole body was being enveloped by a faint pale green light, nor did she realize that the pain in her body was gradually ebbing away. At that moment, the ghost that loved licking people moved from her face down to her neck, tickling her so much that she shivered involuntarily. She thought, this ghost is truly annoying. If I could move, I'd definitely give it a mighty slap and send it flying. With that thought, her hand twitched slightly and brushed against something. Immediately, she heard a series of woo-woo sounds. Her muddled brain cleared for a brief moment. What was that? With this in mind, she slowly opened her eyes. Filling her vision was a fluffy white puppy that looked barely a month old. What was this, a Samoyed? And what about her? What was going on with her? Since when could a ghost have a tangible body? Only then belatedly did another thought occur to her. Where was her Chenyu? Just then a voice timely sounded within Lin Ke's mind. Detected alien world soul. System binding in progress. There is another alien world soul over here. Then let us bind them together. Binding in progress. Binding complete. 10, 50, 80. Lin Ke's hazy mind abruptly became fully clear. System. Binding. Was this not a scenario she had often read about in novels? Had she not died, but instead crossed over into another world? Like a gravely ill patient suddenly sitting bolt upright, Lin Ke shot up, glanced at the Samoyed pup beside her, then at her own twig-like hands. Her mind snapped. Hugging the puppy tightly, she began to cry. Chena, how did you turn into a dog? Tell me, how is it that with the same transmigration I ended up as a human while you became a dog? How am I supposed to live like this, woo-woo-woo? Chinga, before we went on that mission I was only joking when I said why insist on being human instead of being a dog. I never thought you'd actually become a dog, woo-woo-woo. Lin Ke sobbed so hard that she could barely catch her breath. Between ragged hiccups she went on, wasn't it all because you kept insisting at home that I call you daddy? You kept bringing up how you coaxed me into calling you daddy when we were kids and laughing at me for it. I was only saying it casually. I never wanted you to truly turn into a dog. Chinga, from this we can see that being someone's daddy is not something to take lightly. You might end up becoming a dog, woo-woo-woo. Though the dog you've become is quite cute and has burrowed straight into my heart, what am I supposed to do from now on? How about you die once more and see if you can turn back into a human? We agreed we would stay together forever. How can you go back on your word, woo-woo-woo? Lin Ke cried as she wiped at her face with her sleeve smearing snot and tears all over. Her body heaved with sobs as though she might pass out at any moment, and she truly looked heartbroken. Even the system in the midst of binding was so taken aback that it unconsciously paused. Seeing its host crying so miserably, the system felt it ought to comfort her. Shouldn't it? Yet listening to her words it inexplicably felt like laughing. Pfft. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Lin Ke grew a bit flustered and angry at the laughter resounding in her mind. Ha ha, Jie. The system, which had just been clutching its belly and rolling with laughter, was suddenly checkmated by this generation's host and could no longer laugh. A host, wait a moment, let me take a closer look. Huh. Wow. Oh. Lin Ke. Host, after scanning the little snow wolf cub beside you, it is not human. Lin Ke. Snow wolf. You're the one who's not human. Your whole family isn't human. Girl and wolf lock eyes for a moment, the same clear, foolish light flashing within them, then simultaneously bare their teeth and flail their limbs at each other. If the system had a physical form, it would absolutely have a sack thrown over its head right now. Seeing the identical expressions on these two little creatures, the system could only sigh that this kind of fated affinity was truly indescribable. At the same time, it could clearly feel the deep malice radiating from the two little ones. To avoid being settled with in the future after it gained a physical body, the system decided it had better be an honest, talkative system. It had no desire to star in that classic drama of him not speaking, her misunderstanding, and then, well, the emotional crematorium. So it spoke in a way that would shock or not speak at all. This little wolf cub's soul is actually that of a zombie king. Now it was Lin Ke's turn to jump 3 feet high. Zombie king. Was it the same zombie king she was thinking of? The very zombie king the entire base had been unable to kill. The one that had forced her and Chunga to self-detonate together. Lin Ke stretched out her small hand, as scrawny as a chicken claw, trembling as she pointed at the wolf cub that barely reached her calf. Woo-woo-woo. The little wolf cub stared at Lin Ke with wet, dewy eyes, looking innocently at her, trembling back and forth. It took 2 steps forward, trying to get closer to her, but Lin Ke was so frightened she retreated a long way back. Because she moved too hastily, she ended up tripping over the flowers and grass behind her. Flailing her hands wildly, Lin Ke shouted, "Don't come any closer." Henga, I think I heard Kur's voice. Xionyang, I heard it too. We must be close to Kur. Hurry, we have to find her quickly. Arya, how are you going to deny it now? Tell me where my elder sister is. Why can we hear her but not see her? Zhao. Arya sobbed so hard she could barely breathe, yet an incredulous light flashed in her eyes. Choking with tears, she answered, I was picking wild vegetables with Kur by the big banyan tree, but suddenly woo-woo-woo. You damned girl, all you know how to do is cry. Speak clearly. If you don't, there will be no food for you in the future. Exactly what's wrong with this area? Saving a life comes first. She's been crying the whole way and still hasn't managed to say anything useful. If it weren't for Taidan saying he saw the 2 of them over here, we wouldn't even have found this place. We're almost at the big banyan tree now, but there's not a single figure in sight. That's right. We've been walking all this way, and the thin gruel we drank earlier has long since been digested. All this child does is cry. What's wrong with her? How did the village chief's family raise such a granddaughter? If Hunga hadn't promised each of us half a gene of grain, who would be willing to come out in this heat? The weather is strange. It's only the 4th month and it's already this hot. Yes, if it doesn't rain soon, we're going to starve to death. Everyone bent at the waist, panting as they wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Someone carefully took out a water pouch and sipped a tiny mouthful. Others fanned themselves with their hands, hoping for even the slightest breeze to cool them down. It's unbearably hot. The sky is about to turn dark, and it's still this hot. Exactly. Who knows what's wrong with heaven not giving people even a sliver of a way to live. And the Lin family really dotes on Ke too much. It's been 2 years of drought, everyone's got nothing left to eat, yet the Lin family is still willing to take out so much grain to have people help look for their girl. Yes! Who wouldn't say so? Enough, stop all this useless chatter. Arya, stop crying. If you don't speak properly, I'll sell you to the human traffickers. Zhao Arya, who had been pretending to sob, couldn't keep it up anymore. Since her grandfather had spoken, she could no longer drag things out. Although she was jealous that Lin Ke was more favored than she after such a long time without Ke being found, that girl was probably not in a good state either. So still hiccuping with sobs, she said, "By the big banyan tree a huge crack suddenly opened up beside us and Ke fell down. Then that crack closed up again. I was scared." While Lin Ke was on guard against the zombie king approaching her, she heard a series of voices sounding much closer than before. Clearly the little snow wolf had heard the voices as well. Its ears stood up at once as it let out low warnings. The system also realized people were approaching, so it stopped watching the show and spoke anxiously to Lin Ke, "Hurry up, someone's coming." I'll make this short, though it's actually a long story. Lin Ke was speechless. She had not expected this. Turns out her system was a 5-speed talker. Lin Ke replied, "As far as I know nothing about this." Enough, speak properly and quick. All right. I've detected an energy fluctuation on your body. According to my deduction, your Chenyu and this zombie king should have transmigrated together. As for why we haven't seen your Chenyu, my current energy is insufficient, so I can't sense where he is for the time being. At the very least, he's nowhere within a radius of 100 li. You need to agree to bind with me right now. Once I fuse with the energy fluctuation on your body, I might be able to find your Chenyu. Really? Lin Ke folded her arms across her chest warily. Of course. I'm counting on you to complete missions. What benefit would I gain from lying to you? What about it? Lin Ke pointed at the snow wolf zombie king cub. It will bind to the system together with you. Then you'll be linked in mind and heart, and it will remain unwaveringly loyal to you for all its lives to come. Lin Ke still didn't quite believe it. Was this system really reliable? This was a zombie king. Was she actually about to take a zombie king as her underling? Thinking of this, she looked suspiciously at the snow wolf zombie king cub. The little cub seemed to truly understand what Lin Ke was worried about. With human-like awareness, it nodded slightly, then lay down and exposed its soft, chubby little belly. Lin Ke cautiously shuffled 2 steps forward and gently rubbed the cub's belly. Ing! My old maiden's heart is truly melting. The zombie king may be a bit brutal, but right now it's so obedient and so adorable. Most importantly, it's mine. Yes, exactly. Hurry and bind. You won't suffer a loss or be taken advantage of. You even get a snow wolf zombie king cub as a bonus, absolutely worth far more than the price. Lin Ke shuddered. The defenses in her heart, which had almost been lowered, instantly rose again. This alto familiar spiel, no matter how she looked at it, it felt like she was the one about to suffer a loss.
The flavor was simply amazing. When Ning wolfed down the meat, quickly finishing a piece, almost swallowing her tongue along with it, her hands reaching.
I am the adorable No. 1005 transaction system. My mission is to conduct cross-world trades so that the host can exchange for sufficient supplies, thereby saving this small world that is on the verge of collapse. No. 1005. As for why I chose to bind with you too, it's naturally because your souls come from another world. Your spiritual strength is relatively powerful and can fuse with me more effectively. Why are you called the No. 1005 system? We together, huh? What did you say? The system, which had been earnestly introducing the mission and objectives, was suddenly interrupted by its mentally off-track host, and for a moment didn't process what she had just said. Why are you called the No. 1005 system? Could it be? Oh, I am the 1005th system created by the Master God, so of course I am System 1005. The host can name the system according to their preferences after binding. System 1005 said, earnestly complimented by its cute little voice, which was a tad adorable. So, what do you look like? I don't have a physical form yet, but I can manifest a virtual body based on the host's wishes after binding. Then let's bind. Okay. Huh. What did you just say? Stop chatting and bind quickly. Oh, alright. Binding in progress. 85 bound, 95 bound, 100 bound. Binding completed. The host will soon receive instructions for use and a beginner's gift package. Someone is coming soon. Please quickly receive the original owner's memories, and to fit the plot the host needs to pretend to faint for a moment. The original owner is named Lin Ke, only a character apart from Lin Ke's name. The little girl is 8 years old and has a family of 5 grandmother, father, mother, and a younger brother. Father Lin Heng is a bookshop accountant earning 1 or 2 silver coins each month. Coupled with 2 or 3 acres of farmland, the family has always lived quite well. In the village, no one dared to speak ill of the original owner. If that little boy hears anyone say something negative about her little too, would surely rush over to fight. It is only due to the drought in the past 2 years that the family's food supply has not been as good as before, but they still have enough to eat. However, the original owner also wanted to help the family, so sometimes she would go out with the other children in the village to gather some wild vegetables. Villagers typically do not venture beyond the area of the big banyan tree when collecting firewood or wild vegetables, and no large animals have appeared in that area. So the Lin family felt at ease letting their daughter play outside. But this time, while the little girl was resting, she took out a steamed bun, which was spotted by Arya from the village chief's house. Starved and desperate, Arya rushed over without a word and started to snatch it from the little girl, pulling her hair while mumbling to herself. Letting you be so pretty. Letting you be spoiled since childhood. Letting you eat enough every day. I'll beat you to death. As she said this, she shoved the little girl. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred to the ground, which had been fine, suddenly cracked open and the little girl fell in. This led to Lin Ke from another world crossing over. After viewing the original owner's memories, Lin Ke couldn't help but face bomb. Just for a bun, because of another girl's ridiculous jealousy, a little life was lost. What kind of era is this? Host, lie down properly. The original owner's parents are about to dig out a hole. At this moment, Lin Heng was mobilizing everyone to help dig a pit, determined to rescue his daughter. He believed his daughter was still alive. After all, he wasn't the only one who heard her voice just now. Zhang Xiao and old Madame Jiang were also quickly digging the earth under the banyan tree with their knives. They had just heard their granddaughter's voice. She must be very scared and is waiting for them to rescue her. Even little too was digging with his small hands, not caring that the stones on the ground were cutting him. He had only one thought: he must rescue his sister. Lin Heng's 2 brothers Wang Hu and Li Xuanzi, seeing their brother like this, also helped dig with their tools. The other villagers looked on in confusion as they dug. They had been to the banyan tree countless times, but had never found any big holes or pits. Besides, everything here seems fine. Where is the crack that Arya mentioned? Isn't Arya just being irrational? Exactly, there's not a single change here, and not even freshly turned soil. Where would a big hole come from? These Lin family members must be out of their minds, insisting they heard Kir's voice. What are they digging for? Even if there was a big hole, as Arya said, it's been so long, the person wouldn't just be dead, they'd be suffocated. Just then the Lin couple who were digging earnestly turned to glare at the one speaking. Their bloodshot eyes were filled with hatred, making that person's heart skip a beat, and they took a big step back in fear. However, that person still said arrogantly, "It's the truth, isn't it? Can't one even speak the truth?" Others nearby couldn't stand it and quickly pulled that person back. The village chief knew this trouble was caused by his granddaughter. Currently Lin family's Kir must be found alive or dead, and this matter must be resolved no matter what. So he lowered his head to smell the pipe in his hand and carefully rolled it up to put away. Suppressing his heartache, he slowly spoke, "Everyone please help dig. Today we must find Kir. After finding her, everyone can receive 2 lumps of coarse grain from me." As soon as he said this, the villagers who had been gossiping rushed forward to help. Everyone was digging with various tools around the banyan tree. After hearing these voices, Lin Ke let the system help make the spot where the Lin family was digging thinner, allowing them to dig a hole wide enough for one person to rescue her. She just learned from the original owner's memories that the village they were in had been suffering from drought for nearly 2 years. At first the rain was just light and sparse, and for more than half a year there had been no rain at all. Even on the mountains there were hardly any green wild vegetables to be seen, as some families had even started eating tree bark. No wonder the original owner lost her life over a steamed bun, which is now her situation. Yet the place where she is lying is miraculously green, with red apple trees visible from afar. And what is that over there? A chestnut tree. Lin Ke secretly hoped that this area would not be seen by other villagers. Since it was obtained with the original owner's life, it should only be known to her family. She instructed the system to lower the Lin family and create an illusion here. The system nodded in agreement, thankful that the host hadn't remembered yet. Under the system's covert operations, a small pit soon appeared where Lin Heng was digging with soil sliding down the sides, as if the hole had been dug through. Next he accelerated his pace, digging recklessly to the side to make the pit larger. The other members of the Lin family gathered to help, and soon a 1-meter wide hole was dug out. At that moment the setting sun cast a golden hue over the black earth. Wang Hu noticed the sun was about to set and quickly took out a torch, lit it, and handed it to Lin Heng. Meanwhile, Li Xuanzi prepared a rope to tie around Lin Heng's waist. Lin Heng, not bothering to tie the rope around himself, took the torch and slid down the hole. At this moment Lin Heng could not care less about any potential danger. All he knew was that his precious daughter was waiting for him to save her. Every second he hesitated meant another second of danger for her. Zhang Xiao slid down as well. The others without hesitation rushed to stop Jiang Laodai and Little Stone from following. The depth of the hole was uncertain, and it would be better if an elderly woman and a small child did not join the fray, otherwise they might need rescuing themselves. Jiang Laodai recognized the truth in what the others said. Given her old age, she couldn't be of help and decided not to hold them back. She suppressed her urgency and tightly held on to her struggling grandson, who wanted to go down to find his sister. Seeing that he was about to slip from her grasp, she smacked her grandson on the backside, holding back her pain. "You little rascal, stay still, and don't disturb your parents. If you go down, they'll have to take care of you. How will they ever rescue your sister then?" Little Stone, hearing this, calmed down. He realized that his grandmother was right. He needed to wait for his parents to rescue his sister and absolutely would not cause any trouble. Wang Hu and Li Xuanzi had tied ropes around their waists and followed suit. Having grown up alongside Henggu, who had helped them immensely, they felt the need to contribute in any way they could since Xiaoqir was in danger. The others could do nothing but wait above. It wasn't that they didn't want to go down, but the situation was unclear and they couldn't all rush down at once, as someone needed to stay above to provide support. Moreover, the hole was so small that it seemed only one person could go down at a time. Having too many people might not be advantageous. The villagers kept telling themselves this to avoid feeling guilty when it came time to take Henggu and the village chief's rations. At this point it had been over 2 incense sticks worth of time since Lin Heng and the others had descended, but Lin Heng still hadn't reached the bottom nor caught sight of his daughter. The further he slid down, the heavier his heart became. Although a wise person had once said that his daughter was a lucky girl, he wondered if she could still wait for him to save her after rolling down such a steep slope and wasting so much time. At that moment Lin Ke was too preoccupied to argue with the Tong character and didn't pay attention to the Snow Wolf and the Zombie King. Her focus was entirely on the few people coming down. Listening to them slide down, getting closer to her, she seemed to envision their descent in her mind. Indeed, Lin Ke felt her hearing had significantly improved. During the apocalypse her senses had sharpened due to her abilities, but her hearing had never been as acute as it was now. Previously she could hear their conversations. In that instant Lin Ke felt a flash of light in her mind, but it was too quick for her to grasp, and she let it go. After another 2 incense sticks worth of time, Lin Heng finally saw a flat area ahead. Eager to rescue someone, he rolled down, significantly reducing his descent time. He slowed down on the flat ground before he could even stand up, only to see his wife sliding down as well. Lin Heng hurriedly rushed forward to catch his wife, and the immense impact caused them to roll for a few more turns before finally coming to a stop. Once they halted, they sensed a difference beneath them. They felt something soft beneath them, as though they had rolled onto a grassy field. A grassy field. Both reacted simultaneously. Sitting up to look, they realized they were indeed on a large patch of grass intermingled with wildflowers. At that moment their precious daughter was quietly lying in the flower patch 2 meters away. A gentle light enveloped her, and a circle of butterflies fluttered around that glow, along with a small white figure that seemed to be guarding the person inside. Seeing this, both parents felt a pang in their hearts. They could not afford to admire the beautiful scene before them or even mind their own pains as they rushed toward their daughter. "Daughter. Sweetheart." They both shouted as they rushed to their daughter's side. Looking at their bloody daughter, who resembled a tattered doll, their hearts felt as if they were shattering. At that moment their hatred peaked. If anything were to happen to their daughter, they would make Arya pay with her. Not knowing where their daughter was injured, they could only tremble and carefully check for Lin Ke's breath beneath her nose to see if she was still alive. After sensing her weak breath, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, and then turned their attention to their daughter's injuries. In reality, Lin Ke had already fully recovered. "System, it's all thanks to you, well done, thumbs up." Earlier they had only seen their daughter covered in blood, which had frightened them to the core. Now, with their awareness returning, they realized that their daughter only had blood on her clothes without a single wound on her body. Only her hair was matted with blood. They cautiously parted Lin Ke's hair, examining inch by inch, and found that she indeed had no wounds. At the same time, both thought of the light circle surrounding their daughter. It must have been the effect of her fate receiving divine protection. So they both knelt down, bowing their heads in gratitude to the deity for saving their daughter. After this gesture, they sat beside her, holding her little hand, their originally crimson eyes becoming even redder. Although their precious daughter had been saved by the deity, how much suffering had she endured? The blood covering her body and hair was the best proof of that. Moreover, although their daughter was unharmed, they wondered when she would wake up. Lin Ke was also touched by her parents' love and concern. Though somewhat slow to warm up, she could not bear to see her loving parents so anxious and distressed. So she slightly moved her finger. Hang Ke moved. I just saw her finger move. Did you see it? Ke really moved. Then came a round of sobs. Yes, I saw it too. Our Ke is blessed and destined for greatness. She will definitely be fine. After saying this, they embraced and began to cry. Then came a round of sobs. Yes, I saw it too. Our Ke is blessed and destined for greatness. She will definitely be fine. At that moment, the three heard Li Xuanzi's calls. Heng Ge, where are you? Heng Ge, have you found Ke? How is the child? Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu then noticed their daughter was blinking her shiny eyes at them. Both immediately felt their faces flush with embarrassment as they awkwardly turned away. They had been so overwhelmed with joy. Seeing their daughter truly awake their anxious hearts gradually. Before they could respond to their brother's queries, they saw their daughter pouting and beginning to cry. They hurriedly rushed forward, flustered, to check on her. Daughter, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Sweetie, tell your mother where it hurts. Don't scare your mother. Lin Ke had planned to act pitiful, thinking she currently had no abilities and wanted her original parents to help her take revenge first. However, upon seeing Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu's worried expressions, her nose involuntarily tinged with sourness. She couldn't tell if this was her own emotion or that of the original owner. Lin Ke wiped her nose and said, Dad, Mom, area hurt me. After saying this, Lin Ke dramatically fainted. Sweetie. Daughter. In the midst of Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu's frantic shouts, Gu Bao concealed her power and fame. Lin Heng and his wife cautiously checked Lin Ke's breath. Seeing their daughter's breathing was somewhat stable, they finally felt a bit more at ease. However, thinking of what their daughter had just said, their anger flared. They had initially thought that Arya was a good child, but they never expected her to be so malicious. Just earlier, she had been crying and acting innocently, obstructing their rescue of their daughter. Both silently vowed to seek justice for their daughter once they got out. Heng Ge, where are you? It was only after hearing Xuanzi's voice again that they snapped back to reality. Turning around, they saw Wang Hu and Li Xuanzi wandering about 3 meters away. Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu exchanged glances, puzzled by the situation. Weren't they right in front of them? Why couldn't they see them? Lin Heng waved and called out to his brothers, Hu Zi Xuanzi, we are over here. However, Wang Hu and the others seemed not to have heard, continuing to shout from outside. Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu then realized something was amiss. Just now both of them saw the gentle light enveloping their daughter, and indeed there were no wounds on her body, which they witnessed with their own eyes. Moreover, there was not a hint of greenery in the mountains surrounding them, yet here there were flowers, grass, and even butterflies. They were so close to their two brothers, yet they didn't notice. Everything about this was strange. However, now was not the time to ponder these matters. They could only attribute it to the intervention of a deity. Now they needed to take their daughter out, ensuring that no one discovered these abnormalities. Additionally, they had to seek justice for their daughter, not allowing her to suffer in vain. As for whether they could see this place again, they would check back when they had time. Their daughter was the most important. With a glance exchanged between them, Lin Heng gently picked up his daughter and walked outside. At this moment, the little white creature beside their daughter let out a small yelp sounding quite babyish. They turned to look, and lo and behold, it seemed to be just a snow wolf cub. Seeing it had been guarding their daughter, could it not be a gift from the deity for her protection? Thanks to the deity, otherwise, with their daughter having been so severely injured, whether she could have waited for their rescue was uncertain. Also thanks to this little creature for guarding their daughter all this time. Zhang Xiu was not afraid either. She bent down, picked up the snow wolf cub, and followed Lin Heng out. At this moment, Lin Ke was unaware that the system had forcibly put her to sleep just to make her biological parents feel even more heartache. If she had known, Lin Ke would surely have praised this scheming system, because she truly did not know how to face the two who had lost their real daughter. When Lin Ke awoke again, she found a small figure sitting beside her. Dressed in a pair of faded cotton clothes, the child's face lacked any baby fat typical of children, and the little hands that showed resembled chicken claws, making one unable to resist the urge to nibble on them. Ugh, stop. What am I thinking? Lin Ke had seen her own little chicken claws before, which were not much better than the little figure in front of her. She pondered in her memories. It seemed their family lived quite well. How could these two children be so thin? Those families with scarce food, how miserable must their children be? At that moment, Lin Ke heard the little bean shout excitedly, Sister, you're awake. You really woke up. Sister, are you in pain? Are you thirsty? Are you hungry? Facing the rapid-fire questions from the little bean, Lin Ke could only face balm and reply, Sister is fine, I'm not in pain. As for the rest, forgive me for not being able to lie to a little bean, because I am really hungry. I don't even know how long I've been sleeping. She could only divert the little bean's attention where are Dad and Mom. Upon hearing this, the little bean quickly jumped off the bed, carried over a small bowl of thin. She could only divert the little bean's attention where are Dad and Mom. Upon hearing this, the little bean quickly jumped off the bed, carried over a small bowl of thin porridge, and placed it on the edge of the bed, then climbed back onto the bed using a small stool. With a couple of swift movements, he took off his shoes and ran to Lin Ke's side, carefully holding the bowl next to her head, intending to feed her porridge. Seeing this, Lin Ke hurriedly sat up. Unexpectedly, the little bean said in a babyish voice, "Sister, you have a head injury. Dad and Mom said you can't move. You should lie down and I'll feed you porridge." After saying this, he recalled Lin Ke's earlier question and continued, "Dad and Mom went to the village chief's house to seek justice for Sister. They'll be back soon." Seeing this, Lin Ke hurriedly sat up. Unexpectedly, the little bean said in a babyish voice, "Sister, you have..." Saying this, he sighed dramatically, "Alas, I originally wanted to avenge Sister, but Grandma made me stay home to watch over you. Otherwise, I would have definitely used my invincible thunderous hands to make Zhao Arya look for her teeth all over the ground." While the little bean was lamenting, they heard the creaking sound of the door opening. Little Shitta's eyes lit up. "Sister, it must be Dad and Mom returning. Wait here, I'll tell them you're awake." After saying that, the little monkey quickly jumped off the bed, slipped on his shoes, and ran out while shouting, "Dad, Mom, Grandma, Sister is awake." "Really? Little Ke is awake." Following Little Shitta's shout, a crowd surged into the room. Lin Ke did not even have time to recognize anyone before being swept away by a wave of concern. "Ke, my dear grandchild, you're finally awake. You scared me to death. How could you sit up after such a serious injury, having lost so much blood? Quickly lie down. Daughter, you're finally awake. If you hadn't woken up soon, I would have taken you to the temple to pray. Ke, how are you? Are you hungry or thirsty?" Ke. "System, just asking if you're moved." Lin Ke, "I dare not move, completely dare not move." "Oh my, this is too scary." Feeling forced into social anxiety, Lin Ke decided to retreat into her shell. Thus she obediently lay back down and weakly called out, "Grandma." In the original owner's memories, this old lady was quite formidable. She could protect their entire family by herself. To the original owner, she was cherished like a pearl held in the mouth for fear of melting, cradled in the hands for fear of dropping. So calling her grandma could never be wrong. The old lady waved her hand and said, "You all be quiet. My dear granddaughter just woke up. Do you want to scare her to death?" Faced with the old lady's domineering demeanor, everyone instinctively fell silent. Seeing this, the old lady was quite satisfied. She turned to Lin Ke and spoke in a soft voice, "Oh, my dear granddaughter, you must be hungry and thirsty. Grandma has made you rice porridge and is warming it on the stove. I'll have your mother bring it over for you." Just as she finished speaking, she saw the small bowl of rice porridge placed on the edge of the bed. The old lady shot a glare at Little Shitta. "This mischievous child, did you forget to feed your sister first before bringing the porridge over? It's already gone cold sitting here." Only then did Little Shitta remember he had forgotten to feed his sister the porridge. His sister had just been so hungry her stomach had growled. He blushed and stuck out his tongue. Seeing this, Lin Ke brought back the old lady's attention. "Grandma, I'm hungry." The old lady was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. "It's good that you're hungry, it's good. Grandma will feed you the porridge right now." As she spoke, she instructed Zheng Xiao to take the eggs they had just brought back and make an egg custard for the child. Lin Ke saw that this tactic was effective and continued to act cute towards Grandma Jiang. "Grandma, my head hurts." Seeing the old lady's tears streaming down, she sighed, "Oh, my dear grandchild has suffered greatly." Turning to the crowd, she said, "You all go out. Akir isn't fully recovered yet. With all of you here making noise, how can my dear grandchild rest?" Everyone knew this wasn't something that could be resolved in a short time. Given that the child had been so severely injured, her entire body seemed soaked in blood. This was a serious injury that required careful nurturing. Luckily, she was born in the Lin family. Had it been in another family, not only would there be no one to seek help, even if they found someone without money to see a doctor, it would have been a death sentence. As for the fact that Lin Ke already had no wounds, only a few people in the Lin family knew. By the time Lin Ke was rescued, it was already dark and the villagers had only seen her covered in blood. Today, these people had just gone with the Lin family to watch the excitement at the village chief's house and also incidentally helped bolster the Lin family's standing. Thus, in front of the Lin family, she beat Zhao Arya to the brink of death. This beating was partly for the Lin family's sake, but more. Thus, in front of the Lin family, she beat Zhao Arya to the brink of death. This beating was partly for the Lin family's sake, but more because Zhao old lady truly hated her. This foolish girl, truly both stupid and vicious. Why pick on anyone but the Lin family's little girl? The Lin family treated that little girl like a precious jewel. How dare she act up in front of them? If you really killed someone, it would be one thing to have no witnesses. But you let someone see it and let that little girl survive. Now it's good she not only has to be punished, but also drags her family into a big loss. Zhao old lady whipped Zhao area until she was covered in blood and fainted from the pain. The villagers could hardly bear to watch, which was when Lin Heng finally spoke up for leniency and let it go. This child probably didn't mean to do it. Now that she has learned her lesson, she surely wouldn't dare to harm anyone again. As Lin Heng said this, he emphasized the words intentionally and harm. Indeed, young old lady said, "What do you mean by letting it go? This child at such a young age is so vicious. Today she could harm our Kir, tomorrow she could harm other children in the village. Any child who eats better than her or is treated with more importance at home will be her target. Who knows, in the future it might be other village children lying there covered in blood." The onlookers frowned. Although Jiang old lady's words were uncomfortable to hear, they were not without reason. This child was so malicious at such a young age. If she harmed their own children in the future, it would be problematic. Thus someone chimed in, "Exactly, although Kier isn't in mortal danger, that child has suffered such serious injuries, lost so much blood, which is equivalent to losing half her life. At such a young age to be so malicious, a village chief, you cannot protect her just because she is your granddaughter. Such a wicked person must be expelled from the village." The village chief's daughter-in-law could no longer bear it. "Arya did wrong, but she has already been punished, so what more do you want? No matter what, Arya is still a member of our Zhao family. Let's see who dares to touch her." Zhang Xiu quietly added, "Otherwise, we can report to the officials and see how the magistrate deals with this murderer." Upon hearing that Zhang Xiu wanted to report to the officials, the village chief's daughter-in-law instantly shrank back and fell silent. The village chief took a puff of his pipe, coughed a couple of times and spoke. "Arya has made a mistake. We are not here to protect her. However, even if we beat her to death today, we cannot bring back the blood Kier has lost." Upon hearing this, the Lin family felt that the village chief finally spoke some sense, and their resentment lessened considerably. Then the village chief continued, "This girl has suffered such great injustice. I have 10 taels of silver here. You can take it back to treat the child's injuries." As he spoke, he looked at his wife and said, "Old lady, go bring some of the eggs we've saved up at home, as well as the remaining few pounds of fine rice and flour for the sister to replenish her health." The village chief's wife, seeing that their daughter had been beaten to such a state, and yet the Lin family was still relentless, the old man had to compensate them 10 taels of silver and give them the remaining eggs and fine rice and flour. She felt a surge of resentment rising within her. Though she was unwilling, the old man held all the power outside. The old man was the village chief, and she could not let him lose face. Thus she reluctantly went to gather the items. The village chief's son and daughter-in-law were about to speak out against it, but were silenced by a glare from the village chief swallowing their words. But inwardly they hated the Lin Heng family even more. The village chief, though filled with resentment, could not express it. He could only groan internally while forcing a strange smile. He glanced at the whispering villagers, and in order to maintain his authority as village chief, spoke again. "Also, as promised earlier on the mountain, every villager who helped look for people will receive 2 taels of coarse grain, which will be distributed today." The villagers, watching the excitement along with those who had gone up the mountain to look for Lin Ke, were all delighted, not expecting to actually receive food from the village chief. Originally, they had not taken the village chief's promise of food to heart, as who would be willing to offend the chief for 2 taels of coarse grain? But now that the village chief had said it, why let an opportunity slip away? Who would miss out on such a benefit? Thinking of Lin Heng's promise of half a jean of grain for each of them, they couldn't help but smile widely. Meanwhile, those villagers who hadn't accompanied them up the mountain were filled with regret. How had they not realized that a little girl could be so important? If they had known earlier, they would have helped look for her. Old Lady Jiang waved her hand after taking the silver grains and eggs from the village head's wife, indicating that this matter would be put aside for now. However, if anything were to happen to her dear child, the Zhao family would be held accountable. Having reached this point, village head Zhao could not afford to waste all his efforts and could only reluctantly nod in agreement. Only then did the crowd follow the 3 members of the Lin family back to the Lin household to collect the grains promised by Lin Heng. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Kira, the little girl, had woken up. Lin Heng beckoned everyone to continue collecting the grains. Zhang Xiu stepped forward to scoop some rice porridge from the kang, testing the temperature with her hand. Seeing that it was neither hot nor cold, just right, she began to feed Lin Ke spoonful by spoonful. After consuming a bowl of thick millet porridge, Lin Ke felt as if she had come back to life. Zhang Xiu asked, "Has my dear child eaten enough? Would you like a bit more?" Lin Ke instinctively nodded, indicating that she wanted more. Turning her head, she saw the eager gaze of the little bean-sized boy, and she felt a bit embarrassed. She was still unaware that her 3 elders had not only avenged her and the original owner, but had also made the Zhao family severely punish Zhao area and had brought back some fine rice, white flour, and eggs. At this moment, she only thought about the memories of the original owner, who usually ate coarse grains and hadn't had fine grains for nearly half a year, let alone such thick porridge. Lin Ke completely overlooked her grandmother's earlier generous offer to make her steamed egg custard. She thought that once no one was around, she would study the system thoroughly to see if she could buy some food. And as for her space, it would be great if it could come along too. There were many gold, silver, jewels, and food in. Even though Lin Ke was slow to warm up seeing how kind the Lin family was, she decided to wholeheartedly accept them. In her past life, she had no family ties, but in this life, given the opportunity, she would treat them as her parents and relatives and take good care of them. Thus Lin Ke decisively began to bury her head in the sand, planning to study the system thoroughly. Mother, I want to sleep a little longer. My dear child, the egg custard I made is almost ready. Would you like to eat some before sleeping? I've had enough. I'll let mother give it to my brother. Alright, you sleep. I'll keep it warm for you, and you can eat when you wake up. Zhang Xiu's eyes were red as she carefully pulled the nearby blanket to cover her daughter's stomach. Old Lady Jiang and Little Stone also took the hint and went out together. Little Stone even thoughtfully closed the door for his sister. 1005. Yes, host. Is there anything to eat? Give me something to eat first. Not yet, host. You can first check the new player gift pack in the system to see if there is anything edible. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 bottles of energy liquid. 1 bottle can keep an adult male full for a month and enhance physical fitness. Congratulations, host. You have received a zero-gravity backpack, which can change shape according to the environment and can hold 50 items regardless of size, quantity, shape, or weight. Carrying it feels weightless. Congratulations, host. You have received an upgradable warehouse. Time stands still in the warehouse. The initial warehouse is 100 square meters and each upgrade increases its size by 10 times. Congratulations, host. You have received 10 gold coins. Each coin is equivalent to 1 tael of gold, 10 taels of silver, and 100,000 copper coins. Seeing the energy liquid, Lin Ke couldn't care less about studying other things and quickly took out a bottle. It was a colorful glass bottle about the width of a finger filled with a flowing liquid, which she estimated could easily quench her thirst. After reading the description, Lin Ke didn't dare to drink too much. She opened the cap and carefully dropped a drop into her mouth. She smacked her lips. She couldn't quite tell what the taste was. Host, the system produces quality goods. You must trust the efficacy of the energy liquid. Alright, since you're 1005, I trust you. Then Lin Ke took out the zero-gravity backpack, examining it closely. This looks no different from a modern backpack. The host can cover the backpack's core with spiritual power and imprint it with a mental seal, allowing it to change at will. It can shrink to the size of a grain of rice, or expand to the size of a cart, and its appearance can be whatever the host desires. Spiritual power. It's similar to that kind of psychic ability. But I don't have psychic abilities. By the way, I felt I forgot something. I traveled here. What about my abilities in space? Did they come along? As Lin Ke spoke, she raised her finger and attempted to use her abilities like before, but found no response. Host, your abilities are still there. It's just that your body was severely injured before and your abilities healed you. Therefore, your ability level has dropped to level 0, but with time and practice they will return. Really? Yes, really. Wow, that's awesome. Thank you, 1005. I love you. Now my safety is guaranteed. The system nervously touched its non-existent nose. It couldn't take credit for this achievement or it would be found out eventually. This is not because of me. It's the credit of the energy mass that sent you to this world. Energy mass. Right, you mentioned before that there was energy fluctuation on me. What is that? It refers to the space you mentioned before. It should have a vessel spirit. It must have exhausted its energy to send you here, which is why I was able to capture your unique soul. So is my space still there? Lin Ke had a strong attachment to her space. Although she didn't know it had a vessel spirit, it had accompanied her and Chen Ge through the apocalypse for many years. It's still there, it just ran out of energy and is resting for now. I captured a bit of energy fluctuation earlier and have already gathered that energy. When will it recover? It might recover if it gets enough energy. How can I obtain energy? And how do I upgrade the system? You said before that I should prevent the collapse of the world. You don't expect me to be a savior, do you? Lin Ke looked suspiciously at the still intangible system. The host just needs to continuously allow the space to absorb items with energy, such as antiques, jade crystals, and spirit stones to upgrade the space. Of course, if the host can gain merit points, the space will recover faster, which will also be greatly beneficial to the host. The system is already bound to the space, so it will also upgrade along with the space. This system will not force the host to do things they do not like. As long as the host ensures their survival and maintains a minimum population of 1 million in this world, the task will be considered complete and the host will receive generous rewards. 1 million. How many people are there in total in this world? According to the data, there are 5 countries in this world with a population of 60 million. Lin Ke was shocked. What could possibly happen to reduce a world with a population of 60 million to less than 1 million? Tell me what's going on in this world. I only know that there will be a famine, but the main deity has not implanted specific details into the system. And now is just the beginning of the disaster. Lin Ke wailed, isn't the heavenly Tao playing tricks on me? To bring me from one apocalypse to another. However, thinking of the supplies in her space, Lin Ke immediately calmed down. With so many supplies, she could surely survive well in this apocalypse. With this in mind, Lin Ke swiftly entered the space. But as soon as she entered, she was dumbfounded. What is this? How could it be like this? Although she knew the space had only a bit of energy left, seeing the mere 2 by 2 meter space and the scorched earth left her stunned. Where are my countless supplies? Where is my paradise? Have they all disappeared? After a long while, she hoarsely asked, 1005, my space can really be restored, right? Yes, host. Hearing 1005's affirmative response, Lin Ke finally felt relieved. This space had once been a token between her and Chenyu, and it was also their sanctuary after the apocalypse. No matter what, she would find a way to restore the space to its original state. Don't be sad, host. I have good news for you. Time inside the space flows 10 times faster than outside, and it won't affect your growth and lifespan. Oh, previously her space's time flow could only reach twice that of the outside world. Hearing this news, Lin Ke felt somewhat comforted. So can I restore the land in the space by planting? In theory, yes. Coupled with your abilities, it should yield even better results. Okay, I'll try it in a couple of days. Now tell me more about this spiritual power. Host, you are a soul wearing another's body, and with the enhancement of the space's energy, your spiritual power is extraordinary. With continuous practice, your spiritual power will only improve. Right now, your 5 senses are already beyond that of an ordinary person. I'll teach you how to use your spiritual power. Now close your eyes and focus on the backpack, using your intention to sense its core. Following 1005's instructions, Lin Ke sat cross-legged in the space, took out the backpack, closed her eyes, and used her so-called intention to feel the backpack. She felt many light spots dancing before her eyes. She tried hard to ignore these light spots and focused all her attention on the direction of the backpack. Soon she indeed saw the core that the system spoke of. It was a blue crystal the size of a grain of rice, emitting brilliant light. Lin Ke tightly wrapped this crystal with her intention and silently chanted contract. Then Lin Ke felt as if this crystal had entered her brain like a little star in the night sky. Congratulations, host. You have succeeded. You can now imagine this backpack taking any form you wish. Lin Ke held the backpack in front of her, imagining it turning into a small basket, and the backpack before her transformed into the shape of a basket. Imagining it turning into a pouch, it appeared as a pouch before her. Imagining it as a fish appeared before her. Although it wasn't real, it looked realistic enough. She transformed it into an apple, a kitten, a little star, a bracelet, and a ring, and Lin Ke enjoyed herself immensely. Due to the binding of space, the system rewards the host with a chance to draw lots. Will the host draw? Lin Ke. The desire to acquire a powerful tool is hard to conceal. My 10 gold coins haven't even warmed up yet, and I have to give them away. Host, normally it requires 1 million gold coins to open a mall. Now it only takes 10 gold coins. You are making a huge profit, aren't you? Aren't you a trading system? Why do you require a lottery and money to open the mall? So after I open it, can I buy things from the modern realm with money? 1005 said eagerly with a hint of urgency. Lin Ke looked at him suspiciously. Why do you seem more excited than I am? Anyway, I am definitely doing this for your own good, whether you believe it or not. The host can use real money to buy a 1 copper coin equals 1 yuan. You can also set up a shop to trade items from this realm with other realms. You can also open a shop. Yes, the host can open a realm shop to exchange for items from various... Alright, then quickly open the modern realm mall for me, and let me see what good things are inside. Okay, the modern realm mall is now open, deducting 10 gold coins with a remaining balance of 0 coins. 1005 had hardly finished speaking when Lin Ke saw an app for the mall appear in front of her. Upon entering, there was a sign-in page. Lin Ke noticed that signing in could earn her 10 small suns, which could be used as 10 yuan. Additionally, if you sign in for a week, the rewards double. A month of continuous sign-ins yields 10 times the rewards. A year of continuous sign-ins gives 100 times the rewards. And so on. Delighted, Lin Ke immediately clicked to sign in. With such benefits, why wait? Is she supposed to wait until New Year? Then came a series of electronic sounds. The mall spirit Xiaoqi is at your service, hoping to provide you with a perfect shopping experience. Ding, the buyer has received 10 small suns. This mall has the following beginner benefits. Please purchase 10 white steamed buns for 1 small sun. 10 meat buns for 2 small suns. 10 bottles of mineral water for 2 small suns. 1 large pork knuckle from Grandpa Wang for only 1 small sun. 10 large chicken legs from Antly for just 2 small suns. 10 chicks from the Nobody Wants Them Ferry for just 2 small suns. Second grade rice from Northeast Big Forest 100 pounds for just 5 small suns. Mini solar-powered adjustable flashlight for only 2 small suns. Slurp. Lin Ke's excited tears streamed from the corners of her mouth. The items in the front seem quite normal, but the style at the back is becoming increasingly strange. What to do? I want them all. The Libra Lin Ke was once again triggered by her indecision. So many good things, yet her pockets were empty. The initial funds were insufficient. Just give me a few options that will perfectly exhaust my funds. Why force me to choose? This is driving me crazy. After a fierce internal struggle, Lin Ke made her choice. First, she must have 100 pounds of rice. Although it's second-grade rice, it's definitely better than this era. Most importantly, the quantity is ample enough to feed a family for a long time. She would take the chicks, raising them in the space, they would grow fat, and she could have eggs and meat. Mainly because it's cheap. She would take the flashlight. She had seen it online before, and it was quite expensive, but this one only costs 2 yuan. It's not that the big meat bun isn't appealing, but the flashlight is more cost-effective. Finally, she would give Grandpa Wang a chance and order up his pork knuckle. Bring it to me. Lin Ke could add 100 scenes to her shopping experience. 1005 deeply felt that their host was not very reliable. Forget it, it's better not to tell the host that news for now to avoid her going crazy. Lin Ke clicked to purchase, and the next second these items appeared in the space. The chicks started running around as soon as they touched the ground, chirping loudly, which gave Lin Ke a headache. Does this merchant not package their goods for delivery? No delivery boxes. 1-star rating. Upon receiving buyer feedback, to compensate for our mistake, we are sending the buyer an automatic chicken coop along with some fresh water and chicken food. Please give us a 5-star review. Additionally, we are providing the buyer with a virtual delivery station where purchased items can be stored for the buyer to collect at their convenience. Then Lin Ke saw a virtual room containing a massive object that was 2 meters wide and 5 meters high. Lin Ke, this is quite outrageous. Although what was sent far exceeds my shopping budget for today, which makes me very happy. How can this mall read my thought? Doesn't that make it even more powerful than my powerful tool? It knows what I'm thinking. Host, this is big data monitoring. You can think about shielding it and it won't know your thoughts. If you want to buy something but don't want to search for it one by one, you can cancel shielding and the mall will recommend the items that best match your desires. Oh, got it, big data push, understood. However, buying things still requires selecting them one by one. It's not like I can really go shopping in a mall, so I can only exert myself here. Detected that the buyer wants to experience the feeling of physical shopping. A virtual physical mall has been opened up, allowing the buyer to truly experience the joy of shopping. Then a button for a virtual mall appeared in front of Lin Ke. The current interface featured a sign-in, a search option, a delivery station, and a virtual mall. Very simple and clear. Lin Ke clicked on the virtual mall, and in the next moment she seemed to be in a real mall. The virtual mall had 5 floors. Lin Ke was now eager to make money. How to earn money at this stage? Don't ask, of course, it's about opening a shop. After all, this is still an ancient era, and the items here would be antiques in modern times. How much gold, silver, jewelry, and crystals could food bought in a mall be exchanged for in a post-apocalyptic world? Even in time travel novels, food can be exchanged for a lot of gold and silver. Lin Ke had fantasized about these scenarios countless times while reading novels. Little did she expect that it would actually come true. Thanks to 1005, as she was living the life of her dreams. Now she just wanted to laze around buying and selling in her space. Make big money and be a carefree person. This was her ultimate goal. As for the objectives set by the system, what were they? She didn't know, nor did she want to care. Fortunately, 1005 was unaware of Lin Ke's thoughts, otherwise it would have been heartbroken enough to drown in tears. After what just happened, Lin Ke used her thoughts to block her ideas. This way the system and the little sprite Xiaoqi wouldn't know what she was thinking. Big data is truly terrifying. Lin Ke couldn't help but shiver. Under 1005's diligent guidance, she gradually opened her shop. Now there were 10 slots available in the shop to display items. The shop faced what was called 3,000, such as post-apocalyptic realms, time travel realms, ancient realms, modern realms, cultivation realms, magical realms, elven realms, and so on. Traders from these realms could use the shop to trade for things they liked. Additionally, there was a chat function allowing them to chat with Lin Ke via text or video. With the space upgrade, the number of slots in the shop would increase, as would the variety of items available for trade. Of course, 1005 laughed at her for a long time. Lin Ke shot 1005 a meaningful glance. Just you wait. Lin Ke, can my shop allow buyers to experience virtual shopping like the mall just now? 1005, you must be daydreaming. Lin Ke, what did you just say? I didn't catch that. 1005, it's nothing. As long as you work hard to upgrade the space, the system will upgrade as well, and then the virtual mall function can be opened. Lin Ke, that sounds more like it. Looking at Lin Ke putting down her raised fists, 1005 fearfully patted its non-existent chest. That was close. Now there are 10 slots, what should I sell? The next moment Lin Ke heard a chattering sound. Lin Ke took out a large chicken coop. She noticed that the chicken coop had 4 long legs which matched her height perfectly, about 1 meter 3. On top of the 4 legs was a box-like structure which constituted the main body of the chicken coop. It had a control panel on top allowing for temperature and humidity adjustments, automatic feeding, automatic watering, and automatic waste disposal. The chicks' droppings would automatically be concentrated and compressed into pills. It was an excellent choice for fertilizing the land. Fortunately, Lin Ke could operate the items in her space with her thoughts, otherwise with her short legs she wouldn't even be able to reach the chicken coop, let alone operate it. Lin Ke eagerly placed the 10 little chicks into the coop. The best part was that the coop surprisingly had soundproofing. If you turned off the sound effects, you wouldn't hear a thing. The 10 chicks occupied only a small space. According to the system's estimate, an adult hen could house up to 200 inside. Don't be fooled by its appearance as just a 2-meter-wide chicken coop. In reality, it was a luxurious villa 3 meters high. Inside were sleeping rooms for the chicks, feeding boxes, water boxes, bathrooms, hatching rooms, and play structures, all necessities included. Lin Ke felt a bit envious. She didn't even have such a good living environment now. After settling the chicks and knowing that the provided water and food would last them a week, Lin Ke felt relieved. At this stage, people were really short on food and water. It would break her heart to use rice to feed the chickens. But what to do after a week? Thinking this way, Lin Ke asked out loud. Once you have money, you can just buy it in the mall, and the mall will automatically add water and feed to the coop. Of course, if you want to feed them food from the outside world, that's fine too. Lin Ke was filled with respect as expected of the mall. The service is excellent, and it doesn't miss any opportunity to exploit. I want to learn the ways of operating from the mall and open my shop across all realms. 1005, having dreams is good. What if the god of dreams takes a nap and lets you achieve them? Lin Ke, thank you. After settling the chicks, Lin Ke placed the few supplies she had into the slots of her shop. She put in 10 jean of rice. She also placed a flashlight since she wouldn't need it for now, who knows, it might sell for a good price. As for the pork knuckle, Lin Ke had a major internal struggle before finally placing it in withdrawal. Then she encouraged herself, there will be milk, there will be bread, and there will be pork knuckles. The remaining dozens of jean of rice Lin Ke stored in the system warehouse. Since she had consumed the energy liquid and wasn't hungry for now, she decided to keep these items for her family. After organizing everything, Lin Ke felt that the chicken coop took up too much space. She wanted to move it to a corner. Although it had 4 legs for support and wouldn't affect her farming, it was just uncomfortable to have it placed like this. Thus, somewhat obsessive-compulsive Lin Ke wanted to move the coop to the edge closer to the middle. Unfortunately, her short stature prevented her from moving it. And the detestable 1005 this time actually didn't help her, instead claiming that she should slowly move it using her mental power for practice. After a series of operations, by the time the chicken coop was moved to the desired position, 10 hours had already passed in the space. Adding the time spent studying the system earlier, more than an hour had passed outside. Lin Ke could no longer resist her drowsiness, stepped out of the space, and immediately fell asleep. Before long, she was happily snoring. Thus, she also overlooked 1005's hesitance. Upon opening her eyes again, Lin Ke saw her mother cautiously checking her breathing. "Mother, what are you doing?" Zhang Xiu, noticing her daughter had woken up awkwardly, withdrew her hand. She awkwardly replied, "Sweetheart, you're awake. Mother was just checking on you, hee." Zhang Xiu was unsure of why she felt so anxious since her daughter was injured. While her daughter was sleeping, she couldn't help but reach out occasionally to feel her steady breathing, which calmed her anxious heart. Lin Ke decided not to confront her mother about it, considering it a form of post-traumatic stress. She thought it best to let time heal their wounds. Changing the subject, she asked, "Mother, what time is it?" "It's currently the middle of the Shin hour, 4:00 p.m. Are you hungry?" "Mother will get you something to eat. Today we have meat porridge your grandfather and uncle brought some cured meat at noon." Zhang Xiao spoke with a sparkle in her eyes, clearly a child who had been spoiled. Lin Ke remembered having 4 uncles, and her grandfather's family was very doting on her mother. Even during these 2 years of drought, her grandparents and uncles would occasionally send some food over. It seemed she missed the chance to meet her uncles while she was asleep. "Mother, I'm not hungry. Let my little brother have the meat porridge. There's plenty for both, don't worry, sweetheart. Just wait, I'll get you your food." Saying this, Zhang Xiao called for Xiao Shitu to keep Lin Ke company. She then brought 2 bowls of meat porridge to the 2 children. The difference was that Lin Ke's bowl was full while Xiao Shiti's only had half. Seeing this, Lin Ke wanted to pour some of her meat porridge into Xiao Shiti's bowl, but faced unanimous opposition from her mother and brother. To be honest, the energy liquid produced by the system was quite effective. Having stayed in the space for so long, Lin Ke felt no hunger after sleeping for half a day and a night. However, the presence of meat porridge still stirred her cravings instinctively, possibly because this body hadn't eaten meat in a long time. After Lin Ke consumed a third of her meat porridge, she noticed her brother staring at her bowl with eager eyes. "Little brother, why aren't you eating? There's meat in here." Xiao Shitu replied seriously, "I'm afraid you won't have enough, so I want to save it for you." Lin Ke was taken aback by this response, feeling a wave of emotion wash over her. In her past life, after over 30 years, this was the first time she was moved by a little one. Lin Ke blinked back her approaching tears and turned to smile at Xiao Shita, saying, "If I don't eat, then you can eat it all, little Shitu. I can't finish this bowl anyway. Just look, my belly is already round and full." Xiao Shitu looked at the half bowl of porridge left in Lin Ke's bowl, then at her intentionally puffed up belly, and obediently began to drink from his own bowl. After Lin Ke had a few more sips and saw that her brother had finished, she noticed that the little one was even licking the bottom of his bowl with relish. Once again, she felt a pang in her heart. Thinking that her mother wouldn't have to wash the bowls later, she seized the moment when Xiao Shitu wasn't paying attention and poured half of her meat porridge into his bowl. Then when Xiao Shitu was about to pour it back, she coaxed him, "Little Shitu, I really can't eat anymore. Didn't you just see my belly? It's too bloated. You should help me out a bit, or else mother will scold me." Xiao Shitu blinked his big sparkling eyes as if to say, "Do you think I believe you?" Although he didn't understand the term good intentions, he fully grasped his sister's meaning. So while wiping his tears, he happily drank from his bowl of meat porridge. Lin Ke thought to herself, "This kid, why is he crying over porridge?" She then asked, "Little Shitu, what's wrong? Is the porridge not good?" "Woo-woo, the porridge is too good. Woo-woo." Xiao Shitu thought to himself, "My sister has been so badly hurt, yet she still shares her nourishing meat porridge with me. She's too kind to me. I will definitely take good care of her in the future." Unaware of the true situation, Lin Ke chuckled, "Silly child." Once she understood, she thought, "I can't thank you enough." Zhang Xiao and Grandma Jiang rushed to the room upon hearing their little one crying. They were worried that something might have happened to their daughter-granddaughter. Upon entering the room, they saw the scene of the siblings laughing and crying together, which instantly relieved their worried hearts. They lovingly asked the 2 children if the meat porridge was good. "It's delicious. It's the best meat porridge I've ever had." Xiao Shitu eagerly raised his hand to speak. Lin Ke nodded in agreement, stating that it was tasty, and asked, "Grandma, mother, have you eaten?" Yes, we've eaten. You 2 just focus on eating. Tomorrow Grandma will make eggs for you." Xiao Shita's eyes lit up at the mention of eggs. "Will it be like the egg custard from yesterday?" After Xiao Shitu said this, as if recalling something, he blushed and shyly said, "Sister, I'm sorry. You fell asleep yesterday and didn't wake up at night. Mother said not to disturb you, so I ate the egg custard meant for you." Lin Ke smiled and patted his head. "It's alright if you ate it. Eggs are meant for children. You should eat more so you can grow taller and protect your sister." Yes. Both my precious ones will have eggs to eat. Your aunt even brought 10 eggs today, and we also got over a dozen from the village chief. That should be enough for you both." Xiao Shita, likely having heard his grandmother say this, often chimed in, "Yes, sister, is the big precious one, and in the little precious one." Ha. The room was filled with laughter. Lin Hing entered the house and heard the cheerful sounds within. The frown on his brow caused by rising grain prices and various bad news suddenly relaxed. A happy smile appeared on his lips. With such a wonderful family and his precious daughter having escaped from danger, what more could he ask for in life? He walked straight to his daughter's room, joining in the family's joyful laughter. That evening, Lin Ke hadn't had the chance to summon the system when she overheard her parents chatting. "Brother Hung, what do you think about what my father said today?" Did you check on the grain prices? How are they? Yes, I checked. The prices have risen by another 5 won these past few days. Now rough rice is 8 won per pound and fine rice is 15 won per pound. Not only that, but the prices of various goods in the general store have also increased significantly. Oh, even the general store raised their prices. Yes, both salt and sugar have increased by 10 won. Now salt costs 35 won per pound and sugar 45 won. What do you think about what father said? Have you heard any rumors in the county? Third uncle said that there was a defeat in the north. I also heard our employer mention it. Apparently 2 months ago the capital summoned General Qin back without providing the Qin army with rations. After the soldiers of the Greatly State killed our Qin army, they found nothing but straw in their stomachs. Zhang Xiao exclaimed in shock, then quickly covered her mouth, fearing she would disturb the family. Her eyes widened in fear as she looked at Lin Heng. What should we do? We are only a month's journey from the border of the Greatly State. Father said this morning that many wealthy households have already packed their belongings and are preparing to relocate southward. Given the current situation, we may well have to leave here as well. Lin Heng gently patted his wife's back as he voiced his speculation. I heard earlier that the north is suffering even more severe drought than our region. Famine refugees began streaming out as early as spring. Indeed, I saw them myself just outside the county seat. Some affluent families were still distributing kanji then. Who would have thought it would be our turn so soon? If General Qin were still alive, all would be well. The frontier has never fallen under his command. Truly, she murmured softly. Both fell into silence. After several breaths, Zhang Xiao sighed deeply. Alas, if we truly must flee famine, we shall likely suffer no less than those wretched refugees. How much grain and silver do we have left? We bought generously before, plus last year's unsold harvest. We've been eating steadily, yet should still have around 300 jin of grain. This morning we gave away over 70 jin, so roughly 200 jin remain. All our silver is held by mother, though after all these years it amounts to no more than 30 or 40 taels. Then there's the private savings mother gave us. I've quietly set aside another 3 taels and 2 mace. Add the 10 taels granted by village chief Zhao, and our total stands at approximately 50 taels. After hearing their household's full resources, Lin Heng paused in quiet contemplation before replying, here's what we'll do. You'll hand me all your money tomorrow. I'll ask mother for another 10 taels and purchase grain, salt, and sugar. These goods won't spoil. We ought to stock them now lest prices surge further in the coming days. Agreed. Let's proceed exactly as you say. Though we've secured a measure of justice for Kur, we've also incurred the village chief's enmity. Should we truly flee famine, we must not travel with his party, lest he sabotage us along the way. Let us go alone then. My parents and brothers will surely accompany us, and my maternal kin are numerous, many trained in martial arts. We need fear no one. Indeed, it was fortunate I married you. Your father's large, capable family deters others from bullying us. Zhang Xiao playfully protested, how can you say that? It's mother who commands true respect. Even before our marriage, she shielded you and your younger sister from harm. Lin Heng smiled warmly, drawing his wife closer. How utterly enchanting she was. Zhang Xiao wriggled slightly in his embrace, adjusted her posture, then asked, by the way, Hanga, what about that place? Should we go take a look? Which place? Lin Heng momentarily drew a blank, then after a pause recalled precisely what she meant. You mean there? When we found Kur, that spot was still lush and green. Shall we slip away soon to see if anything edible remains? Very well, we'll go before dawn quietly so no one notices. Good, I'll go with you. Now let's rest early. Over the next few days nourish Kur well. She lost so much blood, who knows how long recovery will take. Understood. Father brought over some cured pork today, and my younger sister contributed several eggs. We've cooked them all for our daughter. Lin Ke stopped listening there. She distilled several critical points. First, the north has suffered defeat. Second, their village lies only 1 month's journey from the battlefield. Third, her father and maternal grandfather have likely decided to flee famine. Fourth, their grain reserves and silver are dwindling. Fifth, they recently reclaimed 10 taels from village chief Zhao. Cross-referencing this with prior information from the system, it was clear preparations for famine flight must begin immediately. Along the way, performing righteous deeds, perhaps even cultivating virtue points, might accelerate the upgrade of both her spatial realm and the system itself. Yet precisely how to embody such virtue remained entirely her choice. If someone offended her, she'd refuse aid. If her mood soured, no help would be offered. If they were cruel-hearted or ruthless, no assistance. If they lacked filial piety or fraternal duty, still no aid. In short, her compassion flowed solely at her own discretion. Still, such considerations were premature. She remained destitute. Secretly, she dreamed of raiding those so-called wealthy households, though opportunity had yet to arise. For now, she'd focus on nurturing her shop. And tomorrow, she'd seek grandmother's counsel on the details of revenge. Though Lin Ke hadn't personally avenged the original body's death, she took genuine pleasure in hearing her family recount their retribution. As for Zhao area, though Little Stone had whispered she'd been beaten half to death by her own kin, Lin Ke, having inherited the original's body, would ensure vengeance was fulfilled. Yet for now, hoarding supplies came first. Revenge could wait until they departed Zhao village. Still, Lin Ke felt an unsettling sense of omission. Something vital slipped her mind. After a moment's mental excavation, she entered her spatial realm and summoned the system. Onezero05. Onezero05. Oh, hold on, I'm coming. Where were you? I was chatting in our system-wide group. You systems have a group chat. Of course. How else would we exchange insights and evolve? Without dialogue, progress stagnates. You make a compelling point. Could you perhaps negotiate, or rather exchange, some useful items from other systems? Things like legendary strength pills, beauty pills, or even luck points. Impossible. Our group exists solely for discussion, not for smuggling contraband. Violating protocol would hinder our collective advancement. System 1005 declared with solemn integrity. Lin Ke, had she seen it, would have found its earnestness almost endearing, a pure unjaded novice untouched by worldly corruption. She didn't press the matter. Such items would be welcome, but their absence changed nothing. Her own celestial advantage was already formidable. Noting Lin Ke's prolonged silence, the system grew anxious. Should you diligently complete tasks, you might draw such items through future lotteries. Yes. I nearly forgot amid your interruption. A survivor from a post-apocalyptic realm wishes to trade crystals for 5 gene of rice. I specified only transparent green and white crystals. I assessed the Snowwolf cub. He possesses both spatial and ice affinity abilities. I recommend acquiring crystals to awaken latent powers. Agreed. Anyone else seeking trade? A traveler from a historical era offers a gold bracelet for 2 gene of rice. Proceed with both exchanges. Begin with level 0 and level 1 crystals. Rest assured, host, I've finalized everything. Only the flashlight and roasted pork remain untraded. Would you like to eat now? System 1005's fawning demeanor was almost unbearable. Lin Ke narrowed her eyes. She'd intended to stare it down, but 1005 lacked physical form, leaving her no target. So she simply fixed her gaze downward, face stern and silent. The system, unaccustomed to such expression, sensed an ominous shift in the air, and instinctively swallowed hard, tension coiling tight within its core. Speak, have you concealed something from me? Her sudden voice startled 1005, so thoroughly it blurted, I haven't. I haven't yet detected energy fluctuations from Chang'e, possibly due to distance, or insufficient power. Its voice dwindled to a whisper as it shrank into the corner of the space, fidgeting nervously with its own digits. Lin Ke exhaled sharply. So that's what I'd forgotten. I'd completely overlooked Chang'e. Sigh. Clearly my love for him isn't profound enough yet. Lin Chenyu replied dryly, you're simply unforgivably careless. Recognizing the system's genuine remorse, Lin Ke knew blame was misplaced. The dimensional transit had likely drained its reserve severely. With Chenyu temporarily unreachable, her only recourse was to accumulate high-energy materials, or virtue points, as swiftly as possible, accelerating both system and spatial upgrades. She prayed for news of him soon, otherwise how could a delicate, helpless woman survive in this world? System 1005 Ugh. Lin Chenyu wife, hurry and protect me, this fragile, defenseless man. Malicious subjects plot against your majesty. At this moment Lin Chenyu was walking alone on a deserted mountain path. For the past 2 days he had been relying on hunting in the mountains to fill his stomach. He remembered how thrilling it had been the moment he first crossed over. As a series of thuds and a screech echoed in his ears, he felt himself falling. A strong sensation of weightlessness engulfed him. Lin Chenyu attempted to create a protective shield with his mental abilities, but found himself unable to use them. In the next moment, instinctively he thought of entering the spatial realm. Then he saw the idyllic space he shared with his wife transform into a barren land of 4 square meters. Moreover, there was no sign of his wife. Then he realized he was bound hand and foot. Lin Chenyu often heard his wife muttering about crossing over and rebirth. Could it be that he had crossed over? Referring to the fragmented memories of the original host, Lin Chenyu confirmed that he indeed had crossed over and had also been kidnapped. Not only that, but those foolish thieves had driven the carriage to the edge of a cliff. Could the thudding sounds he heard earlier have been arrows being shot? Was someone trying to take the original host's life? As for the grudges and feuds involved, he could only uncover them slowly later. After all, before he crossed over, the original host was a simpleton with limited memories. Lin Chenyu sat in the spatial realm, not knowing how to exit, and could only think of his wife. Where could his wife be? Did she cross over with him? Had she suffered any harm? Would she be scared without him by her side? Sigh, another day of missing his wife. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, who was being thought of, kept touching her ears, feeling that they were itchy. After sleeping too much during the day, Lin Ke was unable to sleep at night and was reviewing her harvest from the marketplace. 5 pounds of rice had been exchanged for 15 transparent crystal cores, 20 white crystal cores, and 50 green crystal cores. Additionally, 2 pounds of rice had been traded for a gold bracelet. Just moments ago, someone from the apocalypse dimension had exchanged a bag of gold and silver jewelry for that large pork knuckle. Lin Ke felt as though she was floating. The sudden influx of wealth left her a bit bewildered. At that moment, Lin Ke truly resembled a nouveau riche. Look, all of these are the territories I have conquered. She grabbed a handful of jewelry and handed it to the system in the void. Here, take these and buy whatever you like. Just get whatever catches your eye. Ha ha ha. 1005. This host has lost her mind again. After calming down, Lin Ke began to contemplate the uses of these items. Apart from the crystal cores, Lin Ke planned to use the remaining gold and silver jewelry to support her parents. The family only had about 40 to 50 taels of silver left. If they were preparing to flee, they couldn't buy much with that amount. Moreover, they didn't even know where they would escape to. It was essential to keep some silver on hand. She needed to find a way to let her grandmother or parents discover these items. Suddenly, she recalled overhearing her parents' conversation. They were planning to visit the place she had crossed over to tomorrow morning. It made sense she should also visit that place to see if she could find anything. Not to mention, she needed to bring that apple tree into her space. Not only would it nourish the soil of the space, but she would also have delicious apples to eat. After some thought, Lin Ke returned to the spatial realm and exchanged 2 taels of rice for a somewhat aged clay jar in the timeline dimension. She asked 1005 to find a way to bury it at the place she crossed over. Host, it's not that I don't want to help you, but doing these things consumes energy. Now that I am bound to the space, the energy I consume is the energy of the space. That won't do. If that's the case, when will I have enough energy to find Brother Chen? No way, no way. What should I do then? How about I go with my parents tomorrow? While they're not paying attention, I can let them discover these items. This is a possibility. With an idea in mind, Lin Ke returned to the spatial realm, took 2 transparent crystal cores, and began to absorb them, one in each hand. Having nearly broken through to level 10 in her past life, she felt very familiar with this process now. In less than half an hour, she had activated her wood type abilities. However, it seemed that this time her wood abilities also had healing properties. She wondered if this was related to the rapid self-healing she experienced when she first crossed over. At that moment, Lin Ke felt warm all over. Even the fatigue from excessive blood loss had vanished, and she felt exceptionally energetic. Lin Ke flipped her wrist, and a purple seedling sprouted in her palm. Huh. Why is it purple? Wasn't it green in my last life? Could it have mutated? Just then, 1005 floated over to take a look, then searched through the data. Finally, it confirmed. It seems that your little seedling contains some toxins. As for what kind of toxin, I don't have that data, so you will have to explore it yourself in the future. As soon as 1005 finished speaking, the purple seedling seemed to understand and rubbed against Lin Ke's hand like a spoiled little kitten. Seeing this, Lin Ke was melted by its cuteness and didn't care what kind of species it was or whether it was toxic. Since it was born from her, it was her child. From now on, let's call it Little Purple. Upon hearing its name, the little seedling happily circled around Lin Ke's hand as if it were dancing. Hee, are you very happy? I'm happy too. Don't worry, I'll train hard and make sure you grow well. Little Purple obediently returned to Lin Ke's palm, signaling her to continue her training. Lin Ke didn't slack off and consciously picked up a level 1 green crystal core to absorb. After 4 hours, she had used up all 50 green crystal cores at hand, and Lin Ke's wood abilities had upgraded to level 1. She turned her palm over, and sure enough, the little seedling that had previously only had 1 leaf had grown another leaf of the same kind. At this moment, it was only 8 o'clock in the evening outside. With the energy liquid as a base, Lin Ke was not hungry at all now. Since there were no crystal cores left in the space and she couldn't train anymore, Lin Ke had no choice but to choose to sleep in the spatial realm. For her, a night owl in her past life, this was truly a first. At 1 o'clock the next morning, Lin Ke was awakened by the low voices of her parents. With her current hearing, if she didn't shield it, she could hear the voices of everyone in the village. Though she had consciously suppressed it, her parents' voices still sounded as if they were right beside her. Hang Ke, get up quickly. Let's go check that place before dawn. Alright, I'm getting up now. Then came the rustling sound of them getting out of bed. Seeing this, Lin Ke also got up and began to dress. The first thing to do upon waking up is to check in at the mall. Lin Ke happily squinted her eyes at the 10 little suns floating above the mall. Another $10 have been credited to her account. Nice. Stepping out of her room, the first thing Lin Ke saw was a large courtyard. Looking up, she noticed a bright crescent moon in the sky above the courtyard. Under the moonlight, the few green vegetables planted in one corner of the courtyard looked wilted. Looking across, there were 2 smaller houses, one likely a kitchen and the other a storage room. On this side of her room were 3 identical gray brick houses. The house was divided between her grandmother and Xiao Shi to her parents, and one for the original owner herself. This shows how much the family cared for the original owner. Without much time to think, she saw her parents about to leave, and Lin Ke quickly followed them sneakily. She couldn't meet her parents now, otherwise they definitely wouldn't take her along. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to step out, something snagged her pant leg. Lin Ke looked down and saw a puppy resembling a Samoyed gripping her pant leg. She slapped her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about this little cutie yesterday. They say pregnancy makes one dull for 3 years. Did this blast her memory into a goldfish's? However, there was no time to play the master-servant drama with the little wolf cub now. Lin Ke wanted the little wolf cub to let go so she could leave first and come back to play with it later. Unfortunately, the little wolf cub looked at her with its big wet eyes and wouldn't let go no matter what she said. It was as if it were gazing at a heartless man who abandoned his wife. This left Lin Ke speechless. Why were you so dramatic? Back when you were a big shot, I never saw you show any emotion. Who knew you were such a big shot? With no way to deal with the little wolf and knowing her parents would soon be far away, she bent down and picked up the little wolf cub, heading out in the direction of her parents. Her home wasn't far from the foot of the mountain. In no time, Lin Heng and Zhang Xiao had already reached the base of the mountain. The 2 of them heard footsteps behind them and turned cautiously. What they saw nearly made their hearts leap out of their chests. Under the silver-white moonlight, their daughter was running toward them, panting while holding the little wolf cub. Lin Heng immediately panicked, saying, "Baby, don't run, don't run." He hurried forward and scooped Lin Ke into his arms. Lin Ke found herself cradled in her adoptive father's embrace, holding the little wolf. Lin Ke, now over 30 in her previous life, suddenly felt a bit shy. After all, her psychological age was already over 30, yet she was still being held by her father. It was quite embarrassing. So she twisted her body, wanting to get down. Lin Heng couldn't refuse her and let her down, feeling a bit disappointed inside. "Our baby has grown up, we can't hold or hug her anymore." Seeing Lin Ke safely on her feet, Zhang Xiao quickly asked, "Baby, why are you here?" "Mom, I want to go with you to the big banyan tree." Zhang Xiao looked at Lin Heng in confusion. How did their daughter know they were going to the big banyan tree? "Did you say something?" Lin Heng shrugged and glanced at his wife. "How could I have said anything? We just discussed this last night." Then the 2 exchanged glances. How did their baby know? Lin Ke understood what they were thinking by the expressions on their faces. So she recited the explanation she had prepared last night. "Mom, my master told me to go." "Your master?" Lin Heng and Zhang Xiao asked in unison. "Yes, let's talk as we walk." "But you just got seriously injured. Is your body okay? Shouldn't your father carry you?" Yes, let Dad carry you. Otherwise your body won't handle this long journey with your injury still healing." Lin Heng finished speaking, looking at Lin Ke with sparkling eyes. Lin Ke felt overwhelmed by his gaze, as if she would commit a great error if she didn't agree. Reluctantly, she nodded for Lin Heng to carry her. Zhang Xiao naturally took the little wolf cub, petting its fluffy fur, while listening to her daughter recount her adventures, making the journey exceptionally easy. "So you only found out about your master after you fell. Was your fall arranged by your master just to lead you to discover that paradise? Were your injuries all healed by your master? Did your master also give you powerful magical tools? Did they teach you formidable celestial arts? Is this little wolf a divine beast sent by your master to protect you?" Yes, it's a very powerful magical tool. With it we won't have to worry about going hungry." "My celestial arts." Lin Ke thought her adoptive parents would react with the same excitement as she did. To her surprise, they fell silent. Lin Ke turned to see her mother with red eyes. "It's also very powerful." "Mom, what's wrong? What kind of master's that? Letting our baby suffer so many injuries and bleed so much. We don't want any miraculous treasures. We only wish for our baby to live a life free of illness and disaster. It's all my fault for not being able to provide a good life for our baby, making her worry about making a living and endure such heavy injuries and suffering." Their reaction left Lin Ke feeling emotionally vulnerable. In her previous life, she only had Chin Ge to rely on. She had never experienced the love of parents. Previously seeing how this family cared for the original owner made her envious, and she decided to take good care of such a wonderful family for the original owner. But witnessing this scene today made Lin Ke deeply feel the selfless love of parents. Hearing such shocking news, they showed no excitement or greed, but were solely concerned about their daughter and the injuries she had endured. At that moment, Lin Ke completely regarded these two as her own parents. Seeing the atmosphere turn heavy, she sniffled and began to lighten the mood. "Mom, let me show you my celestial arts." Saying this, Lin Ke summoned her little sprout. Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu were indeed captivated by this magical technique, no longer dwelling on unhappy matters. Both of them decided that no matter what supernatural abilities their daughter possessed, they would rely on their own abilities to ensure she had a good life. When they saw the purple little sprout bouncing in Lin Ke's palm, Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu were so astonished that their jaws nearly dropped. Where did this come from? As Lin Heng used one hand to hold Lin Ke's hand, he flipped it over and over. Staring at this little sprout that appeared and disappeared, they studied it for a long time, but couldn't figure out where it came from. Good baby, did this grow from your hand?" "Yes, Mom, let me show you." Lin Ke stretched her hand out in front of Zhang Xiu, performing the magic for her as well. The two were shocked, but didn't seem frightened, thinking their daughter was some kind of monster. Lin Ke, puzzled, asked, "Dad, Mom, don't you find it strange that I have a master and see all this? How could it be? When our baby was born, an old man with white hair and beard came to us in a dream telling us that our baby is a little lucky star." "Oh, is that so?" "Yes, your dad, your grandmother, and I all had the same dream, so our baby must be a little lucky star sent from the heavens. So there was nothing strange about all this." Lin Ke thought to herself, it turns out the clown was me. As for all those things, they were of course in Lin Ke's backpack. Lin Ke transformed her backpack into a ring and wore it on her hand. With Lin Ke joining, Lin Heng and the others moved much slower. By the time they reached the bottom, half an hour had passed. What unfolded before their eyes was a vast expanse of green grassland. As they walked further, they saw trees laden with fruits: apples, peaches, pears, cherries, chestnuts, and pine nuts. Lin Ke felt that these looked remarkably familiar, much like those in her space. In her past life, while surviving, she and Chenyu had collected many non-mutated plants to grow in her space. Unfortunately, now they had returned to square one. Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu had been so focused on their daughter last time that they hadn't paid attention to this place. Seeing it today made them nearly jump with joy. The two excitedly held each other's hands. The sight before them was simply astonishing. If they had seen such a scene a few years ago, it would have brought them immense joy. Given the prolonged drought where even wild vegetables had been stripped bare from the mountains, how could such a blessed land suddenly appear not excite them? Lin Heng looked at the red fruits on the apple tree and quickly stepped up to pick 3. He first gave one to his daughter and wife, then carefully took a bite of his own. With just one bite, Lin Heng's eyes lit up. Delicious, so delicious. As he bit down, the sweet juice burst in his mouth, the fruits flesh crisp and refreshing, full and delicate, with a sweet taste that felt like an elevation of the soul. Seeing Lin Heng so enthralled, Zhang Xiu and Lin Ke couldn't wait to start eating. The rich fragrance of the apples repeatedly assaulted their taste buds. They were immersed in the experience, unable to articulate their feelings. The sounds of crunching echoed as they devoured the fruit. Of course, Lin Ke didn't forget about the wolf cub giving it a bite after taking one herself. Before long, they had polished off 3 large red apples. The 3 let out a satisfied burp in unison. After not eating breakfast and having traveled all day, their hungry bellies were instantly satisfied. After filling up, Lin Ke took a closer look at the apples. Wow, each one weighed nearly a pound and was larger than 2 adult fists. This area seemed to span about 10 acres. Apart from the grassland and fruit trees they could see, there were also many vegetables, fruits, and even medicinal herbs behind them. In the center they discovered a patch of ginseng and a backpack. This was something Lin Ke had asked the system to place here as soon as she entered, along with gold and silver treasures. Lin Ke ran over to the backpack and feigned surprise, saying, "Mother, this must be the divine artifact my master gave me. I can sense a connection with it." Lin Heng, isn't this just the backpack we usually carry? Zhang Xiu is the child having a fit, calling a broken backpack a divine artifact. Seeing the disbelief on their faces, Lin Ke picked up the backpack and said, "Transform." In an instant the backpack turned into a small pouch the size of her palm. Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu were once again dumbfounded, this time their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Previously they thought what their daughter said about divine spells and artifacts was just fascinating. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, they were struck dumb. It turned out the dreams were real. Their daughter really was a little fairy. It took them a long while to slowly digest this fact. Next they heard their daughter's excited voice, "Dad, Mom, my master also sent us many gold and silver ornaments." While speaking, she pulled out a jar from the palm-sized pouch, and to their astonishment it was filled with gold and silver ornaments. There were gold hairpins, rings, necklaces, bracelets, earrings, and more, totaling over 100 items. Lin Heng and Zheng Xiu looked at their daughter, and then at the ornaments, and then surveyed the ginseng and various vegetables and fruits around them, instantly feeling as if they had received a windfall. It felt as if a huge pie had fallen from the sky and landed right on their heads. Zheng Xiu pinched Lin Heng. Lin Heng laughed and called out, "Oh dear wife, stop pinching, it hurts." "Heng, everything is real, right? I'm not dreaming, am I?" Lin Heng's smile was so dazzling that his mouth couldn't contain it, like an AK-47. "It's real, it's all real." Lin Ke thought her cheap dad looked quite handsome. Zheng Xiu still looked at Lin Ke with disbelief. Lin Ke responded with a cheerful laugh, "It's real, mother, we will never have to go hungry again. How cruel to let our dear baby suffer in my belly, making them go hungry." "Mother, what are you saying?" "I didn't mean that." I know mother just feels that we are incapable letting our dear baby and Xiaoshu to go hungry is mother's fault." At that moment Lin Heng interjected, "It's all my fault for not allowing you to live a good life." Their self-criticism left Lin Ke confused, as she was afraid that if this continued they would both become emo. She quickly spoke up, "Dad, Mom, you are the best parents, and there's Grandma and Xiaoshu too. We are the best family, and our lives will only get better from here." "Ah, good, I will definitely make sure you have a good life in the future." I believe you, Dad." After Lin Ke finished speaking, she looked at Lin Heng with sparkling eyes. Lin Heng felt accomplished again. The feeling of being needed by his daughter returned. His dear child was still his soft and sweet little darling. "Dad, Mom, let's pick these things. Otherwise it won't be good if someone finds out. But we didn't bring any tools today. Even if we could pick everything, how will we carry it back?" Lin Ke smiled mysteriously. "Hee, Dad and Mom, you don't think the artifact my master gave me can only change shapes, do you? Let me show you the wonders of the artifact." Saying this, Lin Ke walked over to the fruit tree area, picked a red apple, and placed it into the small palm-sized pouch. Then she picked another and put it in the pouch. Then another one and another one. Lin Heng and Zheng Xiu also helped by picking apples and handing them to Lin Ke. In a short while they had already placed over 20 apples inside. If this had been the usual time it would have filled a large sack. Yet this small pouch showed no sign of change. Lin Heng and Zheng Xiu were stunned. Indeed, the things of the divine were beyond the imagination of mortals. Even in the novels there was nothing so miraculous. Could it be that they had done good deeds for 10 lifetimes to have their daughter reincarnate into their family? Unknowingly, they had been down there for nearly an hour. Considering the time spent traveling, it should be getting light out. Lin Heng calculated the time and felt it was best to return home first to inform his mother. Otherwise, if the old lady woke up and discovered that Kier was missing, it would be her last day. After discussing, the three decided to let Lin Ke and Zheng Xiu continue picking here, while Lin Heng would return home to inform his family and bring back some small hoes or shovels. Lin Ke wanted to test her special ability to see if she could collect all these things with it. Otherwise, if she had to pick and dig them one by one, it would take forever. After Lin Heng left, the two women worked together with Zheng Xiu picking the apples within her reach. Lin Ke placed her hand on the apple tree, trying to communicate with it using her ability, hoping to make the fruits fall on their own. After 10 minutes, Lin Ke was covered in sweat and looked at her palm. She murmured, "Is it not working? Could it be that my ability level is too low?" As soon as she finished speaking, an apple fell from the tree and hit the little wolf cub bouncing nearby on the head. Lin Ke didn't have time to check if the cub was alright before countless apples began to fall from the tree. Instinctively, she pulled Zheng Xiu to the side and transformed her pouch into a large piece of cloth, controlling it to catch the falling apples around the apple tree. Little wolf cub, the world where only a wolf get hurt has been achieved. Once all the apples were collected, Lin Ke put away her large piece of cloth. Consciousness diving into the backpack, she discovered that all the apples were in one compartment with an intelligent label: apples, 350 pieces. With this experience, Lin Ke took her mother to rest nearby. Since she could use her ability, there was no need for manual labor, which was both time-consuming and laborious. Zheng Xiu was still in a daze. Lin Ke cheerfully told her that this was also a technique learned from her master, capable of communicating with plants. Having witnessed so many magical aspects, Zheng Xiu accepted Lin Ke's technique well, though she felt a bit sorry for her daughter, seeing her covered in sweat. So she took out a handkerchief to wipe Lin Ke's forehead and ran to find a large leaf to fan her. She hoped her daughter would feel more comfortable. Lin Ke squinted her eyes, enjoying her mother's care, resting while also trying to recover her ability quickly. During her break, she secretly transferred some apples into her space, asking 1005 to help her exchange for more crystal cores. After a while, feeling her ability had recovered, Lin Ke moved to another tree and began picking apples, pears, peaches, and chestnuts using the same method. By the time she finished with these fruit trees, over 2 hours had passed. Total harvest: 2450 apples, 2200 peaches, 2958 pears, 1000 pounds of cherries, 2000 pounds of red dates, 3000 pounds of chestnuts, 1500 pounds of pine nuts, and 2000 pounds of walnuts. By the time Lin Hung returned, the two women had already finished harvesting a patch of vegetables. They had harvested 800 pounds of cabbage, 500 pounds of bok choy, 100 pounds of chives, 300 heads of cabbage, and 150 pounds of scallions. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Hung was once again shocked. What happened? He had just gone back to grab a basket, collect some food, and take a tool right. Why were all the fruits gone? And what about all the empty spaces? Why was everything missing? Seeing Lin Hang's foolish expression, Zhang Xiao felt balanced. It couldn't just be her who was shocked. She reached out to take the basket from Lin Hung's hands. She took out the white steamed buns made specifically for Lin Ke along with the mixed grain buns they usually ate, and also pulled out a water pouch. Handing the white steamed buns and water pouch to Lin Ke, she said, "Good child, you've worked hard all morning, you must be hungry. Come eat something and take a break." Lin Ke was indeed hungry after working all morning. She took the white steamed bun from Zhang Xiao's hand and took a big bite. When she looked up again, she found Zhang Xiao nibbling on a mixed grain bun. Lin Ke immediately felt that the white steamed bun in her mouth was no longer tasty. She broke her white steamed bun in half and handed it to Zhang Xiao, saying, "Mother, you eat this. We have money now, I don't want you to eat mixed grain buns anymore. This silly child, mother doesn't want it. You eat it yourself. Mixed grain buns are good. In this year, many families can't even get enough to eat. I'm doing just fine. I don't care. If you want me to eat white steamed buns, you have to eat white steamed buns too. Otherwise, I won't eat anymore. Good child, mother isn't eating, this is to nourish your body. You have to eat well to grow tall." Lin Ke thought how ridiculous to grow tall. In this life, I will definitely grow into a beautiful woman with fair skin, good looks, and long legs. No, mother, I want you to eat white steamed buns. Let the little wolf cub have the mixed grain buns, it must be hungry too. Little wolf cub, am I only worthy of eating mixed grain buns that you don't want? Can this master not be so ungrateful? After some coaxing, the two women finally shared the 2 white steamed buns that Lin Hung had brought. The 3 of them and the wolf cub also ate a few peaches, feeling very satisfied for a moment. Knowing that their daughter's technique could be used like this, Lin Hang and Zhang Xiao no longer picked fruits and dug vegetables. They moved to the ginseng area. The two carefully tied the red strings that Lin Hung had brought to each ginseng of varying sizes. Then they shouted, "Hammer." Then they cautiously dug the ground from a distance, unearthing the ginseng. By the time they finished digging this patch of ginseng, they surprisingly found over 30 pieces of ginseng of different sizes. Meanwhile, Lin Ke had also finished collecting the remaining vegetables and fruits. Among the vegetables there were 4000 pounds of taro, 500 pounds of water celery, 2000 pounds of radishes, 800 pounds of ginger, 500 pounds of garlic, 300 pounds of chili peppers, 1000 pounds of eggplants, 300 pounds of green beans, 600 pounds of tomatoes, 1000 pounds of cucumbers, and 2000 pounds of sweet potatoes. The fruits included 5000 pounds of watermelon, 1000 pounds of cherry tomatoes, 800 pounds of melons, and 200 pounds of blueberries. In the end, even all the grass was pulled out. Lin Ke felt that if they raised livestock, these grasses might come in handy. Finally, looking at the vast expanse of trees, Lin Ke felt it was a pity. If only the planting area in her space could be larger, she could have collected all these trees into her space. What a shame, what a shame. Host, I have detected some residual energy in this space. Can I absorb it? Residual energy in the space. Indeed, are these things all from my space? What will happen after absorbing it? This entire space will disappear. Lin Ke pondered for a moment and said, "Go ahead and absorb it. After all, no one else can enter here except us. I hope that after you absorb it, my space can expand a bit." After the 3 of them reached the ground, the previously dug pits automatically vanished. Lin Hang and the others exchanged glances, realizing that this place was indeed meant for the goddess to support her daughter. Would they have to rely on their daughter to live comfortably in the future? On the way back, Lin Hang carried Lin Ke on his back, while Zhang Xiao carried the basket and held the little wolf cub. Lying on her father's not so wide, but very stable back, she quickly fell into a deep slumber. The three people and a wolf returned home under the stars. It was already the hour of the high 9 o'clock at night. Zhang Xiao carefully took her daughter down from Lin Hang's back. Looking at her daughter's sleeping face, her heart was filled with tenderness. Today had truly exhausted her daughter, and the two adults hadn't been of much help. Grandma Jiang had been anxiously pacing at home all day, and now that she saw her son had returned, she hurried over to see her little granddaughter. Seeing her little granddaughter's soft face, Grandma Jiang's heart ached and tears streamed down her face. While crying, she scolded her son. In a low voice she said, "You have no idea, my precious baby just suffered such a heavy injury, and you took her out for the whole day. Are you trying to kill my precious baby?" Worried about waking Lin Ke, she scolded her son softly while covering her mouth and crying at the same time. "Look at how exhausted my precious baby is." While saying this, she carefully touched Lin Ke's forehead, gently caressing it. Lin Ke had actually woken up as soon as she got home. Her years of experience in the apocalypse had kept her on high alert. Hearing Grandma Jiang's commotion, Lin Ke felt her heart filled once again. She felt an immense sense of comfort. Perhaps heaven saw how badly she had been hurt in her past life. Having such a family in this lifetime was worth it. Thinking this, Lin Ke soon fell into a deep sleep again. She dreamt of Lin Ke being trapped on a cliff, unable to go up or down, waiting pitifully for her to rescue him. Then Lin Ke woke up. She opened her eyes to find the outside still shrouded in darkness. Listening to the even breathing sounds, she knew her family was sound asleep, so she turned and entered the space. As soon as she entered the space, Lin Ke's eyes widened. The space, which had originally been only 4 square meters, was now as large as a football field. 1005. Upon seeing Lin Ke enter the space, happily ran up to her to show off. "Host, are you surprised? Didn't expect the space to become this big, did you?" Lin Ke was indeed surprised, but it was followed by frustration. If only the space had upgraded this much earlier, she could have transplanted all those fruit trees into the space. 1005 seemed to understand what Lin Ke was thinking and continued, "Host, I have another surprise for you. Go check the warehouse." Lin Ke turned and entered the warehouse, discovering that the fruit trees she had been longing for were neatly placed inside the warehouse. The warehouse had also been upgraded to 1000 square meters. Lin Ke was overjoyed. If only the system had a physical form, she would have hugged it and taken a bite. She didn't expect 1005 to have more surprises. Surprise 3. After absorbing the residual energy, both the space and this system have upgraded. 1005 can now become a physical entity, allowing it to help the host do more things. Are you happy, host? Are you excited? Upon hearing 1005's words, Lin Ke was indeed overwhelmed with excitement. Since she learned that the system was called 1005, she had imagined what it would look like if it could become a physical entity. Now this wish was finally about to come true. 1005, what do you want to look like? The host can transform 1005 into any form according to their preferences. Oh yeah. Lin Ke couldn't help but pump her fist in celebration. It was simply too considerate. Thus 1005 transformed into a small turtle the size of a palm according to Lin Ke's thoughts. 1005 felt its new body and was quite puzzled. Why did you turn me into this? As far as I know, turtles are an ancient species that move very slowly. This will hinder my ability to assist you, host. Lin Ke felt a bit guilty, but maintained a serious facade, saying turtles are the longest living animals in our history. I naturally hope 1005 can last forever and always be the best assistant. Wow, really? You're so kind, host. I also hope to be with the host forever and create our own legend. And then let's work hard together. 1005, can I give you a new name? Of course, host. What name do you want to give to 1000? How about changing it to Guabao? I love fruits. Alright, it will be Guabao. I also love delicious fruits. By the way, can you eat things after becoming a physical entity? Yes, host Guabao can eat a little. Can you digest the food you eat? Of course. The physical Guabao is just like a real turtle. Wow, that's amazing. Certainly. I am determined to become the best assistant in the system world. Guabao replied with determination. Lin Ke seemed to see a firm belief in its little green eyes. Lin Ke thought this is still an assistant that believes in light. After naming her assistant, Lin Ke also named the little wolf cub Meng Meng. Otherwise, calling it little wolf cub all the time felt too troublesome to Lin Ke. The little wolf cub, upon knowing its name, said thank you. After finishing these, Lin Ke suddenly remembered that dream. Guabao, after hearing this, tried to search, and unexpectedly found a trace of familiar energy. Kiki, I found spatial energy. Really? Then hurry and try to see if you can bind it. Okay, please wait a moment, Kiki. On the other side, Lin Chenyu, who was roasting meat, suddenly heard a voice detected spatial energy fluctuations requesting to bind the space. Do you wish to bind? Huh. Who's speaking? Previously, he had painstakingly used the space, bit by bit, to reach the bottom of the cliff. The cart that had fallen before him had already broken apart, and the horse, and those few kidnappers were also left with no good flesh. Lin Chenyu couldn't help but feel relieved that he still had the space, otherwise he would have ended up as a pile of meat mush. After reaching the bottom of the cliff, Lin Chenyu didn't rush to leave, but instead rummaged through the cart and those people. Surprisingly, he found some items. Surrounding the cart were scattered provisions, 2 large knives, and a sword along with some gold and silver jewelry. Lin Chenyu unceremoniously stored everything in the space. There were also some scattered pieces of jade pendant fragments, which he also collected with the mindset of not wasting anything. Additionally, he found a wooden box on one of the leading kidnappers. Although the box had broken apart from the impact, it didn't hinder him from seeing a stack of silver notes inside. Yes, silver notes. Upon examination, these notes were worth at least 100,000 taels. Oh, it seems I'm quite valuable. After placing the silver notes in the space, Lin Chenyu discovered that the box had a hidden compartment. It fell from such a height and didn't break. It seems it was destined to benefit me. Thus he violently dismantled the box, revealing a delicate jade pendant and a token with a picture of a wild goose. Both items were carefully wrapped so they were intact. The token definitely represented the identity of the bandits. Since the original owner had no memory of this, Lin Chenyu tossed the token into the space as well. However, this jade pendant looked very familiar. After examining it closely, Lin Chenyu realized that the center of the pendant seemed to be inscribed with the character Chen. Then he recalled that the original owner seemed to have a jade pendant like this. He had an impression of an elder brother who wore a similar pendant. Lin Chenyu carefully placed the jade pendant into the space. To his surprise, as soon as the pendant entered, it vanished into the space. At the same time, a dazzling light erupted from within the space. When the light dissipated, Lin Chenyu discovered that there was now a mountain and a spring in his space. Having heard his wife talk about time travel novels frequently, Lin Chenyu was immediately excited. Could this be the legendary spiritual spring water? In his previous life, there was none of this in his space, only an ordinary river. Without thinking too much, Lin Chenyu scooped a handful of water and brought it to his mouth. 10 minutes later, the legendary sensation of cleansing marrow and washing tendons did not come, and Lin Chenyu felt a bit disappointed. Upon feeling more carefully, he suddenly sensed that his supernatural abilities seemed to have returned. Although it was very weak, he could indeed feel it. Lin Chenyu was invigorated and scooped another handful of water to drink. This time the sensation became even stronger. His spiritual and lightning abilities had finally returned. After much effort, Lin Chenyu finally upgraded his supernatural abilities to level 1. Feeling hungry, he wandered around the cliff bottom hunting a wild chicken to roast and eat. At that moment, he heard a cute voice. Lin Chenyu thought to himself, what could this be? Could it be the system his wife mentioned? Seeing that Lin Chenyu had not responded for a while, Gu Bao asked again, may I ask if the host is bound? With a mindset of seizing opportunities, Lin Chenyu chose to bind. Later, Lin Chenyu would be thankful countless times for this wise decision made today. Otherwise, he would have missed the only chance to connect with his wife. Ding! Binding successful. System Gu Bao is at your service. Immediately, Lin Chenyu saw a small turtle the size of a child's palm floating in the air above his face. Host Lin Chenyu, another host Lin Ke, sends her warm greetings. Lin Chenyu was stunned. Oh, was he imagining? Did this system just mention Lin Ke? His wife Lin Ke. What did you just say? Lin Chenyu asked eagerly. He could feel his throat tighten with anxiety. After asking in a hoarse voice, he stared intently at the little turtle before him, hoping that what he heard was real. At this moment, he urgently wanted to know about his wife's situation. Heaven knows how anxious he had been these days, having crossed into this unfamiliar world without her by his side. At this moment, he urgently wanted to know about his wife. Cuckoo is doing well, but she is a bit far from you. I currently lack energy and cannot determine the terrain of this world, so both hosts need to work together to upgrade the system space. Once the system and space levels are high enough, you will meet again. How can we upgrade? The space can absorb the spiritual energy from jade and ancient items to upgrade, or you can upgrade by helping others to gain merit points. My main body is with Cuckoo, and contacting you consumes energy, so the opportunities to communicate are limited. You need to explore on your own and upgrade the space as quickly as possible. After saying this, the little turtle vanished into thin air. Lin Chenyu felt as if he had been injected with adrenaline, suddenly filled with motivation. With news of his wife, he thought that, even if it meant climbing the heavens, he would find a way to do so. He had to do everything possible to upgrade the space in order to reunite with his wife as soon as possible. With a goal in mind, Lin Chenyu quickly finished the roasted wild chicken. Next he searched for a way out beneath the cliff. Whenever he encountered special plants and herbs, he would dig them up and plant them on the mountain in his space. His wife loved these flowers and plants, so he wanted to gather more for her. After learning that her husband was safe, Lin Ke finally relaxed her anxious heart. It seemed she also needed to work hard to upgrade the system and space, hoping to see Chenyu soon. What are we waiting for? Let's draw the lottery. Lin Ke breathed on her hands, hoping for good luck, and then pressed the lottery button. After a burst of fireworks, congratulations, host. You have won a fully automatic recycling garbage bin that can decompose and recycle all recyclable items. Wow, this is just what I needed. Lin Ke had always found it particularly inconvenient to use the toilet in ancient times where people actually used wooden pieces for that purpose. This shocked Lin Ke's worldview. She had always wanted to buy toilet paper, but feared being discovered for being too extravagant. Now that she had this garbage bin, she could buy it without hesitation. Moreover, items bought from modern malls could be recycled or sold for money later, making it incredibly. After placing the garbage bin in a suitable spot, she would study it later. Then Gu Bao's cute voice rang out. Congratulations, host. You have received a wood cultivation manual. This manual allows the host to cultivate without relying on crystal cores and can directly cultivate to tribulation transcendence. Lin Ke reached out and a jade tablet appeared in her hand. Following the system's instructions, Lin Ke pressed the jade tablet to her forehead, and in a moment the jade tablet vanished. A wave of dizziness washed over her and her mind filled with methods for wood cultivation. It felt quite similar to when she first received the original owner's memories. Lin Ke controlled her supernatural abilities, first planting the fruit trees that Gu Bao had brought back, and then planting the ginseng dug up by Lin Heng and Zheng Xiao. Then, according to the jade tablet's instructions, she sat cross-legged and repeatedly guided her wood abilities to flow through her Bodhis meridians. After doing this 10 times, she controlled her abilities to input energy into the plants in her space. Once she emptied all the energy within her, she started absorbing the wood elements from the air. With her eyes closed, Lin Ke felt as if those green particles were joyfully rushing into her body. This process brought her immense comfort. The apple tree before her slowly began to bloom, flowers opened and withered, and the fruits grew from the size of grapes to the size of a baby's head, hanging red and festive on the branches. Only when Gu Bao awakened her did she realize that a day and a half had passed in the space during her cultivation, while outside the sky was already bright. Lin Ke casually picked an apple and, without needing to wash it, took a bite. Crunch! It was just as crisp and juicy. Delicious. It seems that the taste of the fruit ripened by supernatural abilities is comparable to that of naturally ripened fruit, perhaps even better. After finishing one apple, Lin Ke exited the space. Today's breakfast was made by Granny Jiang. Lin Heng, Zheng Xiao, and Granny Jiang had the usual coarse grain steamed buns and porridge. Little Shertu was given a small bowl of egg soup sprinkled with green onions and a 2-mixed flour bun. Lin Ke, on the other hand, received a bowl of steamed egg, a small bowl of egg soup, and a white flour bun. It seemed that the whole family had gotten used to this arrangement. Even little Shertu occasionally glanced at the steamed egg in front of his sister, swallowing his saliva secretly. He had no intention of asking his sister for a share. Watching this unequal way of eating made Lin Ke's heart ache, even though she was the one receiving preferential treatment. Lin Ke picked up a spoon and scooped a generous amount of egg custard, bringing it to her grandmother's lips. Grandma Jiang stubbornly refused to open her mouth. After all, this was meant to nourish her granddaughter, and as an old woman, how could she steal her granddaughter's egg custard? But since she wouldn't eat, Lin Ke wouldn't either, simply holding the spoon and waiting, clearly indicating she could drag this out all day if necessary. Grandma Jiang, unable to resist her granddaughter, pretended to open her mouth, hoping to take a little bite as a pretense. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ke stuffed a large spoonful of egg custard into Grandma Jiang's mouth. "Oh, dear you child!" Grandma Jiang exclaimed, covering her mouth filled with egg custard, unsure whether to swallow or spit it out. Until Lin Heng could no longer stand it and spoke up, "Mother, just eat it. Your granddaughter is being filial to you." "Yes, mother, if you don't eat, Kier will be sad." Lin Ke also feigned a heartbroken expression, as if she would immediately faint from sorrow if Grandma Jiang didn't eat. Grandma Jiang's son and daughter-in-law had both urged her, and her obedient granddaughter looked as if she would be heartbroken to the point of death if Grandma Jiang refused. Although she knew the girl was just being playful, Grandma Jiang still happily accepted her granddaughter's filial piety. After savoring the egg custard in her mouth for a long while, the little old lady finally swallowed it bit by bit. After feeding Grandma, Lin Ke turned her gaze to her parents. Lin Heng and Zheng Xiao knew they couldn't escape their daughter's show of filial piety today. Thinking of all the wonderful things in their daughter's magical artifact, they also accepted their daughter's offerings with a sense of peace. Next it was little Shida's turn. With an expectant expression, he firmly refused, saying, "Sister, I want to eat." Sure too doesn't like eggs, let sister have them to nourish her body. Ha ha ha. Lin Ke burst into laughter at her little brother's adorable expression, unable to resist, reaching out to ruffle his little head. Really? Our sure too doesn't like eggs. Then from now on when we have eggs at home, let's not give them to little Shidu, okay? Right, we can't let our little sure too eat what he doesn't like. Seeing his sister tease him, Lin Hung also joined in. Little sure too was at a loss, neither nodding nor shaking his head, his face reddening as if he were about to cry. Zhang Xiu watched on with amusement. Seeing her little grandson about to cry, Grandma Jiang gave her son a nudge. "Why can't you act properly? You're grown up yet, here you are bullying my good grandson. Don't be afraid, good grandson. From now on when there are eggs, they will be given to Shirt 2 and sister." Ultimately, this farce ended with Lin Ke giving little Shirt 2 half of the remaining egg custard, and they all shared the rest of the food together. Through this meal in the morning, Lin Ke realized that her grandmother and brother were unaware of her situation. She specifically went to ask Lin Hang about it. The answer she received was that without her permission they would not reveal her secret to anyone. Lin Ke felt touched and once again believed that this time of reincarnation was indeed right. Next, Lin Ke called the whole family to Grandma's room to showcase her magical artifact and immortal techniques. This time it was Grandma Jiang and little Shidu's turn to drop their jaws in shock. Especially after learning that they had received so much food yesterday, the little old lady wore a smile on her face all day long. The three adults took turns earnestly advising little Shirt 2 never to mention that his sister was a fairy in front of others, lest the bad people capture his sister. Scared, he immediately covered his little mouth tightly. Little Shirt 2 secretly vowed he absolutely must not brag to his friends that his sister was a fairy. Nor should he boast about the delicious food in their home. Otherwise his sister would be captured by bad people. No matter what, he couldn't live without his sister. Once Grandma and little Shirt 2 had processed this news, Lin Ke took out 5 apples from her backpack. One for each family member. Grandma Jiang and little Shirt 2 had no idea what these fruits were. They only felt that they looked so big and red, appearing especially tempting. Both of them couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Having eaten one before, Lin Hang proudly introduced to his mother, "This is an apple symbolizing peace and safety. They are delicious, juicy, with each bite sweet and sour, refreshing and quenching thirst." Seeing her silly son acting this way, Grandma Jiang couldn't help but give his head a light slap, wondering how he was considered a prodigy back in the day. Meanwhile, little Shirt 2 couldn't wait to grab an apple and started munching on it. So delicious. Just as his father said, with each bite the juice burst out. He then shot a reproachful glance at his father. At his age, he shouldn't be eating alone. Lin Hang felt a bit guilty under his son's gaze, but remembering his wife was also eating, the guilt quickly vanished. While urging his mother, daughter, and wife to eat quickly, he also took his apple and began to munch happily. After just finishing a meal, the family felt quite full after eating an apple each. Little Shida, however, struggled to finish his apple, and in the end Lin Hang took the remaining half from him, and looking at each other, the family couldn't help but laugh heartily. With this magical artifact from their precious daughter, Lin Hung felt more confident. He shared the recent events and his analysis with his mother. Though Grandma Jiang had little education, she was very wise in her dealings. After pondering for a moment, she made a decision. "Hanger, go resign from your job today. I have 45 taels of silver here, take it all to buy some grain and also buy more salt and sugar. Be sure to buy extra water bags and oilcloth. Also get some medicine for coughs and colds. As for the rest, buy what you see fit. Oh, and take your father-in-law and a few uncles with you. When you buy the stuff, come back later. Don't let the villagers see you. As for your little sister, her family runs a grocery store. There's nothing much she needs, but remind her to stock up on grain." After thinking for a moment, Grandma Jiang added, "Let your little sister know that we plan to leave. She has her own plans, and whether she comes with us will depend on her choice. If their family wants to leave with us, then we should part ways with them." Lin Hung looked at his mother in surprise, instantly understanding her unspoken thoughts. That family was indeed hard to deal with. "I understand, mother. I will go and speak to the shopkeeper today and see if there's a simple map of the terrain to buy later. Alright, since our good granddaughter needs trees to practice her immortal techniques, the rest of us can secretly accompany her to the mountains to practice over the next few days. Good, no problem. Then it's settled, everyone will act separately from today." Little Shidu, who was completely ignored, thought, "Why is no one asking for my opinion?" But it didn't matter, he only knew that following his sister meant he would get to eat sweet big apples. From then on, Lin Ke joyfully had 2 little appendages to tag along. Next, the family acted separately. Lin Hung went to Lingan County to resign and buy supplies while Lin Ke and the others brought pots, bowls, and all the grain to the mountains to practice. This was Grandma Zhang's idea. She thought that since her granddaughter had this magical artifact, it should be utilized. Keeping the family's grain inside would be safe and convenient. In the mountains while her granddaughter practiced, she and her daughter-in-law could also find a place to prepare food, so they wouldn't have to cook during their escape. Moreover, her granddaughter had mentioned that the items stored in her magical artifact would remain unchanged. Therefore, she must prepare more delicious food to store in her granddaughter's artifact. She absolutely couldn't let her obedient granddaughter go without good food. Lin Heng arrived in the county and first went to bid farewell at the Mo Xiang bookstore. He was the accountant of this bookstore, earning 1 or 2 silver coins each month. Originally, this job was quite good. There weren't many customers buying books daily, so he had plenty of time to read while tallying the accounts. To this day, there wasn't a book in the store that he hadn't read. Moreover, he had a good memory, and the shopkeeper valued him greatly, often discussing matters with him. In the eyes of the owner, he was somewhat of a notable figure. However, in this current world, food prices were rising year by year, and tax silver was also increasing annually. Being the only son in the family, he also had to pay conscription silver every year, so over the years he had hardly saved any coins. Unfortunately, his 2 children were as thin as little monkeys, just like the children in the village. Shopkeeper Zhang still cherished Lin Heng's talent. After all, he was the first 13-year-old in the county to pass the preliminary examinations. Yet due to unfortunate circumstances, he couldn't continue with his studies and was relegated to being a mere bookkeeper in their store. However, he knew that this bookstore probably wouldn't last much longer. The last time the owner visited, he brought alarming news. If it was true, then Lin County wouldn't be able to hold out much longer. In recent days, some wealthy families had already heard the rumors and moved south with their families. They were only a month's journey from the border, and by now who knew how long it had been since the news spread. Thinking of this, he no longer tried to persuade Lin Heng to stay, but offered a few words of advice, which could be considered a parting gift. I have a simple topographic map that the owner gave me last time. You can make a copy, it might be useful in the future. Additionally, if you plan to travel far, take advantage of the calm before the chaos. You must find a guide, otherwise you won't be able to enter any of the cities. Lin Heng understood that the shopkeeper genuinely cared for him, so he sincerely expressed his gratitude. He made a copy of the topographic map, and after thanking the shopkeeper again, left the bookstore. His next stop was his sister Lin Weiner's place. His sister ran a grocery store, making it convenient to buy supplies and pass on messages. The county town was not large. In less than a quarter of an hour, Lin Heng arrived at Li's grocery store. Li Song was bored in the store when he looked up and saw his brother-in-law walking in through the door. He quickly went out. Big brother, what brings you here? I'm here to buy some things. Where's Weiner? Oh, she's in the backyard with the kids. Oh, why don't you go rest there? As he spoke, he welcomed Lin Heng inside while calling out, Wanyang, big brother is here. I'll not go in. I came to talk to Weiner for a bit and buy some things before heading back. As Lin Heng walked into the store, he set down the burden on his back. Songer, bring me a few water bags, weigh out 20 pounds of salt and 20 pounds of sugar and a can of oil. Also get me a roll of oilcloth. Big brother, why do you need so many things? It's all our family business. You can come back and take whatever you... Just as they were talking, a sharp voice rang out. Oh, Yengir, your big brother has come. Why don't you come in and sit for a while? Lin Heng looked up and saw a woman wearing cheap satin, her face as pale as if covered in flour, walking out from the back. The speaker was Wang Shirley Song's sister-in-law. Lin Heng stiffly replied, it's my dear sister-in-law, I want sit. I'm just here to buy some things today. Indeed, this sister-in-law was too sharp-tongued, making conversations with her uncomfortable. He generally preferred to avoid dealings with this sister-in-law. Unexpectedly, Wang Shi seemed not to have heard him and continued speaking. Your big brother is buying so many things that must cost quite a bit of money. Little brother, you must treat your big brother well. Your big brother seems to be well off, unlike the woman next door whose family can't even afford a few eggs and has to send her daughter to deliver eggs back home. Lin Heng knew she was taking a jab at him. A few days ago, when the girl was injured, Weiner brought back a few eggs and now her in-laws were bringing it up. Had he known it would come to this, he would have let Weiner learn from their mother's sharpness. At least she wouldn't be taken advantage of. It was unfortunate that their father passed away early and he and his mother had been too protective of Weiner when she was still young. Initially believing that Li Song was a scholar and that his in-laws were decent, they married Weiner off to the Li family. Who would have thought that her brother-in-law would struggle to pass the exams for years and could only help out in the family grocery store? Since then, the sister-in-law frequently looked for trouble. While he was working in the county, his sister-in-law would always pick on Weiner and her husband. If they knew he had quit his job, wouldn't Weiner and her husband be bullied by the Li family? Look at what you're saying. I'm just here to buy some daily necessities. My mother specifically instructed me to come to our family store to buy. After all, it's all the same money, right? Li Song knew that his sister-in-law was unhappy about his wife taking a few eggs back to her family a few days ago. However, he had heard that Xiao Kier was seriously injured. Such a lovely little girl suffering such a serious injury made even him feel heartbroken, let alone Wan Yang as her aunt. Yet it was these few eggs that his sister-in-law had been complaining about for days. Now she brought it up in front of his brother-in-law, leaving him utterly ashamed and wishing he could find a hole to hide in. In the past few years, a considerable amount of silver had been spent on his education, so even though his sister-in-law often scolded them for living off others, he could only endure it. It was just that Wan Yang and the children were suffering. Alas, it was all his fault for lacking ability. He still had to rely on his elder brother and sister-in-law for a living. As they each harbored their thoughts, Lin Wan brought the two children out from the backyard. As she walked, she let down her rolled-up sleeves. It was evident that she had just been working. Compared to that, Lin Wan was dressed much more simply, wearing a set of faded cotton clothes and a wooden hairpin in her hair. The two children's sleeves had been patched as well. When Lin Wan saw her elder brother, she was quite pleased and hurriedly asked, "Big brother, what brings you here? How is Kier doing?" Before Lin Heng could respond, he saw his nephew rushing towards him like a little calf. However, the child was too thin to have much impact. He quickly opened his arms to embrace his nephew. Xiao Tongtong was not to be outdone either, running up to hug her uncle's leg. There was no helping it, she was only 4 years old and was not as tall as his leg. Wang Hohot pouted and muttered, "What's so special about a poor relative from the countryside who can't even afford eggs?" Lin Heng ignored Wang Hohot. While holding the two children, he responded to his sister's question, "I came to buy some things today. Kier is doing much better, so don't worry." As he spoke, he took out 2 large apples from his burden and handed one to his sister. He split the other in half, giving each child a piece. The two children had never seen such large red fruits before. Their mouths opened wide enough to fit an egg. Wang Hohot nearby suddenly widened her eyes. Her greedy eyes were fixed on the apples in Lin Wan's hands. Where did this brother-in-law get these fruits? She had never seen such beautiful fruits at her maternal home, and they must be delicious. Wang Hohot thought to herself while frantically swallowing her saliva. Lin Weiner was also stunned by the fruits her brother had brought out. Even when her father was still around, she had never seen fruits this big and this good. Once she snapped back to reality, she quickly snatched the fruits from the two children's hands and handed them joined together to Lin Heng. "Big brother, where did you get these fruits?" The owner of the bookshop gave them to the children, so don't cause trouble. As Lin Heng handed the apples back to the two children, he shot a glare at his younger sister. Wang Hohot looked anxious, as if wanting to say something but held back. Lin Heng pretended not to see and deliberately provoked, "You all hurry and eat of these fruits are a tribute for the nobles in the capital. Ordinary people can't eat them." Hearing Lin Heng say this, Wang Hohot became even more envious. After waiting for a long time and seeing that Lin Heng had no intention of giving her any, she awkwardly retracted her outstretched hand. While swallowing her saliva, Lin Weiner muttered that her brother-in-law was really stingy. At this moment, she didn't care about Wang Hohot, as usually any good food at home was taken by her sister-in-law and her family. The 2 fruits her brother had brought now could probably be worth a month's wages for him. She felt that her brother must have spent a lot of money to buy these for Kier. Even if Zhang Zhonggui treated her brother well on ordinary days, he wouldn't give him such good fruits. But if he bought them, where did he purchase them from? Forget it, she didn't want to think so much. Kier had suffered such a severe injury and needed proper nourishment. These fruits should be taken home for Kier to eat. So she took another couple of fruits from the children, intending to return them to her brother. The two children looked at their empty hands, and then at their mother's big and red fruits, pouting their lips, as if about to cry. Little Tongtong, being so young, could not resist the temptation of the fruits and burst into tears. "Look at you saying you would give the children some to eat, yet pulling them back like this, what does that even mean?" Lin Heng said as he snatched the 2 halves of the apple from Lin Weiner's hand and handed them back to the two children. "Hurry and eat, your uncle lets you eat, so just enjoy it, and I want to see who dares to say otherwise." Seeing the fruits back in her hands, little Tongtong immediately stopped crying. Sniffling, she cast a glance at her mother with teary eyes. Lin Weiner felt unable to withstand her brother's glare, especially with the two children looking at her with eager eyes. Feeling soft-hearted, she nodded. "Yay!" The two children cheered, raising the fruits in their hands, ready to take a big bite. These fruits were indeed enormous, bigger than their faces. Wang Shi saw that this tug-of-war had nothing to do with her, so she became unhappy. She scolded the two children, saying, "You unruly little brats, not knowing to offer something good to the elders and stuffing it in your mouths first. Your grandfather and grandmother must have spoiled you for nothing." Lin Heng frowned. Although his actions were somewhat intentional, labeling the two small children as unfilial was surely going to ruin their reputation. Lin Heng's face darkened. "Sister-in-law, please be cautious with your words. Is it not okay for the things I give to the children to be eaten by them? I have truly never seen a family where two sons need to be honored by several-year-old grandchildren. This is a first. I'd like to ask on the street, what kind of reasoning is this?" You. Aye. You greedy woman, what are you babbling about? Come back with me now." The voice belonged to a middle-aged man with a big belly and a greasy face. This man was Li Song's elder brother Li Dachuan. After scolding his wife, he turned to Lin Heng and said with a smile, "Oh brother-in-law, you've come. Please sit in the backyard and have some water." Speaking of which, Li Song had indeed read a few years of books and had the aura of a scholar, which was like heaven and earth compared to his brother. While Li Dachuan chatted with Speaking of which, Li Song had indeed read a few years of books and had the aura of a scholar, which was like heaven and earth compared to his brother. While Li Dachuan chatted with Lin Heng, his eyes were fixated on the apples in the two children's hands. After chatting for a while and seeing Lin Heng had no intention of giving him any fruits, he pulled a long face and dragged his wife back to the backyard. The two little ones, seeing that their most feared uncle and aunt had left, finally felt relieved enough to enjoy the delicious fruits. Little Tong took the lead and bit into one. Immediately her eyes lit up as she looked at Lin Heng happily circling around him. "Uncle, these fruits are so delicious." Lin Heng patted little Tong's head and said to the two children, "If they're delicious, hurry and eat. Uncle has more here." Then he broke another apple and handed it to Lin Weiner and her husband, urging them to eat before talking. Seeing that their brother insisted, Lin Weiner and her husband did not refuse any longer. Moreover, they realized that if their brother insisted on giving them, refusing wouldn't fill their parents' bellies. It was better for them to eat it themselves. So the two of them each took half of the fruit and began to eat. With the first bite, they both squinted their eyes in happiness. This was simply too delicious. The two children only knew it tasted good, but they had no idea how rare such fruits were in this world. Their uncle was willing to give them such good fruits, which showed how much he valued them. Thinking of the faces of his own elder brother and sister-in-law, Li Song felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. Unfortunately, the grocery store was occupied by his brother and sister-in-law, and now he was just a helper, unable to give his uncle any discounts. With this thought, Li Song lowered his head in shame once again. After the two finished eating, Lin Heng asked Li Song to go and settle the account while he took Lin Weiner aside to talk. Seeing his brother's demeanor, Lin Weiner knew he had something important to discuss. Curiously, she asked, "Big brother, is something happening?" Lin Heng glanced at his busy brother-in-law and said loudly, "It's nothing much, just that things have been a bit unsettled lately. You should stock up on some grain while you can." Then he quietly said to Lin Weiner, "If one day we have to leave Lin County and move somewhere else to live, would you come with us?" Lin Weiner was taken aback. "Big brother, where are you going? Why do you want to leave?" "I don't know yet, and nothing is settled. But it has been dry for 2 years, and as you know, grain prices have risen sharply recently. If it doesn't rain soon, everyone will be without a way to make a living." Lin Weiner, being clever since childhood, instantly understood that something significant must have happened. Otherwise, who would willingly leave the place they have lived their whole life to seek a living in the unknown? But she also knew what her family was like, so she didn't say much. Lin Weiner glanced at Li Song and said, "Of course I want to be with mother and big brother, but you know my husband is always filial and might not want to part with his parents." Lin Heng understood his brother-in-law's disposition and knew this matter was unlikely to succeed. However, he added this bit of information today. "I hope it will have some effect." Lin Heng sighed. "It wouldn't hurt to prepare more grain. If we really have to leave, I'll come to inform you." "All right, I understand, big brother," Lin Weiner replied with tears in her eyes. After leaving, they might not see each other again in this lifetime. After chatting a bit longer, when everything was packed on Li Song's side, Lin Heng placed the silver on the counter and bid farewell to the two. Li Song couldn't be the master of the grocery store, so he could only accept Lin Heng's silver with a red face. Luckily, he had weighed a bit more when giving things to his uncle, so he thought his brother and sister-in-law wouldn't notice. Turning around, he saw his wife with red eyes and hurriedly asked her what was wrong. Lin Weiner blinked and said to Li Song, "It's nothing, just that big brother said little Kier is much better now, and I'm happy about it." Li Song, not understanding, felt happy for his niece Lin Ke. Lin Weiner looked at her husband's silly expression and gently sighed. She then said, "Big brother also mentioned that grain prices have risen again in recent days, and we should stock up on food. You know we can't make decisions at home. I'm afraid big brother and sister-in-law won't agree to this." Alas. Both sighed in unison. Suddenly Lin Weiner had a flash of inspiration. I still have a few taels of private savings, all earned from my embroidery work. How about I take it out and give it to Big Brother to help us buy grain and store it for emergencies? Li Song's eyes lit up upon hearing this. This is a good idea. If we really run out of grain with Big Brother and sister-in-law's personalities, we definitely won't get any food, so we should think of ourselves too. Then he rummaged through a corner of the grocery store, taking out a dime which could weigh about 2 taels. Feeling a bit ashamed, he said, "I've only secretly saved up this little bit of silver over the years." Lin Weiner was shocked to see the silver Li Song took out even more than when she saw the fruits given by her brother. She never expected her husband could save up this 2 taels of silver under the watchful eyes of her scheming sister-in-law. She truly saw him in a new light. It was already midday. Lin Hung found a noodle stall on the main street, ordered a bowl of plain noodles, and as he ate he listened to the conversation of the patrons beside him. "There is no water left in Wangjia village these days. I heard someone even died of thirst." "That is nothing. I heard the people of Shangshan village and Xiashan village fought over water and several were killed. Yes, with this heat many of the livestock cannot bear it and are falling ill. Speaking of livestock, in the neighboring village where my sister lives, almost the whole settlement is sick. They have endless coughing, they do not look well at all." What was spoken casually struck their listeners differently. Lin Hung felt a chill. If an entire village fell ill, could it be an epidemic? Might it spread to their own Zhaojia village? If they did not leave soon, would their village be sealed off and no one allowed to depart? He hurriedly finished his noodles, left 10 copper coins on the table for the stall owner, and prepared to leave in a rush. At that moment he ran straight into Lin Wan, who had come looking for him. After speaking for a time, Lin Wan handed over the family's only 8 taels of silver to Lin Heng. Understanding her intent, he accepted the money and packed it away. Her gesture only steeled his resolve to take his sister away. He told Lin Wan to make ready, then departed, thinking as he walked. Their greatest worry was the travel permits. Their own household might manage, but if his father-in-law's family and his sister's family were included, so many permits could hardly be obtained at once. Lin Heng remembered the 3 apples left in his basket and the small palm-sized object his daughter had slipped him that morning, called a mirror. An idea dawned on him. His lack of connections did not mean others lacked them as well. Troubles that seemed insurmountable to him might be easily solved by someone with influence. So he returned to Maxiang bookshop to seek out the shopkeeper. Shopkeeper Zhang, seeing him come and go, hurriedly asked why he had returned so soon. Lin Heng produced a large red apple and said to Zhang the shopkeeper, "I came by something rare elsewhere and wanted you to have a taste." Zhang froze the moment he saw the fruit. It must have weighed over a pound, as large as a child's head, its skin a brilliant crimson, like a great piece of agate, glossy, as if it emitted light. Even from a distance a sweet fragrance rose from it. Before it touched his lips his mouth was already watering. "What sort of fruit is this? I have never seen anything like it." Shopkeeper Zhang imagined presenting such a thing to a noble patron, perhaps it would secure him a posting in a prosperous southern district. "It is called pingua, symbolizing safety and peace." Apple. Zhang cradled the fruit as if it were a priceless treasure, murmuring the name while stroking his carefully kept mustache. "A fine fruit with a fine omen. How many did you get?" "May I buy them all?" "Only 4. Don't speak of buying, I will give them to you." Hearing there were only 4, Zhang's ambition subsided. If there had been a whole basket, he might have sent them to a patron, but 4 were not worth showing off. Still, taking some home for his wife and children to taste would not be improper. "You are not going to bring any home for your precious daughter?" Zhang teased, having worked with Lin Hung long enough to know what mattered most to him. I kept 2 for my daughter," Lin Hung said, producing a slightly smaller apple and handing it to "Take this as well, bring it home for your wife to try." "No, 2 are enough. Take them home for the children to taste. Fruit of such quality is rare indeed." Seeing Lin Heng put 2 smaller apples back into his basket, Zhang finally nodded with satisfaction. "Young man, you came to see me about something, did you not?" Lin Heng gave the shopkeeper a thumbs up. "You are always wise, shopkeeper." Zhang smiled. "Enough flattery, speak plainly." "What is it?" "Not so fast. I have another curious thing to show you." Lin Heng knew 2 apples alone would not move Zhang, but he did not wish anyone to know he had more of them. He therefore produced the mirror his daughter had given him that morning. He unwrapped layers of cloth to reveal a handled bronze mirror engraved with blossoming peonies. The mirror face was only the size of a palm, yet exquisite in every detail. Shopkeeper Zhang leaned forward and saw his likeness reflected with startling clarity. Disbelief spread across his face. The man in the mirror wore the same astonished expression. Zhang trembled as he pointed, asking. On the surface Lin Heng appeared calm, but inside he was in a panic. He had not examined the mirror closely himself when his daughter slipped it to him and told him to use it as money if he lacked funds. He had thought only that its case was ornate. He had not expected such clarity. Could this be an object of the immortal realm, he wondered. If such a celestial thing had fallen into mortal hands, might immortal beings take offense? Might this bring trouble upon his daughter? He could not show his worry in front of Zhang. A sudden thought struck him, and he feigned mystery. My father came by it years ago by chance. We simply call it a mirror like the copper mirrors used by women for dressing. Zhang did not pry further. Before hiring Lin Heng as his bookkeeper, he had investigated and learned that Lin's family had only settled in Zhaojia village 20 years ago. It was easy to imagine their ancestors had once enjoyed wealth. What a pity. And yet the young man had apparently produced his most precious keepsakes. He must truly be in dire straits. Zhang probed, you showed me this. If a high official fancied it, its value would be boundless. Without hesitation, Lin Heng replied, I only know you are my benefactor. All right, lad. For that alone your old brother will help you. See. I knew turning to you would not be wrong. Enough mystery, tell me plainly. Why did you bring out such precious things? It is about the travel permits you mentioned this morning. I thought it was something heavy. This is nothing, this is something you can handle yourself. I cannot take it. Zhang started to hand the mirror back, but Lin Heng stopped him. Don't be hasty. I need to arrange quite a number of permits. Oh, how many do you need? I want permits for my father-in-law and my sister's family as well. Altogether there are more than 20 people. I do not know anyone else, you are my only hope. Zhang was moved and patted Lin Heng's arm. You are a man of deep feeling. He reached into his breast and took something out. All right, I will help you. I will not take advantage of you. Here are 500 taels and notes. This is all I have on me. Buy provisions and, if you can, a cart. If you plan to leave with the old and the children, you cannot rely on mere manpower. Lin Heng knew the shopkeeper was generous, but he had not expected to receive such a sum. After some reluctance, he accepted the silver notes, and they agreed he would return in 5 days to collect the travel permits. As a return for Zhang's kindness, Lin Heng repeated the gossip he had overheard at the noodle stall so Zhang would be aware of the situation. He also gave Zhang the names of everyone in their party. Lin Heng thought Zhang was right. If they truly fled, the old woman and the 2 children might not be able to travel on foot. He therefore went to the livestock market and finally bought a mule. Horses were too delicate and costly to keep. Rich people's horses lived better than they did. Besides, for a farming household, owning a carriage would draw too much attention. It was better to remain inconspicuous and modest. If Lin Ke were here, she would know that her thrifty father and she shared the same idea: survive quietly and cultivate strength discreetly. As for the cart, just let my second uncle help with it later. Being a carpenter, it's not difficult for him. Lin Heng went to the grain store to buy some fine rice and white flour and also purchased a steamer full of meat buns. With the conditions available, he naturally wanted to treat his daughter to something better. Recalling the instructions from his mother and the conversations he overheard on the street, he found a pharmacy and bought a large pile of medicine. There were those for treating colds, for coughing, as well as those for replenishing qi and blood, and for treating external injuries. In short, Lin Heng bought a bit of everything that could be useful. To his delight, the pharmacy owner also gifted him a bottle of homemade cold remedy pills, which could be taken when it was inconvenient to brew medicine and would still be somewhat effective. Today he spent nearly 100 taels of silver in total. Wanwan's family spent 3 taels of silver. The mule looked rather lethargic and cost 12 taels. The fine rice and white flour cost 10 taels. The coarse rice and flour cost 4 taels, and the meat buns cost nearly 401. The remainder was spent on medicinal herbs. It's no wonder that poor people can only wait for death when they fall ill. Medicinal herbs are so expensive that only a few families can afford them. However, with the 500 taels of silver notes deposited by the shopkeeper, Lin Heng was instantly relieved. The gold and silver jewels given by the immortals should be saved for his daughter as a dowry. By the time he led the mule back to Zhao family village, the sky had completely darkened. This actually saved him from being stopped by villagers asking questions. When Lin Heng returned home, Lin Ke and the others had just come back not long ago. To avoid the villagers, Lin Ke and her group had indeed been out from dawn till dusk. They left before dawn and returned home only when the moon was high in the sky. However, today's results were gratifying. Thanks to the dual enhancement of the cultivation method and the newly replaced crystal core, Lin Ke's abilities were on the verge of breaking through to level 2. Although the mountains had lost much of their greenery, the wood element was still more abundant than the space element, making her cultivation effortless. Old Lady Jiangzheng Xiao and Xiaoshi too were completely astonished by Lin Ke's remarkable performance. They saw Lin Ke simply sitting cross-legged while the withered plants around her slowly turned green, only to turn yellow again after a while. It was as if the green they had seen before was merely an illusion. From initial shock to getting used to it, they were now able to calmly watch their precious child demonstrate her powers like an elf in the forest. Heaven knows what kind of psychological journey they underwent that day. Zheng Xiao and old lady Li were quite surprised when they saw Lin Heng return with a mule and so many items. They were well aware of how much silver they had. It certainly wasn't enough to purchase all of this. Only Xiaoshi too was excitedly looking at the much taller mule, eager to touch it. The mule, seeing the small two-legged creature approaching, lifted its hooves as a warning to keep its distance. Xiaoshi too was clearly a bit scared and looked to his father for help. Lin Heng was busy talking to his mother and wife and didn't pay him any attention. Lin Ke noticed and signaled Meng Meng to help. The little wolf cub let out a low whine, and the previously agitated mule immediately became docile. You could even see the muscle lines that had contracted due to tension. Xiaoshi too finally got to touch the mule, and his admiration for Meng Meng was as endless as the flowing river. He spoke sweet words as if they were free. Meng Meng seemed to enjoy Xiaoshi's flattery, and the two got along harmoniously. This little rascal, after praising Meng Meng, didn't forget to compliment his sister. Even such a powerful Meng Meng has to listen to my sister. She is the best and most formidable. This statement not only made Lin Ke chuckle, but also caught the attention of the adults involved in the conversation, who then joined in. After playing for a while, everyone ate a bun to satisfy their hunger. Lin Heng shared with his family what had happened in the county today, and he didn't shy away from the two children. He even specifically analyzed these matters for the children. Through Wan Wan's situation, he realized that one cannot only teach children about truth, goodness, and beauty. There are many bad people and evil individuals in this world. If he only taught them to be good, they would undoubtedly suffer losses in the future. He would rather let the children be a bit bad than allow them to suffer greatly. Lin Ke understood Lin Heng's intentions, and Xiaoshi too also seemed to reflect on it. This shows that Lin Heng, once a child prodigy, also had a talent for teaching children. After hearing Lin Heng speak, the family felt a sense of urgency. It seemed that they needed to prepare promptly in the coming days, preferably leaving here as soon as they obtained their travel permits. After the whole family fell asleep at night, Lin Ke brought the little wolf cub Meng Meng into her space. She took out the transparent and white crystal cores she had exchanged yesterday and gave them to Meng Meng to activate its powers. The little wolf cub obviously recognized that this was a good thing. It ran over and woofed before swallowing half of it. Lin Ke didn't have time to stop it. She could only watch the little wolf cub roll on the ground in pain. Lin Ke shrugged, expressing her helplessness. All she could do was cheer it on from the side, hoping Meng Meng could pull through this tough time. Half an hour later, the bloodied little wolf cub lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Seeing this, Lin Ke cautiously approached, grasped its little paw, and slowly infused her wood element abilities into its body, gradually healing its wounds. It took a full hour for the little wolf cub to slowly stand up. Lin Ke couldn't bear to see the blood all over, so she quickly left the space, found a basin, and went to the kitchen to scoop some water, washing the little wolf cub 3 times before it was finally clean. However, the water storage tank was now empty. Lin Ke had a clever idea and used the 10 little suns she earned during the day to purchase 2 large 5L bottles of mineral water, pouring them into the storage tank. She even added a drop of energy liquid inside. Hopefully this would gradually improve her family's health. After signing in at dawn, she could buy 2 more barrels of water to pour in, which would make it seem normal. It was unreasonable for the chick to drink mineral water while they had to drink sedimented water from the river. I'm such a clever little one, huh? Guo Bao was utterly speechless at her occasionally nonsensical host. The taste of this water you just poured in is completely different, okay? It's fine, they already accept that I'm a little fairy. Making this water a bit sweeter doesn't hurt. Guo Bao was momentarily stunned. The host did seem to have a point. But it was a bit reluctant to admit its mistake, so it changed the subject. Host, your upgrade speed is too slow. Meng Meng is already at level 1 of spatial abilities and level 2 of ice abilities. The little wolf cub looked around in confusion. Meng Meng? Who is that? At this moment, Lin Ke realized she had unilaterally given the little wolf cub a name without its consent. Therefore Lin Ke stared at the little wolf cub with an ant smile and spoke in a tone reminiscent of the wolf grandmother. Cubs, I've given you a new name. It's Meng Meng, isn't it lovely? Isn't it cute? Don't you just love it? Well then, it's settled. From now on you will be called Meng Meng. That will be your... The little wolf cub found it somewhat difficult to understand the master's words today, feeling as if a cloud of smoke was swirling around its head. By the time it processed everything and wanted to resist, it was told that resistance was futile. It wanted to solve this with force, but was instead victimized by the system, leading it to question its wolf life. Thus the little wolf cub Meng Meng gained a new goal. It would strive to cultivate and defeat that little turtle. Lin Ke didn't bother with the 2 little ones' playful tussle. She went to the warehouse to check on the transactions of the day. Today, she exchanged apples, pears, and other fruits for a total of 20 transparent crystal cores, 100 green crystal cores, 30 white crystal cores, as well as 3 jade bracelets, 5 jade hairpins, and several gold accessories. Lin Ke handed the jade stones to go about asking it to absorb them into the space. She also gave the white and transparent crystal cores to Meng Meng for it to store in its own space. From what she understood, Meng Meng's space was currently only 1 square meter in size. However, this was more than enough for the little wolf cub, which was only 30 centimeters long. Next, she organized the gold accessories and placed them in the jar in her backpack. Lin Ke felt that this shopping mall from the lottery was rather nonsensical. Clearly so intelligent and advanced, yet one couldn't directly purchase things with gold and silver jewelry. It had to be exchanged for copper coins or silver in this world. She reported this issue to the mall spirit Xiaoqi, and within less than 15 minutes, Xiaoqi helped her solve the problem. Lin Ke took out a gold necklace, and Xiaoqi immediately detected 1 gold necklace can be exchanged for 2,580 yuan in shopping gold. Would you like to exchange? Purchase gold. What is that? It is the currency stored in the mall, only usable for shopping in the mall. Oh, isn't that equivalent to those stored value cards from supermarkets in my past life? Go ahead and exchange it. I'm relying on the mall for shopping right now. Thus Lin Ke exchanged all the gold accessories she acquired today into shopping gold totaling 100,000 yuan. It seems that to get rich one still needs to rely on 0 yuan shopping in the apocalypse. Of course my system and the mall are even better. To my friends in the apocalypse, you should work hard. I will prepare a lot of delicious food for you. Lin Ke bought 2 more buckets of water and quietly poured them into the water tank. Seeing so much money, Lin Ke decisively went to buy several more buckets of water, boxes of instant noodles, boxes of ham, boxes of self-heating hot pots, and boxes of chocolate to place in the trading grid. She also placed 10 apples, pears, watermelons, sweet potatoes, and cabbages from yesterday's harvest into the grid, hoping these items could assist those struggling to survive. Of course, if she could exchange for more good things for herself, that would be even better. Lin Ke felt that from this moment on she could just relax. Isn't it wonderful to quietly become a rich woman by buying and selling in 2 malls? Why would she want to be a savior? Why? The 2 little ones playing around saw Lin Ke's crazy demeanor and quietly slipped away. Xiao Mingming, the host's mental state seems unstable. Let's keep our distance from her. Awu awu, yes, so scary. After going a bit crazy, Lin Ke ran to the 4th floor of the mall. No, I must eat something to soothe my restless heart. Once she sat at the table, a chubby robot slid over. Welcome, dear guest, what would you like to eat? After speaking, it thoughtfully handed Lin Ke a menu ensuring excellent service. Lin Ke flipped through the menu and found that it indeed contained Western Chinese and various other cuisines. So she simply ordered a few dishes. After all, being alone means not being too extravagant. 1 portion of yesterday's undisputed big elbow, 1 serving of boiled fish slices, 1 serving of steamed pork ribs, 1 serving of boiled greens to ease the greasiness, and 1 bowl of white rice. Also 1 cup of mint milk tea to cool off. Lin Ke finished ordering and returned the menu to the chubby robot. The robot accepted it and even thoughtfully brought Lin Ke a cup of lemon water. Lin Ke felt a bit dazed, as if she had suddenly returned to the days before the apocalypse. It had been many years since she experienced such a life. She then shook her head. As for the past, she would consider it her previous life. Now she was just waiting to enjoy a feast. 10 minutes later, all the dishes arrived. Lin Ke took her chopsticks and first tasted the big elbow she had been thinking about. A poke with her chopsticks pierced right through the outer skin of the elbow. Wow, this is full of collagen and looks so delicious. Combined with the lean meat inside, she took a bite, and while the outer skin melted in her mouth, while the lean meat was tender and flavorful. This was better than any big elbow she had eaten during her time as a streamer. After finishing it, she took a bite of rice. The rice was also quite good-looking, smooth and delicate, with each grain distinct, and when eaten it had a chewy and slippery texture. 1 bite in, and it was incredibly satisfying. Although her family had consumed all the limited fine rice at home in recent days, this so-called fine rice from ancient times was truly incomparable to modern fine rice. Next, she took a bite of the refreshing greens, which were sweet and crisp. It perfectly balanced the greasiness from the elbow, simply exquisite. Lin Ke's gaze then landed on the bowl of boiled fish slices. The white fish slices were topped with red chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns, garnished with a sprig of cilantro, and were steaming, exuding an enticing aroma. From her memories of the original owner, she knew that this dynasty did not have chili peppers, but there was a plant called juyu that added spiciness. So when she ordered earlier, she asked the chubby robot for less spice. 1 bite in, and it was incredibly satisfying. Although her family had consumed all the limited fine rice at home in recent days, this so-called fine rice from She eagerly picked up a chopstick full of the white fish slices and put it in her mouth. The fish was tender and fully absorbed the fragrance of the chili and pepper, tasting spicy and delicious. The spiciness made her break out in a sweat. Lin Ke hurriedly sipped some milk tea, and the refreshing mint flavor alleviated the fiery sensation in her mouth significantly. Once her cravings were satisfied, Lin Ke turned to look at the steamed pork ribs beside her. The ribs, an inch long, were coated in rice flour, golden in color, and upon biting they were tender and flavorful with just the right Once her cravings were satisfied, Lin Ke turned to look at the steamed pork ribs beside her. The ribs, an inch long, were coated in rice flour, golden in color, and upon biting they were tender and flavorful with just the right amount of saltiness. For Lin Ke, who loved to slurp on ribs, this was also an exquisite delight. She wielded her chopsticks swiftly, and soon a table full of stir-fried dishes and rice was nearly cleaned out by Lin Ke. Lin Ke rubbed her stomach, which had swollen from overeating, and let out a satisfied burp. Then she picked up the unfinished milk tea and took a sip. After finishing it all, Lin Ke collapsed onto the sofa, unable to move. It was just too delicious. This was the most exquisite meal Lin Ke had experienced since the apocalypse. Lin Ke had been lounging on the sofa for a while when the chubby robot came over to remind her. "Dear guest, it has been detected that your food intake has exceeded your bonus limit. Here is a specially made digestion pill for you. It is recommended that you get up and move around." Lin Ke was too stuffed, so she took the digestion pill and swallowed it. Then she sat cross-legged to meditate. Although there were no wood elements here, she could still meditate and practice her mental strength. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ke clearly felt her bloated stomach flatten. She couldn't tell if it was the result of her meditation or the effect of the mall's digestion pill. In the end, Lin Ke settled the bill, totaling 180 yuan. This was about the same price as dining in restaurants in her previous life. Now that she had money, she could eat whenever she wanted, but it was a bit regretful that she couldn't share it with her family, who cherished her so much. Oh well, she would think of a way later. After being well-fed and satisfied, Lin Ke bought some large baskets and shelves, moving all the food items from her backpack into the system warehouse. After all, the system warehouse could keep items warm and fresh, so she didn't have to worry about them spoiling. Lin Ke practiced her abilities for a while in the space, and then fell asleep there. After waking up, she started practicing her abilities again, and when she got hungry, she went to the mall to eat. This continued until it was nearly dawn outside, when Lin Ke finally stopped and exited the space. Zheng Xiao and old lady Qian had already prepared breakfast in the dark. Today's breakfast consisted of sweet potato porridge, steamed sweet potatoes, steamed taro buns, cold sweet potato leaves, and cold cucumbers. These ingredients were taken out by Lin Ke last night. This dynasty did not have sweet potatoes and cucumbers. Lin Ke told her family their names and how to prepare them, explaining that these were foods sent specially by her master due to the famine they were experiencing. She also informed them that sweet potatoes could yield at least 6,000 pounds per moo. This news left the Lin family astonished and unable to sit still. If they could cultivate something called sweet potatoes, wouldn't they no longer have to worry about famine? If it could be spread widely, wouldn't the people of the Dian dynasty be able to fill their bellies? However, everyone knows that given the current circumstances, they don't have the conditions for that, and they can only suppress their inner excitement and plan for the future gradually. As for taro, it does exist in this dynasty, but it is not called taro, it is known as danchi. It can generally be dug up in deep mountains. The family looked at today's sumptuous breakfast with immense satisfaction. Little Shertu first took a sip of the sweet potato porridge, and in the next second his eyes instantly lit up. "Grandma, mother, did you put sugar in today's porridge? It's sweet. It's delicious." While saying this, he hugged the bowl and gulped down several big mouthfuls. Then he picked up chopsticks and took a piece of sweet potato to eat. While eating, he answered his earlier question to himself, "I got it. It's sweet, sweet, and sticky, so tasty." As he savored the delicious sweet potato, Little Shertu chewed much faster. It was as if he feared he wouldn't get to eat it if he didn't hurry, and in just a few bites, he finished the sweet potato pieces in his bowl. Next, he couldn't wait to grab a steamed sweet potato and started eating it. He knew that this thing called sweet potato was brought back by his sister from their immortal master. Though it didn't look appealing, he was surprised at how delicious it was. The porridge was soft and sticky, while the steamed sweet potato was dry and sweet. Every preparation method was tasty. "I'm so happy. I wish I could eat sweet potatoes every day." Little Shertu joyfully swayed his head. Lin Ke laughed as she added a chopstick of cold sweet potato leaves to his bowl. Don't just focus on eating sweet potatoes, you need to eat more vegetables to grow taller. This is sweet potato leaves, try it, and see if it's good. If this were before Little Chenyu would definitely not have eaten it. He had never liked eating green leaves since he was, but having not seen green vegetables for half a year, Little Chenyu found today's vibrant and watery sweet potato leaves particularly enticing. He couldn't help but take a bite. It didn't have the bitter taste of wild vegetables, but instead was crisp and slightly sweet. Wow, sweet potato leaves are also delicious. Not bitter at all, and there's sweetness. I've decided that my favorites from now on will be sweet potatoes and sweet potato leaves. Haha, okay. I'll make you sweet potatoes and sweet potato leaves every day, and well begrudgingly eat some meat to save sweet potatoes for you. Little Shit's innocent words made the whole family burst into laughter, and Lin Hung began to tease him again. Meat is also delicious. Mother has said that you need to eat both meat and vegetables to grow tall. You can't be picky, father. Hey little guy, you're even teaching your father a lesson. But your mother is right, you need to eat more meat, vegetables, and rice to grow tall and become smart. You've suffered during this time, you won't go hungry again in the future. Lin Hang said as he sighed and patted Little Shit's head. Zhang Xiao and Grandma Jiang could also empathize with Lin Hang's feelings at this moment. With such clever and obedient children, they must take good care of them in the future to ensure they grow well. After the meal, everyone had full bellies. Lin Ke took out a few cherries as dessert. Everyone had not tasted these fruits before, but they were sweet and sour, making little. The next dish, cold cucumber, brought great surprise to the family. On such a hot day, eating some cucumbers was refreshing and delightful. After the meal, everyone had full bellies. Lin Ke took out a few cherries as dessert. Everyone had not tasted these fruits before, but they were sweet and sour, making Little Chenyu feel he tasted happiness. After the meal, the family began to cooperate in their tasks. Lin Heng fed the mule with the grass his daughter had given him, and went to his father-in-law's house to discuss what had happened in the past 2 days, and to plan for the future. Lin Ke continued to lead everyone into the forest to practice cultivation while looking for some meat to eat. They now had grains, vegetables, and fruits at home, but they lacked meat. Although she could buy it in the market, she still needed an excuse to take it out, which was quite troublesome. If it came to that, she could take out a few chickens from her space, claiming they were caught in the mountains. Those 10 chicks had spent a few days outside, but in her space many days had passed, and they were already. The system's treasure would place the harvested eggs into the warehouse every day, and there were already quite a few eggs in the warehouse. Oh right, she almost forgot that the chicken coop had an automatic hatching function. It seems she needed to find time today to buy a rooster to put in so that the eggs could hatch into chicks. So Lin Ke walked while being distracted, thinking about buying a rooster in the market. Then she felt something bump in. Lin Ke looked down and saw, oh, isn't this a wild chicken? It seems like what she thought came true. She then controlled the surrounding vines to tie up the wild chicken. Bending down to pick up the wild chicken, Lin Ke took a look. Although it was a bit thin, it was better than nothing. Lin Ke called out to her grandmother, mother, and younger brother ahead, raising the tied wild chicken for everyone to see. Little Chenyu saw that his sister had actually caught a wild chicken and happily ran over with Mei Ming. Wow, sister, you're so amazing. You can even catch wild chickens. You're better than father. I want to be as capable as you. As Little Chenyu praised his sister, he felt ambitious, imagining himself becoming as capable as his sister in the future. If one ignored the drool almost spilling from the corner of his mouth, Lin Ke would definitely think her younger brother was an idealistic and ambitious young boy. Today, as they reached the area where they had stayed yesterday, Lin Ke didn't stop. She wanted to explore deeper into the mountains. Grandma Jiang, although the precious child now looked much healthier, they still felt sorry for their precious child who had lost so much blood. Yesterday, they walked past the big banyan tree and ventured deeper into the mountains. Today, as they reached the area where they had stayed yesterday, Lin Ke didn't stop. She wanted to explore deeper into the mountains. Grandma Jiang and Zhang Xiao had witnessed Lin Ke's abilities yesterday and naturally wouldn't oppose her suggestion. Even in the forest, the few of them were sweating profusely, and Lin Ke felt her back was soaked with sweat. Zhang Xiao wiped the sweat that dripped into her eyes while chatting with her mother-in-law. Mother, it seems to be even hotter today. The weather is so strange this year. It's only April, yet it feels hotter than June last year. Grandma Jiang paused upon hearing this and took out the water pouch, taking a sip. Why does today's water taste a bit sweet? Could it be that the sweetness from the sweet potatoes eaten in the morning is still lingering? But she didn't think too much about it and continued, that's why the heavens aren't leaving people any way to survive. At least last year there was a little rain. This year there's not even a drop to be seen. Without crops we have no harvest, and the government still wants taxes. Your father is right. We really need to leave. Sigh. The two of them sighed deeply. Little Chenyu understood what his mother and grandmother were talking about, but he couldn't interject, so he sighed along. Seeing his grandmother, mother, and sister sweating, he instinctively wiped his own head. To his surprise, he found he wasn't sweating at all. But for some unknown reason, he really didn't feel hot today. Holding little Ming Ming felt cool. Lin Ke had found 2 wild chickens and 2 wild rabbits along the way. She also searched the area where she found the wild chickens and rabbits and unexpectedly discovered a few wild chicken eggs and 5 little wild rabbits. She gave the wild chicken eggs to her mother and quietly stored the little rabbits in her space. When she had the time, she would buy a cage for the little rabbits. She didn't want her space to be full of rabbit holes. After walking for another quarter of an hour, the forest was not as barren as outside. Although most of the vegetation had withered and dried up, there were still a few green patches scattered throughout. Zhang Xiao spotted a mountain spring beneath a peak. Excited, she ran forward, cupping her hands to scoop some water, and before Lin Ke could stop her, she drank it. When Zhang Xiao was young, she would pester her father and brothers to take her hunting, and they couldn't refuse her, so they brought her into the mountains a few times. Thus she knew that this mountain spring water was top quality and sweet to drink. She then called her grandmother and children over to try it. Lin Ke glanced around the surroundings and saw no traces of animal activity, so she also went over to drink from the mountain spring, mimicking her mother. While they still had a few days before leaving, they could let this pool accumulate more spring water, which she could then directly collect into her backpack. So Lin Ke began digging by the small pool with her grandmother and mother. Xiao Shi too wanted to help, but there weren't enough tools, so Lin Ke let him stay with Ming Ming to play. As the 3 worked vigorously, they suddenly heard Xiao Shi too exclaim. They dropped their tools and rushed over, anxiously asking what was wrong. After all, this was a deep mountain area. Although it seemed that there were no large animals for now, there were still plenty of snakes, insects, and ants, and they worried he might have been bitten by something. When they got there, they found him holding up a block of ice that was as long as his palm and as thick as an adult's thumb, proudly showing it to them. Lin Ke took one look and understood what was going on. She glanced at Ming Ming, who looked somewhat ashamed, as if he felt he shouldn't let anyone other than his owner see his special ability. But this little cub was too good at boasting about wolves that he couldn't help but release a small ice pillar that he had learned to conjure after reaching level 3 last night. If they had to flee, the family wouldn't have to be overly fearful anymore. Zhang Xiao looked at the ice block and Zhang Xiao looked at the ice block in her eldest son's hand and asked in surprise, "Is this ice? No way, I must be seeing things. Where would ice come from on such a hot day?" Yet seeing the ice in her son's hands still dripping with water, she had to believe that it was indeed ice. Grandma Jiang and her eldest grandson stared at each other for a while, and with affection, she asked Xiao Shi to tell Grandma where this came from. Xiao Shi too glanced at Meng Meng and then at his sister. Seeing her calm demeanor indicated that so he made faces at his sister, wanting to ask if he could speak. He always remembered that he shouldn't talk carelessly about his sister's matters, even if it was Grandma and his mother. Lin Ke smiled and reached over to ruffle his hair, then quietly wiped her hands on her clothes. She explained to her mother and grandmother this was made by Meng Meng. "I only discovered yesterday that he could spit out ice." Zhang Xiao and Grandma Jiang were dumbfounded as they circled around Meng Meng. They never expected that the little wolf cub guarding their precious one could actually spit out ice. This meant that they wouldn't have to worry about not having water to drink in the future. If they couldn't find water, they could just have little Meng Meng spit out an ice block to quench their thirst. Seeing Zhang Xiao and Grandma Jiang's expressions, Lin Ke was full of rejection. She didn't want to eat ice spit out by a little wolf cub. If she wanted ice, she could just buy an ice maker and make shaved ice herself. However, she wouldn't let them know about this for now. The Lin family had already received too many shocking revelations recently. They needed time to digest everything. Before long, the sun had begun to rise. Lin Ke didn't delay any further and called her mother and grandmother over to finish digging the water pool. Then she took out pots, bowls, and food, letting them find a piece of open land to prepare their rations, while she continued to focus on upgrading her abilities with the crystal core. Last night she had faintly touched the threshold of level 3, but she couldn't break through in the space. The skills indicated that once she broke through level 3, she would unlock the ability to communicate with plants. Lin Ke felt that this ability would be incredibly useful. In this world there were far more plants than people. If she had this ability, then all the plants would be her eyes and ears. Once her abilities upgraded further, she could even control them to do anything. Lin Ke bought some insect repellent powder and sprinkled it around Zhang Xiao and the others, instructing Meng Meng to pay close attention to their surroundings and give timely warnings if anything seemed off. She also advised the system to help keep an eye on any movements around. Then she calmed her mind, holding the crystal core to begin her cultivation. When she opened her eyes again, 3 hours had already passed. And at that moment the abilities that she couldn't break through in the space finally did so. However, before she could rejoice, she sensed the fear emanating from the trees in the forest. Lin Ke was puzzled. What could be causing so many trees to feel afraid? Even large wild beasts wouldn't harm the trees. So she attempted to communicate with the nearby trees and surprisingly found that she could indeed communicate. The few trees around her began to chatter, sharing the source of their fear. So there's going to be a locust plague soon. ITLL reached this forest in 3 days. Lin Ke thanked them for the information and channeled some of her abilities into the root systems of the nearby trees. She couldn't control the locust plague, but she could at least ensure that their root systems would survive after it passed. Zhang Xiao and Grandma Jiang noticed that Lin Ke had stood up and looked over with concern. Seeing their precious one frowning, they gathered around with concern. Precious one, what's wrong? Is something not going well? Mother, my cultivation is going smoothly. The technique my master taught me has had some breakthroughs, but what? I just broke through in my cultivation and can now communicate simply with trees. They told me a large swarm of locusts is about to come. Locusts? Are you talking about the locust god? Lin Ke didn't listen closely to what her grandmother said, only nodding heavily. Upon hearing this, Grandma Jiang slapped her thigh heavily. Oh dear, the old saying goes that after a long drought locusts will surely come. It seems this is true. As she spoke, she knelt down. Great Lord of Locusts, Grandfather Locust, I bow to you here. Please do not come. We have suffered enough hardships already. Please have mercy and spare us. Seeing this, Zhang Xiao also knelt down and bowed. Xiao Shita, not understanding, followed suit and knelt down to bow. This family's antics left Lin Ke speechless. You guys are really something, calling a grasshopper grandfather. Just as Lin Ke was silently complaining, she heard her younger brother say, Great Lord of Locusts, do you want to come play with us? My sister is also a little fairy, you might know her. Before she could speak, Zhang Xiao slapped her eldest son's head and chided, What nonsense are you spouting? Turning back, she continued to bow. Great Lord of Locusts, the child speaks without restraint. Please do not listen to his nonsense. We have very little food left. Please move on to another place. Lin Ke quietly watched the performance of the three in front of her and finally couldn't help but pull them. Get up quickly, it's useless for you to worship here. The locusts are just insects, not locust gods, and they won't give up coming here just because you worship them. Really? But my family has taught me since childhood that I must worship the locust god whenever I see one. Zhang Xiao nodded along. Little sure too. Never mind, it's better not to say anything. This child learns everything from others now. Lin Ke could only mention her non-existent master. Hearing that it was the divine master of the obedient treasure, the two finally believed it completely. But then they became worried again. What should we do? The crops in the fields have already failed, and with the locusts coming through, we will surely have nothing left here. Grandma, Mom, don't worry. Not to mention that I still have plenty of food in my artifact. These locusts are edible too. They will just bring us a meal. What? What did you say? Locust god. No, I mean these locusts, we can eat them. Of course. My master told me that locusts are nutritious, and they also help relieve coughs and clear heat and toxins. Fried, they are crispy and delicious. Zhang Xiao suddenly felt a little hungry at the thought. Hearing Lin Ke say this, Grandmother Jiang finally felt relieved. However, she was not in the mood to continue cooking now. Each of them ate a bun and a pear before putting They carried 2 wild chickens that Meng Meng had played to death in their backpacks and picked some dry wild vegetables to make a show of it. Lin Ke stored the mountain spring water she had saved into a compartment of her backpack. Due to the drought, this mountain spring water was only as thick as a pinky, so it had only stored a cubic meter of water throughout the day. Then Lin Ke used her abilities to control the vines covering the water pond. Only then did the family head back. By the time they returned home, the sky had turned dark. As Zhang Xiao pushed the door open, she found Lin Heng had already returned home. While unloading her backpack, she said, Heng Ge, you're back. What did Dad say? Lin Heng took Zhang Xiao's backpack and placed it on the ground, helping his mother inside, and gently patted the heads of the 2 children. He then replied, Today Dad and I agreed that as soon as we get the travel permit, we'll leave. I also bought some grain today and Dad got a mule. After all, with elders and children, we need a cart for... But it seems my second uncle won't have time to make the cart, so I thought I would buy one when we go to get the travel permit. Lin Ke interjected, No need Dad, I have a cart in my artifact. It must have been placed there by my master. As she spoke, she waved her hand, and a seemingly ordinary cart appeared before everyone. This was something Lin Ke had someone make in the trading system yesterday. She only mentioned her requirements. The exterior should look like an ancient cart, appear ordinary, suitable for common people, possess good shock resistance, be suitable for rough roads, and convenient for long-distance travel. Just now she discovered that Guobao had already helped her collect it, hence this scene. Now the family could take a look together. The cart's exterior seemed to be made of wood, but when Lin Ke touched it she realized it was not wood. It felt somewhat like the steel from her previous life. To verify her guess she knocked on it, and the cart immediately produced a clinking sound. Lin Heng was surprised when he heard it and said, "This doesn't sound like wood." The crowd spent a long time examining it, but couldn't identify the material, attributing it to the extraordinary nature of divine objects. Opening the cart door revealed an ordinary space that didn't seem particularly special. Lin Ke felt a bit disappointed. Little Shertu was clamoring to go in and play, so Lin Heng picked him up. He also kindly asked Lin Ke if she wanted to join. Lin Ke quickly shook her head as she had lived 2 lives and was no longer a curious child. However, Lin Heng gazed at the cart's compartment with shining eyes. He carefully touched this and looked at that. Indeed, whether in modern or ancient times, vehicles held a fatal attraction for men. After inspecting the interior and exterior of the cart, Lin Heng excitedly exclaimed, "Great! Once we get the travel permit, we can leave here." In his excitement, Lin Heng failed to notice the hesitance of his mother and wife. Lin Ke knew what her grandmother and mother were thinking. The impending locust disaster was something they were unaware of. Now that they knew, they didn't know how to remind those around. This must have left these 2 kind-hearted women extremely troubled. Lin Ke was also pondering how to inform the villagers about the impending locusts without exposing herself and her family. But just then they heard a sound of, "Ouch." Everyone turned their attention to the cart at the sound of little Shida's voice. What appeared before them was no longer the ordinary cart, but a fantastical room. Lin Ke's first reaction was, "Wow, spatial technology. I wonder what dimension this was traded in." This was customized according to her requirements. She was relieved, and now they wouldn't have to worry about the escape. The entire space was primarily wood-colored, and it looked about 20 square meters. It seemed to have sofas, tables, a bathroom, and everything. "This looks like a modern RV," Lin Ke murmured. Just then a round robot appeared that looked quite similar to the chubby one in her shop. "Welcome to your outdoor travel companion. I am your butler, Xiao Vi." The Lin family was startled by this sudden appearance and stepped back, with Lin Heng trembling as he shielded his mother and wife. Little Shertu was so frightened that he hid behind his father, peeking curiously at the scene before him. "Master, don't be afraid. I am just your butler and will not harm you." Seeing this, Lin Ke intended to step out from behind Lin Heng, but was firmly held back by Zhong Xiao. This strange object made her worry about whether it would harm her precious treasure. Little Shertu was so frightened that he hid behind his father, peeking curiously at the scene before him. "Master, don't be afraid. I am just your butler and will not." During the journey, I can provide you with comprehensive services, including driving, planning routes, household chores, etc., striving to ensure you have a pleasant travel experience. In front of us is a small living room, and these 2 are our sofas. The master can sit on them to rest, and they can also be transformed into a small bed. If not needed, they can shrink down in an instant. This above is a mini projector equipped with naked eye 8D technology, striving for realistic imagery. The master can watch films here and enjoy some leisure time. This small box on the coffee table is a portable water dispenser, providing water at the desired temperature with a single button. The water source inside the dispenser contains 2,000 tons, sufficient for a family of 5 for a year and a half. The water source will need to be replaced afterward to continue using it. This is a kitchen featuring a fully automated cooking machine that contains recipes for 1,000 dishes, desserts, and beverages. The master can also input dishes and recipes that are not available in the system, which will be automatically recognized and permanently saved. There is also a fully automated dishwasher, a sink, and so on. If the master wishes to cook by themselves and enjoy the pleasure of cooking, there are some spare utensils available that can shrink down with a single button for easy storage. As a few people followed Xiao versus introduction deeper inside, they saw 2 restrooms on either side, both featuring dry and wet separation. The master can take a shower, enjoy a bath, and even experience massage services. There is also a full body disinfection option. The water in the shower and toilet is sufficient for the master to use for 2 years, after which the water source will need to be replaced. Here is a laundry room where any clothing brought in can be washed and dried in just 3 minutes. If ironing is needed, it can be set with a single button. Of course, if the master wishes to air dry, that is also possible. Saying this, the robot Xiao Vi pressed a button and the laundry room appeared to have glass installed, clearly revealing the starry sky outside. If the master wants to bask in the sunlight or gaze at the stars at night, every space in the RV can transform into such a scene, while the outside remains unchanged. Further in are 2 rooms where the master can enjoy a good rest. The wardrobes in the rooms are also quite spacious enough for the master to store clothing for all 4 seasons. There are many travel-related items that Xiao Vi will not introduce one by one. The master can instruct Xiao Vi for any needs, and you just need to enjoy your journey peacefully. This entire introduction left the Lin family in a daze. Aside from Lin Ke, no one understood. They only remembered one thing: to find Xiao Wei if needed. This Xiao Wei is truly remarkable, capable of producing so many things. After seeing everything, Lin Ke was also confused. How could this be 20 square meters? This whole setup with 3 rooms, a hall, a kitchen, and 2 bathrooms is at least over 130 square meters, not counting the wardrobe space. Moreover, all the furniture in this room can shrink with a single button. If everything is shrunk, it could probably fit in a small storage box. In modern times, one might think it's a child's toy. Who would know that all of this is functional? Lin Ke was now certain that this must be something from an interstellar dimension. Seeing her family looking bewildered, Lin Ke deliberately said, "Why does no one understand?" "Mom and Dad, did you understand?" Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu shook their heads in unison, saying, "We don't understand." Phew, luckily, if the daughter doesn't understand, there is nothing shameful in them not understanding. "I only heard that the water from this small box is enough for us to drink for a year and a half. Lin Heng pointed at the mini water dispenser on the table. "I also heard that the water in the shower is enough for us to use for 2 years, Zhang Xiu added. I know, Xiao Shi eagerly raised his hand. "I also know that this thing called a sofa can turn into a bed. I just remembered one thing: to find Xiao Wei if needed." Hearing this from Grandma Jiang, Lin Ke chuckled. Grandma Jiang felt awkward and didn't know how to respond, but at that moment her granddaughter gave her a thumbs up. Grandma said it best: "If there's something to find, ask Xiao Wei." Upon hearing the master mention it, Xiao Vi, the Lin family did not know the difference between Xiao Vi and Xiao Wei, so they looked at Lin Ke eagerly. Lin Ke saw her family staring at her and replied, "Yes. The name has been changed to Xiao Wei. Does the master have any other instructions? Can you transform into something like us? Please set your specifications. You are called Xiao Wei, so that means you are a girl. Let's say you're 11 years old, and as for your appearance, just refer to us." System settings in progress. After a few moments, a girl looking around 11 or 12 years old appeared before them. Upon closer inspection, she resembled each of them, somewhat dressed in a cotton outfit, even having a patch that looked a bit like Xiao Shi's. Lin Ke, there's no need to imitate so closely. The other members of the Lin family were no longer shocked at the sight of this living transformation. Lin Ke looked at them in surprise. Lin Heng understood his daughter's meaning and rubbed his nose, saying, "Well, as long as we think of it as something from the divine, it's not surprising at all." The other members of the Lin family nodded vigorously. In truth, they were internally screaming. Divine things are truly too magical. Although they couldn't understand, they couldn't express their shock in front of Kier. They had seen so many miraculous things in these few days that they needed to learn to adapt. Seeing her family like this, Lin Ke felt both pleased with their strong adaptability and fortunate to have crossed over to such a family. Otherwise, according to ancient people's nature, they would treat anything unusual as a monster, and she would have been burned many times. However, the immediate priority is to let everyone take a shower. Although the Lin family is relatively clean, they would wet a cloth with water every night to wipe their bodies. After all, the whole family would wash with 1 basin of water, and in the end they would have to pour the murky water into the vegetable garden to water the few green onions they had. Their hair was only washed once every half-month. Today, when she touched Xiao Shi's head, she could feel the grease in his hair. In the past they didn't have water, but now they not only have water, but also a bathroom to use, so it's time to enjoy it. Therefore, Lin Ke instructed Xiao Wei to first introduce the bathroom's usage, preparing water for everyone to take a shower before discussing other matters. This time the Lin family members were all attentive, learning seriously, and even spoke up to ask questions when they didn't understand. After a good 15 minutes, they had basically grasped the usage of the bathroom. Since there were 2 bathrooms, Zhang Xiu suggested they split by gender and wash together. This way they could wash each other's backs more cleanly and also save some water. The other members of the Lin family agreed, but Lin Ke was less willing. Being an adult, it felt embarrassing to bathe with her mother and grandmother. Zhang Xiu noticed Lin Ke's reluctance and pretended to be pitiful, saying, "Dear, just wash with your mother. Look, your mother and grandmother are not familiar with this divine thing yet. Can you help us out?" After some inner turmoil, Lin Ke agreed. After all, she couldn't let her mother feel sad. So she went with Grandma Jiang to the right bathroom. Lin Heng took Xiao Shi to the left. Zhang Xiu then went to fetch clean clothes for everyone and joined Lin Ke and the others in washing. The original owner's frail body lacked strength, covered in itchy flesh. As Zhang Xiu rubbed Lin Ke's body, she squirmed left and right, filling the entire bathroom with her laughter. On the other side, Lin Heng was vigorously scrubbing the mud off his son, who was squealing in protest. Watching the noodle-like mud fall off Xiao's shittest body, Lin Heng realized just how dirty they were. After a thorough cleaning, Xiao Wei brought out 5 hair-drying caps for everyone. In just 3 seconds, their wet hair was completely dry. Even the well-informed Lin Ke was astonished by this interstellar technology. Using a hairdryer would usually take over 10 minutes, and without Chen Ge's help she would have to endure sore arms just to dry her hair. Now it was truly a pleasure. Sigh another day thinking about Chen Ge. Although Zhang Xiao and the others tried to stay calm, they were still shocked by the divine bathroom. The water could become hot without being boiled, and it poured down from the ceiling like rain, soothingly drenching them. And this water, who knows where it flows to in the end. And this cap, it's incredibly useful. Once worn, the hair dries instantly. In the past, washing their hair would take half an hour just to dry. In winter, they would often skip washing their hair to avoid freezing after a wash. After experiencing all this, the family felt incredibly privileged to have this magical carriage. It would become their second most cherished treasure. The first, of course, was their precious baby. The adults exchanged glances, confirming their thoughts, and Elder Jiang spoke up. "Precious, you should put this magical carriage away." "Why?" "Grandma." Lin Ke was puzzled, as such an excellent carriage would be perfect for fleeing. "Why hide it? What if we can't keep such a magnificent vehicle safe? It's not like your magical artifact that can shrink and hide. If we lose it, what will we do? And with such a mysterious space, what if someone discovers it? We're unlikely to keep it safe." Lin Ke then remembered that on their journey, if they needed to stay somewhere that required storing the vehicle, leaving such a treasure out would make everyone uneasy. Xiao Wei, hearing the family's conversations, spoke up. "Masters need not worry. Xiao Wei can activate the hidden mode. This space can only be seen by those authorized by the masters. Unauthorized individuals will only see the exterior of the carriage. Moreover, only a few masters and those authorized by them can move the carriage. No one else can shift it. There is also a micro-intelligence brain that the masters can carry. If anyone tries to move the vehicle, it will issue a warning alert. It also has a positioning function. Additionally, the masters can remotely control the vehicle and Xiao Wei through this intelligence. It has weather forecasting and some entertainment functions for the masters to explore." After speaking, Xiao Wei took out a small necklace pendant that sparkled, clearly suitable for a girl. Lin Ke stepped forward to pick it up. It was a small light blue teardrop-shaped pendant, warm to the touch like jade. As Lin Ke touched it, a smartphone-sized virtual screen appeared beside her. It displayed apps for positioning, remote control, weather, music, video, and games. Lin Ke opened the weather app and found it similar to modern forecasts. Today's weather was between 28 and 35 degrees Celsius, and it was currently 32 degrees. Looking at the upcoming week's forecast, it was all sunny with a trend of rising temperatures. Lin Ke wondered how this intelligence could detect the weather without a network. It was even better than Guobao. After checking the weather, Lin Ke tried out the remote control function and read the introduction, discovering that it could control the entire carriage and everything inside from 50 kilometers away without a network. That was quite good. Lin Ke didn't test the other functions, thinking of giving this item to Lin Heng. It would be convenient for him to drive when they went out. Unexpectedly, Lin Heng shook his head vigorously, absolutely refusing. He insisted that it looked like something a little girl would wear, and it was meant for his daughter. After going around in circles without success, Lin Ke could only hang it around her own neck. Then Xiao Wei thoughtfully brought out 2 earphones which were transparent and only the size of a fingernail. They would automatically attach when placed near the ear canal. They truly achieved not entering the ear, not hurting the ear, and would not fall off even when shaken vigorously. Moreover, these devices didn't need charging and could convert energy from the natural environment. Family members who understands. This is simply too amazing. While Lin Ke was exploring the micro-intelligence brain, Zhang Xiao had brought the little wolf cub Meng Meng onto the carriage for a wash. After the whole family finished cleaning up, Xiao Wei had already served 5 bowls of noodle soup. Each bowl was topped with a golden fried egg, with a chicken leg buried beneath, sprinkled with green onions on top. Seeing that everyone had food except for him, Meng Meng immediately started to whine. Lin Ke then asked Xiao Wei to feed Meng Meng some wild chicken meat. The family, who hadn't eaten properly all day, sat on the soft sofa, slurping their bowls with delight. The food Xiao Wei cooked was made from the supplies Lin Ke had brought out before the bath. Those supplies vanished with a single scan from Xiao Wei. It seemed that Xiao Wei also had an internal space. Meanwhile, Xiao Wei took their changed clothes to wash, and by the time they returned to eat, those clothes were already neatly folded and clean. Lin Ke was particularly curious and thought she must ask Guobao how this magical carriage was obtained. After the meal, Xiao Wei took care of the dishes, and the family began discussing the locust situation. Lin Ke had already thought about it. She would ask Guobao if there was any way to inform everyone about what locusts. This way the common people would have a bit more to eat. While others were coming up with ideas, Lin Ke contacted Guobao in her mind. Guobao. Here, Keke. The trees in the mountains told me that locusts are coming soon. Do you have any way to spread this message to others? Can't you think of a way? I do have a method, but it will consume energy. This time the energy absorbed in the past few days might be exhausted. I was thinking of using sky lanterns or finding someone to impersonate a Taoist to spread the message, but I'm afraid others won't believe it, and the range is limited, so it won't be very effective. Moreover, I also want to tell everyone that locusts can be eaten, so I can only ask for your help. Let the energy be consumed, and next, just focus on exchanging energy-containing items, and it'll prioritize your absorption. Alright, after everyone falls asleep tonight, I can use energy waves to give others hints just like dreaming. However, with my current energy, I can only spread it within a radius of 100 kilometers. 100 kilometers is fine, we'll do our best. After discussing with Guobao, Lin Ke reassured her family not to worry. She had a plan. The Lin family couldn't help but think of their precious child, Celestial Master. Since the immortal had a way, they need not worry any longer. The whole family then prepared to return home to sleep. Only Xiao Shi too insisted on sleeping in the immortal's carriage, so Zhang Xiao allowed him and Lin Ke to sleep inside the carriage. Stepping out of the space, they found themselves in an ordinary carriage. Lin Heng and the others sighed, truly impressed by how thoughtful their precious child's master was. This further strengthened their determination to help keep their child's secret safe. With such magical items in the possession of their child's master, one couldn't help but wonder if there were legendary elixirs. If only they could have some to ensure that no matter the circumstance, they would never reveal their child's secret, thus better protecting her. Tomorrow they should have their precious child ask her master. Lin Ke was unaware that her family had considered so much for her. At that moment she was busy watching a movie with Xiao Shi too in the carriage. They were watching a film set during ancient wartime, depicting the struggles of common folks as they fled from As she watched the emaciated figures starving, witnessing people selling their children for a meal, families and siblings turning against one another, and even some resorting to cannibalism, Lin Ke felt a pang of sorrow. Lin Ke couldn't bear to see it and covered Xiao Shi's eyes. Yet to her surprise, Xiao Shi too pulled her hand away. Despite the tears streaming down his face, he remained determined to finish the film. After watching, Xiao Shi too solemnly said to Lin Ke, "Sister, I know we will also have to flee soon. Grandfather Immortal gave you such a wonderful house, and such a magical artifact that can store many things just so you wouldn't suffer like those children. We mustn't let anyone know that you have these things, otherwise they will come to take them from us. I won't carelessly give things away, allowing others to surround us. Otherwise, we shouldn't eat anything good either, so others won't notice. I'll practice my skills well with grandfather, and I will definitely protect you, sister." Lin Ke had not expected that a film could mature Xiao Shi too so much. Gently wiping away the tears from his face, she said softly, "Xiao Shi too is really amazing. I'll rely on you to protect me in the future. However, we still need to eat. Just be careful not to eat in crowded places." After a bit of persuasion, Xiao Shi too felt reassured enough to go to sleep, and Lin Ke sighed in relief. The troubles one creates must be dealt with personally. Feeling bored, she had asked Xiao Wei to put on an ancient famine film to broaden her brother's horizons. Little did she expect that it would backfire, requiring her to soothe him for quite a while. Noticing that Xiao Shi too had fallen asleep, Lin Ke returned to another room. It was waterproof, fireproof, and even impervious to arrows. Not even cannon fire could damage this material. Moreover, this outer wall could convert all forms of natural energy into electrical energy. Thus they had no need to worry about running out of power for any of the electrical appliances inside the carriage. In fact, as long as they let Xiao Wei scan the map, the carriage could drive itself and Xiao Wei could control its driving. So the mules they bought were merely for show. The waste produced when they used the restroom could be directly decomposed. After learning all this, Lin Ke couldn't help but give Xiao Wei a thumbs up. She had to thank the person who had arranged this carriage for them. It was truly considerate. Lin Ke lay in bed for a while before entering the space. She saw that Guobao had managed the space very. The chicken coop and rabbit hutch were placed in one corner of the space, with various newly harvested fruits, vegetables, and eggs categorized and stored in the warehouse. In the trading mall, the 10 compartments all contained items available for trade. The items obtained through trading had also been neatly categorized and stored in the warehouse by Guobao. Looking at such a capable assistant, Lin Ke felt like hugging it and giving it a kiss. Thinking this, she did just that. However, she felt a bit embarrassed about kissing the little turtle. After much hesitation, she finally managed to communicate properly with Lin Ke. "Little Guobao, quickly tell me what's the story with that carriage. What did you trade for it? Did you open up trading with the interstellar dimensions?" Yes, Kiki, when you were away someone traded a small water bottle for an apple. I checked the introduction. That water bottle can hold a ton of water. I thought it was quite fun, so I added that person as a friend. When you said you wanted to trade for a carriage this time, I helped you get in touch with the person who traded the water bottle last time. Then I traded 100 apples and a small apple seedling for this carriage. Wow, there are still so many things I don't know about. What water bottle? Let me see. Then Lin Ke saw a palm-sized bamboo tube fly into her hand. Is this it? Lin Ke held the bamboo tube, looking it over from side to side, but couldn't find anything special. Open the lid and take a look. Following Gobeo's advice, Lin Ke opened the lid and discovered that it was indeed a small water bottle as it had a straw. There was also a button on the side of the lid to adjust the temperature. This water can be drunk directly, right? Lin Ke felt a bit concerned as she remembered that interstellar humans had evolved, and according to her previous reading, they had very little food available. She wondered about this water. The host can drink it directly. This water has been tested and contains no pollutants. On the contrary, it contains minerals beneficial to the human body. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke finally felt reassured. If it were harmful, the water in the carriage would be undrinkable. Lin Ke tried adjusting the temperature to 45 degrees and took a sip through the straw, discovering that warm water really flowed into her mouth. Moreover, there was no strange taste. Aside from this lid, there was no other part of the small bamboo tube that could be opened, so Lin Ke had no idea what the principle behind it was. However, with the carriage in front of her, a small bamboo tube capable of holding a ton of water was nothing to turn away from. Lin Ke thought for a moment, opened the chat box with the interstellar trader and messaged that she needed 20 small bamboo water bottles. If they could be made a bit smaller, that would be even better. Then she took out a bamboo basket and placed 20 apples, 20 peaches, and 20 pears inside. The extras were as a thank you for such a considerate carriage. Recently, Euphemia on the interstellar side was studying the history of ancient humans and was delving into the chapter about the great famine caused by drought. She pondered that if she could create some ancient replicas, it would be wonderful if these items could be used by those poor ancient humans. Thus she spent an hour creating an ancient-style bamboo water bottle, half of which was spent searching for the bamboo. After finishing, she held it in her hand, imagining herself in a crowd during a disaster, stealthily taking a big sip of water from the bottle. At that moment, a screen appeared before her along with two glowing compartments, one containing a bright red fruit. Coincidentally, Euphemia had come across a section in her recent studies about ancient history mentioning this fruit called an apple. Looking at the vibrant fruit, she couldn't help but salivate. It should be noted that in the interstellar realm, most fruits were mutated and occasionally purely cultivated fruits were available, but only a few were qualified to taste them. Although the Euphemia family was part of that small group, it was the first time Euphemia had seen such beautiful fruit. Moreover, this apple was a variety that existed only in ancient history, a fruit long extinct. Euphemia wanted to pick up the apple, but she found she couldn't take it away. Looking at another empty box, Euphemia casually placed her water bottle on it. To her surprise, the apple was now able to be taken out. After some thought, she realized this must be a trading mall that operated on barter. Holding the apple, she stared at the large red fruit, inhaling its unique fragrance, and felt a twinge of regret. This trading mall seemed to be one-way, initiated only by the other party. The small item she had placed earlier couldn't compare in value to this apple. What if the trading deity was unimpressed with what she offered and refused to trade with her again? She could only hope that the trading deity would remember her. She examined the glowing screen and discovered that it could be used to add friends and chat. This undoubtedly excited her. However, upon closer inspection, she found that it still required the other party to initiate the friend request. She silently resolved that if the trading deity remembered her, she would prepare something exceptional to offer in. After studying the trading system, Euphemia carefully held the precious apple and took a gentle bite. The fragrance was crisp and refreshing, and the sweet and sour flavor burst on her taste buds, making her feel as if she had experienced a kind of elevation. After chewing a few times, the fragrant flesh and sweet juice slid down her throat, and Euphemia felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility. Once Euphemia finished the aromatic fruit, she felt her previously turbulent spiritual energy stabilize instantly. It even seemed to show signs of growth. In their interstellar era, a person's spiritual energy was crucial. No matter the profession, spiritual energy was one of the most important indicators of a person's ability. Although Euphemia was born with level spiritual energy, which gave her strong creativity from a young age, her spiritual energy was particularly prone to volatility, and her family had to employ various methods to stabilize it. However, because of this, she had lived a rather laid-back life, pursuing interests that didn't require much use of her spiritual energy. Fortunately, her family's strength allowed her to continue this lazy lifestyle. Otherwise, she would struggle to support herself. Now just with one apple her spiritual energy felt stable. Putting aside the crisp sweet taste of the apple, its ability to soothe her spiritual energy was enough for Euphemia to revere it as a divine fruit. This further solidified Euphemia's determination to prepare something valuable for exchange. So when she received the second trading conditions, Euphemia carefully studied the ancient human carts before crafting a suitable one for travel. She hoped it would be helpful to the trader. Unexpectedly, just half a month later, the trader made another new offer. This time, like before, the first thing she saw was a message in the chat box. She immediately placed various antique-style small water bottles she had made in the past few days, counting a total of 29. She also casually added a few new handcrafted items, antique straw hats. She had made these after noticing in the footage that ancient humans had trouble farming under the scorching sun. These were made from a type of mutated ice grass that could remain cool for up to 3 years after being picked. Surely these should be useful to the ancients. After arranging these, she took out the supplies given by her trading. To her surprise this time, in addition to the apples, there were also 2 other ancient fruit varieties, and their quantities far exceeded what she had offered. Next, she saw a line of text in the dialogue box expressing gratitude for the cart she had made. Euphemia was very pleased to receive praise for her creation. Last time she had given half of the apples and a young apple tree seedling to her family, earning a substantial amount of money. This was enough for her to continue living a life of ease, doing whatever she wanted. Now with 2 new fruits, she decided to taste them herself before bringing some to her parents. As for her family, she would wait until she had something particularly special to take back to them. However, she planned to establish a research team to hopefully study and develop more items to exchange for even better fruits. Euphemia was trying the new fruits. Meanwhile, Lin Ke, upon receiving the exchanged items, immediately took them out. She found 29 various water bottles, some shaped like bamboo and others of different sizes. There were also gourd-shaped ones, water pouch shapes, trumpet flower shapes, and even a peanut shape. Besides these, there were surprisingly 6 straw hats. Lin Ke put on a straw hat and instantly felt the temperature around her drop a few degrees. She picked up another one, flipping it over and examining it, finding it looked no different from a regular straw hat, yet it had a cooling effect. It seemed that the interstellar trader she was dealing with was quite interesting. The items exchanged were very suitable for her current uses. After organizing these items, Lin Ke continued her practice of her abilities. Training in the space not only enhanced her powers, but also helped the vegetables and fruits she planted to mature. Night had deepened, and the people of Li family village were all sound asleep, the world utterly silent. Except for Lin Ke, everyone shared the same dream in which a voice warned them of locusts coming in 3 days, urging everyone to prepare. The voice also reassured them not to be afraid of the locusts when they arrived, as they could be caught and eaten, their nutrition surpassing that of meat. It also explained various cooking methods: steaming, boiling, and frying. Many listeners were left drooling at the thought. The next day, when it was mentioned, it turned out that an entire family had the same dream. This made those who initially dismissed it as just a dream take it seriously. Currently, there were hardly any crops in the fields, and those that had survived seemed to yield little. Thus, the next day, everyone harvested what little crops they had, planning to mix them with some flour to make steamed buns. Then everyone tidied up their homes, even reinforcing their thatched roofs with dry branches. They hoped this would prevent the locusts from tearing off their roofs when they arrived. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and on the 3rd day, even by the time of the Shin hour, no locusts had appeared. The villagers began to murmur. Could this dream be false? It's already this late, and there are no locusts in sight. Yeah, saying locusts can be eaten must be a lie. Indeed, how could the locust god be eaten? You young ones don't understand. Encountering the locust god requires bowing down. Just as they were speaking, someone heard a buzzing sound. This person was startled and shouted, "The locusts are coming." Just as he finished speaking, a vast swarm of locusts descended. The locusts really came. The locusts are here. The locusts are here. If the locusts are here, does that mean the dream was real and locusts can indeed be eaten? Yes, the dream said locusts can be eaten. They are even more nutritious than meat. Quick, go home and grab our tools. Let's catch the locusts. Those with quick minds have already taken off their outer garments to catch locusts, and with a wave of their hands, they can gather a large bag. Only some elderly women kneel on the ground, banging their heads, muttering to themselves, "Great Lord of the locusts, please forgive us." The old woman bows to you. These children are merely misguided. Their true hearts are not like this. Please do not take offense. I bow to you, hoping you will go elsewhere next year. The Lin family was also catching locusts at this moment. Since the divine being said that locusts are not the work of the Lord of the locusts, they felt no psychological burden while capturing them. They also wanted to taste the fried locusts that the clever child had mentioned. Lin Ke took the opportunity to gather a lot into her backpack. This could also be traded with other realms. Before the apocalypse, a dish of fried locusts sold for a high price. However, she did not want to store them in her space to avoid ruining her fruits and vegetables, so she placed them all in one compartment of her backpack. After all, this same type of items can be stored infinitely in the backpack compartments. The act of capturing locusts was happening within 100 miles of Li family village. She didn't know how many others were able to catch, but Lin Ke's family alone managed to gather 200 to 300 gene of locusts. Lin Ke's backpack, however, had collected several thousand gene. That night, Lin Ke received a reward from the system. As soon as she entered the space, she heard, "Ding, the host has successfully helped others for the first time, reward 10 restriction pills." She earned 5,000 merit points. Lin Ke was very curious and wanted to know what the restriction pills were for, so she asked Guobao. Restriction pills can ensure that the user will not reveal their secrets under any circumstances, not even through soul searching. Furthermore, they can help regulate the body and enhance physical constitution. Oh, is it that good? Are there any side effects? The side effect is that if someone wants to betray you after taking this pill, they will explode and die. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke's excitement instantly faded, leaving behind a contemplative expression. Soon the agreed day with the bookstore's manager arrived. Early in the morning, Lin Heng took his family to the county. Their main purpose today was to obtain travel permits and to stroll around the county. After all, they were about to embark on a journey of fleeing from disaster, and no one knew what would happen next. Upon arriving in the county town, the family first bought 5 bowls of wontons, 5 meat buns, and 5 flaky pastries from a stall. The family enjoyed their meal. However, the prices had nearly doubled compared to before. After eating, Zheng Xiao asked Lin Heng to take care of business first while she took her mother-in-law and 2 children to look around. The two agreed to meet at Lin Wan's grocery store after an hour. After all, they couldn't truly abandon Lin Wan. Lin Heng felt that no matter what, he had to find a way to take his sister and her children away. As for his brother-in-law, fate would take its course. At Lin Ke's suggestion, Zheng Xiao took the 2 children and Grandma Jiang to the silver store. They exchanged 400 taels of silver notes for 13 silver ingots, 5 taels of silver coins, and a handful of copper coins. They were charged a 4-string fee for the 400 taels of silver notes. Carefully, they placed all the silver into the basket transformed from Lin Ke's backpack. After leaving the bank, they wandered around the embroidery shop and fabric store. "Does my granddaughter want to buy embroidered handkerchiefs?" Grandma Jiang waved her hand and said, "Buy. What's wrong with buying a few handkerchiefs for my granddaughter? It's not like we can't afford it. My daughter wants to buy a few bolts of cotton fabric to make some new clothes for everyone." Zheng Xiao waved her not-so-large hand and said, "Buy." She hadn't made new clothes for her daughter in 2 years, so this time she had to buy more, allowing her daughter to have a variety to wear. "What? The weather is hot now and cotton is cheap. We want to buy more." Grandma Jiang and Zheng Xiao said in unison, "Buy." The clever child has the final say. It's not like they couldn't take it with them. Seeing the group buying so many things, the shopkeeper's wife beamed with joy and even gave them a large bag of fabric scraps. Grandma Jiang urged the shopkeeper's wife to give them some needles and threads as well. Now they had fabric for making clothes and shoes. They weren't short on food either, so they decided to buy some pastries for the children. They heard that Suji's osmanthus cake and mung bean cake were quite good, so they bought 5 packs of each to keep the children sweet. As they bought and browsed, they acquired a large number of items, finding a secluded spot to place them into Lin Ke's basket before strolling leisurely toward Lin Wan's house. Indeed, shopping is a woman's nature, and the mothers were all very happy. Even Lin Ke felt that having company while shopping was the most wonderful thing. Although the space had everything, being alone made her feel lonely. Little Shertu was simply happy because there were delicious treats. The group happily approached Li Ji grocery store, only to find many people gathered at the entrance pointing and discussing something. Grandma Jiang heard her granddaughter crying from afar and hurriedly pushed through the crowd to get inside. Zheng Xiao pulled the 2 children along, squeezing in with her mother-in-law. When they finally reached the front, they saw Lin Wan and Li Song kneeling on the ground, each holding a child, while pleading with Li Song's elder brother and sister-in-law. The 2 children seemed to be ill, constantly coughing, occasionally mixed with little tong-tong sobs. At their feet lay 2 bundles. At that moment, the owner of Li Ji grocery store, Wang Ho Hot, was scolding the 2 arms akimbo. "A whole family of sickly creatures, useless. Get out of here before you infect my customers. You little wretch, if you want to die, go die somewhere else. Don't dirty my ground." At that moment, Li Song's elder brother stood behind his wife, allowing her to treat his own brother's family this way without uttering a single word. Li Song's 2 overweight nephews, who looked plump, now shared the same malicious expression as their mother. "You little money loser, go die already. It's better if you die from illness, so you can stop hogging the good things from us." The family was caught up in a furious tirade while Li Song and Lin Wan stood helplessly at the entrance of the grocery store, hoping that their parents would come out to speak a fair word. At the very least, they hoped to receive some silver to treat the children's illness. But Li Song's parents never. Seeing this scene, Grandma Jiang couldn't hold back any longer. This family was inhumane. Over the years, Weiner's family had worked like oxen and horses, and even if they had no merit, they should at least be recognized for their hardships. How could they treat them like this? Lin Ke saw her grandmother wanting to go out and quickly grabbed her, signaling her to wait. She knew her grandmother and father would definitely not be able to ignore her aunt's family. In that case, let her aunt and uncle see the true colors of the Li family, so they wouldn't have to worry about their parents in the future. From hope to despair, Li Song could no longer see any light in his eyes. Lin Wan, unable to bear to see her husband in such a state, wiped her tears and turned to Li Song, saying, "Husband, let's go. We do not seek their help." Li Song thought of his brother-in-law and then of his brother and sister-in-law. Now even his parents were hiding behind the scenes, not showing their faces. At this moment, he felt utterly disappointed in his family. He bowed deeply to the grocery store, expressing gratitude for his parents' upbringing. Then he turned and left with his wife and children. At that moment, Lin Ke and the others turned from another direction, pretending to run into Lin Wan and her. If Li Song knew that the entire scene he had just experienced was watched by the Yu family, he wouldn't know what to think in the future. Lin Ke pretended to just see Lin Wan and her family. She exclaimed loudly and then intentionally called out, "Aunt, uncle." The two approached Jiang Laodai and Zhang Xiao, greeting them, "Mother-in-law, sister-in-law, what are you doing here? We just went shopping and made an appointment to meet your elder brother at your grocery store. What are you doing here?" Zhang Xiao replied to their question, and then, as if just realizing, exclaimed, "Why are you holding two children? What happened to Yangear and Tong Tong?" Lin Ke watched her mother's smooth acting and sighed. If this were modern times, her mother could easily make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. Seeing her mother and sister-in-law Lin Weiner felt reassured. When the people she cared about most showed concern, she couldn't hold back her emotions any longer. Mother boohoo, sister-in-law boohoo. Jiang Laodai looked on sadly, wondering when her daughter had ever suffered such indignities. Filled with heartache, she took little Tong Tong from Lin Weiner in one hand and gently held her daughter, softly patting her back, tears streaming down her face at the heartbreaking scene she had just witnessed. Zhang Xiao, with keen insight, took the child from her mother-in-law's hands. Seeing her sister-in-law crying in such a tragic manner, she couldn't help but shed tears as well. Zhang Xiao, with keen insight, took the child from her mother-in-law's hands. Seeing her sister-in-law crying in such a tragic manner, she couldn't help but shed tears. For a moment, the weeping of the mothers was so heart-wrenching that passers-by frequently turned to look. Lin Ke could only softly remind, "Mother, we should first take the cousins to see a doctor." "What?" Zhang Xiao heard her precious child's reminder and gradually stopped crying. Jiang Laodai and the others obviously also realized it and ceased their weeping. It was crucial to take the children to see a doctor. After regaining their composure, they led the children toward the clinic, inquiring about the children's condition as they walked. 3 days ago, Yangear went out to play and returned with a bit of a cough. I thought it was just a common cough and didn't pay much attention to it. But who would have thought that by nightfall he developed a high fever? The next day, Tong Tong started showing the same symptoms as Yangear. Song Ge and I took the two children to Bai Chao Tang for a checkup. They prescribed some medicine, but after finishing it, the children felt a little better, only to develop a fever again after a couple of days. I was thinking of taking the children to Hui Chun Tang for another checkup, but unfortunately I've already spent all the money I had. I intended to ask my parents for some silver to take the children for treatment today, but unexpectedly I was chased out by my brother and sister-in-law. What? How can that family suffering from this plague treat my son like this? I'm going to seek justice from them. Jiang Laodai's current anger was 3 parts acted and 7 parts genuine. If it weren't for her granddaughter stopping her just now, she would have already gone to confront that family. Seeing her grandmother about to lose her temper, Lin Ke hurriedly stepped forward to hold her back, signaling that seeing a doctor was the priority. Only then did Jiang Laodai calm down. Meanwhile, Li Song's face was filled with shame, almost burying it in the ground. However, they could not afford to be concerned with his emotions at this moment, and the group arrived in front of Hui Chun Tang with the children. They found that there was still a long line of people outside Hui Chun Tang, most of whom were supporting elderly parents or carrying young children. These people occasionally coughed as well. Lin Ke felt uneasy upon seeing this. She stopped a few people who were about to push forward and dug out some scraps of cloth from her bag to give them to cover their mouths and noses. She instructed Zhang Xiao to have the others wait to the side, while she planned to go inside Hui Chun Tang to inquire about the situation. Seeing the scene and recalling what Lin Heng had told her a few days ago, Zhang Xiao felt something was amiss. Seeing her precious child trying to rush into Hui Chun Tang, she hurriedly pulled her back. She knew her precious child wanted to ask about the situation, but how could a child be allowed to run up front in such matters? So she told Lin Ke to stay put while she went to ask about the situation. Avoiding the line of people, she arrived at the entrance of Hui Chun Tang, where she saw an old man with a face towel and many young apprentices, busily preparing medicine. The people behind her shouted, "Hey, what are you doing? You need to line up to see a doctor. Right, can't you see how many people are waiting?" "I'm just asking a question and I'll leave," Zhang Xiao explained awkwardly. She didn't dare delay the doctor, so she found a small apprentice in a corner to ask about the situation. The other people saw that she wasn't looking for the doctor, so they didn't pay her any more attention. The small apprentice, busy preparing medicine, was annoyed by someone swaying in front of him and waved his hand to shoo her away. Who would have thought that in the next moment he would find several copper coins stuffed into his hand? He looked up to see a woman with her mouth and nose covered with cloth standing in front of him. The small apprentice secretly tightened his grip on the copper coins and asked, "What do you want?" Zhang Xiao, seeing that the small apprentice was now paying attention to her, thought to herself that her daughter's idea really worked. Hastily she asked, "I want to know why there are so many people at Hui Chun Tang today." The small apprentice, seeing that the woman in front of him not only gave him copper coins, but also called him a doctor, instantly felt better after several days of busy work. With his mood lifted, he was willing to chat a bit more with the perceptive woman before him. "In recent days, I don't know what's going on, but most of the people coming to see the doctor are elderly and children, and they all have symptoms of fever and cough. Dr. Bai hasn't had a good rest for several days. There are simply too many patients to see. A few days ago, I even heard that an old woman died from a fever. If anyone in your family has a fever or cough, you must take the children to see a doctor quickly and also take precautions. People like you are doing well knowing to cover your mouth and nose." Dr. Bai said that in this hot and dry weather, fevers and coughs can be contagious. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiao's heart sank. She quickly thanked the small apprentice and anxiously headed back. When Jiang Laodai and the others saw Zhang Xiao returning, they hurriedly surrounded her. "What happened?" Zhang Xiao looked at the people around her and signaled Jiang Laodai and the others to follow her. They went to a less crowded corner where Zhang Xiao finally shared the news she had learned. When Lin Weiner heard that someone had died from a fever, she couldn't help but tear up. The others also turned pale. Li Song pulled Lin Weiner and the two children a little further away from Lin Ke and the others. He had only one thought: absolutely not to let his mother-in-law and little Kier and little Shirtu get infected. If someone had to die, it should be their family alone. Lin Ke felt that this seemed like flu symptoms, and with the current dry weather it was even easier to transmit through droplets. People in ancient times hadn't been subjected to the various antibiotics of modern medicine, so they probably only needed fever reducers and cough medicine. She communicated with the marketplace, telepathically purchasing a bottle of ibuprofen suspension and cough syrup, then bought 2 small porcelain bottles, asking Gu Bao to help her transfer the medicine into the small bottles. Taking advantage of Li Song and the others not paying attention, she discreetly handed it to Zhang Xiao, quietly telling her it was a divine medicine from her master and informing her of the dosage and frequency. Upon hearing her daughter, Zhang Xiao's eyes instantly lit up. If it was given by a celestial being, it must be the cure for their ailments. Now the 2 children were saved. She wanted to give the 2 children their medicine as soon as possible, only to discover that Weiner and the others were a bit far from her. Seeing them so far away now, she instantly understood their intentions. While feeling comforted, her heart also ached. If it weren't for the obedient treasure, she feared she would truly lose her 2 adorable grandchildren. Zhang Xiao walked towards Lin Weiner and, upon seeing her sister-in-law approaching, Lin Weiner stepped back 2 paces while holding the child. Zhang Xiao quickly stepped forward to grab her arm, secretly telling her that she had just obtained 2 bottles of special medicine from the old doctor, which could quickly reduce fever and stop coughing. She then handed the exquisite porcelain bottle that her daughter had just given her to Lin Weiner, explaining the dosage and method of use. Lin Weiner looked at the beautiful bottle and inexplicably felt that this medicine would surely be effective. At this moment, she didn't care how much money her sister-in-law had spent to obtain this so-called special medicine. Hearing it could reduce fever, she unhesitatingly gave both children a small sip of the ibuprofen suspension. Next, she fixed her gaze on the 2 children, eagerly anticipating a miracle. Zhang Xiao understood her sister-in-law's feelings at this moment, so she didn't disturb her, merely handing the water pouch she brought to Lin Weiner. Inside was boiled and cooled water. Making the children drink more water could help them sweat, which would aid in reducing their fever. Standing like this wasn't a solution, and besides, Yen Gear was already 7 years old. Being held by adults was exhausting. Zhang Xiu then led everyone to a noodle stall. After wandering around for half a day, Lin Ke found a small beggar on the street and gave him 2 coins asking him to help find someone named Lin Hang at Mo Xiang bookstore and tell him that his wife and children were waiting for him at this noodle stall. The little beggar, seeing someone giving him money just to run an errand, thought there was nothing he couldn't do. So he quickly clutched his stomach and ran towards Mo Xiang bookstore. He thought that after calling out the person, he must be the first to buy a corn cake to eat. Lin Heng had just finished talking with Zhang the shopkeeper when he saw a beggar looking for him. He approached with confusion, only to be told that his family was waiting for him at the noodle stall on the west side of the street. Lin Heng instinctively felt that something must have happened, otherwise why would they change the meeting place from Weiner's grocery store? He hurriedly bid farewell to Zhang the shopkeeper and ran towards the noodle stall. Upon arriving at the stall mentioned by the beggar, he saw the family happily eating noodles together and felt relieved. It was at this moment that he noticed his sister and brother-in-law were also there. Why were the 2 children being held in their arms? Seeing their father arrive, Lin Ke hurriedly pulled him to sit down and asked the boss for a bowl of plain noodles. As they sat together, Zhang Xiu recounted what had just happened. Bang! Lin Heng slammed his hand on the table in anger, scolding his sister. Did I not tell you to be more aware? How could you let others bully you like this? If we hadn't happened to come here, what were you planning to do? Let the 2 children continue to burn with fever. Then he glared at Li Song angrily, saying, as a man you can't even protect your wife and children. What? Li Song's head hung even lower. It was all his fault for being useless, allowing his wife and children to suffer. Lin Heng slurped down a few bites of noodles and upon touching the 2 children's foreheads found that their fevers had subsided. Perhaps feeling better after the fever broke, both children were now asleep. However, the redness on their faces had not yet faded. Lin Heng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. His recent actions had the suspicion of sowing discord. He simply wanted to stir things up between Li Song's older brother and sister-in-law, allowing his sister and brother-in-law to see the true colors of that family. But he never expected the results to exceed his expectations. The old couple of the Li family were heartless enough to watch their own grandchildren suffer. Since they had been driven out, they should be thoroughly cut off. He shared his thoughts with his family and gained unanimous agreement from the Lin family members. The Lin family was certainly not incapable of supporting their own daughter and grandchildren. Of course, this confidence also relied on the support from Kier. After explaining this to everyone, the group headed towards Li's grocery store. The surrounding merchants saw that the second son of the Li family had returned, bringing a few people with him, and the gossip-loving spirit within the townsfolk immediately surged following towards Li's grocery store. The pedestrians nearby, unclear about what was happening, also gathered around. Li Dachuan looked up and saw a large crowd marching towards his shop. Startled, he quickly stood up only to realize that the leader was his brother's family, along with his brothers. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly. A family of outcasts, just a few people thought they could come and demand justice. They were simply being unreasonable. Thinking that after driving the second family out, all the family assets would belong to him, Li Dachuan straightened his back again. Second brother, why are you back? Brother, if I call you brother again, you will drive me, Wanyang, and the children away without giving us a single coin. Are you really going to watch your nephew and niece die? Upon hearing the conversation between the 2, the surrounding crowd began to murmur. These 2, Li Dachuan and his wife, are truly heartless. When the child is sick, they refuse to give money for treatment, but chase out the second family's members. Indeed, for these past few years it has been Li Song and his wife managing the grocery store, while Li Dachuan and his wife live in luxury. Li Song and his wife seem like mere workers. Even the workers get a salary. Li Song and his wife can't even afford an egg without being scolded by Wang Hohot for a month. Listening to the discussions around her, Jiang Laot, I realized that her daughter had been living such a life in her in-laws' home. Each time the child returned, it was always good news, never mentioning the bad. She had only known that her older brother and sister-in-law were not easy to deal with, but never imagined they would be so inhumane. Thus Jiang Laot, I shouted angrily, Li old man, Li old woman, come out and explain yourselves. How did you guarantee me back then? Now you treat my daughter like this. Do you still want your grandchildren? Hiding in the house, what does that even mean? Do you really intend to let your own grandchildren die? In the backyard, Li old man and Li old woman were startled by the shout. Only then did they realize their in-laws had come. They felt guilty and were somewhat afraid to step out. But with things having come this far, they dared not stay inside. So they hesitantly came out just as Wang Hohot had already begun to scold, cursing about little bitches, worthless scoundrels, and why they weren't dead yet. Lin Heng could no longer tolerate it. He wanted to rush up and give that woman a beating, and the saying of not hitting women was all nonsense. But unexpectedly, he was stopped by his wife. Zhang Xiu rolled up her sleeves and said, "I'll do it." Then came the sound of a slap. At once the world fell silent. Only Wang Hohot, covering her face, trembled as she pointed at Zhang Xiu, saying, "You actually dared to hit me." Zhang Xiu showed no fear, saying, "I hit you, so what? Are you going to bite me?" Li Dachuan, seeing that his wife had been hit, immediately wanted to retaliate, but was held down and beaten fiercely by Lin Heng. Wang Hohot, seeing her husband getting beaten, also wanted to help, but Zhang Xiu grabbed her hair and pulled her aside, delivering slaps as if they were free. Lin Wan looked at her brother and sister-in-law standing up for her, and felt a surge of emotion. If it weren't for the child in her arms, she couldn't help but want to go up and slap those two herself. Seeing the situation escalating, Li Old Man and Li Old Woman quickly intervened, saying, "Stop it, in-laws, please stop." Jiang Lao saw that these two hypocritical old fools had come out. This was her battlefield. She immediately blocked Li Old Man, saying, "Li Old Man, what do you mean? I sent my daughter to marry into your family to work as a servant for you. When you sought to marry my daughter, how did you? You said your son was studious, that he could make my daughter a noble woman, that my daughter wouldn't have to suffer. Is this what you meant by not letting my daughter suffer? I accepted that your son had been unsuccessful in the civil service exams for years, and I also taught my daughter to be filial to her in-laws and kind to her sisters-in-law. But look at how your family treats my daughter. The two children, after all these years, even if they have no achievements, they should at least have endured some hardships, right? Now that my grandson is sick, you want to drive them out. Even a tiger would not eat its cubs. How can you just watch your own grandchildren die before your eyes? Aren't they your own grandchildren? Isn't my son-in-law your own son?" Li Old Man was left speechless by his in-law's words. He glanced at the two grandchildren being held by his daughter-in-law. Both children had their eyes closed, their cheeks flushed, appearing to be breathing more out than in. His daughter-in-law held the two children, lowering her head and silently shedding tears. The onlookers around kept their distance from the mother and children, fearing they might catch something. The old man sighed. Alas, these were his grandchildren. How could he not feel heartbroken? But hearing that this illness was contagious, what if it spread to the two grandchildren from his eldest son? Wouldn't the Li family be cut off forever? He and his wife were still waiting for their eldest son to support them in their old age. With this thought, he steeled his heart and turned his head away, no longer looking at the two children. This scene was witnessed by Li Song, who understood that his father had completely given up on their family. The old woman, seeing her eldest son still getting beaten, couldn't help but shed tears and ran over to grab Li Song's hand. Li Song's eyes brightened as he felt his mother's hand on his. Perhaps she still cared for him. But then he heard his mother's anxious voice, "Second son, quickly tell your elder uncle to stop. Your elder brother can't withstand such beating. He might be killed." Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of light in Li Song's eyes extinguished. This was his mother. Ever since he failed the exam, he had become the sinner of the family. All the chores in the family fell to him, and Wan Young, even his two children, had to serve his elder brother's two children like servants. They had the worst food, did the most work, yet the money they earned ended up in his elder brother's pocket. His parents acted as if they were blind and deaf. Though he had grievances, his mother always said that the family should live in harmony. For the sake of family harmony, they had to sacrifice themselves. Now his mother still cared for his elder brother. She hadn't even checked on how her grandchildren were doing. At that moment, he understood everything. You can never correct a skewed heart, nor can you awaken a person pretending to be asleep. He pushed his mother's hand away and told his elder uncle to stop. Seeing that Lin Heng had stopped hitting old lady, Li hurriedly ran forward to embrace Li Dachuan, crying, "Son, how are you? Are you in pain?" Old lady Jiang increasingly felt pity for her son-in-law and pushed aside the bothersome mother and son. "Enough, he's not going to die. Calling you a family is already elevating you. A mother-in-law like you is not worth Wan Ying's time, and a daughter like you is not worth our son-in-law's time either. Since you want to drive them out, let's talk about separating the family today." Upon hearing about the separation, Wang Hohot clutched her swollen face and cried out. "Separate? No way. The family assets belong to me. No one shall think about separating the assets. If we don't separate, we will report this to the officials and see how many years you will be sentenced for neglecting the care of your own grandchildren and letting them nearly die." Upon hearing that they would report to the officials, Li Dachuan immediately lost his nerve. The ancestors of the Great Yuan dynasty had set a rule that the elderly should be supported, and if such issues reached the magistrate, the accused would receive 50 lashes first. Old Man Li and Old Lady Li were also frightened by their son-in-law's threat to report them to the officials. "Son-in-law, let's talk it over nicely. So will you separate the family for Songer or not?" "This separation is possible, but the second son's family must leave. Do not expect to take a single coin from me. Old hag, if you dare to distribute my money, I will not let this go." Eldest son's wife. The old couple glanced at the eldest couple, and then at the second son's family of 4, stammering, "Second son, look at this. Cut ties. Since our parents are making it so difficult, let's not separate, just cut ties directly. I will take nothing from now on. We will walk our own path and you can go your own way. Isn't this what you wanted when you first drove us out? Second son. Husband. Songer. No one expected Li Song to say such words. In this dynasty, severing ties was indeed a shocking matter. The onlookers couldn't help but discuss it. What have you done to the child? This has come to severing ties. It shouldn't be over such a small matter. Why should it escalate to severing ties? Some couldn't take it any longer. Don't talk without understanding. Haven't you seen how the two children look like they are about to collapse? Has anyone from the Li family cared about the children? Even if it's just giving a bit of silver for the children's treatment, it would be better than driving them out. If you were in this situation, what would you do? Still treating them like family. That's impossible, and my parents adore me and wouldn't treat me this way. Thus, until you have experienced their suffering, do not advise them on kindness. After confirming Li Song's intentions, Lin Heng ceased further entanglement, took out paper and pen, and wrote a severance letter forcing the Li family members to sign it. 3 copies were made. Then they went to the magistrate's office to file a report. Ignoring the surrounding discussions, they tossed the copy belonging to the old Li family to them and returned home with their entire family. Upon returning home, the 2 children had completely stopped burning up. Although they still had a bit of a cough, they seemed much more energetic. Lin Wanyang also fed each of the 2 children a spoonful of cough syrup from the porcelain bottle her sister-in-law had given her. Initially, the 2 children resisted taking the medicine, but once it was in their mouths, their eyes widened, sparkling like little stars. Mother, this medicine is sweet. I want more. The 2 children exclaimed in unison. They had only ever tasted the bitterest of medicines before, and when their cousin had bitter medicine, they could only watch enviously. Lin Wanyang hadn't expected there to be sweet medicine. It must be quite expensive. While she silently thanked her sister-in-law, she felt a pang of heartache for the 2 children. She also recalled the various injustices the children had faced growing up. Fortunately, they had now left that family, and in the future, following her brother and sister-in-law, she and Songer would surely strive to ensure the children were well-fed and warmly dressed, living good lives. She gently stroked the foreheads of the 2 children, saying, "Silly kids, you can't take too much medicine. Once you are better, Mother will buy you some candy." Really? The 2 children licked their lips, hoping the sweet taste of the medicine would linger a little longer. "Yes, Mother still has over 10 copper coins, so once you're better, I will buy candy for you and Kier." "Yay, that's great, we're getting candy." The joy of the 2 children also infected Little Stone, and the 3 children bounced around the yard together. The happiness of the children was so simple. Lin Ke, a woman over 30, yet internally still a child, found it hard to relate to such joy. The family had resolved a heartache, and now seeing the children joyfully bouncing together brought smiles to everyone's faces. Zhang Xiao cooked chicken porridge to nourish her sister-in-law's family. In the evening, she boiled some hot water for everyone to wash up. After chatting for a while, they hurriedly went to bed. Lin Wanyang's family stayed in Lin Ke's room, while Little Stone wanted to sleep in the cart with his sister. Feeling guilty, Lin Wanyang quickly suggested her family sleep in the cart, letting the 2 children return to the room to sleep. The Lin family understood the situation. Although they found the child a bit lacking in awareness, they still played along and let the 2 children sleep in the cart. At worst, they could wake them up early the next morning. When Wang Hohot prepared to sleep at night, she discovered that all her jewelry was missing. Upon searching again, she was shocked to find that her stash of silver was also empty. She frantically searched her house for her silver, looking somewhat deranged. Her eyes glazed over as she repeatedly murmured, "My silver, my silver." Meanwhile, Lin Ke was rummaging through the items she had taken from Li Dechuan's house that day. The old couple's savings amounted to 45 taels, and 3 Qian. Li Dechuan's private money was 38 taels, and there was a box containing silver and silver notes that surprisingly held 825 taels and 7 Qian plus another 100 copper coins. There were also several pieces of low-quality jewelry, 2 gold hairpins, 5 silver hairpins, 2 pairs of gold bracelets, 3 gold rings, and 5 pairs of gold earrings. Additionally, there was a room filled with various goods: oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, sugar, oilcloth, ropes, bamboo hats, raincoats, umbrellas, plates, bowls, everything one could need. This must be the Li family supply warehouse. It's quite fortunate that they wouldn't lack the essentials for their journey of fleeing from disaster. It's just a pity that the goods in the shop couldn't be taken away discreetly. Next, it was time to check the grain of the old Li family. Lin Ke looked around and found 15 bags of fine rice, 10 bags of white flour, 5 bags of corn, 20 bags of brown rice, 10 bags of black flour, and 2 bags each of miscellaneous grains, soybeans, and mung beans. Each bag weighed 100 jin. These supplies would be sufficient for their entire family for a year. Lin Ke clicked her tongue. The old Li family was indeed quite wealthy. She simply couldn't understand why the old couple, having so much silver, refused to spare even a bit for their grandson's treatment. Forcing their second son's family to be estranged to such reasoning was unfathomable. It was clearly not a difficult issue, yet it had escalated to this extent today. However, this was also what the Lin family desired. Otherwise, if Li Song kept worrying about the old Li couple while fleeing from disaster, the Lin family wouldn't know how to choose. Nonetheless, Lin Ke had reaped substantial rewards today, so her mood was quite good. Let you bully my sister-in-law, and now let's see how you start your stuff. While humming a tune, Lin Ke surveyed her slightly expanded space. The merit points obtained yesterday were directly absorbed by Gubao to expand the space, which had grown by 5,000 square meters. Now Lin Ke's space had nearly 15 acres of arable land. In a year of disaster, grain was the foundation, so Lin Ke purchased some high-yield rice and wheat seeds from the marketplace, using her mind to plant them all in the newly available land. The land in the space, having been cultivated and nourished by Lin Ke over this period, was no longer the dry and barren site it once was. Though it hadn't yet reached the quality of the previous black soil, it was already considered a superior field by the standards of this era. Lin Ke continued her training in her abilities. When tired she would sleep, and when hungry she would eat in the marketplace. Under the combined influence of the crystal core and the techniques, by morning Lin Ke's abilities had reached the mid-level of the 3rd rank. As dawn broke, Zhang Xiao got up to wake the 2 children. Zhang Xiao boarded the carriage and pressed a small button, causing a bright house to appear before her. Even though she had seen it many times before, she was always astonished by the sight. Every time she would secretly pinch herself, fearing that everything before her was merely an illusion. It is now 5 o'clock in the morning. How may I assist you, master? It was only upon hearing Xiao Wei's voice that Zhang Xiao snapped back to her senses. She gestured for Xiao Wei to remain silent and went to check on her precious daughter. To her surprise, her daughter had already woken up. She gently patted her daughter's fluffy head and whispered, "Did I wake you, dear?" "No, mother, I am already awake." Lin Ke rubbed her head against Zhang Xiao's hand. "Since you are awake, there is something I need to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Now we must flee from the disaster. If it were just our family, we could utilize these miraculous items given by your master. But now with your aunt's family and soon your grandfather's family joining us, any unusual occurrences would surely be noticed by them. I do not want others to know about your extraordinary experiences. Human hearts are hard to fathom, and I do not wish for my precious one to take any risks. So when we flee, let's blend in with everyone else and avoid drawing attention." As she spoke, she lovingly caressed Lin Ke's face. "It's just that it pains me to see my dear child, who could enjoy a life of comfort, having to endure hardship alongside us." Lin Ke cuddled Zhang Xiao affectionately, thinking how fortunate she was to have such a wonderful mother. "Mother, my master has already considered this for me. He gave me 10 pills that will keep anyone from revealing my secret, and they also enhance one's physical constitution, that is." "What is it?" "Child, if you have such a good thing, why haven't you told us? Quickly bring it out so we can all take one, so we don't have to live in constant fear. After taking it, if someone tries to betray me, they will explode." "Silly child, is this why you didn't mention the— Your master has indeed thought of everything. You must understand that one must always be wary of others. Even parents and siblings could inadvertently expose your secret. With this we can rest easier, no longer worrying that a slip could bring disaster upon you. Besides, don't you trust— You must believe in us. Mother, you are so wonderful." Lin Ke transformed into a little clingy one, sticking to Zhang Xiao. After a while of being affectionate, Zhang Xiao patted Lin Ke's little bottom and said, "All right, it's almost dawn. Let's go outside and take Little Stone with us to avoid any unusual discoveries by your aunts." "Mother, I still have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "There are 10 of these pills, so I want to tell Grandma and Grandpa and Aunt as well, so we don't have to constantly avoid them on the road. Having more people to cover for us might be better, right?" Zhang Xiao was momentarily taken aback by her daughter's suggestion, clearly having not considered this matter. However, she found some merit in what her daughter said. So she smiled and praised, "My dear, you really think things through. We will discuss this with your father and your grandparents later. Now, let's go out first." Lin Ke napped a bit longer in her parents' room. When she awoke, Grandma Jiang called her into her own room and conveyed the same sentiments as Zhang Xiao. Lin Ke recounted the matter of the pills, only to find that Grandma Jiang had a similar reaction, almost eager to take the pills immediately. Even in the space, Guobao remarked on the scene, thinking how fortunate the host was to have such a good family in this life. Just after finishing a meal, a knock was heard at the door. Lin Ke went to open the door, only to find her grandparents standing there. Grandpa stood tall with his hands behind his back, while Grandma carried a small basket. Lin Ke sweetly greeted Grandpa. Upon seeing his granddaughter greeting him, the old man nodded seriously. If one were to ignore the upward curve of his lips, one might think this old man disliked the little girl before. Wang Dia glanced at her husband's poker face and then embraced Lin Ke cheerfully, saying, "Oh, our precious one is completely better. I didn't believe it when your father said you were well, but now seeing you full of vitality standing here, my heart is finally at ease." "Grandma, I am all better now, don't believe me. Look." Lin Ke said as she broke free from Wang Laotai's embrace and twirled around in front of her. Good, it's wonderful that our precious one is well. Just then Little Stone dashed over, and the old lady was delighted, easing Lin Ke's embarrassment. Indeed, while the old man had a soft spot for young girls, it wasn't excessive. After some cordial pleasantries among the three families, they got down to business. Lin Heng shared the latest news he had received, which led them to decide to leave the next day. It turned out that Zheng the shopkeeper had said that the landlord had brought the latest news that Yongning Prefecture would begin mandatory conscription targeting men aged 15 to 50, with official documents expected to arrive within 10 days. 100 taels of silver per person isn't that tantamount to taking lives. Their family was fine, but with so many men in the in-laws' family, they would likely be conscripted to the battlefield. Once on the battlefield, these defenseless commoners would become cannon fodder. Throughout history have there not always been scenes of bones littering the plain on battlefields. Thus the three families did not hesitate any longer and planned to leave the next day, and quickly. Lin Heng thought that since they needed to act fast, they should buy a few more carriages, mule carts, or donkey carts. As for carts, they had one cart at home, and the father-in-law's family had several. They could have the second uncle fix up a canopy overnight to provide some shade. Seeing this, Grandpa Jiang pulled out 60 taels of silver. Since most of these people were from their family, he felt it was only right for him to pay for the mules. Lin Heng hurriedly stopped his father-in-law. He still had over 400 taels of silver. How could he let his father-in-law pay? Li Song and Lin Weiner, witnessing the scene, could only feel ashamed, unable to express their current emotions. Thinking of how he had no money at all and had to rely on the oldest uncle's family to support them, Li Song was at a loss for how to repay this kindness, deciding that he would have to eat less and work harder in the future. After a round of arguments, Grandpa Jiang contributed 30 taels of silver, and the second child would be responsible for modifying the cart. The rest of the expenses would be covered by Lin Heng. Once they had settled everything, Lin Heng prepared to take a stroll in the mountains to see if he could hunt some game to provide a nice meal for the family at noon. Lin Ke wanted to accompany him, but Grandpa Jiang and the others opposed it. In the end, Grandpa Jiang and his wife were called into the room by their daughter, saying they needed to have a private talk, while Lin Weiner was called into Grandma Jiang's room for a similar mother-daughter chat. Li Yan and Tong Tong were playing with Little Stone while Li Song kept an eye on them. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Ke and Lin Heng quietly slipped away. The two first arrived at the mountain spring from last time, collecting the spring water stored inside. They then ventured further in and indeed discovered quite a few wild chickens and rabbits. However, they did not encounter any large game. Lin Heng believed that his daughter was like a little fairy, hence the larger animals were too scared to appear. Only Lin Ke knew that it was not the case. The large trees had told her that many large beasts had migrated elsewhere, heading to deeper and larger mountains. Animals are more sensitive than humans, so it was certain that a great disaster was about to unfold. Lin Chenyu upgraded both his psychic abilities and lightning powers to level 3 today. In the evening, he went to the back mountain, caught a few wild chickens, and roasted them to reward himself. Little did he know, after falling asleep, he had a very terrifying dream. In the dream, he saw that the world he was in experienced 3 years of drought, locust plagues, earthquakes, hailstorms, floods, mudslides, epidemics, volcanic eruptions, heavenly fires, snow disasters, and chaotic seasons, leading to a prolonged century of extreme cold. Moreover, the Great Yan dynasty would face internal strife this winter. Emperor Shang Yuan passed away, and the prince ascended the throne, yet indulged in debauchery with matters within the court controlled by the prince's maternal family. Loyal ministers and good generals were either killed or exiled. Several princes took up arms under the pretext of cleansing the court, declaring themselves kings. The common people lived in unbearable misery. At this time, someone raised a banner in rebellion against the Great Yan dynasty. Unexpectedly, more and more people responded, pressing towards the capital. The Great Yan dynasty began to descend into chaos. The entire nation was filled with the dead, and the people struggled to survive with rivers of blood flowing. The surrounding nations, including the 4 nations of Lijiang, Liangyu, and Shiqi, eyed the Great Yan dynasty covetously. Additionally, internal strife broke out within the 4 nations. Thus, the entire small world fell into a state of chaos. Coupled with the impact of natural disasters, most people seemed to go mad, taking on monstrous appearances, losing their humanity. The several nations also fell into decades-long wars. Ultimately, there was hardly any humanity left in the world, and the world collapsed in an instant, never to exist again. Lin Chenyu was startled awake, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling rapidly. What was this? A prophetic dream. What kind of world had they crossed into? He hurriedly called for the system, hoping to contact his wife to inform her of these matters quickly so they could find a safe place together. But no matter how he called out, he could not hear the system's response. Remembering what the system had told him before, he decided to spare no effort to upgrade the system and the space first. He must contact his wife as soon as possible. Lin Ke and the others harvested 15 wild chickens and 20 wild rabbits, leaving 1 chicken and 1 rabbit outside, while putting the rest into their backpacks. The 3 families had dinner together, and Lin Heng drove the mule cart to send his in-laws home. They planned to go to his father-in-law's house to invite a few brothers-in-law to go to the county to buy mules. Of course, Lin Ke wanted to go along. She also wanted to take this opportunity to see if the wealthy families had left, if they had, perhaps she could score some good items for free. For small farmers like them, even a broken family could be worth a fortune. Those wealthy families, in their haste to flee, would surely leave behind many valuable items. If she didn't collect them, who knew who would benefit instead? So she would take on this good deed. After today's secret discussion, Old Clock and his wife fully supported Lin Ke's decisions. Thus at this moment the cart was filled with the 3 of them. Lin Ke knew that her grandparents had unhesitatingly consumed the restricted pill, so there was no need to keep secrets from them about any items. She granted her grandparents access, and what appeared before their eyes was a strange house. Lin Ke took them into the room, showed them around, and demonstrated the magical aspects of the backpack. The 2 elders were so shocked that they could hardly speak. They thought to themselves, our family has produced a little fairy. What kind of virtue did we accumulate in our previous lives? Lin Ke wanted to give them a big shock first, so that no matter what she took out in the future, they would feel it was only natural. After sending the 2 elders home, the group hurried to the county. The 4 brothers-in-law went to buy mules first, while Lin Heng took his daughter to the so-called wealthy area. If his daughter wanted to go, he must satisfy her. Lin Ke sat in the cart, using her psychic power to scan each house. This house was empty, with plenty of cotton clothes and quilts left behind, dozens of bags of food still remaining, and the kitchen's pots and pans untouched. The beds and cabinets in the rooms looked like good materials, so she collected everything into her backpack. This house also left behind many items, alongside a large pile of cloth and several pots of beautiful flowers, which she also collected. Oh, what are these hundreds of burlap sacks? They didn't look like food. Lin Ke carefully sensed again, and was surprised to find they were charcoal. This was definitely something to collect later. When she had the time, she could make grilled meat. How delightful. In the next house there were actually dozens of large chests buried underground. What? Inside were gold ingots and silver ingots. There were also several boxes of jade and several boxes of jewelry. The owner of this house probably didn't know about these items, so it was fortunate for her. It was all achieved with. While Lin Ke happily collected items here, the 4 brothers were buying the only 3 mules and 1 donkey available in the cattle market. When the group reconvened, Lin Ke immediately spotted a small donkey among the mules with a pitch-black body and snow-white hooves. The 2 exchanged glances, and the donkey snorted, as if to say, "What are you looking at, biped?" Lin Ke replied, "What's wrong with looking at you?" The donkey turned its head and rolled its eyes, leaving Lin Ke stunned. This donkey can roll its eyes. It had personality, and she liked it. Lin Ke decided she wanted this donkey. Remembering that donkeys seemed to love sugar cubes, she took a piece of candy and held it out to the donkey. The donkey caught the sweet scent of the sugar cube, leaned its mouth toward Lin Ke's hand, and in one swift movement Lin Ke's candy was in its mouth. After eating the sugar cube, the donkey's attitude towards Lin Ke noticeably improved. It no longer brayed at her and allowed her to pet its head, leaving the others astonished. Lin Ke petted the donkey's head and said to it, "Since you love sugar so much, I'll call you little sweetie from now on." The donkey, enjoying Lin Ke's petting, suddenly froze. "What? I'm a male. You call me little sweetie?" Protest. The obedient donkey stomped its hooves and snorted loudly to express its dissatisfaction. Lin Ke narrowed her eyes and threatened, "Protests are useless. You will obediently be called little sweetie, or else you won't get any more sugar." The donkey visibly showed its sorrow. Between being called little sweetie and not getting sugar, the donkey hesitated for 2 seconds before decisively choosing the option with sugar. Hesitating for 3 seconds was a disrespect to sugar. As for the name, it didn't matter. However, this wise decision would attract a mate for it in the future. How it would be teased by its mate daily is another story, not to be mentioned for now. Lin Heng and the brothers looked at the interaction between the little girl and the donkey, enjoying the scene immensely. It seemed this little sweetie was quite spirited. Thus everyone unanimously decided that little sweetie would follow Little Ke from now on. After sending the mules back to Grandma's house, Lin Ke led little sweetie back to her own home. Currently Lin Ke's family had 1 mule and 1 donkey. Lin Hung constructed a frame for the family cart using wood, wrapped the sides with a mat, covered the top with an oilcloth, and simply nailed some wooden planks together, creating a rudimentary cart. In the evening, the group worked together to load all the usable items and food onto the 2 carts. In fact, before Lin Wan and the others arrived, the family's belongings had already been streamlined. Some items that were rarely used, but which Grandma Jiang couldn't bear to throw away, were collected by Lin Ke into the backpack. Thus they appeared to be carrying only 5 pounds of fine rice, 50 pounds of flour, 150 pounds of brown rice, and 50 pounds of black flour. They took 2 buckets for fetching water, one on each cart to use for finding water during shortages. For water, bags were filled with boiled and cooled water, 2 from Lin Wan's family and 2 from Lin Heng's family. They had to bring the only 2 iron pots from home and enough bowls and chopsticks for 2 families. 1 small can of oil and 1 small can each of salt and sugar. They prepared 20 pieces of dry bread and 40 steamed buns. They brought 4 blankets, laid them in the 2 carts, and covered them with oilcloth and straw mats. This way they wouldn't have to worry about dirtying the blankets while eating in the cart. Everyone also picked out a few better sets of clothes. They had to take the family's machetes, axes, and bows and arrows for hunting. These were essential for survival in chaotic times. In the evening, Grandma Jiang took the whole family to old Lin's tomb and chatted with him for a long time. Grandma Jiang even scooped up some soil from in front of the tomb and wrapped it carefully in a handkerchief. "Old man, since we can't take you with us this way, you can still be with us." Lin Hung and the others bowed deeply 3 times at the grave. Only then did they reluctantly return home, looking back several times. The next day, at the hour of the tiger, the whole family set out. The little donkey pulled the house cart, which Lin Ke specifically requested. The others did not understand but complied. As they walked out the door, the family looked back at the house they had lived in for decades. There was still some reluctance. They didn't know if they would ever have the chance to return in their lifetimes. The few children were still not awake, so they had no idea what this departure meant for the adults. Grandma Jiang and Old Clock felt reluctant, watching Lin Hung, wanting to say something but holding back. Lin Hing clearly understood their thoughts. As he passed by Wang Hu and Li Xuanzi's homes, he knocked on their doors, and upon hearing movement inside, he placed a cloth bag in front of each door containing a wild chicken and 50 pounds of rough rice. He then urged his small donkey forward without looking back. He had placed a notice about conscription in the rice bags, hoping that his 2 brothers would make the right choice upon seeing it. As for the other villagers of Zhao family village, based on his understanding of his 2 brothers, they would undoubtedly leave with the villagers. Lin Ke, who had already awakened, utilized her mental power with the system's assistance to give Zhao area a bad omen. It was said that Zhao area had been living a miserable life, lately covered in wounds that received no proper care, and often beaten by her grandmother, mother, and uncles. Zhao area caused the family to lose so much money, and the rest of the family resented her. But how could that be the case? From today on, Zhao area would be surrounded by misfortune at every moment. Lin Ke also discovered that the village chief's family actually had over 200 taels of silver. With so much silver, they only compensated her family with 10 taels, all while pretending to feel pain. Truly, the village chief excelled in acting. Lin Ke gathered all of the 200 taels from the village chief's home, leaving only a small amount behind. "If it weren't for wanting you to properly host Zhao area, I wouldn't leave you even this small amount. You shouldn't be too grateful for my kindness. Zhao area, this means you can await your miserable survival in this chaotic world. Since you envy the original owner's family for their love, I will ensure you never obtain what you desire and ultimately die a tragic death amid your family's hatred." You see, isn't that good? 1005 felt that the host seemed to be falling into a trance and quickly woke Lin Ke up. Lin Ke reflected on her previous state and couldn't help but smirk. How could someone who came from the apocalypse possess pure kindness? Each handled their own matters, and the Lin family left Zhao family village without any lingering attachment. Wang Hu, barely hearing the knocking sound, got up dressed and rubbed his eyes, asking, "Who is it at this late hour?" He opened the door, but there was no shadow at the doorstep. Wang Hu couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell?" Just as he was about to close the door, he noticed a cloth bag at the entrance. Curiously, he opened the bag to find it half filled with rough rice and a wild chicken. There was also a piece of paper. Wang Hu stepped outside to look around, but saw not a single shadow. While he was pondering this, he suddenly spotted a figure approaching in the distance. He instinctively moved the rice bag inside. As the figure drew closer, he realized it was his good brother Li Xuanzi. Just as he was about to call out to him, he noticed that Li Xuanzi was already coming toward him holding a piece of Xuan. Wang Hu was just about to speak when he heard Xuanzi's urgent voice. "Who's he? Hurry, let's go check on Lin Ke to see if he has left." Wang Hu, baffled, followed Xuanzi running down the hill. When they saw Lin Hung's house, Li Xuanzi slowed his pace. Wang Hu was confused. Xuanzi, why are we going to Hung Ge's house? Didn't you read the paper in your hand? I can't read. I originally planned to go back and let Tai Dan help me read it, since he knows a few characters from his Uncle Hung. You didn't get to it before I came. Wang Hu scratched his head foolishly. Back then when I told you to learn characters you didn't take it seriously. Now that it's useful you can't read. Hehe, I recognize the characters, they don't recognize me. When I see them I feel like there are a lot of mosquitoes buzzing around me, and all I want to do is sleep. Alright, you hurry up and tell me what's going on. Let's first check on Hung Ge. Li Xuanzi said as he quickened his pace, arriving at Lin Heng's house and knocking on the door without hesitation. However, after knocking for quite a while there was no response. Li Xuanzi's heart sank. Wang, who's still clueless, said, why are you knocking on someone's door in the middle of the night? Why isn't anyone answering after all this knocking? Could something have happened? Seeing Li Xuanzi knock without a reply, he stepped forward and knocked on the door himself. Yet again there was no response. Wang Hu grew anxious. Xuanzi, what is going on? Why is no one home at Hung Ge's? Li Xuanzi calmed down at this moment, squatting at Lin Heng's door, and waved his hand at Wang Hu. Stop knocking. Huzi, do you remember that Hung Ge mentioned wanting to visit relatives outside a few days ago? I remember. At that time Hung Ge even asked if I wanted to go with him. But I didn't agree since it was inconvenient for my whole family. Wang Hu rubbed the back of his head, and then suddenly slapped his forehead. Could it be that Hung Ge has already left? Was that half a bag of rough rice from Hung Ge for us? It seems that Hung Ge has indeed left, and he also left us other news. What news? Is it written? Yes, in a few days the government will enforce conscription targeting those aged 15 to 50, and if one wants to pay their way out they need at least 100 taels of silver each. 100 taels. Why don't they just go rob someone? Wang Hu exclaimed in shock. Keep your voice down. Do you want to attract others? Oh, I was just too excited for a moment. I'll keep it down. Hung Ge has already left. What should we do, eh? Since Hung Ge informed us of this, he must want us to prepare early. 100 taels per person. Not only can we not afford it, but the village chief's family probably can't either. We might as well leave here just like Hung Ge and exit Yongning Prefecture. But Hung Ge's family has relatives to go to. Where do we go? Anywhere is fine. It's better than being conscripted. Moreover, this year has seen severe drought, and they have just experienced a locust disaster. If we delay further, even without conscription, we will starve to death here. Now while there is still some water and food, and with the locusts we caught a few days ago, we can last for a while longer enough to hold out on the road. If we escape to another state, we might still have a way to survive. So, are we going to flee the famine? Just the two families? Of course it can't just be the two families. Everything on the road is uncertain. Just the two families definitely won't go far. Besides, I believe Hung Ge didn't just want to inform us too about this news. Are you saying Hung Ge also informed? No, we need to notify them, but we can't say it was Hung Ge who told us. We need to find a source for this news. I'm not clever. What do you suggest? Li Xuanzi pondered for a moment before waving for Wang Hu to squat down, whispering in his ear this. Alright, I'll follow your lead. If it weren't for you and Hung Ge since childhood, I would have been bullied to death. Enough with the nonsense, let's quickly pack everything up. We'll go to the county at dawn, and after we return we'll head to the village chief's house. As dawn approached, Lin Heng and the others had arrived at the place agreed upon with the father-in-law. They noticed that in addition to 4 mule carts from the father-in-law's family, there was also an extra horse cart. Seeing the mule and donkey carts from the Lin family approaching, Zheng Fu and others jumped off the cart and welcomed Lin Heng and Li Song. Upon getting closer, Lin Heng realized that the horse cart belonged to his third uncle Zheng Shou's father-in-law Li Yukai. This old man, whom he had interacted with a few times, looked plump and prosperous, in this regard his third uncle, and he indeed resembled father and son. The old man only had one daughter, his third aunt, so it wasn't surprising that he could follow them. As for the relatives of the other aunts, each family had a large number of people with plenty of family troubles, so it was quite normal that no one planned to join them in fleeing from the famine. Lin Ke had already awakened while her father and uncles were talking. She released her spiritual power to scan the surroundings. This was the first time she truly saw the entire family of her grandfather. From her memories, she learned that her grandfather Zheng Ran was 55 years old this year. He had previously served in the army and possessed some martial skills, so he often went hunting in the mountains. His children also had some skills. Her grandmother Wang Dia was 50 years old this year, an ordinary farmer, but she was kind-hearted and well-liked by the younger generation. The old couple had 4 sons and 1 daughter. Her eldest uncle Zhang Fu was 33 years old and had a rather steady temperament. During the years Zhang Laodu was in the army, it was him who helped Wang Dia take care of his younger siblings, supporting the family. Zhang Fu married Zhao Dani, who was 32 years old, and they had 3 sons: 16-year-old Zhang Tian, 14-year-old Zhang Feng, and 10-year-old Zhang Shua. Her second uncle Zhang Lu was 30 years old and worked as a carpenter. His wife's son, he was also 30 years old, and they had 3 sons: 14-year-old Zhang Mu, 13-year-old Zhang Lin, and 11-year-old Zhang Xin. Her third uncle Zhang Shou was 28 years old and had previously apprenticed at a small restaurant in the county. He eventually married Li Yukai's daughter Li Dohua. Li Dohua was also 28 years old, and they had a son and a daughter: 9-year-old Zhang Su and 5-year-old Zai Dubo. Her fourth uncle Zhang, she was 20 years old and was born after Zhang Laodu returned from the battlefield. Therefore, in the family apart from Zhang Xiu, he was the most favored. He had only been married for 3 years, marrying his wife Wu, who was 18 years old. They had a 2-year-old son, Xiaomao. The 4 mules of the Zhang family were divided among each uncle's family, while the grandparents sat with the 4th uncle. Zhang Shou's father-in-law Li Youcai drove a horse cart himself. Lin Ke glanced around, and apart from food, water, and clothing, each family brought bows and arrows, hoes, knives, and axes. She couldn't help but sigh, noting how clever Jiang was arranging everything so clearly that nothing unnecessary was brought. She preferred dealing with such straightforward people. Thus their group of 29 people officially formed a small team to escape the famine. After gathering, Lin Heng and Zhang Fu's family led the way, while Zhang Lu and Zhang Shou's family followed behind, and Lin Wan, Li Youcai, and Zhang Zai's family walked in the middle. The drivers placed their handy weapons nearby for easy access in case of emergencies and continued on their taking advantage of the fact that only family was in the carriage. Lin Ke had Xiaowei prepare millet porridge steamed. Taking advantage of the fact that only family was in the carriage, Lin Ke had Xiaowei prepare millet porridge, steamed dumplings, steamed sweet potatoes, and a cucumber salad with shredded chicken. The 4 of them entered the RV together, enjoying breakfast comfortably, while Xiaowei thoughtfully made watermelon juice for everyone. Afterwards, Zhang Xiu went out to switch with Lin Heng, bringing him in to eat. Until the sun was high in the sky and both people and mules could no longer bear the heat, they finally found a grove to take a short rest. In the grove there were also some people escaping from famine resting, including refugees and wealthy households with maids and guards. The others merely glanced at their group and continued with their own matters. They drove the cart to a clear area and unloaded the donkeys, horses, and mules, letting them rest as well. Several men tied 2 pieces of oilcloth to the trees for shade and laid 2 pieces of oilcloth on the ground for everyone to rest. The others worked together. Lin Heng, Lin Ke, and several uncles led the livestock deep into the woods, allowing the mules, donkeys, and horses to nibble on the dry grass on the ground, which helped save some food. Only Xiao Tian was unwilling to eat the dry grass, occasionally snorting and circling around Lin Ke. Seeing the scene, second uncle Zhang Lu smiled and said, "Oh, no wonder our little Kier likes Xiao Tian so much. A look apart from our Kier, it recognizes no one else." Everyone burst into laughter at the sight. Lin Ke, helpless, could only lead Xiao Tian a little further inside, taking advantage of no one noticing to feed it some fresh grass she had collected earlier. She also took the opportunity to give Xiao Tian a piece of candy. While Xiao Tian was busy eating the candy, Lin Ke took out a small wooden bucket, poured in some water, added a bit of salt, and fed it to the mules and horses. She also fed them some dry grass that she had prepared in advance, which was not too conspicuous, but ensured they were full. After Xiao Tian finished the candy, she also gave it some water. Watching from the side were Lin Heng and his daughter, while several uncles took out their handy tools, preparing to venture deeper into the woods to see if they could hunt any wild game. Li Song took some of the older children to gather firewood nearby. The children had been sleeping in the cart for half the morning and sitting for over an hour, having long lost their initial excitement. Except for Xiao Shitu, who was a bit dazed from the jolting, everyone was pleased to finally be able to get off the ground and gathered happily to play with the little wolf cub. Speaking of which, the former boss, the Zombie King, probably had no memories of his past life, otherwise how could he play so joyfully with a few little cubs? It really matched the name Lin Ke had given him, Meng Meng. Meanwhile, Zhang Xiu, Lin Wan, and the ants found several large stones and placed them under one of the oilcloths, preparing to boil water for cooking when they returned with the firewood. Zhang Laotu accompanied Wang Laodai to stretch her muscles and bones. This old lady had never traveled far, and sitting in a cart for several hours would likely be too much for her. Seeing this, Li Yukai and Jiang Laodai also went over to stretch. The journey was still long and they couldn't let the children lag behind. Just then, everyone heard a crying sound nearby. Listening closely, they discovered that among the fleeing people nearby, a child had fainted from a fever. A woman was holding a boy about 4 or 5 years old, crying in despair. "My baby, what will I do if something happens to you?" A man nearby was pulling at the woman, seemingly trying to make her put the child down. 2 girls were also coughing and crying beside them. At this moment, a sharp piercing voice yelled, "You three worthless wretches, why aren't you the ones dying? You should all die and trade places with my grandson. Boo-hoo, you shameless hag, you deserve 1,000 cuts. I said sell these two worthless wretches to get some medicine for my grandson, but you refused. Are you satisfied now? My grandson is dying, and you three worthless wretches should pay for his life." The man, unable to bear this, spoke to the old lady. "Mother, how can you say such a thing? It is no one's wish for Daba to be sick. Dahlia and Arya are also my children, they are your granddaughters. How could I sell them?" Upon hearing this, the woman holding the child slightly focused her murky gaze. She gently touched her two daughters' small faces with her rough hands, then forced a smile at the two children. After taking one last look at her husband, she softly laid down the child in her arms and dashed towards the nearby tree. The old lady was right. Without her eldest, she could not live on. She had to go first to guide her beloved child. "Mother. Woo-woo. Mother. Please wake up. Oh, your daughter." Dahlia and Arya, together with the man, rushed to the motionless woman lying on the ground. The old woman, who had been cursing earlier, was taken aback and sat down on the ground in shock. The old woman began to chant and cry again, beating her thighs in despair. Blood continued to flow from the woman's forehead as the man frantically tore off his clothing to press against her wound. Perhaps the king of hell did not want to collect the woman, for after a brief unconsciousness, she gradually regained her senses. The man and the two girls hugged the woman, weeping bitterly. In that moment, the scene was truly tragic. Zhang Xiao and the others, all mothers themselves, felt a deep pang in their hearts upon witnessing the scene. Especially Lin Weiner, who had just experienced the torment of her child suffering from a high fever with no help in sight. If it weren't for her sisters-in-law, she wouldn't know if her own two children would survive. At that moment, she remembered the remaining medicine she had for her two children, looking to Zhang Xiao for help. "Sister-in-law." Zhang Xiao noticed her sister-in-law's hesitation. As a mother, she truly could not bear to witness such a scene. But that medicine was given by her daughter's celestial master, so precious that if it was used on others, what would they do if their own family faced a high fever? Moreover, given the medicine's remarkable efficacy, she feared it might bring trouble to her daughter. In that moment, she felt torn in two. Just then, Lin Ke and Lin Heng came over with Xiao Tiantian, a mule, and a horse. Zhang Xiao's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at her daughter. Although Lin Ke was at a distance, her heightened senses made the earlier commotion seem as if it was happening right before her eyes. Seeing her mother's expression, she naturally understood what her mother meant. Observing the two confused women, she really did not want to get involved in this matter. Fortunately, the man from that family seemed to have some sense. Since her aunt and mother wanted to help, then they would. Lin Ke handed the remaining medicine to Zhang Xiao and said, "Mother, you and father take the fever medicine and give it to that child, but it cannot be given for free. We need to collect some silver." Zhang Xiao did not understand why they should still charge the family when they were in such dire straits, but fortunately she would ask if she didn't understand. "Sweetheart, that family doesn't seem capable of paying, and that old woman looks like she is reluctant to spend money. If that is the case, why should we still charge them?" Old Jiang, overhearing this, immediately scolded her daughter-in-law. "Xiao, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Besides, human hearts are hard to read. If we give the medicine for free, they might have concerns and refuse to use it on their child. If we go out of our way like this, and the child truly dies, we might be blamed for it. So don't be overly eager. This is not a business transaction. Now you all stay back and watch me." Saying this, she pulled old Wang, and the two began to put on a show. Let me tell you. Really. That medicine is that powerful. Of course. My grandson and granddaughter were burning up fiercely, and nothing could bring down their fever. But after drinking that medicine, within less than a quarter, both of them were back to normal. Look, aren't they lively and playing over there now? Indeed, it cost me dozens of taels of silver. But the main point is not the money. The one who sold it to us is an old celestial being roaming the world, and we happened to cross paths with him. Most people can't even find him. You truly are lucky, dear-in-law. Is there any more of that medicine? Such a miraculous medicine must be well preserved. It could save lives in critical moments. There's a little left. The two old women acted passionately, afraid that the people nearby couldn't hear them. Their voices were much louder than usual. But when it came to the last sentence, they deliberately lowered their voices, making the old woman who was eavesdropping anxious and fidgety. The old woman looked at her fainted grandson and calculated the silver in her hand, wondering if this family could send her some life-saving divine medicine. Seeing that the two old women had stopped discussing, the old woman approached with a shameless smile. "Excuse me, old sisters, I just heard you say there's life-saving medicine for fevers. Is it true? Old Jiang pretended to be surprised looking at the old woman in front of her. You must have heard wrong. How could we have such miraculous medicine? Oh, dear old sister, if you do have the medicine, could you please let us use some for the child? My grandson is close to death. You can't just watch him die without helping. Zhao Dani had disliked this old woman for a long time. Now seeing her face that seemed to expect a free gift and hearing her words was uncomfortable. Ignoring that her in-laws were putting on an act, she retorted, "What does it matter to us if your grandson is dying? Just because we don't help, what can we do? We are not his parents." You're so unkind. There are so many of you with so many mules and carts, yet you are unwilling to save a poor. The man holding the woman realized that his mother was arguing with others, pulling him back from the brink of losing. He gently laid the woman down on the ground, instructing his two daughters to hold the cloth on their mother's forehead tightly and take good care of her and their brother before approaching his mother. After understanding the situation, the man immediately apologized on behalf of the old woman and knelt down. "Auntie, my mother just has a sharp tongue. Please don't hold it against her. If you really have the fever medicine, could you sell me a bit? My son is. He's not going to make it." The man trembled as he pulled out a handful of copper coins from his pocket. Then he asked his mother to take out all the silver they had. In total it was less than 2 taels of silver. The man pushed all the money in front of old Jiang, knocking his head, repeatedly desperate for just a little medicine to save his son. The old woman looked at the silver her son had given away, then at her son, who was bowing his head in deep remorse, finally moving her lips, but saying nothing. The two old women quickly helped the man up. They had intended to give away the medicine, but now the situation left them unsure. In the end, old Jiang made the decision, taking 1 tael of silver as the medicine fee and pouring some of the fever-reducing divine medicine into a small vial for the man. She even kindly explained the dosage and usage to him, also providing some wound medicine. The man, seeing that they only took 1 tael of silver and even gave him wound medicine, was so grateful that he almost knelt down again. The two old women held him up, preventing him from kneeling again, telling him to hurry and give the medicine to his child, while reminding him to give the child plenty of water. The old woman, seeing this, awkwardly expressed her thanks and hurried back to feed her grandson the medicine. Following old Jiang's instructions, she gave her grandson a small sip of medicine and poured all the water they had left down his throat. The man watched as his son drank the medicine, then quickly ran to his wife's side, carefully lifting the cloth covering her wound and gently sprinkling some wound medicine on it. Seeing that the bleeding from his wife's head had begun to slow down, he tore a strip of cloth from his own undershirt and carefully bandaged her wound. A quarter of an hour passed, yet the eldest grandson of that family showed no signs of waking up from his fever. The elderly lady was about to lose her temper when she heard her son's excited voice. "Mother, it's working. The eldest boy is sweating." "Really?" the old woman said as she reached to feel her grandson's back, discovering it was indeed damp, showing signs of sweating. "He's saved. He's saved. My grandson is saved." The old woman excitedly circled around her grandson. Sure enough, after another quarter of an hour, the child's temperature gradually decreased. The child also woke up. Seeing his father, he weakly called out, "Dad." The old woman, seeing her eldest grandson truly awake, nearly burst into tears from joy. It was so close to this family falling apart. Meanwhile, the two young girls shared this good news with their mother, who, despite fighting off dizziness, rushed over to see her son had indeed awakened, only to faint again from overwhelming excitement. The men and the two young girls quickly went to support the woman, hastily pressing on her acupoints. Amidst the chaos, Li Song returned with several children carrying firewood. The women began to boil water and prepare meals. Today's ingredients included some vegetables and meat brought out by Li Yotsai, as well as 10 eggs provided by the old lady Jiang. As the rice neared completion, they stir-fried some chives with eggs, cooked radish with meat, and sautéed some wax gourds with bok choy. Just as the meal was about to be served, several uncles returned. Several aunts boiled water and set it aside in jars, planning to fill the water bags once the water cooled down. Another pot was used to steam some brown rice. The wild chickens and rabbits in this forest are easier to catch than those on our mountain. There are none of these left on our village's mountain now. "Exactly," Lin Hung replied, pouring some water for the uncles so they could wash up first, as their clothes were completely soaked. After everyone finished washing up, they began to eat. The children had already gathered around the pot while cooking, completely ignoring the heat from the fire and the sweat rolling down their faces. Although they didn't cook the wild chickens and rabbits, today's meal included eggs, meat, and greens, which was quite a feast. Everyone hadn't eaten this well in a long time. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Even the leftover oil at the bottom of the pot was diluted with hot water and sipped by a few uncles. Everyone's bowls were clean, and there was no need to wash them afterward. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal. Even the leftover oil at the bottom of the pot was diluted with hot water and sipped by the few people who knew the situation. All supported this, and the others didn't say much. So from then on, all the pots and bowls were placed on the Lin family's donkey cart. After finishing their meal, everyone planned to rest a while longer before setting off again when the sun wasn't so harsh. However, unexpectedly 2 guards from a wealthy household approached them. Seeing this, Lin Heng and the others immediately became alert. They knew that the guards from wealthy families were skilled fighters. Although a few of the uncles had some skills, they were only capable of hunting small game in the mountains. The leading guard, upon seeing their stance, realized he had frightened them. He quickly threw his knife to the guard behind him, raised his hands to indicate that they meant no harm. Only then did Lin Heng and the others relax a little. As the guard approached, Lin Heng spoke up. "May I ask what brings you here?" "What is your name, brother?" "I'm Lin. No need for formalities." "Brother Lin, to be honest, we witnessed your earlier act of selling medicine to save lives. The young master of our household is also suffering from a high fever that just won't break. The doctor accompanying us has exhausted all methods, and our old lady, worried about her grandson, sent me here to seek medicine." Zhang Fu and the others were still unaware of what had happened, looking at Lin Heng with confused expressions. Lin Heng thought to himself, "It seems I was still too careless. However, I still told the guard, since you witnessed that earlier scene, you must know that this medicine was sold to us by a remarkable person. We currently have very little left, and we need to save some for emergencies. Our old lady is willing to pay handsomely for the medicine, hoping that you can part with it for the sake of saving a life, which is worth more than building a 7-level pagoda. We are willing to offer 100 taels, no 200 taels, and we hope you can save our young master. I need to discuss this with my family first. After all, this is life-saving medicine." "Of course." Lin Heng ran over, pretending to seriously discuss with his mother and wife for a moment. He then reluctantly agreed. The others in the family, unaware of the situation, looked pained, not wanting to sell the medicine. If it weren't for his daughter hinting that there was still some medicine left, he wouldn't have agreed to sell it. However, now with this 200 taels of silver, they could eat a bit better on the surface, and his daughter wouldn't have to suffer too much. Money exchanged for goods. Lin Heng accepted the 200 taels of silver notes and handed over half of the remaining medicine to the visitor, explaining the dosage and usage. The guard saw the pained expressions of the Lin family and felt even more that this medicine was worth the price. For just 200 taels of silver, he was securing the young master's recovery, and it seemed his status in the household would rise. Until the guard left, Lin Heng didn't rush to explain to the others. Observing the aura of the guards from earlier, Lin Heng realized another issue. There were quite a few people here, but only his 4 uncles and himself were strong laborers. Although his brother-in-law was of an appropriate age, he had always been a scholar and didn't seem intimidating. His father-in-law had some skills, but he was old. The others were either elderly, weak women and children or half-grown boys. Fortunately, the 2 families they encountered today were reasonable. If they had met unreasonable ones or those willing to kill for treasure, they could have been easily wiped out. In the future, they must act more discreetly. Events like today's medicine delivery could not happen again. To keep his precious daughter's condition from being exposed, he must ensure she doesn't stand out. Then he needed to get stronger to protect his family. Clearly, old Zhang had the same concern. With a stern face, he called everyone together and said seriously, "From today on, all women must learn to drive the donkey cart. When it's cooler, all male members over 12 years old must get off the cart and walk exercising behind the donkey cart." Everyone was confused, as since they had bought a donkey cart, why not sit in it instead of walking? Lin Heng explained, "Every action we took today was observed by the guards over there. Though we have some skills to hunt a few rabbits, there are always stronger people. A guard from a wealthy household is far superior to us. If we encountered an unreasonable family today, they wouldn't have come to negotiate for medicine, but rather to rob us. We wouldn't have had any strength to resist. If luck were worse, encountering those who kill for treasure, one can imagine whether we could still be here speaking." Everyone was startled and broke into a cold sweat upon hearing Lin Heng's words. Especially the women, who deeply realized that one must not show kindness indiscriminately when out, or else they might not even know how they met their demise. The men also recognized the importance of the situation and vowed to exercise diligently to protect their families. Meanwhile, Lin Ke secretly poured half a bottle of energy liquid into a water jar left to dry. "I hope this energy liquid can help everyone improve their physical condition. Later, I'll ask Euphemia if she has any gene modification liquids available. It would be great if there were a trade with a cultivation realm where I could exchange for some cleansing pills or strength-enhancing pills." Thinking of the crystal cores in the space, Lin Ke wondered if her father and the others had the potential to awaken special abilities. It seems these matters need to be studied carefully. The types of trades in the system should also be increased, ideally offering something that could attract people from the cultivation realm to trade with her. Suddenly an idea struck her. Alcohol. I wonder if the strong liquor from the modern realm could attract people from the cultivation realm. With this thought, she took action. Lin Ke informed her father, and then hopped into the horse-drawn carriage, entering the RV room and stepping into the space. In the past 2 days, Guobao traded a batch of crystal cores. Lin Ke kept what she and Meng Meng could use for upgrades, while the rest were absorbed by the space. All the jade stones acquired recently, as well as several boxes from the underground, were also absorbed. Unfortunately, Guobao sensed that a bit more energy was needed before the space could upgrade. Even after absorbing so many jade stones, the space still had not met the upgrade conditions. Last time, despite absorbing a large amount of merit value, it didn't upgrade either. It merely expanded the planting area. What could Lin Ke do? She could only continue working hard. She bought 3 bottles of a certain type of liquor from the marketplace and several exquisite wine jars, pouring all 3 bottles into one jar and sealing it, placing the jar into a trade slot, hoping that someone from the cultivation realm would see it and trade with her. After preparing all this, Lin Ke finally exited the carriage. Meanwhile, the people outside had mostly finished resting. At this moment, the women were filling the water bags with boiled water. The men were packing away the oilcloth. Once everything was ready, everyone prepared to set off again. Lin Ke felt sorry for her grandparents and wanted them to ride in the carriage with her family. Old Zheng let his wife ride in their daughter's carriage while he continued with his youngest son. He also needed to supervise the women to learn how to drive and ensure that his son, grandson, and son-in-law exercised properly. Seeing that she couldn't persuade the old man, Lin Ke gave him the straw hat that Euphemia had exchanged for her. As soon as the straw hat was placed on his head, the old man felt a difference. The surroundings suddenly became cool, and he no longer felt restless in the heat. Indeed, divine items are remarkable. He must have his wife make a strap for him to prevent it from falling off. On the road ahead, the women followed the men outside, learning to drive, while the men taught them earnestly. Starting tomorrow, the women would need to drive, and their training would also commence. Zhang Xiu was outside learning to drive, wearing a straw hat on her head. Lin Ke, along with Xiao Shirt too, and the 2 elderly ladies, entered the RV. The 2 elderly ladies couldn't sit still for a moment. As soon as they sat down, they asked Lin Ke to bring out the scraps of cloth and needles, intending to make shoes for everyone. Especially for the men, if they ran behind the mule cart every day, they would surely wear out their shoes quickly. Meanwhile, Xiao Shirt too practiced standing in the living room, wanting to become strong enough to protect his sister. Seeing that everyone had something to do, Lin Ke returned to her room and entered the space to continue cultivating her abilities. She also left a message for Euphemia, hoping to exchange for some gene modification liquids. Meanwhile, the villagers of Zhao family village heard the village chief strike the village's gong. Duong, duong, duong. It was 3 strikes. Was there some significant event occurring? In the village with over 60 households, each family sent a representative to the village square for a meeting. After hearing the village chief's words, everyone was stunned. What? Recruitment for soldiers. Those aged 15 to 55 must go to the battlefield. Otherwise, they would have to pay 100 taels each to avoid conscription. The court was leaving no way out for the people. Fortunately, the women weren't present, otherwise the scene would have been uncontrollable. After the village chief finished speaking, he didn't give the crowd much time to react and announced that they would gather early tomorrow morning to flee from the famine. All were to act voluntarily. Those who didn't want to leave would stay and await conscription, while those willing to leave should gather at the village entrance at the early hour of the rooster, 5 a.m. However, one point was made clear: those who did not wish to leave could not betray others in the village. After quickly outlining everything, the crowd dispersed to prepare at home. Tonight, Zhao family village was destined to be a sleepless night. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Lin Chenyu finally emerged from the deep mountains. Mainly because in the past few days, while searching for a path, he practiced his mental abilities and unexpectedly discovered an ancient underground tomb. Lin Chenyu used his lightning abilities to carve out an entrance for one person and then entered the tomb. This was a nearly 1,000 square meter underground palace with fist-sized luminous pearls lining the walls, still shining brightly after who knows how many years. Surrounding it were various jewels. In the center was a white jade coffin, inside which lay a skeleton. Only the uncorrupted golden silk garments and jeweled crown remained, proving the former grandeur of the tomb's owner. Lin Chenyu bowed to the tomb's owner, hoping he would not take offense. Then he began to further explore. This tomb had 8 side chambers surrounding it, each with a white jade coffin, but the quality of the jade appeared inferior compared to the main burial chamber. Each tomb chamber was filled with accompanying burial goods. Countless gold, silver, jewels, and paintings were present. Many of the paintings had deteriorated, leaving only some scrolls. As Lin Chenyu explored each chamber, the system voice that had appeared once before suddenly echoed in, what is this place? There's so much energy. Host, quickly collect all these items into the space. Once the space reaches level 3, you can communicate with Kiki autonomously through the space. Once the space reaches level 5, you can meet through the space. Hearing the long-lost voice of the system, Lin Chenyu hesitated no longer. He must collect them, especially since he originally planned to gather some items. After bowing to each tomb chamber again, Lin Chenyu followed the system's guidance and collected everything from the chambers, including the deteriorated scrolls and the white jade coffins. Lin Chenyu, there's no need to clean everything out so thoroughly. However, it seemed the system understood his thoughts and explained before he could speak, this is a very ancient tomb, and all the items within contain strong energy, which is exactly what the space needs. As for these remains, burying them in your space will also be a blessing for them. Lin Chenyu didn't expect the system to be so insightful, capable of determining blessings. Nonetheless, since the system said so, he collected everything into the space. As for the remains, they were buried in the mountains of the space, as the system suggested. Before long, Lin Chenyu felt a multitude of light and electricity swirling within the space. The absorbed jade and jewels vanished while the gold and silver ornaments lost their luster. All the weapons similarly lost their original sheen. The scrolls turned to dust in the space. Even the 8 jade coffins had disappeared. After a stick of incense, the system space finished absorbing energy, expanding to 50 acres, and 2 mountains and a river appeared in the space. Lin Chenyu scanned the mountains with his mental powers, discovering numerous rare herbs and animals. Fish were swimming in the river. He thought that was the end, but unexpectedly the system informed him that because the space had upgraded to level 3, he had 2 chances for a lottery draw. Lin Chenyu pondered whether he could leave the lottery chances for Kier, since they shared the same system. Kier loved drawing lots, and if it was for her, she would surely be very happy. However, the system coldly rejected his request. With no other choice, Lin Chenyu could only draw himself. What did he end up drawing? Is this definitely not meant for Kier? Intelligent makeup machine can help you create any look you desire. Lin Chenyu held this palm-sized box that looked like a projector, feeling utterly disdainful. He wanted the system to give this item to Kier, but the system still refused. Thus, he could only keep it for But that was a story for another time. Lin Chenyu nervously rubbed the sweat from his palms and pressed the lottery button for the second time. After 2 breaths, a jade slip appeared before him. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a mental cultivation method, which can be practiced until tribulation transcendence. Hearing the system's words, Lin Chenyu was stunned. Tribulation transcendence. Isn't that a plot only found in myths? Could it be that I have the chance to cultivate immortality in this life? However, after receiving the jade slip, he did not rush to absorb it, but rather inquired about Kier's situation. Upon learning that Kier also had a method that could be cultivated to ascension, Lin Chenyu finally pressed the jade slip to his forehead as per the system's instructions. After a bout of dizziness, a complete set of cultivation methods seemed to be inscribed in his mind. He could feel that from this moment on he only needed to meditate to quickly elevate his mental powers. The space had reached level 3, yet communication was still not possible, indicating that Kier's space had not yet upgraded to level 3 either. The system could at least inform him about Kier's situation. He needed to quickly upgrade the space to level 5. At this moment, Lin Chenyu had already arrived at a town where he used the makeup machine to apply an old man's makeup, instantly transforming into a gray-haired elder with a face full of wrinkles. Even the skin on his hands and neck looked all wrinkled. The focus was on realism. It wasn't that Lin Chenyu was curious about this makeup machine, but his youthful face had caused too much trouble. In his wife's words, he was definitely a handsome young man. His looks overshadowed many in the entertainment industry, and his seemingly harmless appearance made others want to tease him. Since he had encountered 2 thugs blocking his way during the few kilometers from the mountains to the town, if people were so blind, he could only turn them into fools. However, thinking it over, he decided that avoiding trouble was better, which led him to the makeup machine. To his surprise, it turned out to be quite useful, saving time and effort while providing great results. Changing his appearance altered his entire aura. When Lin Chenyu arrived in the town, he noticed the bustling crowds completely oblivious to any signs of disaster. This only piqued his curiosity about where exactly he was. He first went to the livestock market and bought a carriage, spending 120 taels of silver for the horse and cart. Then he entered a clothing store and bought himself a set of cotton clothes. He also purchased dozens of outfits for various age groups. The fabrics included hemp, coarse cotton, fine cotton, satin, and brocade. The styles were varied. Aside from not having official robes, he covered all professions. He bought everything from inner garments, outerwear, cotton jackets, to various types of shoes. The owner, seeing such a large order, couldn't help but smile widely. He also recommended some popular women's clothing in the store. Lin Chenyu now had no idea how old his wife had transmigrated but his current body could not be older than 14. He thought that in his previous life his wife was 5 years younger than him, so she should be around the same age in this life. Thus he bought all the girls' clothing sizes from 6 to 13. In total, he ended up purchasing over 80 outfits. After settling the bill, he asked the shop assistant to load all the clothes onto the carriage, and with the cover of the cart, he stored all the clothes in the space. Next, he went to the largest tavern in town, ordered a few dishes, and leisurely ate in the main hall. From the conversations of the diners, he learned that this town was not far from the capital, estimating that it would take about 10 days to reach by carriage. After finishing his meal, he went to a general store and bought a large bundle of oilcloth, a large bundle of rope, a mat of fire starter, and some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and sugar. He also bought a small stove, 2 small iron pots, a water bag, 2 bowls, 2 plates, and 2 pairs of chopsticks, as well as a bathtub, a wash basin, a washcloth, and a toothbrush with bristles and bamboo salt. He then went to a grain store and bought 100 jin of fine rice and 100 jin of white flour, as well as 50 jin each of yellow beans, green beans, and red beans. He went to the seed store and bought some of every grain seed available, as well as a sample of every vegetable seed on the market. Finally, he bought 2 cotton quilts from a fabric store. With everything prepared, Lin Chenyu drove the carriage towards the capital. Ever since he learned that this country was called the Great Yen Kingdom, in his dreams he knew his enemies must be related to the royal family. Otherwise, how could he explain the token engraved with a wild goose? Moreover, thinking about the development trend of the Great Yen Kingdom in his dreams, he felt he had to take advantage of the situation. This was something he and his wife had become accustomed to in the apocalypse. Rather than letting others take advantage, it was better for him to benefit instead. Most importantly, he was now so close to the capital that with a little makeup no one would recognize him. Not going at all would feel like a significant loss. He exited the city and drove the carriage to a deserted area, storing both the carriage and horse in the space. After feeding the horse, he used his mental powers to plant all the seeds in the field. The time in the space was 10 times that of the outside world. He believed these seeds would sprout quickly. Then at the foot of a mountain, he used his lightning abilities to create 2 caves of about 20 square meters. He chopped down a few trees to make a simple wooden bed, a basic table, 2 simple stools, a rudimentary wardrobe, and one of the caves was designated for living. Inside, he hung an oilcloth curtain, placed the simple bed and wardrobe, and laid out a mat and quilt, completing the room setup. The front half of the cave was set up as a living room, furnished with a table and chairs. The other cave was used as a warehouse and kitchen. Once Lin Chenyu organized everything, he left the space and drove the carriage to continue his journey. The small group fleeing from disaster walked until nightfall before finding an empty place to stop and rest. On their journey, they encountered more caravans carrying horse-drawn carts accompanied by guards and maidservants. Many other caravans had hired escort services for protection. In comparison, Lin Heng's caravan appeared somewhat sparse. Fortunately, upon returning to the space, at night the gene modification serum from Euphemia had been successfully exchanged. Although there were only 2 bottles, it was sufficient to enhance the bodies of those in their group and boost their physical resilience. Some individuals even experienced improvements in intelligence, strength, and agility. Lin Ke took advantage of the night while cooking porridge to pour half a bottle of gene modification serum into it, ensuring that even the 2-year-old Xiao Maodo could drink it, which put her mind at ease. Feeling that their current capabilities were insufficient for protection, Lin Ke thought it necessary to buy some self-defense tools for them. During the night shift, Zhang Ren took his eldest grandson Zhang Tian to guard from the hour of Hai to the hour of Zi, while Zheng Fu and Li Song watched over from the hour of Chou to the hour of Yin. As the hour of Yin approached, the women got up to boil water and prepare provisions for the day. The others rose at the hour of Mao for breakfast before setting out. From today onward, Xiao Doubao, Xiao Maodo, and Xiao Tongtong were placed in Lin Ke's cart. The older children Zheng Shua, Zheng Sin, Zheng Su, and Li Yan sat in old Zheng's mule cart. The even older ones Zheng Tian, Zheng Feng, Zheng Mu, and Zheng Lin ran behind the cart with their fathers. They could only sit in the mule cart to rest when they were utterly exhausted or during the heat of noon. The mule cart was driven by several women. On the first day, both the mule cart and those running behind moved at a slow pace. At first, everyone thought they could not endure even an hour, but to their surprise, they managed to keep going for an hour and a half before stopping to rest. This scene inspired Zheng Shua and the others, who insisted on running behind again when they set off. The little ones also did well, managing to persist for half an hour before returning to the mule cart to rest. After discussing with the adults, Lin Ke gave the last 3 restraining pills to Xiao Tong Tong and the other little ones. Then she brought them into the mobile home, letting Xiao Shi to entertain them. The several little ones, chubby and adorable, alternated between practicing horse stances, laughing, and practicing punches, and learning to recognize characters under the guidance of Xiao Shi, the young tutor. When they grew tired, they could play with Xiao Mingming, eat fruit, enjoy snacks, and drink milk. They were having a wonderful time. This led to a situation where at night, when it was time to sleep, the little ones insisted on staying with Brother Shi too, instead of their own parents. This left the aunts astonished. The few who were in the know exchanged knowing smiles. It was indeed quite good. Everyone had something to do and did not waste time on the road. That night, the 2 elderly ladies bathed the little ones, and Lin Ke bought diapers for them to wear, allowing Xiao Shi too to take them to bed. The little ones, sleeping for the first time on such a soft bed with cozy blankets in a cool room, slept like little piglets, enjoying sweet dreams. After some shoving, the 2 elderly ladies ultimately could not resist Lin Ke and were assigned to sleep. Lin Ke moved a sofa into the laundry room, which was spacious and could also be converted into a bed. During the day, it could be easily stored away. This made for the perfect sleeping arrangement. Zheng Xiu slept on the sofa bed in the living room, while the others, women and children, slept in the cart. The men took turns on guard duty, with those off duty sleeping directly on the ground on oilcloth. Given the current weather, the ground was warm at night with a gentle breeze, making it much more comfortable than during the day. Everyone felt that their physical conditions seemed particularly good these days. They felt an endless reservoir of energy within them. Even the places that used to be uncomfortable were now absent. Those running alongside the cart had progressed from walking slowly at the beginning to being able to jog alongside it now. Moreover, the time they could endure had increased from 1.5 hours to 2 hours. Li Yan and the others could now hold out for 1 hour as well. Even the women were unwilling to fall behind, sometimes letting the men drive while they jogged slowly behind, managing to keep up for 1 hour. However, the downside to this was that everyone had developed a greater appetite. Even with the energy solution that Lin Ke added to the water daily, each person's appetite had increased compared to before. The wild chickens and hares caught in the past few days, along with the snake, were turned into delicious spicy rabbit chunks, bamboo shoots, and wild chicken soup, snake stew, and saltwater chicken, suitable for children under the cooking of third Uncle Zheng Shou and Old Manly. Everyone ate to their heart's content. With more people running alongside the cart, their shoes wore out quickly. The 2 elderly ladies spent the entire day making shoe soles and shoes, but it was still not enough for everyone. However, the 2 women were reluctant to let Xiao Wei help them. Thus, Lin Ke had to buy them an electric sewing machine and taught them how to use it. The pieces of fabric layered with glue could be sewn directly with the sewing machine to create layered shoe soles. Then they were cut to the size of each person's soles. They were then stitched together with thick thread. Finally, the cut shoe tops were attached to the soles. A pair of durable cloth shoes with layered soles was completed, far more wear-resistant than the previous handmade ones. For the others, receiving whatever shoes they could wear was a truly fortunate thing, and having new shoes when their old ones broke was like asking for a bicycle. Only Li Yukai and Old Manly noticed the difference in these shoes. However, he wisely said nothing more, as even he who lived off his daughter and son-in-law could wear new shoes. What more could he complain about? On the 5th day, even with Lin Ke secretly adding more, the water in each family's jars was nearly depleted. During the lunch break, they arrived at the foot of a small mountain. Lin Heng took Old Zhong and Lin Ke up the mountain to find water, while the others set up tents, gathered firewood, and prepared to cook. Lin Ke initially followed them out of fear that they might not find water, so she could sneak some back. Unexpectedly, they saw many new graves on the mountain. Judging by the freshness of the soil, it was clear that these graves had been newly erected within the past month. The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing solemnity reflected in the other's eyes. There were no fewer than 50 grave mounds in sight, not to mention those hidden from view. Lin Heng took out the map from his pocket and, after some recognition, concluded that they were approaching a place called Shi village, known for its abundance of stones. The fields in the village were not very fertile either, making it notorious as a poor village in the county. What could have happened here now? Why were there so many new grave mounds? The group lost the mood to continue searching for water and immediately turned back. Before reaching the encampment, Lin Ke poured more than half a bucket of the spring water she had collected earlier into the water buckets for Lin Heng and Old Zheng, pretending it was fresh water they had just found. After returning to the foot of the mountain, she immediately urged everyone to pack up and prepare to continue forward, as they could not linger in this place. Lin Heng kindly set up a wooden sign to remind those behind them that this place was not suitable for a prolonged stay. As for whether the people behind would heed his warning, that was not something they could control. Sure enough, after walking less than 2 miles, Lin Ke and the others encountered a few officials wearing masks. From a distance, they saw the officials waving their hands, and as they got closer, they realized they were urging passing travelers to hurry through without lingering. Lin Heng approached to inquire and learned that the symptoms of these people were high fever and cough identical to those of the child they had previously encountered, as well as Xiao Ong and the others. Knowing that his daughter still had medicine, but that the infection had already spread extensively, they felt powerless to intervene. Thus the group quickly left the vicinity of Shi village. Neglecting to cook, everyone ate some of the dry rations they had prepared earlier while on the cart. It wasn't until 3 hours later that they finally stopped. That night when Lin Ke entered the space, she was startled by the changes. The space appeared to have expanded significantly. According to Guobao, the planting area in the space had reached 100 acres. Moreover, there was now a wide river 10 meters across, and who knows how deep. Many fish were leisurely swimming back and forth in the river. Lin Ke even spotted lotus leaves and flowers in a part of the river. Next to the warehouse was a new small courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard door revealed a pebble path flanked by blooming flowers. At the end of the path was a small 5-step staircase. Ascending the steps, a 2-story wooden house appeared before her. Vines covered the walls of the wooden house and colorful butterflies danced around, creating a dreamlike atmosphere. Under the eaves of the wooden house was a small terrace furnished with a small tea table, a set of sofas, and a lazy rocking chair. Upon entering, she saw a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom on the first floor. The wooden house boasted floor-to-ceiling windows adorned with sheer curtains. Looking outside, the entire space felt like it was in a fairyland. Following the wooden staircase to the second floor, she found a massive bedroom. In the center of the bedroom was an enormous princess bed draped with a light pink canopy from the ceiling. Surrounding the bed was a beige fluffy blanket. The bed was dressed in a pink and white 4-piece set with various plush toys scattered around it. Beside it was a dressing room and a bathroom. The bathroom featured a massage bathtub that looked highly technological yet blended seamlessly with the rest of the room, looking completely harmonious. Most importantly, the small wooden house was connected to the warehouse. Anything inside the warehouse could appear in the wooden house with just a thought. This was simply her dream house. The warehouse had also upgraded to 10,000 square meters. However, this was not the most surprising thing for Lin Ke. After she finished inspecting the house, Guobao unexpectedly told her that, because the space had upgraded to level 3, she could now communicate with Chenyu through the space. However, for now they could only communicate through writing. She needed to work hard to upgrade the space, and once it reached level 5 they could meet each other in the space. Lin Ke was too eager to care about the lottery segment that came with the upgrade. She urgently asked Guobao how to chat. You can try to think in your mind about connecting with your Chenyu, and a transparent box will appear before you. Understanding how to use the box to transmit items was clear to her. It was somewhat similar to her trading box. But how would it work for transmitting text? Seeing that she didn't move, Guobao continued to remind her, you can think about what you want to say to your Chenyu in your mind, and he will see the text in his box, or you can write it down on paper to transmit it. Lin Ke felt that she didn't have the leisure to take out paper and write. She eagerly expressed her most wanted work. Lin Chenyu, on the other hand, was traveling in a cart when he heard a prompt from the system. Ding, host Lin Ke has sent a communication request. Do you accept? Lin Chenyu was stunned. What did he just hear? A communication request from Kier. Could he be dreaming? He tightened the reins, bringing the horse to a stop. Using his abilities to scan around, he found no one within a 10-mile radius, not even a single animal. He quickly put the cart into the space and entered it himself. Then he immediately accepted his wife's communication request. In the next second, a transparent small box appeared before him containing only a single line. Chenyu, where are you? Are you okay? I miss you so much. It was clear that the sender was very anxious, even neglecting to use punctuation. Lin Chenyu's heart raced. He had never been apart from his wife for such a long time in decades of his previous life. Moreover, they had both traversed to a strange era, completely unaware of how the other was faring. He also wanted to chat with his wife quickly, but he didn't know how to use the system's communication method. After a bit of guidance from the system, Lin Chenyu promptly replied to his wife. Wife, I miss you so much too. I am on my way to the capital of the Dian dynasty, and I should arrive in about 5 days. What about you? Are you okay? Where are you? I'll come find you. After waiting for a while, Lin Ke saw a long line of text appear in the box. After carefully reading it, she concluded that Chengu's situation should not be too bad, and she felt much more at ease. I am in Yongning Prefecture, northeast of the Dian dynasty. Due to drought and conscription, I am currently on my way south to escape the disaster. Lin Chenyu felt a pang of heartache. He imagined many grim scenarios for Lin Ke and his eyes. Without him by her side, he worried whether his wife could take care of herself. That little scatterbrain who sometimes got lost while walking was now forced to flee in a strange dynasty. I feel so pained, I want to hug you. I wish I could be by your side right now. Are you okay without me? Can you manage on your own? Lin Ke felt touched yet exasperated. What did he mean by asking if she could manage on her own? In her previous life, she had been a food blogger. Didn't this imply she had no dignity? She didn't want to be living. However, thinking back on her time since arriving, it seemed she hadn't really done any household chores, which made Lin Ke feel a bit guilty. But remembering that she now had a system of family and Xiaowei, that twinge of guilt was promptly cast aside. I'm doing great. My family here is taking good care of me, and I'm not running away alone, so don't worry. Seeing that Lin Ke had a good family, Lin Chenyu felt much more relieved, though he also felt a bit sour. In their previous life, they relied on each other for everything. Now that his wife had a family to care for her, he should be happy for her. He just hoped that the little ungrateful one wouldn't forget about him. After a heartfelt exchange between the two, Lin Chenyu suddenly remembered the most important matter regarding his precognitive dream. Lin Ke was left utterly bewildered, wondering how this world could collapse with so many disasters. Could anyone truly survive? Only then did Lin Ke understand what the system meant by saving 1 million people to complete the mission. Relying solely on herself, how could that possibly be achieved? Lin Ke couldn't help but curse. However, anger aside, what could be done now? At most, she could go back and vent her frustrations on the system. Nevertheless, the necessary tasks still had to be carried out. After sharing this news with Lin Chenyu, the two began to discuss their next steps. Since the drought is expected to last 3 years, and it has just begun, we should head south first. Yes, the south has relatively abundant resources, so heading there temporarily is a good choice, especially since you're closer to the south. I'm almost at the capital. I'll head to the capital for a zero-cost shopping spree, trying to upgrade the space as soon as possible so we can meet up sooner. Alright, it's settled then. How's the space on your end? What do you have? Is there any spiritual Is there anything you need? This compartment can still transfer items. I can send them to you. I didn't know how old you are now, so I bought a lot of clothes, and I'll send them over too. And money, I'll leave it all to you. I currently have 100 acres of arable land, a house, of fresh-keeping warehouse, and a river, but no spiritual spring water. Do you actually have spiritual spring water? You can send me clothes, but I don't need the money for now. Since you're going to the capital where resources are richer, by some jade stones or the like to upgrade the space quickly. After hearing Lin Ke's description, Lin Chenyu felt that his wife was living quite well with a house in her space. Thinking about the 2 hastily made caves he created with lightning, he felt it was rather careless. However, knowing that his wife was doing well eased his mind. Alright, I'll follow your lead. I have 50 acres of arable land, 3 large mountains, a river, and spiritual spring water. Wait, I'll find a container to send you some spiritual spring water. Does this spiritual spring water have the effect of cleansing the marrow and muscles? No, but it can strengthen the body and help me enhance my abilities. While Lin Chenyu filled a water pouch with spiritual spring water and spoke to his wife. He filled a pouch with spiritual spring water, placed it in the transparent compartment, and the pouch instantly vanished. The next second, Lin Ke saw a water pouch in her own transparent compartment. She picked it up, uncapped it, and drank several large gulps, finding her body felt perfectly fine. Suddenly inspired, she took a basin, poured half of the spiritual spring water into it, and added some crystal. She wanted to see if the spiritual spring water could purify the impurities within the crystal cores. After sharing this idea with Lin Chenyu, Lin Ke sent over a large number of purple and transparent crystal cores for him to try, hoping it would help speed up their cultivation. Later, Lin Ke received various clothes of different ages that Chenyu had purchased. However, now that they were fleeing, she couldn't wear them and could only hang them in her wardrobe. Knowing that Lin Chenyu was on the road and it was inconvenient to cook, Lin Ke went to the kitchen of her small wooden house and made his favorite dishes: braised pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy fish slices, and dry pot potato slices. She also cooked a large pot of rice and bought some soda from the mall, sending everything over to him. Lin Chenyu was so moved he nearly cried. It had been so long since he had eaten the food cooked by his wife's hands. As they ate, they chatted as if they were sitting together at the same table. Lin Chenyu devoured his food while chatting with his wife, and before long all 4 dishes and the pot of rice were gone. The two of them chatted in the space for 10 hours like kids who had just received their first mobile phones before finally going to sleep. Lin Chenyu lay on the soft mattress sent by his wife, wishing he could meet her immediately. Lin Ke awoke in the space to find the little turtle on her pillow, giving her quite a fright. She quickly knocked the little turtle onto the floor. When she regained her senses, she realized what she had done. Looking at the little turtle's hurt expression, Lin Ke felt embarrassed. She quickly picked up the fruit treasure, holding it in her palm, while continuously soothing and apologizing. After several minutes, the fruit treasure deeply felt the host's sincerity and finally forgave her, kindly reminding Lin Ke that she hadn't drawn her lottery yet. Lin Ke had been so caught up chatting excitedly with Chenyu yesterday that she completely forgot about the lottery. Now reminded by the fruit treasure, she felt a bit embarrassed. Not being active in the lottery shows a problem in mindset. She quickly clicked to enter the lottery. 3 seconds later, the soft and adorable voice of the fruit treasure came through. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a space gate. This space gate allows the host to instantly reach the desired destination. PS only to places that have been visited before. After the space reaches its maximum level, there may be special surprises. The sound of a notification followed, indicating that the host triggered a side quest. The quest objective is for the two hosts to personally traverse the entire small world, illuminating the world map. For every 10 locations illuminated, they can receive system rewards. This thing, isn't it a bit useless? Why revisit places already visited? Am I supposed to go back and check if Zhao Family Village is recruiting? It's been so many days and we haven't even exited Yongning Prefecture. To traverse the entire small world personally with ancient road conditions, how long would it take to finish? Am I supposed to have a world tour just because I've crossed into ancient times? Wouldn't it be better to find a quiet place to farm? What is the purpose of all these trivial matters? Before Lin Ke could finish her complaints, the fruit treasure's voice came again. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 30 binding pills. Oh, more binding pills. Does this mean she can give one to each member of the fleeing team? Does it mean that their journey can be more pleasant and smooth? While Lin Ke was daydreaming, the little turtle reminded her host, do you want to upgrade the space quickly and meet your Chenyu? Without a second thought, Lin Ke nodded, of course. Then doesn't the host need to earn more merit to continue upgrading the space? Listening to the fruit treasure's coaxing tone, Lin Ke became alert. What do you want me to do now? The fruit treasure sighed, feeling that this host was difficult to manage. Did you not just pass through a village with an influenza outbreak? The medicine in your shop can save them. Besides, now that you have a space gate, it would be easy to earn merit. Why not? Lin Ke realized that the reason she was given a space gate was to encourage her to help others. However, she was in a good mood today and decided not to hold a grudge against the system. If she was going to help, she would prepare thoroughly first and then make a dazzling entrance. A few hours later, Lin Ke arrived near Stone Village through the spatial gate, riding the magnetic levitation mini board exchanged from Euphemia. Then she stepped onto the board and made her way to Stone Village. The guard on duty felt something fly past him, and then in the pitch-black night he saw a fairy with flowing garments appearing before him, illuminated by a full moon above her head. Strangely, he could not see the fairy's face clearly. He only sensed her figure fluttering like a startled swan, graceful like a swimming dragon. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes and let go of his hands, discovering that the fairy was still before him, which startled him into kicking his sleeping colleague. Before the fairy could speak, he knelt down without hesitation. The awakened guard was still dazed, having been deep in a pleasant dream. In his dream, he held a high official position, surrounded by piles of shiny silver, and just when he was about to enjoy it, he was kicked awake by his companion. As he was about to complain, he noticed a fairy floating in the sky ahead. Startled, he felt his knees again, banging his head repeatedly on the ground. Fairy, spare my life. I have never committed any wrongdoing in my life. At most, I have collected a little extra city entry fee. I will never dare to do so again. The guard who first spotted Lin Ke was taken aback by his brother's frantic actions. He couldn't understand how in the spirit of confessing to receive leniency, he began to recount his own misdeeds, then followed suit in banging his head on the ground. Lin Ke did not expect this act to have such an effect. However, she was not there to act as a judge today. Considering that these two had not committed any serious offenses and needed their assistance, Lin Ke allowed them to stand up. She instructed them to make amends by gathering all the sick villagers, as she had medicine to treat the epidemic. Upon hearing this, the two guards kept murmuring about the fairy's mercy. With an opportunity to make amends, there was no time to waste. They had to perform well. In less than 15 minutes, all those infected with the epidemic had gathered at the village entrance. Those who were bedridden due to high fever were carried over by their families on wooden boards. Lin Ke took out a basin of spring water, followed by the ibuprofen suspension and licorice tablets she had prepared in advance. She waved her hand, and a surge of wood-type ability flowed into the bodies of the severely ill who still had a breath of life. She then instructed the two guards to feed the patients each a mouthful of the spring water mixed with ibuprofen suspension. The dosage for the children was reduced. Finally, she distributed 12 licorice tablets to each person, to be taken 2 each time, twice a day, to be finished within 3 days. While the guards were busy dispensing the medicine, those who had taken the medicine already began to reduce their high fevers and felt much more at ease. Watching as everyone had taken the spring water and medicine showing signs of improvement, and with all the supplies distributed, Lin Ke waved her sleeve departing without taking a trace of cloud. It was only after she had left that the people realized the fairy who had saved them had vanished. Everyone bowed deeply once more in the direction where she had appeared. Thank you, fairy, for saving our lives. The divine has manifested and my prayers have reached the heavens and I shall not die. Thank you for your grace, fairy. Heaven has not abandoned us, we are saved. I will build a golden statue for the fairy. From now on the fairy will be our guardian. The crowd was chattering excitedly and soon realized that the fairy had left behind several items for them. From that moment on, the survivors formed a new village called Fairy Village. The items left behind by the fairy were enshrined in the fairy shrine built by the villagers together. Their goal was to create a golden statue 3 times larger than the fairy. The items left behind by the fairy were enshrined in the fairy shrine built by the villagers together. Their goal was to create a golden statue. Their descendants would forever be the believers of the fairy. Of course, these are matters for later. Lin Ke returned to the space and Guobao happily came to tell her that she had received 300 merit points and 200 faith power. Lin Ke pondered, considering that about 200 people were treated today. Where did these 300 merit points come from? And what was this faith power? After Guobao's explanation, Lin Ke learned that generally she would earn a bit of merit for saving a person, but if someone was inherently virtuous, the merit points would be comparatively higher. Additionally, if she made some special contributions to this world, she would receive more merit points accordingly. Faith power, on the other hand, was the belief of the common people in her, the so-called followers. As long as her followers existed, the faith power she could obtain would be endless. But what can faith power be used for? The host currently lacks the ability, but once you grow to a certain level you will understand the wonders of faith. Upon hearing this, Lin Ke did not dwell on it any longer. Since it was not useful for now, she would study it later. However, Guobao seriously said the host has saved sick individuals for the first time and has gained faith power. As a reward, the host receives a copy of Comprehensive Medical Practices. After Guobao finished speaking, a jade tablet resembling a book appeared before Lin Ke. With a gentle touch it dissipated into Lin Ke's mind. Lin Ke could only sit cross-legged and accept it involuntarily. After a stick of incense, she finally finished accepting the first half of Mortal Medicine, which contained medical classics, pulse diagnosis, prescriptions, herbs, medicine preparation, and even healthcare. Everything related to medicine was included. As for the second half, it was still inaccessible. Lin Ke's task now was to practice more, integrating the patients in reality with the knowledge in her mind. Lin Ke felt a bit speechless. She sensed that this system was gradually enticing her. It had promised her a leisurely life, claiming it would not force her to save people. But what was happening now? It was luring her step by step into its trap, saving people for merit, upgrading space and the system. Yet, she was willingly doing it. What should she do about her leisurely life? Guobao sensed her sentiment and felt a bit guilty. It just wanted to help her complete her tasks better. In fact, Lin Ke could understand these principles as well. She just felt like lying flat, not wanting to be any savior. But now the upgrade of the space required her to earn merit points, so what other choice did she have but to work hard? Guobao timely exclaimed, "Kiki, look. There's something in the trading box." Lin Ke, reminded by Guobao, was instantly drawn to the small water jug in the trading box. This was specially customized for her by Euphemia, resembling a bamboo tube on the outside. The difference was that this was not a disposable item, and it did not contain any interstellar water source liquid. Instead, it was a small space where she could fill it with water herself. She took out the water jug and inspected it. Its shape was indeed the same as the previous one, but it was clear that this jug was not made of bamboo. Following the instructions, she found a needle and pricked her little finger, squeezing out a drop of blood that fell onto the jug. She could sense that the space inside the jug was approximately 1 cubic meter. If filled with water, it could hold 2,000 pounds. Although the jug looked small, it had 2 caps of straw and a direct drinking mouth. It could also heat up in just 1 second. It was simply an essential gadget for home and travel. Lin Ke handed both jugs to Lin Chenyu and explained how to use them. After a stick of incense's time, Lin Chenyu handed Lin Ke the jug filled with spiritual spring water. From then on, this little bamboo tube water jug accompanied Lin Ke through many years of trials and tribulations. Of course, that is a story for later. After the system absorbed the merit points, Lin Ke exited the space. Taking advantage of the fact that it was still dark outside, she buried herself back into sleep. It felt like no time had passed before the adults had already gotten up and set off. She woke for a moment, then fell back into a deep sleep. Kids really need more sleep to grow taller. When she finally woke up, they had already arrived outside Liang'an County City. Outside the city, there were people distributing porridge, and the refugees were lining up in long rows waiting for a bowl of thin porridge to fill their famished bellies. At the city gate, there were gate officials checking the travel documents of everyone entering the city, and each person was required to pay a 5-won entrance fee. At this moment, everyone was glad that Lin Heng had prepared early. Old Lee had prepared the travel documents long before his son-in-law told him they were going to escape. After checking the documents and paying the entrance fee, they successfully entered the city. Lin Ke felt that Liang'an County truly deserved its reputation as the closest county to Yangning Prefecture. The city walls were taller than those of their county, and outside the city wealthy families were distributing porridge, showing a much higher awareness than those in their county. Moreover, the county was bustling with people coming and going incessantly. Every household's merchants had their doors open, warmly welcoming customers. The street vendors were also enthusiastically shouting. Unlike their county where the wealthy families had fled long ago. Hey, this doesn't make sense. If it comes to timely information, Liang'an County must have received news earlier than their remote county. Or are they not afraid of the Dali Kingdom attacking? Or is there some unknown reason? With Lin Ke's 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, Liang'an County truly Or are they not afraid of the Dali Kingdom attacking? Or is there some unknown reason? With Lin Ke's 10 years of experience in the apocalypse, Liang'an County truly seemed a bit unusual. However, seeing her family's rare ease, she did not say much. Perhaps she was overthinking. It would be better to stay vigilant and notify her family if she discovers anything particularly unusual. They found an inn, and under Lin Heng's insistence, they requested a small courtyard. The courtyard had 5 rooms and could accommodate all their carts. Even though it cost 5 taels of silver per night, Lin Heng still thought it was quite a bargain. If they lost their cart, there would be no one to reason with. The men took up 3 rooms of various sizes, while the women occupied 2. The group did not have time to stroll around. The first thing they did upon settling in was ask the attendant to help boil water, as they wanted to take a proper hot bath. After days of travel, their clothes had become damp, then dry, then damp again. If they hadn't brought a few changes of clothes, they would be wearing spoiled ones by now. Even so, every piece of clothing they changed out of had a layer of white salt frost. Seeing this, Lin Heng took little Tian by the hand and went out with his father-in-law and precious daughter. With so many people, it would take a while before it was their turn to wash. Moreover, they occasionally washed up in the cart, so they decided to let the others wash first. The 3 of them drove the donkey cart to the grain store and found that the grain here was cheaper than in Lin County. So they bought 300 pounds of fine rice, 300 pounds of white flour, 500 pounds of brown rice, and 500 pounds of black flour. Taking advantage of the empty space in the cart, Lin Ke stored everything in her backpack. They then went to the general store to replenish some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, various spices, and some versatile oilcloth and rope. Having worn out their shoes recently, the 3 also bought some coarse cloth and needle and thread from the silk shop. Knowing that the inn did not provide meals, they also purchased 10 pounds of lard and 10 pounds of pork belly. However, they did not see any vegetables for sale. After wandering around, they found nothing else to buy, so they planned to bring some snacks for the children and bought a few meat buns. Just then they noticed a group of soldiers escorting dozens of refugees into the city. Lin Heng whispered, "The officials here in Liang'an County are quite good. Not only are they distributing porridge to the refugees, but they are also providing them with shelter." To his surprise, someone nearby heard Lin Heng's words and immediately echoed, "Of course. Our Lord Pang is a good official who loves the people like his own children. He would rather go hungry himself than see us common folks suffer. No wonder I see our county cities so prosperous. It seems the county magistrate deserves much credit." Lin Heng praised the county magistrate, and the surrounding common people seemed as if they were being praised themselves, smiling exceptionally happily. "Brother, you must be from out of town, right?" "Yes, we are heading south and are just stopping to rest in your county." "No wonder you don't know, let me tell you." The enthusiasm of the crowd almost made the trio unable to get out. They spent 2 sticks of incense buying snacks, but they listened to praises of the county magistrate for a long time. Even old Zhong, who had lived half his life, had never seen a county magistrate so beloved by the people. He couldn't help but exclaim, "I never expected that our Yongning Prefecture would have such a good county. It makes me want to stay here and never leave." "Yes, we escaped just to find a place where we can live safely. If Liang'an County is truly this good, why should we go south?" As the 2 were reminiscing, they suddenly saw a mad beggar rushing towards them. Seeing that the person was about to fall to the ground, Lin Heng quickly supported him and asked the old beggar with concern if he was all right. The people around witnessing the scene covered their noses and moved away from Lin Heng and the others. The beggar did not answer Lin Heng's question, but kept repeating 2 words in a dazed state, "Good person hurry and leave, a good person hurry and leave." Lin Hung didn't quite understand, but vaguely heard the words good person, thinking that this mad beggar also thought the county magistrate was a good person. Only Lin Ke clearly understood, and she realized that this crazy beggar wanted them to leave quickly. Lin Ke took out 2 steamed buns from her backpack and handed them to the mad beggar. He glanced at her, snatched the buns, and began to devour them ravenously. Watching him gobble down the buns, Lin Ke wanted to ask him what he meant by his words. But just then 2 patrolling soldiers arrived, intending to take the mad old man away. The mad old man grabbed Lin Ke's hand and squeezed out a single word from his throat: leave. His voice was hoarse and obscure, like an old wooden door creaking. Lin Ke frowned. What on earth did this mad old man mean? The others didn't understand either and thought the old man was just asking the young girl for food again. The people around whispered, this mad old man is strange. Clearly the county magistrate has built an orphanage to shelter all beggars and orphans, yet he refuses to stay there and often runs out to act crazy. Yes, the county magistrate is also indulgent towards him. If this mad old man didn't run around, our county magistrate wouldn't need to send people to keep an eye on him. Exactly, it wastes the manpower of the county office. I saw the county magistrate giving the mad old man a steamed bun the other day. Where did this mad old man come from? Just as the crowd was enjoying their chat, a soft and adorable voice caught their attention. Looking down, they realized it was the little girl who had given the mad old man the buns. The little girl smiled radiantly with 2 adorable dimples on her cheeks, melting the hearts of the onlooker. A middle-aged woman squatted down to meet Lin Ke's gaze and softly said, oh, who knows? 2 years ago someone saw a person covered in blood fainting in the street. Someone reported it to the authorities, and County Magistrate Pang sent people to take him to the county office, kindly providing him medical treatment. When he woke up, he was already mad. Yes, our County Magistrate Pang is busy and can't keep an eye on him all the time, so he settled him in the orphanage. But he always sneaks out muttering incomprehensible words, alternating between laughter and tears. Exactly, he even makes himself stink all day long. After hearing this, Lin Ke felt something was off. Based on her 20+ years of watching dramas and reading novels, there was definitely something wrong in this county. It seemed that she had to take the opportunity to investigate when no one was around at night. After listening to the gossip about the mad old man, Lin Hang asked about his own doubts. Brother, does it rain in Liang'an County? Isn't there a water shortage? We in Linan County have been in drought for over half a year. Drought? How could it not be dry? Our county hasn't seen a drop of rain in over half a year. But this is all thanks to our benevolent magistrate. Oh, what do you mean, huh? Since County Magistrate Pang took office 5 years ago, he has organized the people in our county and the villages below to repair ditches and canals every year to channel water into the fields. He even dug water cellars to collect rainwater when it rains, so even if it doesn't rain for a year, our drinking water won't be a problem. The man being asked spoke proudly of their county magistrate's great achievements, and the people around him looked equally proud. This left Lin Ke confused. Could it be that this county magistrate was really a good person? Or perhaps a visionary good person? But what was the matter with that mad old man? Forget it, she would investigate thoroughly at night. After bidding farewell to the enthusiastic crowd, the 3 went to buy 30 large meat buns before returning to the inn's courtyard. After their delay, everyone had already finished washing up by the time they returned. Even the dirty clothes that had been changed over the past few days were washed clean and hung up in the courtyard. After returning, the 3 were arranged to take a bath and then sat with everyone to eat the buns they had bought. However, 1 bun was only enough to fill their stomachs a little. Before the sun set, the women prepared 2 large bowls of cold noodles. They sliced the cucumbers Lin Ke had taken out into strips and mixed them into the noodles, adding plenty of vinegar. It was refreshing and appetizing. Even little Shirtu ate a big bowl. After the meal, everyone gathered to discuss the day's experiences. The group listened enviously. If they had such a good county magistrate, would they not have to flee from disasters? Everyone even eagerly discussed the possibility of settling down here. After all, this place wasn't too far from their village, and if they wanted to go back in the future, they could still visit. Only Zhang Xiao muttered softly, is there really such a good place? Why haven't we heard of it in Linan County? The speaker was oblivious, but the listener was attentive. Lin Heng's alertness was immediately triggered by his wife's remark. Indeed, if Liang'an County was so good, why hadn't he heard about it during the years he worked in the county town? There must be something wrong. Moreover, regarding the mad old man seen on the street today, where would a mad old man have someone specifically watching over him? There were so many beggars in Linan County, yet no one cared. Speaking of beggars, today on the street, apart from that mad old man, there wasn't a single beggar in sight. No wonder he felt something was odd. It seemed they should leave this place as soon as possible. Lin Heng shared his suspicions with everyone, and the others felt a chill run down their spines as if something crawled over them. Forget it, let's leave early tomorrow. While the adults were chatting, Lin Ke sneaked out to the courtyard to use her abilities to communicate with the two trees in the yard for a while. Once inside the caravan, Lin Ke shared the news she had gathered with her father. Lin Heng hadn't expected things to be so serious. Lin Heng didn't know what was happening, but seeing his daughter so on edge, it was definitely not a good sign. He found an excuse to enter the carriage with Lin Ke. Once inside the caravan, Lin Ke shared the news she had gathered with her father. Lin Heng hadn't expected things to be so serious. If that was the case, weren't they in danger tonight? The people from several nearby villages had contracted a plague, and now everyone had been gathered and quarantined in Shirtu village. What to do? What to do? I never expected that we just escaped from the tiger's mouth only to fall into the wolf's den. Lin Heng anxiously paced around the RV. Father, don't panic. Let's wait and see where those people will take us. If it were just the few of us adults, no matter where we were taken, there would still be hope for survival. But what about you children? If anything happens to you, we won't be able to survive either. At night, let Xiao Tong Tong and the others sleep in the RV. I'll protect them. You don't have to worry about the others with me around. Nothing will happen to everyone. Under the cover of darkness, Lin Ke released Xiaozi to gather information. This county still had plenty of vegetation, which served as her eyes and ears. Half an hour later, Xiaozi returned. It jumped into Lin Ke's palm and nuzzled against her. Lin Ke infused it with some extraordinary energy, and it happily unfurled its 4 little leaves. Then Lin Ke received the biggest piece of gossip since her arrival. However, the more she listened, the angrier she became. Just as she was immersed in the news, she sensed someone approaching. Lin Ke hurriedly lay down, pretending to be asleep. Then she felt someone poke through the window paper, blowing sleeping gas into the room. But these were child's play in front of Xiaozi. She instructed Meng Meng to keep an eye on the children while also asking Guobao to monitor the surroundings, pretending to be unconscious like the others. She then felt the people placing them onto their own mule carts. All the children were in one cart, women in another, and the elderly and young men were packed into 2 others. Seeing that they hadn't noticed Meng Meng, Lin Ke took it back into her space. She had originally planned to rely on it to protect the children, but unexpectedly, she was also in the same predicament. Lin Ke thought to herself that it was fortunate she had already stored the RV and the 3 smallest kids in her space. These people were quite efficient in their arrangements. Once the mule carts left the city, they were split into 2 different directions. Lin Ke knew her current spiritual power wasn't enough to cover such distances, so she asked Guobao to help her keep track of the others' locations. As for herself, she planned to confront the so-called benevolent county magistrate Peng. Who would have thought that the biggest human trafficker in the county was actually the fatherly official of the county? Recalling the information gathered by Xiaozi and putting it all together, Lin Ke concluded a melodramatic plot. The so-called county magistrate Peng was indeed a good county magistrate who cared for his people and possessed talent and vision. His contributions to the people were genuine, and the people's affection for him was real. The change occurred 2 years ago when County Magistrate Peng discovered a gold mine in Liang'an County. He had already drafted a memorial to report it, but unexpectedly, he was betrayed by his steward. The steward tied him up and then notified his family. His family quickly sent his twin brother to replace him. At that moment, he realized that his twin brother had always harbored hatred towards him. Hateful for being more accomplished since childhood, envious of the family's greater attention and resources directed towards him. Even the woman he liked favored his twin. Thus his twin brother disfigured his face, ruined his voice, and tortured him to the point of wishing for death. In the end, he had no choice but to pretend to be insane, living day by day with pigs and dogs, sleeping in a doghouse, eating pig food, and even smearing himself with pig dung. Only then did his good brother let him be. However, he never fully trusted him, so he kept him locked up in the pigsty and sent someone to watch over him. Today, he managed to escape while the guard was distracted. He happened to run into Lin Heng and the others. That's how this daytime incident occurred. Meanwhile, the Peng family had already allied with Prince Yu. For the past 2 years, the Peng family had been secretly assisting Prince Yu in mining the gold mine. The miners were either displaced refugees or seemingly unremarkable commoners passing through. As for the women and children, they would first be sent to be picked by the county magistrate Peng, while the rest would be sold to various places known for their debauchery. The number of people who had passed through his hands in these 2 years was countless. None of the women and children he favored escaped his torment to death. And the elderly and able-bodied laborers were forced to dig pits day and night until they perished from. As for those sold women and children, their lives were unimaginable. Moreover, this fake county magistrate was quite adept at maintaining appearances. Thus, in the hearts of the county's people, he still remained that virtuous official. Only the innkeepers and a few specific wealthy households were aware of his shady dealings and were coerced into colluding with him. Having heard enough gossip, Lin Ke could hardly tolerate it any longer. Knowing they would first be sent to the fake county magistrate's villa where the impostor would be, she forced herself to endure. After about 15 minutes, Lin Ke saw them enter a luxurious villa. This place spanned at least 20. The courtyard was adorned with pavilions and towers breathtakingly beautiful. The most blinding sight was that the entire main building was even tiled with gold. Lin Ke and the others were brought into a room filled with many women and children. Some were unconscious, some were awake, some appeared numb, some were confused, some had faces filled with despair, while others bore faint glimmers of hope. Soon someone would come here to pick one person to take out, clean her up, and then bring her to meet the county magistrate. Since Lin Ke had already reached the lair, she had no intention of playing any games with the fake magistrate. She released Xiaozi, causing everyone in the villa to fall into a deep sleep while temporarily storing her own people in her space. With the help of the flora, she found 5 vaults. This fake county magistrate was quite cunning. This villa had only 5 vaults, while the others were either on the mountain or underground in farmhouses. Lin Ke collected all 5 vaults, roughly estimating them to contain several million taels of gold. And these were just what hadn't been sent away yet. After collecting these, Lin Ke stored all the trees, flowers, gold-tiled bricks, jade flooring, and other warehouses containing jewels and food from the entire villa. Even the rosewood and Wangwali furniture in the fake magistrate's room were not spared. Of course, the jewelry and treasures in the concubines' rooms were also taken. The villa also housed several fine horses which could not be overlooked. Everything in the kitchen was collected. If it weren't for her insufficient spiritual power, she would have wanted to move the entire villa away. After collecting everything, Lin Ke used her spiritual power to turn the fake county magistrate into a fool. If it weren't for needing to appease Prince Yu temporarily, she would have killed him on the spot. However, the restraints she placed would ensure that this fake county magistrate would not live beyond half a month. Presumably, that mad old man would have ample time to regain control during this half month. Lin Ke directly sent those loyal to the fake county magistrate and the officials and soldiers who aided his tyranny to the underworld. As for those who were abducted, she believed the crazy old man would take good care of them. After handling things here, Lin Ke entered the gold mine through the tunnel on the mountain. She rested in her space for a while and absorbed some crystal cores to restore her spiritual energy. It took her an entire night to collect the entire gold mine into her backpack. Gritting her teeth, Lin Ke finished gathering the whole mine, and with her last ounce of strength entered the space, only to faint dramatically. In a panic, Guobao grabbed the spirit spring water flask and poured it down her throat. Finally, he filled the bathtub with spirit spring water and crystal cores, placing Lin Ke inside. Lin Ke slept for 10 hours in the space before waking up. Upon waking, she felt that her spiritual energy had increased significantly, and even her wood type ability had broken through to level 5. Outside, however, chaos ensued due to this earth dragon turning over. Watching the collapsed gold mine, the miners believed it to be a punishment from the heavens and knelt down to thank the deities. The supervising soldiers split into 2 groups, with one staying to oversee the people and the other hastening to find the fake county magistrate. Fortunately, those soldiers were dealt with by the wolf cubs Guobao had released. Otherwise, something would have happened while Lin Ke was unconscious. After waking up, she quickly followed Guobao's guidance, stepping onto the levitating magnetic board to find Lin Heng and the others. Without saying a word, she dealt with those lackeys and brought Lin Heng and the others into her space. After counting to ensure no one was missing, she finally felt relieved. Then she stepped back onto the board and returned to Liang'an County, rendering the county's officials and soldiers unconscious, laying down a thick stack of blank road signs for herself, and stealthily took the county's map. After changing her appearance in the space and donning the fairy-like attire from the last rescue, Lin Ke handed the fake county magistrate to the crazy old man. She granted him a small bottle of spirit spring water, advising him to fulfill his duties as a good magistrate before gracefully departing. The crazy old man was both surprised and delighted, had the heavens finally seen through the misdeeds of his brother. Looking at the elixir given by the fairy, he had no hesitation and drank it all in one go. Moments later, he felt a warm current flowing throughout his body, healing many of the injuries he had suffered over the years. He tried to speak, and his voice came out effortlessly. It was no longer the dry and hoarse tone from before. The crazy old man hurriedly knelt on the ground, knocking his head 3 times towards the direction the fairy had left. In his heart, he silently vowed that he would not disappoint the fairy's expectations and would become a good magistrate who loved his people like his own children. After Lin Ke left, she raided the homes of those who had collaborated with the fake county magistrate and collected the gold reserves from the scattered farmhouses before leaving Liang'an County feeling quite satisfied. She stepped onto the board and continued until dawn before stopping. At that moment they were less than 100 miles from Yongning Prefecture. At their usual speed they would reach Yongning Prefecture within 2 days. Lin Ke had to visit Yongning Prefecture especially since the Prince of Yu had a villa there. Perhaps she could also acquire a batch of supplies through zero-cost purchasing. After all, the Prince of Yu had secretly mined gold and his ambitions were glaringly obvious. Rather than allowing him to incite riots and harm the common people in the future, it would be better to take advantage of the opportunity herself. She planted another batch. In a good mood, she even went to collect eggs herself. There were now over 100 hens in the coop. Cheerfully, she placed the more than 100 eggs into a basket and then stored them in the warehouse using her spiritual energy. After finishing these tasks, Gu Bao reminded her that she had gained 5000 merit points and 50 faith points. Lin Ke was astonished as she had saved fewer than 1000 people, so where did all these merit points come from? Because that crazy old man himself was a person of great merit, helping him return to his rightful place would yield a lot of merit points. Moreover, if he continues to do good deeds in the future, the merit points he gains will continually be shared with you. Additionally, since you dealt with a fake county magistrate and his lackeys, no one would suffer from his persecution anymore, which also counts as indirectly saving people, hence why this time the merit points are quite substantial. After listening to Go Bao's explanation, Lin Ke was utterly shocked. So it could work this way. It seems she no longer needed to desperately save people one by one to gain merit points. Next time she'll ask Gu Bao if there are any treasures that can reveal a person's merit. If so, wouldn't she only need to save those with great merit to quickly level up her space? But today this haul was simply a tremendous win. Aside from those merit points and faith points, she also acquired half a gold mine. Unfortunately, there were no mountains in the space for now, so she had to store it in her backpack. But today this haul was simply a tremendous win. Aside from those merit points and faith points, she also acquired half a gold mine. Unfortunately, it would be great if she had a gold type ability, as she could directly purify the gold in the mine. Lin Ke hummed a cheerful tune, finding an uninhabited forest to release all the people and the mule cart from her space. The effects of the sleeping potion had not yet worn off, so Lin Ke instructed Xiaozi to absorb the remaining potion from them, and everyone slowly began to wake up. Where is this? Oh no, what happened to me? Wasn't I sleeping in the inn? How did I end up in the woods? Everyone began discussing in confusion. Lin Ke recounted what had happened to them last night, explaining to everyone that it was her master who saved them. Moreover, her master had also left gifts for each person. The others were still astonished at where Lin Ke's master had come from. Then Grandma Jiang excitedly approached Lin Ke, saying, "Did your master come? Why didn't you keep him here? We should cook a meal to treat him." Old Man Zhang and Old Lady Zhang nodded in agreement. The old immortal not only saved Kiki but also saved them. They felt they had to properly entertain him. Next time they must let the old immortal try some of the exquisite food from the mortal realm. The others were puzzled while Lin Heng stepped forward and winked at his daughter. "Why did you reveal your secret?" Zhang Xiu also looked at her with concern. Lin Ke understood the expressions of her parents. Once the old man and old woman calmed down, she continued, "My master left enough restriction pills for me this time, and even left gifts for everyone." Lin Heng and Zhang Xiu were relieved to hear that the old immortal had left restriction pills. As long as they took the pills, any irregularities related to Gu Bao would not be revealed. Even if you knew in your heart, you couldn't speak of it. Surely the old immortal could not bear to see Gu Bao suffer with them, which was why he descended once more to bestow the pills. Lin Ke took out the restriction pill and explained its effects to everyone, but unexpectedly they all consumed it without a second thought. Liu Kai felt that in his lifetime being able to ingest a pill bestowed by immortals was more than enough to satisfy him. He realized that the Lin family was indeed immensely fortunate, and even his son-in-law's family was enjoying this fortune alongside them. This overwhelming blessing had now fallen upon him. If he didn't seize it quickly, what was he waiting for? Li Song remained completely dazed even after swallowing the pill. When did Xiao Qi acquire an immortal master? He had transformed from a laborer oppressed by his parents and siblings into the uncle of a little fairy. The surprise came too suddenly for Li Song, leaving him momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, several uncles and aunts accepted it well, as they were often reminded by their mother that Xiao Qi was a little lucky star. Over the years they had grown accustomed to it. Not to mention having an immortal master. Even if they were told that Xiao Qi was a celestial being, they would accept it calmly. The children didn't have such complicated thoughts. They only knew that their sister had an immortal master, which meant that Cuckoo was equivalent to a little fairy. They were proud to have a little fairy sister, and the glow of pride on their faces was unmistakable. Seeing that everyone had accepted this well, Lin Ke proceeded to the gift distribution. First, she took out more than 20 disposable water bottles and explained their purpose, allowing everyone to choose their favorite. Even the 2-year-old little Mao Do received a small water bottle shaped like a trumpet flower. Next came the weapons customized by Lin Ke. Each man received a sleeve arrow and 20 steelhead arrows. Additionally, each was given a large knife resembling a chopping knife. The blade was jet black with a snow-white edge. Lin Ke placed a strand of hair on it, blew gently, and the hair instantly split in two. The men were utterly enamored. Even the 2 elderly men wanted one. Unable to refuse the stubborn old men, Lin Ke gave each of them a knife. The young men received a sleeve arrow and a specially designed slingshot. Convenient to carry, and the steel balls of the slingshot could easily break the limbs of an adult man upon impact. If aimed well, a single shot to the temple could kill a person. However, Lin Ke repeatedly reminded them that these weapons were solely for self-defense and should not be used to provoke trouble or harm others. The young men promised again, and finally received the 10 sleeve arrows and 20 steel balls provided by Lin Ke. The women and older children each received a retractable stun baton. It had both a bright light and electric shock functions. Compact and portable, it ensured their safety. As for the younger children, they would rely on everyone to protect them. If they couldn't even safeguard the little ones, what face would the adults have to live in this world? Nonetheless, regardless of age, Lin Ke provided each person with a whistle to blow in case of danger or special circumstances. Once the excitement subsided, old Jiang gathered everyone together to deliver the first important speech, since now that we have these items, we need not worry about water on our journey and our safety is assured. But remember, external items can only assist you. You must grow strong yourselves to protect your family. Although these weapons seem powerful in the hands of the weak, they become mere death tokens. With your current skills, any martial artist could easily defeat you, let alone facing an army which no individual strength can contest. So remember, do not become complacent, stay low-key and avoid drawing attention to our anomalies. You must train hard during this journey and, if possible, find someone to teach you martial arts. In chaotic times, you all need the ability to protect yourselves. Additionally, take time to familiarize yourselves with your weapons. Only by mastering them can they unleash their full potential. Moreover, this world is filled with cunning individuals. You must not only strengthen your bodies, but also sharpen your minds, otherwise a single puff of smoke could bring you down. If not for Shaokir's master rescuing us, we wouldn't be able to gather here. Everyone listened to the old man's words, reflecting on how they had nearly been caught off guard, and it felt like a bucket of cold water had been splashed over them, cooling their earlier enthusiasm. The old man was right, an ordinary person is innocent, but possessing treasures can lead to trouble. With so many good things, but insufficient strength, if discovered, those treasures would become their death tokens. Having realized this, everyone became more low-key and restrained. They repeatedly reminded themselves not to be reckless. They were still weak and needed to become strong. The children also took the old man's words to heart. They intended to grow stronger in silence so they could protect those they wished to protect. Everyone quickly familiarized themselves with their weapons, ate a dry biscuit, and drank warm water from their tiny, cute water bottles. Only then did they realize how magical this small, oddly shaped water bottle was. Fearing they might accidentally lose the water bottle bestowed by the immortals, they discussed having the women help make pouches to hang the precious bottles around their necks. Seeing this, Lin Ke provided cute-resistant durable fabric and cow tendon thread for them. Under the skilled hands of the women, bags tightly wrapped around the water bottles appeared before everyone. The deft Lin Wan even crafted necklaces from cow tendon thread. She then sewed the bags and necklaces together. Everyone cherished their water bottles, placing them in the customized bags and hanging them around their necks. When thirsty, they would carefully take out the bottles for a sip. Their cautious demeanor made Lin Ke chuckle. With plenty of fabric and thread left, several ants also made covers for everyone's weapons. This way their knives wouldn't be easily discovered, and they also had a place to store their sleeve arrows and steel balls. With all preparations complete, they resumed their journey while exercising as before. Especially those who had just consumed the restriction pill felt no fatigue at all. Under their leadership, the group's pace quickened considerably. On the afternoon of the third day, they arrived outside the city of Yongning Prefecture. The city walls of Yongning Prefecture towered impressively high, appearing more than 5 times taller than the cities of Lin County and Liang'an County they had passed. The entire wall was at least 10 meters high, with a stone watchtower built every 10 meters along the wall. Clearly these walls were quite robust. Outside the city walls a dark mass could be seen with at least several hundred livestock carts lined up to enter the city. On the other side, common folk pushing carts, carrying baskets, and shouldering burdens were also queuing to get in. However, with patrolling soldiers atop the walls, these refugees dared not act recklessly, for to do so would mean being shot on sight. These were bloody lessons learned. Yet they would carefully observe, if they spotted a plump sheep among the sparse crowd, they would swarm to snatch food. As long as it did not cause a major disturbance, the soldiers would turn a blind eye. What else could they do? With more and more refugees and the governor doing nothing to settle them, the soldiers patrolled anxiously. If they had to manage every little issue, they would never find a moment's peace. Moreover, the petty theft of food by these refugees could be seen as a good thing for them. If the refugees became starved enough to revolt, they would lack the manpower to suppress them. Upon learning the reason, Lin Ke was so angry he nearly cursed. However, due to the crowd and the chaos, he swallowed down the As for the ordinary citizens, each had to pay an entry fee of 21. No wonder so many refugees could not enter the city. This governor did not seem like a good official. Upon learning the reason, Lin Ke was so angry he nearly cursed. However, due to the crowd and the chaos, he swallowed down the foul words he was about to say. Yet they had no choice. To continue south, they must pass through the city of Yongning. Otherwise, they would have to cross the entire Tianmu mountain range to proceed. Not to mention the snakes, insects, and fierce beasts lurking in the mountains. Even if they followed the well-trodden path, it would still take them 10 to 20 days. Thus, unless necessary, everyone preferred to spend a little money to pass through Yongning. Thus, the Yongning government was profiting immensely. Yet amid the current famine, these soldiers became even more brazen in extorting money and supplies. It seems this is yet another plump sheep, Lin Ke thought to herself. When she visited the residence of Prince Yu, she would also pay a visit to this governor, the plump sheep. It seems this is yet another plump sheep, Lin Ke thought to herself. When she visited the residence of Prince Yu, she would also pay a visit to this governor. In this dreadful weather, how could there be no wind at all? With a line of over 1,000 people along with cattle, horses, mules, and donkeys, the smell was unbearable. As Lin Ke and the others moved forward slightly, they encountered a pile of dung. The heat made the group completely lose their appetite. They could only quietly hide in the cart and sip some water. After waiting in line for an hour, they had only moved forward 50 meters. At that moment, they saw a group of soldiers galloping towards them from afar. The soldiers guarding the city, upon spotting them from a distance, hurried down to clear the horse barricades outside the main gate and open the city gates. Lin Ke felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. She allowed her senses to extend, even employing her spiritual power. After a quarter of an hour, Lin Ke's face became increasingly pale. Seeing his daughter in distress, Lin Ke quickly wiped the sweat from her forehead and gently asked what was wrong. Lin Ke did not have time to explain, instructing Lin Ke to immediately notify the others to leave the line. Lin Ke, not understanding, decided to follow her orders. The group hurriedly left the line and sped towards the Tianmu Mountains. After traveling for 2 hours, they finally reached the foot of the Tianmu Mountain as dusk approached. If one wished to avoid conscription by paying in silver, it would cost 100 taels per person. They were already aware of this. However, what they did not know was that each household was allowed only one exemption by paying in silver. If one wished to avoid conscription by paying in silver, it would cost 100 taels per person. They were already aware of this. However, what they did not know was that each household was allowed only one exemption. Seeing this, everyone could only prepare to cross the mountains. After a long day of travel and having not eaten at noon, they were all incredibly hungry. At the foot of the mountain, there were also some refugees who must have thought that staying by the mountain would at least allow them to forage for some roots and bark to fill their stomachs. When they saw Lin Ke and the others preparing to cook, some people gathered from a distance. Old Zhong, seeing this, brandished his machete. Other men also drew their weapons. The refugees, witnessing the dark blades glimmering, coldly stepped back in fear. Yet unwilling to leave, they stopped a few meters away from Lin Ke and the others. With so many eyes watching, Lin Ke and company did not do much. They simply cooked some coarse rice porridge. Even so, once cooked, the aroma of the rice wafted through the air. The refugees, who had been eating bark and grass for several days, felt their hunger intensify upon inhaling the scent of the rice. Several children cried out for food, unable to be soothed. Those people wished to approach and beg for a bowl of porridge for the children. However, seeing the large knives by Lin Ke's side, they ultimately dared not make a move. The women quickly distributed the porridge, each receiving a bowl, and they began to eat with the dry rations they had prepared earlier. With a thud, an old woman knelt down a few meters away. "Good-hearted people, please give us a drink and some food." My little grandson hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, the child will not survive. After saying this, she began to bang her head on the ground repeatedly. Beside her, a 3 or 4-year-old boy lay on the ground breathing weakly. Several women, all mothers, could not bear to witness this scene. They wanted to help, but reflecting on their own dire situation, remembering their previous dealings with selling medicine, looking at the towering mountains before them, and considering the little food they had to sustain them across the mountains to find a town they could only turn away and eat. Out of sight, out of mind, though they had a magical water jug and weapons given by the divine, their food supply was... Besides the youngest, Xiao Maodo, the others only knew that the divine had sent them a magical water jug and weapons. No one knew about the food storage and caravan situation. Lin Wan only knew that her niece had a magical tool for storing items, but knowing that the money from her maternal family could not buy much, she always thought their food supply was limited. However, everyone had consumed the restraining pill and knew that only they were aware of the situation, making it impossible to communicate with anyone else. The information was not equal. Therefore, apart from Lin Heng's family, Old Man Zhong and Old Lady Wang, no one could know how much food they had. Even Old Man Zhong and his wife only knew a fraction of it. Even Lin Heng and the others only knew what Lin Ke allowed them to know. She had no intention of revealing the secret of the space to anyone. However, she could take advantage of her master's name to give out some usable items to everyone. They had escaped relatively early, so along the way they encountered many wealthy people. Although there were some refugees, they were not yet at the point of desperation. Thus they had never seen such a scene. A few children looked at their parents and then at the emaciated refugees staring at the little friend lying on the ground, not knowing what to do. Little Doubao and little Tongtong, seeing the pitiful little brother, couldn't help but cry. The old woman, seeing this, also spoke with a crying tone, saying, "You all have children too. How can you bear to watch such a small child die in front of you? Please, I beg you, give him something to eat. I beg you, I beg you." The group was moved by the cry. At that moment they heard a childish voice. "Little Tongtong, little Doubao, don't cry. We can't just give our food to others. If we give food to the old lady, everyone else will want our food, and then we'll be hungry." The childish voice seemed to awaken them like a warning bell. Everyone felt a wave of shame. A group of adults was outsmarted by a little child. Only Lin Ke remained quietly in the background, concealing her true capabilities. The old woman, nearly persuading the group, was suddenly thwarted by a child, causing her to become furious. Without caring to bow, she pointed at little Shirt too and began to scold. "How can you be so heartless, child? Don't you see the little brother is about to die? If you don't give us food, that little brother will starve to death and haunt you as a ghost." She no longer resembled the pitiful figure from earlier. Although little Shirt too had quarreled with the village children before and had seen his grandmother argue with the village elders, it was the first time he was scolded so directly by an old woman. For a moment he was taken aback. The little one felt a bit wronged. What had he done? He had merely spoken the truth. He couldn't help but pout and feel like crying. Zhang Xiu, seeing this, hurriedly stepped forward to comfort her son. When Grandma Jiang saw her beloved grandson being scolded, she could not bear it. She grabbed her son's large machete and stepped forward, saying, "You old woman, what are you saying? If your grandson dies, what does it have to do with us? Are we your parents? Why should we care for your food and drink?" The old woman, seeing the other old woman holding a knife, immediately took a few steps back, trembling, as she said, "You heartless ones, you have food and drink, but can bear to watch a poor child die in front of you. Don't you fear retribution?" "Mr. Zhao," noticing the brewing conflict, rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward, hands on hips, saying, "What retribution should we fear? It's not us who made the heavens not rain, nor did we force you to flee. You still have the strength to argue with us, which shows you aren't starving, yet you allowed your grandson to get into such a state. Are you blaming us?" For some reason, reprimanding these ignorant people always excited her. She could never allow her own to be. Old Man Wang, seeing this, gave his sons a look. He initially planned to let the old woman take the lead to evoke sympathy and gain some food. Now, seeing the situation, he feared they might not get any food and the old woman might even suffer. With a glance, Old Man Wang signaled and his sons stood up behind the old woman. Others could not tolerate this any longer. They all took up weapons. "You plague-ridden ones, quickly hand over your food for my grandson, or I will curse you to have your food stolen, your women sold to brothels, and your children boiled and eaten." Others could not tolerate this any longer. They all took up weapons and stood up. The once arrogant old woman and the men behind her suddenly shrank back. They fled in fright. Few ran fast. "Otherwise you wouldn't have fared so well." Zhang Xiang raised the machete in his hand. Old Man Zhang, seeing that family run away, finally reined in his murderous intent. He had killed before, and if the old woman said a few more words, he wouldn't mind sending her to meet the king of hell early. It seemed that these youngsters at home still needed practice. With knives in hand, they had no deterrent power and were actually bullied by an old woman. Determined old man Zhang urged everyone to eat quickly. After the meal, he instructed his sons to practice swinging their knives at least 500 times each. The other refugees, seeing that the old woman's family gained nothing and that the men of this family were so fierce, kept their distance. Each found a place to lie down and sleep. Sleep, and if they fell asleep, they wouldn't feel hungry. However, with empty stomachs, how could they easily fall asleep? But what did that have to do with Lin Ke? As long as she had no morals, no one could bind her. After 10 years of the apocalypse, she had seen all kinds of humanity. Even if the system had tasks, Lin Ke had her own standards for whom to save and whom not to save. Guobao certainly had no objections. After all, it had promised the host not to force her to save anyone. In this small world with over 60 million people, as long as the host ensured at least 1 million lived, that would count as completing the task. Such a person made even a system unable to stand by wishing to kick the host. Helping her was absolutely out of the question. After Zhang Xiao and the others simply washed the pots and bowls, they returned them to the cart. Others set up tents nearby so that after the men finished practicing, they could sleep. That night, Lin Ke saw the old woman stealthily feeding the little boy a few bites of food to keep him alive, keeping him in a half-dead state. Lin Ke began to doubt whether this child was really the grandson of that family. If so, how could an entire family not collapse, yet only one child was kept alive? It was indeed a bit unreasonable. However, it was not her business to interfere with others' matters. The next morning, everyone had a simple breakfast and began packing to prepare to head up the mountain. There was a section of the road dug out around Tianmu Mountain, and everyone drove the cart for a while. The men continued to exercise. After walking for 2 days, the road ahead was no longer passable for carts. Everyone had to unload the carts. Lin Ke waved her hand, and several cart boxes were stored in her space. After walking for 2 days, the road ahead was no longer passable for this. I only knew that Xiaoqier had a celestial master, but I never expected her to possess the ability to manipulate space, like in the stories. Unable to communicate with others, everyone could only contain their excitement, which made it difficult for them to. For a moment, everyone was exchanging glances and expressions. After a short while, few finally feeling relieved. Once they accepted that Lin was a little fairy, they quickly became accustomed to whatever happened next. Knowing that she possessed the ability to manipulate space, everyone felt more confident about their escape. They tightly bound their legs and ankles, wrapping their sleeves with cloth. Lin Hang, along with Zhang Fu, Zhang Lu, and Zhang Shou, led the way with machetes. Zhang Laoda, Zhang Shou, Zhang Mu, and Li Song followed at the back. The others were leading horses and mules, carrying 2 elderly women and a few children in the middle. The black donkey Xiao Tiantian followed behind Lin Ke, strolling leisurely. From time to time, it would nudge Lin Ke's behind with its head, signaling her to hop on its back. Meanwhile, the little wolf cub was cradled in Xiao Shida's arms. The one person and one wolf have been inseparable lately. The space was marvelous, with chickens, rabbits, and plants growing at 10 times the normal rate. However, this little wolf cub, just like Lin Ke, was not affected in there. Therefore, it still looked like it was just over a month old. Even old Lady Jiang would occasionally hold it, unwilling to let it walk even a little. This left Lin Ke quite speechless. You must know, in its past life it was the zombie king. Now at least it's a wolf, and it has already reached level 4 in both ice and space abilities. Yet it spends all day acting cute and entertaining, making everyone treat it like a little baby. Even Xiao Maoda's treatment is not as good as its. Lin Ke couldn't help but reflect, did naming it Meng Meng cause it to act cute, fool around, and lay flat? It walked its own path of laziness, leaving Lin Ke confused about her own path. After walking a day, they had entered deep into Tianmu Mountain, and the mountains gradually started to show some greenery. The surroundings had some small prey passing by, and Lin Hung and the others caught a few wild chickens and rabbits along with a silly roe deer. The group found a cave. Old Zhang looked around and saw no signs of large prey, so they prepared to spend the night. The men went to gather firewood and feed the livestock, while the women tied together some branches to make a broom-like shape, tidying up the cave. With a wave of Lin Ke's hand, many rice straw stalks appeared in the cave. These were harvested from the Lin family's fields before the locusts arrived. Even though everyone had seen this several times, each time Lin Ke retrieved something, they still felt particularly excited. How could they not be excited when they had a little fairy in the family? What a blessing! Seeing so many rice straw stalks, under the guidance of their second uncle, the group wove several mats from the stalks. With rice straw underneath and oilcloth and mats on top, sleeping would not be uncomfortable. This setup could prevent dampness and keep it relatively cool. After walking for more than 10 days they had entered late April, and the sun was still scorching the earth. Even as they walked through the mountains and forests the heat was unbearable. If it weren't for Lin Ke continuously providing energy liquids, gene modification liquids, and spring water, these people would definitely not have made it this far unscathed. In the evening they grilled meat and made chicken soup. Lin Ke took a few children to dig up some wild vegetables next to the cave, and Lin Wan washed them to make a cold dish. When she took out the rice straw stalks earlier, Lin Ke remembered that they had harvested a lot of locusts at home, so she took out a few pounds for Zhang Xiao to fry. After frying they sprinkled some salt. With a bite it was crispy and golden with tender meat. It was simply amazing. Paired with hardtack this meal was quite nutritious. After dinner Lin Ke also brought out some cherries, claiming they were picked from the mountain in the village. No one doubted. The adults stopped after eating 2 or 3 each. These cherries were sweet and sour, and the darker they were the sweeter they tasted. Knowing the children liked them they saved them as snacks. Only the little Uncle Zhang, she had a particular fondness for fried grasshoppers. Seeing this Lin Ke took out dozens of pounds for her third uncle to fry, saving them for everyone to eat on the road to replenish their strength. At night they sprinkled insect repellent powder in the cave and arranged for a night watch. The others finally had a good night's sleep. After walking for another 2 days the group ventured deeper, and the prey in the forest increased. Under old Zhong's leadership the group hunted a deer, 2 yellow sheep, 3 silly roe deer, and several wild chickens and rabbits. They also found dozens of wild chicken eggs. The women and children gathered many wild vegetables, including wild onions and wild garlic. Occasionally they found some wild fruits, which made the children the happiest. Lin Ke collected all the medicinal herbs she spotted and planted them in the space's soil. Even under the guidance of the plants, Lin Ke led everyone to discover a few large ginseng roots. Otherwise it felt like Aunt Lin Wan and the others who were turned out penniless were just eating and drinking for free. Even Li Yan and Xiao Tongtong showed themselves to be more. Otherwise it felt like Aunt Lin Wan and the others who were turned out penniless were just eating and drinking for free. Even Li Yan and Xiao Tongtong showed themselves to be more sensible than other children. They always rushed to do some work within their capability. While this is a good habit, Lin Ke still hoped they could be good children who loved to work, but only when they felt secure. She hoped that when the money was divided among them they would feel empowered. That noon, while everyone was walking in the woods, they noticed animals running around everywhere, and even Xiao Tian was nervously braying. Lin Ke communicated with the little wolf cub, who informed her that a strong wind was coming. Indeed, after the little wolf cub's ability upgraded to level 5 yesterday, it could now communicate with Lin Ke. Little did she know it would come in handy today. Lin Ke quickly took out the simple smart device hanging around her neck and saw that the weather forecast indeed warned of a strong wind. Looking ahead at the weather for the next few days, the strong wind would last for over 10 days, reaching a maximum of level 11 accompanied by massive hail. Seeing this, Lin Ke hurriedly called everyone to find a cave. This time they must find a sturdy one, otherwise a level 10 wind could uproot the trees in the forest. If they were in the city, all the buildings would be destroyed. They had at most half a day's preparation time. Lin Ke released her spiritual power and continuously communicated with the plants in the mountains until she finally discovered a suitable place to live. The entrance to this place was a small hole barely large enough for a mule to pass through, yet inside was a hidden paradise with a space as vast as 2 football fields. Inside the cave a stream divided the entire space into 2 parts. Most importantly, the cave was when the time comes they would just need to block the entrance with a large stone and use their abilities to conjure some vines to secure the stone tightly so that no matter how strong the wind it would not affect them. After finding the place, Lin Ke took the lead, using her abilities to clear the vines blocking their way. Lin Hong followed closely behind while the others, ignoring their astonishment at Lin Ke's miraculous skills, hurried to catch up. Within less than an hour they reached the entrance of the cave. The group holding torches and leading the mule entered the cave one by one. After walking a few hundred meters through the low passage, everyone was suddenly greeted by a wide expanse. In front of them was an open space of over 20 acres with a small stream running through the center surrounded by wild grass. Staying in the cave did not feel stifling at all. Looking up, a faint light filtered in from a certain spot. Everyone unanimously felt that this place was truly excellent. If it weren't for the dim light, they could easily have lived here long term. With more than 2 hours until nightfall, everyone hurried to prepare supplies for the next few days. The men took Lin Ke out to hunt and search for large stones. The women and children gathered firewood and foraged for wild vegetables nearby the cave. The little wolf cub was left to protect the women and children, and with it around, at least the wolf pack wouldn't dare to approach. Any large prey that dared to come would have to be prepared to become food for the little wolf cub. With Lin Ke's abilities enhancing their efforts, they managed to hunt an entire family, 2 large and 5 small, totaling 7 wild boars. The large wild boars weighed over 400 pounds each, and even the smaller ones weighed more than 200 pounds. Everyone was overjoyed as the meat from these wild boars would last them a long time. Thanks to Shaokir's miraculous spells, the vines conjured bound the wild boar's limbs. With their divine weapons, a single blow was enough to create a gaping wound on the wild boars' necks. Lin Ke also took out some clay pots and jars to collect the blood from the pigs, which would serve as great ingredients for delicious dishes. Thinking of the spicy and tender texture of spicy hot pot along with the crispness of bean sprouts, Lin Ke almost drooled. No, when they got back she had to soak some beans, so once the bean sprouts were ready she would definitely make a spicy hot pot. After storing all the wild boars in their space, they hunted 3 deer, 5 sheep, and a yak. If they weren't so transient, old Zhong and the others would have really hesitated to kill the yak. For farming families, cattle are the most important partners. However, they managed to catch a live sheep, a mother sheep that had just given birth. There were also 2 little lambs that had just started to stand. Lin Ke thought that these 2 little lambs might not survive the impending storm, so she decided to bring them back along with their mother. The mother sheep had milk, which could also provide more nutrition for the several little cubs at home. In the following time, they hunted dozens of wild chickens and rabbits. Since they were running around everywhere, hunting them was very easy. They also found over 100 wild chicken eggs and harvested 2 beehives from which the bees had mysteriously vanished, sparing them from the danger of getting stung. During their hunting trip, they discovered 2 apricot trees, a jujube tree, a small patch of blueberries, and some raspberries. They made sure to gather them quickly for Lin Ke to store. Lin Ke also collected some saplings of these trees to store in their space, planning to plant them when they returned. Finally, before night fell, they managed to find a suitably sized and sturdy stone. On their way back to the cave, Lin Heng carried Lin Ke on his back. As his daughter was still so small, having to travel with these big men made Lin Heng feel heartbroken. Upon returning to the cave entrance, the women and children had already gathered enough firewood to last a month. In these mountains there was plenty of firewood, but not much else. They had also gathered a large pile of wild vegetables, which would last them for several days. Near the small stream in the cave, they cleared out a space suitable for living. Lin Ke climbed down from Lin Heng's back and took out a few stones she had collected on the way to build a stove. She also took out some cabinets and a cutting board from their home. With these items, cooking would be much more convenient. She originally wanted to take out a dining table, but after considering that so many people couldn't sit together, she decided against it. She also took out some flour and the pork bought earlier in Liang'an County. Tonight for dinner they planned to have dumplings. The women chopped fillings while others kneaded the dough, mixing 10 pounds of pork with wild leeks to make a pork and leek filling. They used dozens of the wild chicken eggs they gathered to make a wild vegetable and egg filling. Due to the large workload, they decided not to make any other dishes. When they ate dumplings and drank noodle soup, it would be a wonderful meal. Back in the village, they could only enjoy such a meal during the new year. While the women cooked, the men went out to chop down some small trees, planning to create a few partitions so that each family could have a private space to sleep. They had previously slept on the ground, but now that they had more space and planned to stay for several days, it was only reasonable to make it more comfortable. They also needed to dig 2 pits in the corner and use logs and oilcloth to build 2 toilets, otherwise, with so many people, they wouldn't be able to manage their needs. The children gathered around the mother sheep and the 2 little lambs that Lin Ke brought back. Looking at the adorable little lambs, the children were utterly enchanted. Xiao Doubao and Xiao Tongtong each hugged one, unable to let go. Seeing that these people meant no harm to her lambs, the mother sheep sensed safety and bleated softly before lowering her head to graze on the grass by the stream. Everyone was bustling about, engaged in their respective tasks. The men had already chopped down most of the small trees, and they only needed 3 or 4 more to be sufficient. At that moment, the entire forest darkened and the leaves rustled. The smaller trees had already bowed down, swaying back and forth. The storm was coming. Seeing this, Lin Heng and the others quickly chopped down a few trees and dragged them back to the cave, calling out for Lin Ke as they ran inside. "Quick, precious. The stone. The wind is coming." Upon seeing the scene, Lin Ke suddenly thought of the phrase, "He is coming, he is coming, he is running with the storm." Lin Ke looked at Lin Heng and burst into laughter. Lin Heng, confused, asked, "Sweetheart, what are you laughing at?" It's nothing, haha." It wasn't that Lin Ke wanted to laugh, but as her uncles and unclean law ran past one by one, that catchy phrase replayed in her mind over and over. Lin Ke jogged toward the cave entrance, where the draft almost blew her small frame away. Lin Heng turned and saw his daughter nearly being swept away, quickly rushing over to hold her. Lin Ke directed Lin Heng to walk toward the cave entrance and promptly released a large stone from the space. She also used her powers to release many vines to secure the stone and the entrance. If seen from outside, one might think the stone was originally part of the mountain. With the stone in place, the howling winds outside were blocked, creating a warm and happy atmosphere inside the cave, contrasting with the wild winds outside. As the dumplings were taken off the stove, everyone eagerly enjoyed their first meal of the year. It was a celebration of their survival through hardships without losing a single person, and now they were feasting on delicious food they had never dared to imagine. They were also celebrating the fierce winds outside, as they had found such a good place to take refuge. During the meal, Lin Ke took out a high-powered camping lamp. It resembled an ancient horse lamp, but was capable of illuminating the entire cave. This way they wouldn't need to light too many campfires. This would save firewood and also conserve some oxygen. After all, with the entrance blocked, the ventilation in other areas might be compromised by the strong winds. Therefore, every bit of oxygen in the cave could be conserved. After a period of shock, everyone had gradually adapted to this rhythm. Now, regardless of what Lin Ke brought out, though they were curious, they no longer expressed astonishment. After all, it was normal not to understand things from the immortal world. A large number of dumplings were made, and everyone ate until they could barely move. Even the 2-year-old little Mao Do ate more than 10. The remaining dumplings were boiled by Lin Ke's mother, and then served in a large basin stored in the space. After the meal, everyone began to arrange their resting places under the light. Guided by the second uncle, the men dug small pits about 10 meters away from the creek. They used a machete to trim the small trees they had cut down, leaving only a main trunk with a fork at the top. The lower end of the trunk was sharpened and inserted into the small pit, then packed with soil. The women cut oilcloth to surround 3 sides of the trunks, leaving one side as a curtain for the door, completing the simple room. Lin Ke requested a room for herself, while the other arrangements were her grandmother and little Sher too shared. One of her parents had one of her Aunt Lin Wan, and her family had one of her grandparents, had one of her eldest uncle Zhang Fu's family had 2. Her second uncle Zhang Lu's family had 2, her third uncle and aunt with daughter Xiao Do Bao had 1, Li Yukai and his grandson Zhang Su had 1, and her fourth uncle's family had 1. In total, they created 12 temporary rooms. At that moment, Lin Wan realized how wise her brother was to have bought so much oilcloth. Lin Ke took out some wheat straw, and together they wove a few mats. Combined with the previously woven mats, they now had 12 mats. They flattened the ground in the rooms, laid down some straw, then covered it with oilcloth and mats, and spread their bedding on top, completing the beds. The men took the opportunity to enclose 2 toilets in the corners of the cave with straw. They dug a small pit that was higher in the front and lower in the back, placing 2 stone slabs beside it for people to stand on, keeping it clean. Behind the toilet, they dug a 1 maternity pit. After using the toilet, dirt could be thrown in to cover the waste. This pit was also covered with 2 stone slabs to minimize odors. They also created 2 bathing areas, 1 for men and 1 for women, ensuring the sleeping areas wouldn't. They dug a 1 maternity pit downstream of the creek, as they had many people and needed more water storage. By the time they finished all this, it was already the hour of the pig, 10 p.m. Everyone boiled water to wash up and then went to sleep. That night the wind howled outside, breaking smaller trees in the mountains. Though the people in the cave could hear the winds wailing, they actually slept quite well. There was no need for night watch, no worries about wild beasts or refugees. Lin Ke entered the space, bought a delicate dumpling plate, and prepared half a pound of each of the 2 flavors of dumplings, mixing them with the garlic sauce that Lin Chenyu liked the most, and passed them to him through the transparent grid. She also bought disposable lunchboxes in the mall, packed 10 servings of dumplings, and placed them in the trading grid along with the vinegar. The people of Huagua always have a unique sentiment towards dumplings. Dumplings are eaten during the winter solstice, during the new year, when welcoming the god of wealth, when going out, when returning home, during reunions, and even during farewells. In short, dumplings have been imbued with many special meanings. Dumplings resemble ingots. When cooked, they are round and plump, symbolizing wealth and round reunions. For her first meal of dumplings since her crossing, Lin Ke naturally wanted to share it with people from different realms through the trading grid. For reasons unknown, Lin Ke bought another exquisite plate, placing 15 of each kind of dumpling on it, and poured some freshly mixed garlic sauce into the round dish in the middle. She also prepared a bottle of some liquor and placed everything into an empty trading grid. The few bottles of liquor Lin Ke had prepared earlier were exchanged by people from the apocalyptic realm for a large number of crystal nuclei. It was uncertain what kind of gains this combination of dumplings and liquor would bring to Lin Ke. Lin Chenyu felt utterly blissful as he savored the dumplings sent by his wife. In recent days, he had arrived in the capital disguised as a beggar, gathering quite a bit of information about the high-ranking officials in the city. His primary focus was especially on the family of the Prime Minister Zhao, who was the mother of the crown princess. In the past few days, he discovered a jade mine through several young masters of the Zhao family. He had just figured out its exact location. After finishing the dumplings, he would go and acquire the jade mine. After eating the dumplings and chatting with his wife for a bit, Lin Chenyu stepped onto the levitating magnetic board, specially prepared for him by Lin Ke, and headed to the jade mine. Even at night, the mine was brightly lit with countless miners tirelessly extracting jade day and night. Lin Chenyu unleashed his mental power, rendering everyone unconscious, and then collected all the miners in the mine into his space. Only after moving far away from the mountain did he release them. He also gave each person 10 taels of silver and some provisions. Once they woke up, whether they chose to flee or report to the Prime Minister's residence was beyond his control. As for those who were guarding, Lin Chenyu threw them into the deep mountains, and whether they could survive depended on their... A loud rumbling sound echoed as the entire mountain was split open. With another round of boom and crack, the mountain was reduced to large boulders. A loud rumbling sound echoed as the entire mountain was split open. With another round of boom and crack, the mountain was reduced to large boulders. Lin Chenyu manipulated his mental abilities to collect all the large stones that could be gathered, splitting the rest further. It took him a full 2 hours to collect all the jade from this mine into his space. The space's fields expanded to 1,000 acres, the original mountains transformed into a mountain range, and the rivers within the space became The space's fields expanded to 1,000 acres, the original mountains transformed into a mountain range, and the rivers within the space became an endless sea. Looking at the seemingly limitless space before him, Lin Chenyu had only one thought: he must acquire more jade to help his wife upgrade, so they could reunite. He planned to return to the palace to see if there were any valuable items to collect for his wife's space upgrade. With the space having upgraded 2 levels at once, Lin Chenyu now had 2 chances for a lottery. This included, but was not limited to, grinding flour, making dried fruits, rice noodles, tofu, dry cakes, steamed buns, and more. The martial arts techniques included internal energy practices, lightness techniques, hard skills, sword techniques, palm techniques, fist techniques, leg techniques, staff techniques, whip techniques, archery, and more. All were in jade slips and could be directly imparted. After absorption, one just needed to practice more to use them freely. Lin Chenyu thought for a moment and decided to give the lightness technique and whip technique to his wife. He chose the sword technique for himself. As for the other techniques, he transmitted them to his wife to see if her family could make use of them. Excitedly, he messaged his wife to inform her about the space upgrade. Lin Ke chatted with Lin Chenyu for a while before tending to the space. She collected the vegetables and fruits that needed to be harvested into the warehouse and purchased many saplings from the shop, planting them in the space. In addition to the existing apples, pears, peaches, and cherries, she also planted apricot trees, plum trees, oranges, tangerines, pomelos, coconuts, durians, passion fruits, avocados, pomegranates, lychees, dragon fruits, jackfruits, waxberries, pineapples, bananas, grapes, raisins, mangoes, kiwis, and figs, totaling dozens of fruit trees. 2 of each type were planted. She also bought some tea trees, Sichuan pepper trees, and pepper trees to plant. With these tasks completed, several hours had passed in the space. Lin Ke checked the trading box and found that the 10-box dumplings had been exchanged for some crystal cores, jade stones, gold and silver, and a few grain and neat coupons from the era dimension. Lin Ke absorbed the jade stones and infused crystal cores into the space, then stored the grain and neat coupons in a box. Since she had no shortage of food and drink, she kept these as souvenirs. The system's exchange has its own set of standards, so Lin Ke set the exchange conditions for the era dimension lower. After all, those from that era, even if it was just a parallel world, should be helped a bit. The combination of another plate of dumplings and wine surprisingly opened a new dimension. Although it wasn't the cultivation realm she yearned for, it still brought her a significant surprise. The newly opened dimension was a survival dimension, granting her a protective shield item. This protective shield could encompass up to 5 people, shielding them from all winds, rains, and physical damage. However, it could only be effective for a maximum of 2 hours at a time, after which it needed a 12-hour cooldown before it could be used again. Lin Ke looked at the quail egg-sized little sphere, which had a button. Pressing it would envelop her body in a transparent protective shield. Sometimes Lin Ke felt like she was the daughter of the heavenly Tao, otherwise how could she receive exactly what... Originally she was going to the Yangon prefecture to seize the residence of Prince Yu and the governor's stockpile, but because of the conscription issue they had gone up the mountain. Now outside, the wind howled, making it the perfect time to loot amidst the chaos. With this protective item, she wasn't afraid of being blown away by the fierce winds. Adding to that, the spatial door in her space was like a cheating artifact. Lin Ke visited the virtual shop and exchanged for 2 steaks, a whole 7-inch pizza, and an ice cream cake. Satisfied, she changed into her night attire, stepped onto the levitating magnetic board, activated the protective shield, and passed through the spatial door to the outskirts of Yongning Prefecture. Except for the 1 square meter where Lin Ke stood, everywhere else was filled with flying sand and stones shrouding everything. The gates of Yongning Prefecture were tightly shut, and the darkness was like a black curtain, making it nearly impossible to see. Using her mental power, Lin Ke saw the city gates that were once crowded with refugees now only had women, the elderly, and children. Most of these people were huddled in the gate's entrance, while some tightly clutched the refusal stakes outside the gate, resisting the force of the fierce winds. The able-bodied men had likely been forcibly conscripted. Tiles were flying off the watchtower on the city wall, and nearby trees as thick as arms were snapped in half. Lin Ke took out her simple smart brain and checked the wind was about 8 or 9 levels strong. Seeing that these people were temporarily unharmed, Lin Ke ignored them and stepped onto her board towards the Yongning government office. The howling wind swept in like a tempest, yet fell silent upon encountering the protective barrier. This governor is indeed a great corrupt official, with the treasury of the government office containing hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and even more than millions of taels of silver. There were also several large chests filled with jewels, precious stones, and antiques. Additionally, one chest contained banknotes amounting to hundreds of thousands of taels along with various property deeds. Moreover, there were 2 granaries, each over 1,000 square meters, completely filled with grains. This should be the food prepared for disaster relief, but unfortunately it has been usurped by this corrupt official for personal use. Lin Ke unceremoniously collected everything, planning to distribute it to the disaster victims when the opportunity arose, thus alleviating the rich's burden. The other 2 storerooms contained a variety of items roughly categorized. There were grains and vegetables, meat and eggs, salt, oil, sauces, fabrics, clothing, porcelain, ironware, swords, farming tools, books, and various goods. There were also several boxes of copper coins, boxes of silver, various types of jewelry of differing quality, and a miscellaneous collection of items. These must have been extorted from the people recently. Lin Ke didn't hesitate to take everything. What else were these? Medicinal herbs, birds' nest, fish fins, dried dates, longan, sesame, peanuts, various nuts, fragrant rice, tea leaves, and so on were all collected. In the kitchen hung broth, various pastries, chickens, ducks, geese, pigeons, fish, a pair of bear paws, 2 slabs of pork, a whole piece of cured lamb, and several vegetables and fruits. Everything was taken, not a single item left behind. Who says one cannot have both fish and bear's paw? At this moment the government office was in disarray, and Lin Ke seized another wave of private funds belonging to the governor and his wives and children. The rest would be left for them. Next, Lin Ke located the corresponding courtyards and shops based on the property deeds in her hand, collecting all useful items into her space. The final target was the residence of Prince Yu. The princess residence was not hard to find, although the entire government city was vast. Lin Ke spread her spiritual sense and soon located the largest courtyard in the city. This residence was a 7-entry courtyard covering nearly 100 acres, adorned with artificial hills and flowing water, pavilions and towers, all exquisitely crafted. There were no masters inside, only some guards and servants hiding in the cellar. The wind howled, tearing the paper on the windows to shreds, and a few windows that weren't tightly shut swung violently, soon falling off. The roof tiles were also on the verge of collapse. Lin Ke, adhering to her idea that it was better to take advantage of the destruction than to let it be wasted, collected all these tiles. She went through each courtyard, collecting everything that could be taken. She didn't even spare the floor. In the warehouse, besides a large amount of gold and silver, there was an entire warehouse filled with weapons. Swords, spears, halberds, nothing was missing. Ultimately, aside from the cellar where the servants were hiding, all other areas were cleaned out by Lin Ke, not leaving even a single flower pot behind. Similarly, Lin Ke did not spare any of the shops belonging to the princess residence. The items collected would be sorted and classified with the help of Gubao. In total, she collected 245,000 taels of gold, 159,000 taels of silver, and 130,000 taels in banknotes. Several property deeds, various jewelry and antiques, daily necessities, 15,000 tons of grains. This amount of grain would suffice to feed over 40 to 50,000 people for an entire year. Yet these high-ranking officials would rather let it rot in the warehouse feeding mice than offer a bit of porridge to the homeless outside. When the tower time was up, Lin Ke slipped into the space. The jade and stones were absorbed by the space, and some of the energy contained in the jewelry and antiques was also absorbed by Gubao. The space upgraded to level 4, but unfortunately it was still a bit short of reaching level 5. However, the planting area reached over 500 acres, and the space warehouse upgraded to 100,000 square feet, revealing a ranch area of several hundred acres suitable for raising animals. In the space upgrade lottery, Lin could drew a set of automated ranch equipment, which could be paired with the ranch to automatically classify animals, feed them with one key, and harvest with one key. Aside from grass, this equipment would automatically classify the plants in the space, and some straw and the like could also be automatically treated as animal feed. If Lin Ke wanted these poultry and livestock to grow better, she could set them to be fed some fruits and vegetables. Once the animals grew, they would be automatically slaughtered, with each part processed and stored in the space warehouse. This formed a perfect assembly line. Instantly, Lin Ke felt that her chicken coop and rabbit hutch were no longer appealing. Lin Ke immediately placed these chickens and rabbits into the ranch. Indeed, the ranch automatically divided the chickens and rabbits into two areas, where the mature rabbits and non-laying hens were slaughtered. However, the ranch humanely left a few roosters and breeding rabbits for reproduction. Seeing this, Lin Ke felt completely at ease. It seemed she would have to develop the livestock industry. The few horses she collected were also assigned to suitable spots and properly settled. Tomorrow she would head into the mountains to catch some yaks and goats. If there were wild piglets, she could also collect a few into the space. Now she could also purchase some poultry and livestock offspring from the mall. Since there were chicken chicks available before, there should be others as well. Lin Ke continued to search tirelessly in the mall and surprisingly found ducklings, geese, quails, pigeons, domestic pigs, mini pigs, sheep, cows, dairy cows, donkeys, and other young animals. However, the mall's funds were insufficient, so Lin Ke exchanged a set of headgear collected today for trading currency. The mall sprite Xiaoqi appeared again, and upon seeing this set of headgear, offered an astonishing price of 100 million. Lin Ke felt that the items used by these ancient high-ranking officials were indeed extraordinary. Just a set of headgear could exchange for so much money. Thinking of all the jewelry and ornaments in her space, Lin Ke couldn't help but exclaim, "I've really struck it rich." Struck it rich. She ordered 20 pairs each of ducks, geese, quails, and pigeons, and 5 pairs each of pigs, cows, and sheep, spending a total of 50,000. She hoped they would grow quickly and that their descendants would be countless. Thus she would have an endless supply of meat. After finishing all her tasks, Lin Ke planned to take a nap. She hoped they would grow quickly and that their descendants would be countless. Thus she would have an endless supply of meat. After finishing all her tasks, Lin Ke planned to take a nap in the space. Fortunately, she had the space cheat artifact. The cooling time of the protective barrier could be completed inside the space. Lin Ke called Xiao Wei out from the RV, letting her act as a steward in her space. With Gu Bao accompanying her to familiarize herself with the space, Lin Ke lay down on her super large bed and enjoyed a delightful sleep. Upon waking, Xiao Wei had already prepared the meal. First, she had a small bowl of lobster noodles to whet her appetite, followed by a dish of black truffle-baked crispy chicken, a baked Australian lobster with cheese, a plate of black pepper-flavored beef, and a seasonal vegetable platter. Finally, she finished with a small dessert, a bowl of red bean soup dumplings. After a hearty meal, the feeling of satisfaction surged like a tide. Lin Ke realized that the steward truly fulfilled her potential only when placed in the right position. Though Lin Ke's meals at the virtual mall were quite satisfactory, Xiao Wei's cooking used fresh produce harvested directly from Lin Ke's spatial realm. Even the newly appeared seafood within her space had been incorporated. Today's giant lobster, for instance, had been freshly caught by Xiao Wei and Gu Bao. After a hearty meal, Lin Ke made a decision. She would take Xiao Wei outside the space to serve beside her. She also considered exchanging more robots with Euphemia. These units were exceptionally capable and obedient, proving remarkably efficient. With ample time remaining before the cooldown ended, Lin Ke, having nothing urgent to attend to, decided to chat with Lin Chenyu. Yet, it was nighttime outside. She wondered whether Chenyu had already retired. Still, she sent a message to test brother Chen. "Are you asleep?" "No, I'm not, my dear." "Where did you go?" "Still deep in the mountains. Over the next 10 days, we're expecting catastrophic gales and massive hailstorms, so we've taken shelter in a cave to ride out the storm." "And you? Is it still raining there?" "Yes, it's still raining, though somewhat lighter today, otherwise it would have caused a disaster." The drought-stricken parched, the flood-ravaged drown." "You've worked hard, my dear. I'll expedite my affairs here and join you as soon as possible." "No, wait. Today I raided the Yangning Prefectural Office and the Honorable Prince Yu's villa, seizing numerous banknotes. Find an opportunity to convert them all into gold, silver, or jade artifacts. Otherwise, once widespread calamities strike, these notes will become worthless scraps of paper." "Understood, no problem. Leave it to me. Stay safe, don't draw unwanted attention. Rest assured, the cosmetic device issued by the system works splendidly. Lately I've been considering purchasing a residence in the capital city, establishing it as our strategic base. Once your spatial realm ascends to level 5, perhaps I could even bring you directly to the capital." "That's an excellent idea. With such a residence you'll have convenient lodging, and conducting affairs will become far easier in the future." Just be sure to acquire property in a relatively secluded area, otherwise our operations may prove inconvenient. Truly only my beloved wife thinks so thoroughly. Enough flattery, just now I was contemplating acquiring several more robots. Given your plan, I believe it's highly advisable. We could have those robots assume the appearances of stewards and servants, facilitating our operations while providing dignified support whenever necessary. Indeed, this is feasible. Our secrets are too numerous for frequent human interaction. If interstellar robots like Xiaowei can perfectly mimic human form, our discretion and efficiency would increase dramatically. Agreed, let's settle on this. Oh, nearly forgot the most critical matter. These gales may reach force 11, likely uprooting countless trees. Given the structural frailty of ancient architecture, entire dwellings may collapse under such winds. Tell me, should I aid the common folk? With winds that fierce, you'd be swept away before you could lift a finger. No, your safety comes first. I forgot to mention, in the survival realm I acquired a protective dome artifact, impervious to wind, rain, and all physical harm. Coupled with the spatial gate, it's practically a cheat code tool. Refusing to rescue anyone would feel like betraying the benevolence of the heavenly Tao itself. Lin Chenyu paused thoughtfully before analyzing. A force 1011 gale inflicts colossal devastation. Your single protective dome can shield only a handful, and never underestimate ancient people. Their collective wisdom is boundless. Today's sudden gale startled them, hence their panic. Once composed, many will devise ingenious means of survival. I recall you mentioning your family possesses a cellar, so surely many households among them do as well. If they take refuge underground, they should endure the storm. Most cellars double as storage, stocked with food. With sufficient water, surviving 10 days poses no insurmountable challenge. The refugees gathered at Yongning Prefecture's city gates may find shelter within gateways and behind sturdy walls, capable of shielding them from the gales. But those fleeing along open roads face dire peril. If you choose to intervene, focus your efforts there. You've amassed considerable grain stores. I possess a fully automated agricultural processing plant capable of milling grain and producing simple rations, steamed buns, dry cakes, vermicelli noodles. Send me all your coarse grains, I'll process them into durable dry cakes. These, preserved well and distributed among refugees, represent our sincere contribution. As for water, the impending hail will melt readily for drinking. We shall do all we can. Beyond that, survival rests in heaven's hands. Lin Ke had barely finished reading when another long message arrived. The extent of this tempest's reach remains unknown. How many citizens will suffer? Your spatial gate only accesses locations you've personally visited, leaving others beyond reach. Moreover, arid conditions combined with such ferocious winds heighten wildfire risks. Vigilance is paramount. How I wish I could join you there, to stand beside you rather than leave you to labor alone. Ultimately, accelerating your spatial realm's ascension to level 5 cannot be overstated. Only then may we meet face to face, and every location either of us has traversed becomes accessible via the spatial gate. If we may rendezvous within the space itself, logically we should also traverse the gate to each other's current locations. Upon finishing, Lin Ke experienced a sudden epiphany. How had she overlooked this? It was a brilliant insight. Per the spatial gate's rules, any place she or Lin Ke had walked became part of the unlocked map, making reciprocal travel entirely feasible. Lin Ke immediately summoned Guobao. Guobao, come quickly. Here, host. As soon as she mentally completed the call, Guobao materialized before her. She shared their hypothesis with Guobao and awaited its response with eager anticipation. Affirmative, host. All conjectures you've described will manifest upon reaching level 5, alongside delightful new surprises. Keep striving. Receiving Guobao's confirmation, Lin Ke wasted no time, coordinating with Lin Chenyu while transferring all her available coarse grains to him. She also dispatched portions of taro and sweet potatoes, instructing him to mill them into flour and incorporate them into the dry cakes, enhancing both flavor and satiety. Upon receiving his wife's transmission, Lin Chenyu set to work immediately. Meanwhile, 12 hours had elapsed within the space, granting Lin Ke permission once more to deploy her protective dome outdoors. However, this time she did not go to Yongning City, but instead returned through the spatial gate to the places she had passed before. This way she actually found an excellent spot to shield from the wind. That was the stone village where she had previously saved people. This place was rocky, with the mountains mostly composed of stone. The gale, which was about level 10, only broke some trees on the mountains, while the villagers hiding in the cave were unharmed. Lin Ke used her divine sense to take a look. Perhaps in their rush to escape, these people only brought the most essential clothes and food, not even a pot to boil water. However, Lin Ke also saw a statue about 20 centimeters tall. Out of curiosity, she examined it closely and discovered that the statue represented her appearance when she saved people last time. It depicted a fairy with a round moon above her head and flowing garments. The entire statue gleamed gold, and the details of her figure and attire appeared very vivid. Yet this statue lacked facial features, evoking a strangely harmonious feeling. Beside the golden statue was a basin. Lin Ke was astonished. Wasn't this the basin she used to hold the medicinal liquid last time? What was wrong with these people? There were still incense burning in front of the statue, and someone was guarding beside it to ensure the incense did not go out. At that moment Lin Ke understood where her power of belief came from. She was also amused. In the moment of fleeing they did not take much food, but instead brought these items. She curled her lips in disdain for their foolishness, yet felt a strange pang in her heart. In her previous life Lin Ke was someone who was indifferent, with only Lin Chenyu and the dean's mother occupying a place in her heart. Even so, Lin Ke could still engage with others in a seemingly warm or polite manner. But to her these people were merely somewhat familiar strangers. This was also why after graduation the two of them did not enter a company to work, but instead started a second-hand car business to travel and live stream. Upon arriving in this world with the Lin family showering her, the original owner, with affection and the faith from the villagers, she had saved Lin Ke, who initially saved people just to gain merit points to upgrade her space, felt something in her heart beginning to sprout at this moment. Though she expressed disdain towards them, seeing the meager possessions these people had, Lin Ke's heart softened. Considering how much power of belief you've given me, I will help you once more. After all, helping anyone is the same. As Lin Ke mumbled, she had Guobao buy dozens of coarse pottery jars and filled them with water. She had Xiaozi put those people to sleep for a few seconds while she set aside 10 jars of water for the stone village's people based on their numbers, along with some rice and fresh flatbreads made by Chen. These supplies, if rationed, would be enough for them to last over half a month. Having done all this, Lin Ke no longer paid attention to the people of Stone Village. She didn't want to see them kneeling on the ground to thank her when they woke up. She then searched for several larger caves. In each cave she placed some of the broken rice she had collected and 7 or 8 jars of water. After that she stepped onto the magnetic levitation platform and began to rescue people using the spatial gate. On the way, when encountering those blown away by the wind, Lin Ke would manipulate her powers to reel them back, while Xiaozi would put them to sleep and toss them into the space. Guobao and Xiaowei would stuff each of these people with 2 flatbreads. The batch made by Chen was so large that each was bigger than an adult's head. With these flatbreads along with the broken rice and water in the cave, they would be able to withstand the harsh weather. Lin Ke temporarily placed these people on the grass in her space, planning to return them to the newly found caves once the numbers increased. Thus, for those without a place to shield from the wind, she placed them in the caves behind Stone Village. For those with places to shelter, Lin Ke would also judiciously provide them with food and water to ensure they had a greater chance of survival. As for post-disaster reconstruction, that was beyond Lin Ke's concern. She could only do so much. Ensuring more people survived was already a challenge, let alone worrying about their quality of life. This gale covered a vast area, even reaching Zhao family village. However, the wind force was only at 7 or 8 levels. Lin Ke looked at her hometown, feeling a pang of emotion. The village was already deserted, with many houses showing signs of having been burned. While her family's yard had not caught fire, the insides were a mess, and now with the strong wind blowing there was no place left to find a footing. Thus there was nothing worth lingering here. If things settled down in the future and her father or grandmother missed her grandfather, they could come here to pay their respects. That night Lin Ke also rode her small scooter and checked in at several places she had not visited before, rescuing some more people in the same fashion. On the map 10 small places lit up, and she received 2 rewards of strength pills. She gave one to Lin Chenyu and casually popped the other into her mouth. Why not rejoice in having an extra skill for survival? After a busy night, as dawn approached, Lin Ke finally returned to her small tent and fell into a deep sleep. Before sleeping, Lin Ke thought that when she woke up she must take Xiaowei out. Perhaps due to her exhaustion over the past few days, people only began to get up around the hour of the snake, 9 to 11 a.m. Her second son, he was the first to wake up. She took a basin to the creek to fetch water, returning with half a basin to wait for everyone to wash up. The second to wake was the second son of her uncle Lin Ke's second cousin Zhongfeng. He was awakened by the need to urinate after eating dumplings last night. He drank a lot of the soup, so the first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to solve his biological need. Old Zhang woke up, but did not get out of bed. He listened to the commotion of his grandchildren and felt somewhat dazed. The strong wind outside still roared, turning into a muffled sound within the cave. The entire cave became lively. He reflected on the journey they had taken from receiving the news to deciding to leave. So many things had happened along the way without care what would have happened to them. That dream. It must have just been a dream. He got up and glanced at his granddaughter's tent. Seeing that she had not yet risen, he called the mischievous children over, instructing them to be quiet so as not to disturb Ke's sleep. Lin Ke was also exhausted from the previous night. Outside, the night had lasted while 5 or 6 days had passed in the space. Although she had eaten and slept in the space, the main strain was emotional. Seeing the miserable state of the common people under the raging winds, Lin Ke felt she would take several days to recover. Upon waking, Grandma Jiang brought her a warm bowl of steamed egg custard and goat's milk along with steamed buns and several side dishes. Lin Ke devoured one large bun in just a few bites, then finished the custard with the accompaniment of the pickled vegetables. As for the goat's milk, she politely declined. It carried a distinct gamey aroma she could not abide despite enjoying mutton. Better to leave it for Xiaomao and the others, it would help them grow strong and healthy. While Lin Ke ate, Elder Zhang, normally stern and unsmiling, sat rigidly beside her, forcing an awkward stiff grin that tugged at the deep creases across his weathered face. He urged her repeatedly to eat more, his enthusiasm bordering on overbearing, as if he longed to feed her by hand. His eagerness left her profoundly ill at ease. Indeed, seeing a man who had spent decades wearing a stone-cold expression suddenly attempt such forced mirth was deeply unsettling. Had the system not confirmed that only Shi Cheng-gu and Xiao Longzai had crossed into this world, she might have suspected even her grandfather had been possessed. Wang Dian noticed her father's odd behavior the moment she rose at dawn. Now witnessing her daughter's visible discomfort, she seized Elder Zhang by the collar and dragged him away. Lin Ke exhaled in profound relief. Zhang Xiao, watching her daughter's comical expression, burst into laughter. Truth be told, she found it equally unnerving. Her father had never once smiled at her like that in all these years. For the first time, she saw such vivid, unguarded emotion animate his face. After breakfast, Lin Ke consulted with Grandma Jiang, and the others then brought Xiao Wei out. To everyone except those already in the know, it appeared as though Zhang Xiao had given birth to an elder sister for Lin Ke. The child bore an uncanny resemblance to the Lin family, so striking that any observer would instantly assume kinship. Once introduced, the group learned Xiao Wei had been sent by Lin Ke's immortal master to serve as her guardian. Awe swept through the assembly a celestial envoy, surely a minor fairy maiden. That reverence soared to its zenith upon learning Xiao Wei had also brought provisions, delicacies, and martial cultivation manuals. With Xiao Wei as a plausible pretext, Lin can now retrieve the set of martial arts manuals acquired by Lin Chenyu through his sign-in rewards, unfettered by hesitation or suspicion. Beyond the core manuals, the internal energy cultivation technique, Lin Chenyu's sword art, and the whip and lightness techniques prepared for Lin Ke, 7 additional manuals remained. From their group of over 27 individuals would be selected to directly absorb the essence from the jade slips. Others wishing to learn would receive instruction from those 7. Once the manuals were unveiled, the group convened for their second collective assembly. The central topic: who among them should absorb the jade slips. For a full hour, voices rose in fervent red-faced debate, yet no consensus emerged. Such precious arts sparked selfless reluctance. Elders insisted the youth take precedence, believing their mastery would secure the entire group's survival. The youth in turn urged the children to learn the future's hope, they argued, noting children's exceptional aptitude and rapid absorption of new knowledge. The children voiced no objections, a hearing they might learn martial arts, their faces lit with unrestrained excitement. Yet mindful of their youth, they deemed themselves unworthy of formal deliberation. Sometimes excessive harmony itself becomes a source of vexation. Watching the scene unfold, Lin Ke suddenly recalled the crystal cores she had soaked in spirit spring water. She wondered whether these cores might prove usable by others. She had previously administered a small dose of genetic enhancement serum to everyone, yet no observable changes had yet manifested. She pondered whether the subtle genetic modifications might enable latent abilities, perhaps even awaken extraordinary powers within her family. Guobo, sensing her hesitation, transmitted a voice directly into her mind. Kiki, cease your overthinking. Those crystals have steeped in spirit spring water for so long that all harmful impurities have long since been purified. They pose no danger, proceed with confidence. Reassured by Guobao's pronouncement, Lin Ke resolved to distribute transparent crystal cores for trial, hoping some might awaken extraordinary abilities. Having reached her decision, she halted the ongoing debate and announced the matter of the crystals to all present, framing them as a divine boon bestowed by her immortal master, inviting each to test their celestial affinity. Should none awaken, they could still pursue the martial arts manuals, mastery of which would render them peerless, rivaling immortals themselves. The group stood stunned, overwhelmed by this cascade of miracles. Kneeling as one, they offered 3 solemn kowtows before each receiving a transparent crystal core. Under Lin Ke's guidance, they clasped the cores tightly and sat cross-legged, focusing inward to sense the energies within. The once chaotic cave fell utterly silent. Fearing unforeseen complications, Lin Ke had already prepared a large bathtub filled with spirit spring water. She activated her own ability, ready to intervene and heal instantly should anything go awry. After 1/4 of an hour, Xiao Shi opened his eyes first. Lin Ke rushed forward, breathless with anticipation. Xiao Shi blinked slowly. "Elder sister, I can see the little sheep grazing over there, even with my eyes closed." Relief washed over Lin Ke. This was the awakening of a psychic ability. Clearly, people in this world could awaken extraordinary powers, with superior cultivation methods, perhaps even transcendence into immortality lay within reach. Lin Ke poured spirit spring water into a bowl and gave it to Xiao Shi to drink before resting. This same water had elevated Chenji's abilities. Surely it would benefit newly awakened powers as well. Once Xiao Shi had rested, Lin Ke explained the function and cultivation method of this psychic art, then left him to contemplate and internalize it. The boy truly possessed exceptional insight, indeed the very first to awaken. Another 1/4 hour passed before Lin Hung opened his eyes. Clearly he too had awakened a psychic ability. Lin Ke pondered quietly, was there something uniquely special about the Lin family? Guobao had once remarked that her soul was unusually robust, capable of cultivating psychic force. She'd assumed it stemmed from having lived 2 lifetimes. After all, in her previous life, she had possessed only wood affinity abilities. This lifetime, guided by Guobao, she cultivated psychic force, but never considered it might manifest as an extraordinary power. She decided to observe further before drawing conclusions. An hour later, it was 4th Uncle Zhang Shi who opened his eyes. He stretched out his palm, and a faint, almost imperceptible breeze stirred from his hand. Yet that whisper of wind filled him with ecstatic joy. He had celestial affinity. He had acquired a celestial art. Had his wife not still been meditating, he would have rushed to boast before her. Next came Zhang Xiao, awakening hydrokinetic ability, elder cousin Zhang Tian geokinetic ability, 2nd uncle Zhang Lu phylokinetic ability. 3rd uncle Zhang Shou awakened pyrokinetic ability, Aunt Lin Wan cryokinetic ability. A total of 21 people participated in the awakening, among whom 8 awakened their abilities, resulting in an awakening rate of 38, significantly higher than that of the apocalypse. The process of awakening for the others was evidently painless, with no fainting or fever involved. Even the spiritual spring water bath she prepared was left unused. This indicates that the spiritual spring water was quite successful in purifying the crystal cores. Lin Ke decided that in the future she would use purified crystal cores for upgrading abilities, as they contain fewer impurities, thus facilitating a quicker advancement. Grandma, grandfather Li Yotsai, Xiaodubo, Xiaotongtong, and Xiaomayadu did not awaken this time. With the elderly and the young, Lin Ke felt a bit concerned. She thought to let them try again after nurturing them with the spiritual spring water for a while. The others who did not awaken their abilities were also encouraged by Lin Ke not to be discouraged, suggesting they try again after some time, as they might succeed next time. During the selection of martial arts techniques again, everyone no longer hesitated. Grandfather learned archery, Uncle Zhongfu learned knife techniques, Cousin Zhongfeng learned boxing, Cousin Zhongmu learned staff techniques, Cousin Zhonglin learned palm techniques, and Cousin Zhongxin learned leg techniques. Unexpectedly, Uncle Li Song chose hard martial arts. It seems this honest man is about to rise. By the time everyone came back to their senses from the fervor of training, it was already the hour of Su 19002059. Xiaowei had already prepared a sumptuous dinner with Li Yukai and several aunts. After 2 days of strong winds, the temperature in the cave had noticeably dropped, prompting Lin Ke to mention her desire for hot pot. Upon hearing this, Xiaowei immediately began to arrange things. The aunts did not know what hot pot was, but with Xiaowei directing them, they only needed to do some preparatory work. They first processed 2 wild chickens, placing them into a large pot to simmer for soup. Then they cut the wild boar, deer, rabbit, beef, and lamb meat into chunks and slices. They also diced the coagulated animal blood. Xiaowei took out some vegetables such as bok choy, chrysanthemum leaves, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and lotus root, washing and slicing them. The freshly made sweet potato noodles and potato noodles from yesterday were soaked in water. Finally, they chopped up some green onions, ginger, garlic, and onions for later use. Seeing Xiaowei leading everyone in preparing these items, Li Yukai came over to help out of curiosity. They also diced the coagulated animal blood. Xiaowei took out some vegetables such as bok choy, chrysanthemum leaves, potatoes, sweet potatoes, and lotus root. She then added a handful of Sichuan peppercorns, prickly ash star anise, cinnamon bay leaves, fennel, and dried chili peppers into the pot. Lin Ke only recognized the Sichuan pepper and fennel, he did not know the others. However, even those two were worth a fortune in spices, yet Xiaowei generously added a whole handful. As for the others, he had never even seen them before. They must be ingredients exclusive to the immortal realm. Just how delicious would the dishes made from this be? The more Lin Ke thought about it, the more he craved it, saliva uncontrollably pooling in his mouth. Until the pungent aroma wafted over, he could no longer control his drooling. He awkwardly wiped his mouth. Fortunately, everyone's attention was on the pot, and no one noticed his embarrassment. At that moment, Xiaowei added a large spoonful of red sauce, turning the entire pot into a deep crimson. Then she added dozens of crystal-clear items, and upon inquiry, he learned that they were called rock sugar. Lin Ke had no time to marvel at it, as the rich aroma from the bottom of the pot wafted out completely. The mysterious fragrance had completely captivated Li Youcai, who had been a chef for half his life. At that moment, he could no longer think about anything related to immortality or cultivation. He only felt that this was what he had been pursuing in his life. From today onward, he would follow Master Xiaowei to learn the art of culinary creation. Meanwhile, the others who were practicing were also drawn by the overwhelming aroma unconsciously gathering around the large pot. Xiaowei cleared the prepared broth and made another pot of pickled vegetable broth and one of tomato broth. From her space, she took out 2 large round tables that could seat 15 people. In the center of the round table was an induction cooker, which Xiaowei had purchased from the market. The interstellar humans did not have as much culinary variety, so their cooking tools were not as comprehensive. Fortunately, the young master had a market to buy useful items. After Xiaowei modified this induction cooker, it could now be powered by crystal cores. Thus, there was no need to prepare a separate mobile power supply. Everyone looked at everything as if they were Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden with expressions of wonder. Upon seeing Xiaowei preparing to serve the dishes, everyone rushed to help, and soon the hot pot was ready. They split into 2 tables to take their seats. In the 9-grid copper pot in the middle, there was the red spicy broth, the pickled vegetable broth, the tomato broth, and a simple mushroom broth. At this moment, they were all bubbling vigorously. No one dared to move their chopsticks until Xiaowei explained how to eat, at which point old Zheng picked up a slice of lamb and placed it into the spicy broth. After briefly swishing it around, he retrieved the meat and placed it in his mouth. The spiciness made his entire tongue and mouth feel as if they were dancing. The heat was akin to a ray of sunlight breaking through the gloomy weather, creating a feeling of clarity through the clouds. His whole body warmed up. Upon savoring it further, there was a rich aroma. The flavor of the meat combined with the broth's fragrance made it impossible not to be immersed in it. Seeing old Zhang using his chopsticks, Lin Ke couldn't wait to pick up a piece of deer meat mimicking him and swishing it in the spicy broth. Without caring about the heat, he shoved it into his mouth. The aroma of the green onions, ginger, and garlic, the numbing sensation of the Sichuan pepper, the unique fragrance of fennel, along with so many precious spices he had never seen before, all fused together to create a perfect effect. The spicy, fresh, and fragrant flavors instantly filled his taste buds. It was as if a beautiful painting unfolded before his eyes. Lin Ke even felt that after this meal, even if he were to die tomorrow, his life would have been worth it. Then he picked up a piece of duck blood and placed it into the bubbling red broth. Xiaowei the fairy had said it was delicious, and he must give it a good try. After a while of cooking, he carefully picked up the duck blood with his chopsticks, afraid that if he applied too much force, the cooked duck blood would fall back into the pot. Taking a bite, the duck blood, soaked with the spicy broth's flavor, was delicate and smooth, leaving a fragrant taste on his lips and teeth, prompting a satisfied sigh from him. After savoring it carefully, he took a sip of water to rinse his mouth and then delicately picked up a roll of beef and placed it into the pickled vegetable broth. After it slightly changed color, he scooped it out and placed it in his mouth. However, this time it seemed much more composed. The beef was thin and tender, the sauerkraut fresh and flavorful with a taste that was sour with a hint of spice, entirely free of the bitterness of avodia, making it both appetizing and delightful, leaving one wanting more. And then there was the bright red tomato broth. Lin Ke didn't even know what tomatoes were. He only saw Master Xiaowei take out some bright red fruits, blanch them in boiling water to remove the skins, and then chop them into cubes to simmer in a large pot, resulting in a lot of bright red juice. Now taking a bite, it was sweet and sour with a fragrant taste reminiscent of a herb called cilantro, which brought a sense of joy. The entire broth was refreshing and fragrant, leaving a lasting aftertaste. The mushroom broth base had the aroma of chicken soup, the fragrance of mushrooms, and the scent of cilantro, all combining for a refreshing experience. Lin Ke felt that this meal had shattered his decades-long understanding of gourmet food. He wondered if Master Xiaowei would be willing to accept him as a disciple. He didn't dare to hope for much, just being a named disciple would suffice. He shot a glare at his son-in-law who was oblivious, only focused on eating, not a thought for his master and father-in-law. Seeing that the women still had plenty of meat and vegetables on their table, he felt embarrassed to go over and ask for more. They could only pull the son-in-law along to prepare their own food. They needed to cut more pig's blood and duck blood to add to the spicy hot pot, which would be fresh and tender, so delicious it would make one want to swallow their tongue. They also needed to get more tripe. He hadn't expected the cow's stomach to be edible. He had never had the chance to eat beef before, and now that he found it so delicious, he resolved to eat more this time. And lamb, which was simply a perfect match for this hot pot. They should also prepare more mushrooms and vegetables to refresh the palate. There were still many dishes he hadn't had the chance to taste, including the sweet potato starch and potato starch that Kerr had mentioned. This time he had to be quick and eat more. While the father-in-law and son-in-law prepared the dishes, the other men were not idle either, all helping out on the side. Not to mention that among them were two chefs. Even years ago, Brother Hung had said that the saying, "a gentleman stays away from the kitchen," does not mean what people think, that men should stay far from the kitchen. Its true meaning is that virtuous gentlemen are unwilling to kill or bully the weak. Therefore, chopping vegetables was no challenge for them. Seeing the big men working hard, the women relaxed a bit and didn't get up to help. With two chefs present, the men seemed to be doing quite well. Even the women at their table enjoyed the pleasure of not having to lift a finger. Delicious hot pot paired with freshly squeezed juice made the children so happy they were oblivious. Little Zheng Shua even secretly thought to himself, so this is what a god's life is like. I must work hard so that the gods will notice me and allow me to be the little follower of my little cousin. After a hot pot meal, each person had their own thoughts. Lin Ke looked at the lively scene before her and suddenly felt that life was beautiful. It was just a panic, nothing to be nervous about. Enjoying life was the true way. With a good state of mind, Lin Ke suddenly felt a premonition of a breakthrough in her mental power. After informing her mother, Lin Ke hurried back to her small tent. She turned around and entered the space. Before she could even take in the changes in the space, she fell into a moment of enlightenment. At this moment, Lin Chenyu felt Lin Ke enter the space and walked out of the newly upgraded 3-story villa. He found that his wife had rushed in and entered a meditative state. Lin Chenyu chuckled. The little girl was still so reckless. He had originally planned to surprise her. Now he could only sit beside her and accompany her. Lin Chenyu gazed greedily at the little girl's face. She looked exactly like she did in his past life, though a bit darker and thinner than before. He couldn't help but frown. Based on the usual exchanges, his little wife seemed to be eating well. How could she still be so small after such a long time? What has his future father-in-law done to make his little wife suffer so? It seemed he had to keep an eye on her to ensure she ate more. He was determined to make his little girl chubby and healthy. Just as he was pondering, Lin Ke completed her advancement. As soon as she did, she opened her eyes wide, looking at the stunningly beautiful young man before her, still feeling a little incredulous. The small cabin had also transformed into a standalone villa. Everything before her was not an illusion. Lin Chenyu could tell from Lin Ke's adorable. The small cabin had also transformed into a standalone villa. Everything before her was not an illusion. Lin Chenyu could tell from Lin Ke's adorable expression what she was thinking, and he lovingly rubbed her nose. Silly girl, everything you see is real, not an illusion. But how did you change? I thought you were just bragging when you said you were handsome. The conversation between the two made Gu Bao anxious. Originally, it had thought of letting the young couple catch up first so it didn't show itself. Who would have thought they were saying such unnutritious things? Where's the joy of a long-awaited reunion? The excitement. Before Guobao could finish its complaints, it saw Lin Ke suddenly pounce into Lin Chenyu's arms, hugging him and starting to cry. Lin Chenyu smiled as he held Lin Ke, gently patting her back, allowing her to vent her emotions in his embrace. His own eyes were already red. Moments later, a tear rolled down Lin Ke's cheek and into her neck. Finally, they had reconnected. Lin Ke felt Lin Chenyu's tears and suddenly became a bit embarrassed. She pulled her head back from Lin Chenyu's embrace. At that moment, the white robe he had specially changed into to see his wife was already smeared with tears and snot. Seeing Lin Ke's bashful expression, he intentionally teased, "It's only been a few days, and my little girl is already acting distant with me." Lin Ke instinctively retorted, "Not at all." After saying that, she sniffed. Lin Chenyu, with red eyes, used his sleeve to wipe away his little wife's tears and pinched her little nose, urging her to blow her nose. Lin Ke thought to herself, how can he still be like this? I'm not a child anymore. She complained, how disgusting. Lin Chenyu looked at this lively little girl and could no longer restrain himself, pulling her into his arms and holding her tightly, unwilling to let go. Lin Ke had cried once, and after the melancholic atmosphere passed, she transformed back into that occasionally scatterbrained little girl. She pressed her hand against Lin Chenyu's chest and shouted, "Switch sides, it's dirty." Lin Chenyu found it both amusing and exasperating that the little girl was so harsh even on herself. Lin Ke also felt speechless. After all, she was only as tall as his chest. Not wanting her face to be shoved against her own snot, she could only struggle one last time. The good atmosphere was almost completely destroyed, and Guobao couldn't bear to look. Seeing that the two were back to normal, he decided to make his presence known. Dang dang, the end flowers of celebration. From now on, the prince and princess live happily together. Lin Ke rolled her eyes. Where have you been messing around? What have you learned? I had nothing to do, so I read some novels and fairy tale books, but none of that matters. Then what is important? What's important is the surprise I prepared for you. Are you surprised? Is it unexpected? Are you happy? Lin Ke felt moved inside, but pretended to casually reply, happy, you're the best. Just then she heard another serious voice say, happy, thank you. Guobao and Lin Ke were used to bantering, so suddenly being thanked so earnestly made them a bit shy. It's nothing, mainly because you guys did well and upgraded the space to level 5, which allowed me to create this surprise for you. Lin Chenyu sincerely thanked the system, or without it he and his wife might not know when they would meet again in this unfamiliar world. They didn't even know if their space could be restored. As for their abilities, if he couldn't awaken his powers, he might not even know how he would die. Thus this thank you was warranted and heartfelt. Seeing that the atmosphere was about to become heavy again, Lin Ke cleverly changed the subject. How about we go see what changes have occurred in the space? Let's draw a prize and see what rewards the system has. Yes, Kira's right. To restore the previous joyful atmosphere, Guobao enthusiastically chimed in from behind. Only then did the two shift their focus back to the space. The space had more than doubled in size, with high mountains, vast seas, and rivers coming together. The ranch area had been automatically moved to the foot of the mountain, and its area had also increased significantly. Cows, sheep, and horses were casually grazing on the grass, some standing with their eyes squinted, as if enjoying sunlight. At this thought, Lin Ke realized that a sun had appeared in her space. It hung high in the sky, warming everything beneath it. Lin Ke excitedly squeezed Lin Chenyu's arm. This is really a sun, right? Lin Chenyu let her pinch him good-naturedly, ruffling Lin Ke's hair. Sure enough, 2 little finger marks appeared on Lin Chenyu's fair arm. Lin Ke, feeling distressed, gently rubbed the reddened spot on. Sure enough, 2 little finger marks appeared on Lin Chenyu's fair arm. Lin Ke, feeling distressed, gently rubbed the reddened spot on his arm, secretly blaming herself for having become accustomed to pinching too hard. Seeing his wife's concerned expression, Lin Chenyu could only grin foolishly. The sight of her adorably silly face made him want to hold on to her forever. While helping him rub his arm, she teasingly said, "Why don't you know to dodge?" Lin Chenyu, enjoying his wife's concern, replied with a smile, "Hee, it doesn't hurt. Your strength is like a tickle." "How can it not hurt? It's bruised. Besides, my strength now is much greater than before. It still doesn't hurt. The original body had poor skin, which is why it bruises. Look at my old body, no matter how hard you pinched it left no mark at all." Lin Ke knew that Lin Chenyu was trying to comfort her in a roundabout way, so she stopped being coy. Remembering that her wood-type ability had healing effects, she placed her hand over Lin Chenyu's arm, and in an instant the red mark vanished without a trace. After their playful banter, they recalled the sun again. The space had always been in daylight, with the climate and temperature remaining unchanged. Now that there was a sun, Lin Ke could clearly feel the warmth. She wondered if having a sun meant there would also be a moon. Would there be a night in the space? The two looked at the time and decided to check later. If there was a moon, then their space would have a complete ecosystem. Hand in hand, the two continued to explore the space. In the space, little ducks and big geese leisurely swam in the small river of the ranch area, occasionally shaking their feathers and splashing water droplets that shimmered in the sunlight, creating a rainbow of colors. The planting area was naturally divided into several sections: grain, vegetables, fruits, and medicinal herbs. The crops they planted were all gathered together. However, they could still be easily distinguished. Lin Ke's careful cultivation combined with her abilities resulted in lush and thriving crops. As for Lin Chenyu, he was busy upgrading the space each day, and his planting was merely to avoid making the space look too empty, so his crops appeared rather haphazard. Seeing this, Lin Ke infused some of her abilities into those plants, and visibly, they became much greener. After their stroll, they remembered that in less than 3 years they would face a snowy world, so cotton was of utmost importance. They went to the store to buy some cotton seeds and happily planted a large patch together. They also bought some flower seeds to plant around their small villa. Looking at the many flowers surrounding the villa, Lin Ke thought of bees and then of honey. Right, why hadn't she thought of it earlier? If she got some bees in the space, wouldn't they have honey to eat anytime? Without delay, the two bought a dozen boxes of bees from the space, placing a few boxes in the mountains and the planting area. They were looking forward to tasting the honey they produced soon. Finally, Lin Chenyu took Lin Ke to visit the cave he had previously used his abilities to carve out for living. Lin Ke felt a wave of heartache seeing it. Thinking about how she lived in a small wooden house, slept in a big bed, and enjoyed various delicacies at will while her Chenyu lived in such a simple cave was heart-wrenching. Lin Ke turned around to hug Lin Chenyu, wanting to comfort him. This left Lin Chenyu feeling both exasperated and amused. How could his wife be so adorable? He wanted to hold her and never let go. After another round of affectionate teasing, they held hands and returned to cook. For their first meal together, they cooperated and quickly made 4 dishes and a soup. Although it was home-cooked food, they still enjoyed it immensely. It felt as if as long as they were together, even the air was sweet. Chenyu, have you noticed that the air in the space seems a bit different today? You didn't mention it, so I hadn't noticed, yet now that I focus it truly does feel different. Of course it is. The space has undergone a grand integration, and upgrade spiritual energy now permeates it as pure and nourishing as immortal spring water, immensely beneficial to both of you. Guobao's sudden appearance startled the two who had been deeply immersed in their private world, yet they were instantly captivated by his words and forgot to reprimand him. They were utterly astounded, disbelieving. Spiritual energy filling the entire space. Could it be that they truly stood on the threshold of cultivating the Tao? Recalling the cultivation techniques granted by the system, and witnessing the space's profound transformation, their joy shone unmistakably in their eyes. After attempting cultivation within the space for a short while, they confirmed it, their progress was swift even without spirit stones. Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu felt this turn of fate was nothing short of extraordinary. Had they known transmigration could bring such abundance, why endure the brutal struggle of the apocalypse? Yet had they perished too soon, perhaps transmigration would never have occurred at all. Perhaps destiny unfolds in ways unseen. When they finally ceased cultivation, several hours had already passed. No wonder cultivators say time loses meaning on the path of immortality. Some enter seclusion for years, decades, even centuries. But for now the two remained mere novices, thus living well remained their foremost priority. Together they entered the virtual realm and visited the mall, purchasing snacks, potato chips, biscuits, jelly, and fizzy sodas, the indulgent elixirs of mortal comfort. They dined at a restaurant savoring a rich seafood congee and several delicate side dishes. Sated and refreshed, they strolled leisurely to buy 2 large cups of milk tea, then browsed clothing stores, selecting sleepwear and sportswear, practical attire suited for life within the space. Lin Ke summoned Xiaoqi and requested an optimization of the virtual mall's functionality, particularly the apparel section, retaining only select vendors for undergarment, sportswear, and outdoor gear, while introducing dedicated zones for classical-style garments. She further suggested incorporating antique-inspired designs into cosmetics and accessory sections. Xiaoqi the elf promptly implemented Lin Ke's suggestions, launching a sweeping overhaul of the entire mall. The experience became infinitely more pleasant. Shopping for clothes or ornaments now yielded items truly wearable and harmonious. Lin Chenyu sighed appreciatively. Xiaoqi is reliable. She truly acts upon feedback. Lin Ke replied with playful pride, naturally, I paid 10 gold coins to activate her premium service. Wasn't that a brilliant investment? Lin Chenyu affectionately ruffled his young wife's hair and chimed in, absolutely. My wife is unmatched in wisdom and foresight. This household simply cannot function without her. Lin Ke uncharacteristically modest murmured, well, it's also thanks to Guobao. Hearing praise from its hosts, Guobao scampered over, playfully tumbling and nuzzling for attention. For a moment harmony reigned between the two humans and their companion, so thoroughly that they momentarily forgot the snow wolf cub entirely. After hours of wandering, they even watched a film together. Thus ended a flawless day. Nightfall descended within the space. The sky darkened, revealing a luminous moon suspended high above and a vast star-strewn firmament. Indeed, the space now possessed distinct day and night cycles. Once they enriched it with diverse flora and fauna, it would become a self-sustaining microcosm, a world unto itself, where they could dwell indefinitely. This revelation brought them profound reassurance. No matter how dire the outer world grew, they possessed a secluded paradise, exclusively theirs. This was their unshakable foundation. Perceiving that the two had finally settled, Guobao interjected with timely gravity. Hosts, the space's grand integration has triggered a concurrent system upgrade, awarding 5 lottery draws. Shall you proceed with a quintuple draw? A rare treasure may await. In perfect unison, they nodded absolutely. Only one host needs step forward to draw. Upon Guobao's instruction, Lin Ke stepped forth without hesitation and pressed the draw button. 3 seconds later, dazzling fireworks erupted before their eyes. Congratulations, hosts! You have drawn the fully automated spatial flora management system. As the space expands, this system will autonomously plant and harvest flora according to your needs. All yields are automatically sorted and stored in the spatial warehouse, accessible via conscious intent for viewing or retrieval. No longer shall you fret over arable land exceeding your capacity to cultivate. Congratulations! Your merchant stall slots have increased by 30, enabling broader trade of goods. Congratulations! You have acquired 20 invisibility talismans, each valid for 2 hours. Congratulations! You have received a 20 fortune enhancement, amplifying the bearer's auspicious fortune. Congratulations! You have obtained the truth-seeing eyes, a pair of divine ocular artifacts capable of discerning demons, monster spirits, and the karmic virtue or sin bound to any individual. Heads up, hosts, due to this spatial fusion, future upgrades, both of space and system, will grant only 2 lottery draws each, though prize quality will be significantly enhanced. Understood, we have no objections. Guobao, you seem unusually solemn today. We're not quite used to it. Guobao the little turtle shifted bashfully. Oh well, your Chin brother's here, so I'm feeling a bit restrained. Then with a tiny peas-eyed eye he winked playfully, clearly implying you know what I mean. Lin Chenyu, observing the duo's banter, smiled faintly and covered his mouth with a fist, coughing lightly twice. Ahem, please don't mind me. Continue as you always have. Understood. Oh yes, thought I'd need to maintain decorum with the male lead present, but apparently no need after all. By the way, the warehouse has expanded to 1 million square meters. All your possessions have been meticulously categorized and stored within the space. Feel free to inspect them at your leisure. Guobao's off to play now. Lin Chenyu had originally intended to entrust all his assets to his wife, only to discover they'd already been seamlessly absorbed into the shared repository. Yet it mattered little, those assets had always been meant for her. There was also the automated processing plant. Where had it gone? He'd searched the space thoroughly without spotting it. Just as he pondered this, Guobao zipped back in a flash. Nearly forgot to tell you, the automated agricultural processing plant has merged with the warehouse. Henceforth, you may configure desired finished product specifications and quantities directly within the warehouse interface. Once crops are harvested, they'll be automatically processed into your specified forms and deposited into storage. Explore it yourselves. They hurried to the warehouse, and indeed meats, fruits, vegetables, precious metals, and jewels, garments, and sundries were all neatly classified, each category clearly labeled with quantity counts. Pondering where the control panel might reside, a translucent holographic screen shimmered into existence before them. Upon inspection, it displayed 2 primary functions, auto-organize and fabricate. The auto-organize function held no immediate use, but Lin Ke tapped decisively on fabricate, and an intuitive user guide appeared before her. They skimmed it briefly and discovered fabrication categories were segmented and required progressive. Once unlocked, any item could be produced instantly. Simply input its category and quantity into the designated. A quick survey revealed 2 categories already unlocked: food and packaging. Within food alone lay nearly 1,000 varieties, capable of grinding flour, baking buns and noodles, or even crafting snacks and yogurt provided raw materials were available. Yet full access required gradual unlocking. Currently available food items included flour, vermicelli noodles, steamed buns, stuffed buns, flatbreads, rice, congee, dried fruit, dried meat, and tofu. Each item branched into finer subcategories, such as eggplant buns or meat-filled buns. Currently, there are 3 options for packaging: paper bags, bamboo tubes, and wooden barrels, all made from materials available in the space. As the space upgrades, more items will be unlocked. Although this feature is great, Lin Ke always has a nagging feeling that the system might trick her again. Forget it, there will be a way when the car reaches the mountain, so she quietly watches what tricks little Guobao has in store. For now, let's study the items from her lottery. With the addition of 30 new trading slots, Lin Ke plans to put some of the ancient artifacts and paintings she collected previously along with the outputs from the space. Additionally, she plans to include essential supplies for survival such as salt, sugar, and water. Other than that, there isn't much of greater value left, but she can add some delicious food once it's made. She kept the invisibility talisman, which both of them could use when needed. With the blessing of good fortune, Lin Chenyu insisted on applying it to Lin Ke. He believes that if his wife has more good luck, it is equivalent to his own good fortune, thus doubling the luck. Lin Ke couldn't resist him and clicked on the good luck enhancement, feeling a great comfort throughout her body, though she couldn't pinpoint where exactly. However, luck is something invisible and intangible, so they would have to see how it manifests in their future lives. As for the remaining broken talisman, Lin Ke insisted on giving it to Lin Chenyu. Lin Chenyu didn't refuse. After clicking it, he felt a refreshing coolness in his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the thick golden light of virtue radiating from his wife's head, dazzling him. Lin Chenyu felt an overwhelming happiness. My wife is just so beautiful and kind-hearted. He found a mirror to look at himself, and while he had some golden light to it, paled in comparison to Lin Ke's. This thing is quite useful, but I wonder if I can turn on this feature whenever I want. Otherwise, wouldn't I be blinded by my wife all day long? Just as Lin Chenyu finished his thought, his eyes returned to normal. He thought about checking his wife's virtue again, and indeed a shining scene appeared before his eyes. Soon Lin Chenyu became adept at using the broken talisman. This system does have some substance to it. After researching everything, it was already late in the space, so they returned to the small villa to get some sleep before heading out again. The upgraded small villa is a 3-story building with Lin Ke on the 3rd floor, Lin Chenyu on the 2nd, and the 1st floor serving as their shared temporary makeup room, tea room, study, kitchen, dining room, and restroom. When Lin Ke woke up, the warm sunlight streamed through the glass into the room. This made her feel somewhat surreal. She couldn't believe that she and Chenyu had truly reunited. After a moment of daze, Lin Ke hurriedly skipped washing up and dashed to Lin Chenyu's room on the 2nd floor in her little slippers. Unexpectedly, the door was open and the room was empty. Seeing her come down, Lin Chenyu took off his apron and came over to scoop her up from the stairs. He placed her on a dining chair and thoughtfully handed her a cup of warm, spiritual spring water. Wife, drink some water and take your time, I'll have the food ready soon. Lin Ke dazedly nodded, her eyes following Lin Chenyu's figure without blinking. Lin Chenyu felt the gaze of his wife and couldn't help but feel overjoyed. Life had returned to how it used to be, and it was wonderful. The two spent 2 more days in the space. Lin Chenyu helped Lin Ke set up a swing chair in the garden beside the villa, and he also dug a swimming pool nearby. If it weren't for Lin Ke having family outside, both of them would want to stay in the space without going out. After 2 days of being lovey-dovey, they eventually exited the space. Lin Ke needed to go out to supervise her family's training. Lin Chenyu had to deal with some silver notes and check when he could raid Prime Minister Zhao's house. However, this time he wasn't going out alone. His wife had brought over 16 robots from the interstellar world. These robots were all-purpose. Whatever they needed to do, he just needed to check their duties when setting them up. Lin Chenyu thought about the large mansion he bought in the capital and selected functions for these robots, such as housekeeper, chef, guard, servant, healer, planter, and infrastructure worker. He set all of them to resemble ancient men. To his surprise, these robots, just like Xiaowei, not only had built-in spaces, but also came with weapons and various tools, and they could eat normally. They looked just like real people. He named them from Lin Yi to Lin Shirlu. Gubao couldn't bear to look. The couple's naming method was indeed unique. However, Lin Ke had no objections, as she thought it was easier to remember this way. Since his wife had no objections, Gobao's opinion could be disregarded. Thus Lin Chenyu happily took Lin Yi to Lin Shirlu back to his mansion. Fortunately, due to the special nature of this mansion, the surrounding residents had already moved away, allowing him to buy such a good property at a bargain. Like now, it was incredibly convenient to handle things. He could directly bring out a dozen people without anyone noticing anything unusual. Old Li's small restaurant had truly never seen so many ingredients, seasonings, and cooking methods. The others had never seen such things either. This time it was Old Li and third uncle as chefs, with Xiaowei supervising and several women assisting. The dinner was quite refreshing, featuring steamed chicken with 5 flavors, lamb crystal dumplings, a bountiful platter, cold noodles, meat sauce pocket pancakes, and duck blood vermicelli soup. In the past, when they ate meat at home occasionally, they were as happy as celebrating the new year. Who would have thought that now, even while fleeing, they could live so richly? Everyone cheerfully enjoyed dinner, and astonishingly, the men went to wash the dishes and clean up. The women took the dirty clothes to the downstream area of the creek to wash. The few people who had received martial arts techniques had taken on several apprentices, and they began to practice together move by move. Lin Ke saw this and joined them. She had internal martial arts lightness skill, and with techniques, she planned to teach these 3 skills. Everyone must learn internal martial arts, while lightness skill and whip techniques are more suitable for women. If anyone wants to learn from her, she will start teaching them tomorrow. An hour later it had already turned 9 in the evening and old man Zheng was the first to stop. Looking at the determined expressions of his grandchildren, he felt a deep sense of happiness from within. With a few knocks of 2 wooden sticks, old man Zheng signaled for everyone to stop in unison. Alright, it's getting late. Practicing martial arts is not something that can be achieved in a day, it requires long-term persistence. Let's call it a night and wake up early tomorrow to learn inner strength techniques from Ke. Hearing the old man's words, everyone obediently went to wash up and rest. The temperature had dropped a bit today, and Lin Ke took out everyone's blankets from her backpack, hoping they could sleep well. Lying in the tent, Lin Ke pondered and decided to teach her grandmother, and a bit of Tai Chi tomorrow, not aiming to become a grandmaster, but simply hoping to strengthen their bodies. That night Lin Ke said goodnight to Lin Chenyu and didn't enter the space. She needed to adapt to the outside environment, otherwise how would she survive the extreme weather ahead if she spoiled herself? Accompanied by the howling wind outside, Lin Ke fell into a deep sleep. After a night of sweet dreams, everyone practiced their inner strength techniques after breakfast. The effects of the spiritual spring water and genetic modification liquid manifested at this time as everyone's memory was exceptionally sharp. Especially the children and Lin Hung, their minds were remarkably agile. To everyone's surprise, Li Song also had a good memory. Lin Ke initially planned to teach just a few key phrases, but to her astonishment, everyone memorized them all within less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Seeing this, Lin Ke decided to add more content. Everyone was immersed in practicing the inner strength techniques until the sound of growling stomachs startled them awake. Lin Ke opened her eyes to see her cousin Zhang Tian holding his stomach with a red face. It was then that everyone realized that 3 hours had passed. No wonder her cousin was hungry. He was just a growing boy, the age where he could eat his father out of house and home. After such a long time, the breakfast they had eaten was probably already digested. Lin Ke took out some steamed sweet potatoes from the space for everyone to eat a little to fill their stomachs first. Then they began to work together. Those who cooked, those who helped, and those who fed the livestock fed. Taking advantage of this time, Lin Ke pulled the 2 elderly women aside to teach them the moves of Tai Chi. 1 big watermelon cut in half, you take 1 half, he takes the other half. Haha. After eating, everyone took a short break and then started to find their respective masters to practice the martial arts they liked. Lin Ke also provided crystal cores, and after dinner it was time for those with awakened abilities to cultivate their powers. In addition to their training, everyone also worked together to make many delicious dishes, including braised pork, sauced ribs, chicken stew with mushrooms, stir-fried venison, lamb soup, sauced beef, fish flavored, shredded pork, boiled meat, kung pao chicken, and mapo tofu, among others. Each dish was made in large quantities, and Lin Ke provided dozens of large wooden barrels to store the cooked food in the space's warehouse. Lin Ke didn't have them make buns or rice. She could utilize the warehouse for those later, which was convenient and efficient. Eventually, she simply had Xiao Wei arrange the daily meals for everyone, and the extra time was used to add a literacy class. Every day for an hour, Li Song would teach everyone how to read. At first, Li Song was hesitant and felt inadequate, but seeing everyone insist on having him be the teacher, especially Yan Gu and Tong Tong, who praised him highly, he suddenly found courage. He was no longer the former grocery store Li Song, but rather Li Song who had practiced martial arts. Since everyone needed him, why not be this teacher? He remembered that his own studies were also praised by teachers, yet he never understood why he did poorly on exams. However, teaching everyone how to read was a simple task for him. Having thought this through, Li Song began to take on the role of teacher for the group seeking refuge. The original owner knew how to read. Lin Hung had started teaching the 2 children when they were very young, so now not only Lin Ke, but even Xiao Shi too had already recognized over 100 characters. The group's literacy levels varied, but after 1 day of Li Song's teaching, he understood everyone's foundation and began to tailor his instruction based on each individual's situation. For the children without a foundation, he started from scratch, emphasizing the importance of building a solid base. Fortunately, everyone's memory was very good now, so learning to read. For the children without a foundation, he started from scratch, emphasizing the importance of building a solid base. Fortunately, everyone's memory was very good now, so learning to read was easy for them. Even Granny Wang could remember over 20 characters in an hour. Everyone encouraged each other and competed, creating an exceptionally good learning atmosphere. Of course, the learning progress was also quite impressive. After 2 days of study, Lin Ke became completely familiar with the characters of this world. During the reading time, she practiced writing or curled up in a lounge chair to read novels. This was thanks to the reading device Lin Ke bought in the market a few days ago, which allowed her to download many novels. When tired, she would close her eyes and listen to the novels through those transparent headphones. Life was leisurely and carefree. Since the day Lin Chenyu left the space, he had taken a glance at the new house he had purchased. To his surprise, he discovered a problem. In one of the wells of the house lived a ghostly woman in red. Every night at midnight she would emerge and sit by the well crying. No wonder the agent mentioned that the previous occupants of this house often heard strange noises within. The surrounding neighbors gradually moved away due to the strange sounds. However, for Lin Chenyu this was a good thing. There was no better place than this for them to settle in the capital. He instructed Lin Ke and Lin Lu to tidy up the house while he planned to have a proper chat with the ghost. Using his mental power, he created a protective shield and walked towards the well. He stopped next to the ghost and quietly watched her cry. The ghost, noticing Lin Chenyu staring at her, was a bit confused. Can this person see her? Her curiosity overwhelmed her impulse to cry, so she waved her hand in front of Lin Chenyu. Unexpectedly, Lin Chenyu spoke up, "Stop waving, I can see you." The ghost was stunned. "You can actually see me." Seeing is seeing, there's no need for truth or falsehood. Now tell me, why do you cry here every day? If you keep looking back like this, you'll scare my wife. Wife? What is that? A spouse. You look like you haven't even reached the age of 20. How are you already married? You don't need to ask about my matters, just tell me why you cry here every day, disturbing the neighbors and preventing them from finding peace. Upon hearing this, the ghost's expression grew despondent again, and she pretended to continue crying. Lin Chenyu quickly urged her to stop. Before he thought it was just some strange sounds, and now knowing it was a ghost crying every day, who could stand it? Don't cry. Do you have grievances? You can tell me, perhaps I can help you. Can you really help me? You go ahead and tell me first. I am the daughter of the Wang family, a royal merchant from Jiangnan. When I was young, I fell in love with a scholar, secretly took some silver notes from my family to support him in his examinations, and later severed ties with my family to elope with him. We swore oaths to heaven and earth. He promised to love me forever and treat me well for a lifetime, but once he passed his exams, he married the daughter of a high-ranking official. He even locked me in this house, preventing me from contacting the outside world. One day his wife found out and brought people to kill me, throwing me into this well. They even performed a ritual to seal me here forever. For all these years I have been unable to escape until recently, when the seal began to loosen, allowing me to come out, yet I still cannot leave this well. What's worse is that he has never looked for me. Every time I think of that heartless man, I can only cry silently. Lin Chenyu thought, is that silently? Haven't you noticed that there's not a soul within dozens of miles? Despite the complaints, he was still very curious about who this heartless man was. What is the name of the scholar you mentioned? I can help you find out how he is doing now. You must help me. If you do, I will give you all my silver notes. Lin Chenyu asked curiously, you still have silver notes? Haven't you spent them all on the scholar? The female ghost replied, after he passed the exam, I sent a letter home, and my father, feeling sorry for me, secretly sent me a lot of silver notes, and even property deeds from the capital. But before I could give them to him, he was already set to marry someone else. I gave up on that thought and put everything away. I never expected that before I could even spend the money, I was killed without knowing why. I am so The female ghost became increasingly agitated, unsure if it was because she was unwilling to accept the scholar's change of heart, or because she was not able to spend the money before being killed. Lin Chenyu thought for a moment, if it were him, he would probably feel even more unwilling if he died without having spent his money. However, seeing that the female ghost was on the edge of rage, her eyes filled with blood mist, Lin Chenyu released a strand of lightning power to awaken her. Otherwise, if she turned into a vengeful spirit in red, it would be troublesome. The female ghost felt the power of lightning and gradually calmed down. Only then did she realize that it was indeed lightning that struck her. She couldn't help but feel a bit scared. Fortunately, this powerful person had some restraint, otherwise, as just a soul, she would have been scattered by the lightning. Unexpectedly, this young man was so formidable. The female ghost was also someone who knew how to be sensible. She immediately became much more obedient. Great one, please don't strike me. I will control my emotions and won't let the previous situation happen again. After talking for so long, you still haven't told me the scholar's name. That heartless man is named Lin Chenyu. Lu, you say? According to the news I've received these days, there are at least 3 officials with the surname Lu in the court. I wonder which one he is. I only know that his newly married wife is surnamed Zhao, and she seems to be the daughter of some high official. Lu. His wife is Zhao. Her father is a high official. The only one who fits this description is Lu Yuan, the governor of Shaoyang Prefecture, one of the subordinates of Chancellor Zhao, whom I found out about just a few days ago. His wife is a concubine of Chancellor Zhao, the 3rd miss of the Zhao family. Lu Yuan was transferred out of the capital over a decade ago, and as Chancellor Zhao's position rose over the years, Lu Yuan also rose from a minor county magistrate to the governor of a prefecture. He holds the political and economic power of Shaoyang Prefecture, a good dog for Zhao Quan. No wonder this house has been haunted for so long. It turns out Lu Yuan has never visited as he has been working outside. After pondering for a moment, Lin Chenyu said, "Currently there is a fourth-ranking governor of Shaoyang Prefecture named Lu Yuan, whose wife is the third miss of Chancellor Zhao's residence, which basically matches your description. Chancellor Zhao is a great corrupt official, and Lu Yuan is not a good person either. I will deal with them, and you can go on to your next life." Great One, I have one more thing to ask. Go ahead and tell me. Can the Great One take me back to Jiang'an? I want to go back and see my father and mother. I wonder if they are still well. I do not possess any soul-nourishing wood or soul-nourishing jade, so I cannot take you away from here. Please wait a moment. The female ghost waved her hand and a jade talisman flew out from the well. Great One, see if this is feasible. This is the jade talisman I originally carried. After I was killed, I was unwilling to reincarnate. One day when my soul was about to dissipate, I was absorbed into this jade talisman, and it is thanks to this jade talisman that I have been able to exist until now. Lin Chenyu could see the jade talisman emitting a faint glow from a distance, and he thought that this must be the legendary soul-nourishing jade. Otherwise, it would not be possible for the female ghost's soul to remain so solid after more than 10 years. Do you still have any concerns, Great One? Can he say that he doesn't want to carry a talisman containing a female ghost? Seeing Lin Chenyu hesitating, the female ghost became anxious. She waved her hand again, and a box flew out from under a nearby osmanthus tree, heading straight for Lin Chenyu. Great One, these are the silver notes and some property deeds from the capital that I mentioned earlier. I know you may not care for these mundane items, but these are all I have to repay you. After I fulfill my wish, I will reincarnate. At that time, if you find this jade talisman useful, keep it. If my father and mother are still alive, I will reward you handsomely then. Lin Chenyu was still hesitating, but at that moment he heard Go Bao's voice agree to her. This girl has great potential. If you help her fulfill her wish, she will gain a lot of merit points. Moreover, this jade talisman is also a good item that greatly benefits spatial upgrades. Don't miss it when you encounter it. After saying this, Gu Bao added, "This is also Kiki's intention." Upon hearing that this was his wife's intention, Lin Chenyu felt more assured. His wife must be sharing gossip with Gu Bao in the space. But I don't want to carry her with me, nor do I want to put her in the space. After communicating well with Guobao, only a moment passed in the outside world. Alright, since I am prepared to handle this matter for you, I will see it through to the end. The female ghost immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Lin Chenyu, under the guidance of Guobao, manipulated his psychic powers to extract the ghost's remains from the well. With a wave of his hand, a beautifully crafted wooden coffin appeared before him. He instructed Lin Yi to place the ghost's remains into the coffin, but when Lin Yi opened it, he discovered a beautifully made ancient outfit inside. Lin Chenyu couldn't help but twitch his mouth. His wife's curiosity was truly commendable. Lin Yi stepped forward, arranging the remains in a human-like order, and surprisingly dressed the remains in that ancient outfit. At the moment the outfit was put on, the ghost in red beside them also changed clothes. The ghost did not expect that the expert before her was so attentive, but what woman doesn't love beauty? Moreover, this outfit was so exquisite that she had never worn anything so beautiful in her living days. Overjoyed, she continuously thanked him, saying, "Thank you, third lady, thank you, expert." Lin Chenyu waved his hands repeatedly. He didn't want to become too entangled with a ghost. After all, he was merely doing a job for money. Once third lattice remains were out of the well, she tried to move and found that she could indeed leave this residence. However, she was also quite considerate, knowing not to trouble the expert, and after wandering outside for a bit, she obediently returned to the jade tablet. Lin Chenyu instructed Lin Yi to put away the coffin and the jade tablet before opening the box given by. Inside was a letter addressed to him by third lady. Lin Chenyu, not accustomed to reading others' letters, let Lin Yi take the coffin and jade tablet together. Additionally, there were 500 silver notes, each worth 10,000 taels. Lin Chenyu couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Lu Yuan had truly picked up sesame seeds while losing watermelons. 5 million taels. It would take a lifetime of official duties to earn that much. However, even if he didn't choose the Chancellor's illegitimate daughter, he could still have a harmonious and beautiful life with Zhao Sanyang, and with the financial backing of the Xie family, he could easily attain a high official position. One could only say that men are indeed. Lin Ke was laughing heartily in the space as she watched Go Bao's live broadcast. She never expected that one day the system's mind-reading function could be used like this, nor did she realize how rich her brother Chenyu's inner thoughts were. Fortunately, her brother Chenyu still didn't know that the mind-reading function could be turned off. This bug needed to be kept under wraps so that she could continue to watch the drama through him in the future. Lin Chenyu instructed Lin Ke and others to fill the well, then took the small box containing the silver notes. Upon entering the space, he saw a sunshade set up in the garden outside the villa with a delicate little table adorned with various snacks, small cakes, and fruit tea. His wife was sitting there enjoying snacks while watching a virtual screen about 80 inches wide, laughing cheerfully with Gubao. Lin Chenyu approached helplessly. He truly wanted to give his little wife a playful smack on her bottom for hiding in the space to watch his drama. At the same time, he felt speechless towards Gubao. Why did he have to bring back a virtual screen that allowed them to see the outside from within the space? Originally, being able to grasp the outside situation in 360 degrees without dead angles within the space was a highly convenient thing. However, having that convenience used to watch drama on him was not pleasant at all. Seeing Lin Chenyu enter, Lin Ke hurried over. Chenyu, see how considerate I am. I've prepared the coffin and burial clothes for you. Wasn't Third Lady very touched? Did she not feel so moved that she would offer herself in return? Lin Chenyu helplessly rubbed Lin Ke's little nose. You hear, this is the ghost's thank you gift. Lin Ke eagerly took the box, as she had already seen what was inside when Lin Chenyu looked at it. As they walked under the sunshade, her little mouth kept chattering. Why do you still call her a ghost? She has a name. Third Lady seems to be quite favored at home. Who would have thought she was a romantic brain? With such a wealthy background, she could spend money for a lifetime. Why not just be a rich woman? Yet, she ended up in this situation for a man. If you ever have another woman, I'll have Gubao ban you from entering the space, and then I'll take Gubao and the space to wander the world living as a happy little rich woman, making it so you can never find me again. Lin Chenyu looked at his wife's changing expressions and affectionately stroked her little head, responding seriously, Don't worry, my heart and eyes will always have only you. Other women are merely a different species in my eyes. Internally, he was screaming in delight. How can my wife be so cute? This fierce little expression truly touches my heart. It's another day of falling in love with my wife. Lin Ke was amused by his inner thoughts, letting out a chuckle and no longer worried about other women. After all, she was still young and there were many days ahead. The two placed the silver notes into the warehouse, contemplating the property deeds. During the previous confiscation, they had also seized many property deeds, but these could not be used now. Although the property deeds were in their possession, there were still people running those shops and estates. If they rashly appeared with the property deeds, wouldn't those who were confiscated know that the items were taken by them? And as for Third Lady having not shown up for so many years, it would be quite strange for someone to suddenly appear with property deeds. Why don't you first observe these shops and see if the managers there are trustworthy? If they are reliable, we could convey messages to the Xia family through them, making it easier for them to come to the capital than for us to search in Jiangnan. That wouldn't work. Since the Xia family is an imperial merchant, there must be more than just Third Lady within their family. Lu Yuan knows Third Lady's identity. He merely thought she severed ties with her family and was helpless, which is why he dared to take a second wife. After so many years of backing Chancellor Zhao, though Lu Yuan has been in remote areas, it cannot be guaranteed that the Xia family's properties still belong to them or to Third Lady's maternal family. So, what should we do? Just leave them be. After all, we currently have no manpower to manage these shops, and besides, we aren't lacking in food or money. Even if we lay low for a few generations, we still wouldn't run out of resources. What's the point of having those shops if the world is about to end? After some repairs by Lin Ke and others, Lin Chenyu's house in the capital was almost tidied up. The following evening, Lin Chenyu took Lin Ke to the house in the capital through the spatial door. Coincidentally, that night there was a temple fair held every half-month, and the two dressed up and went to explore the fair in the capital. The fair was bustling with activity, and from a distance, it looked like a wandering dragon. On both sides of the road were rows of shops displaying their signs. Some people were also setting up stalls by the roadside. For a moment, the sounds of vendors calling out were endless. Lin Ke looked curiously at everything in front of her, wanting to see the differences between this pure ancient capital and the ancient-style city of eternal night from before the apocalypse. It must be said, although the ancient era lacked the modern dazzling lights, the wisdom of the ancients should not be underestimated. Various lanterns illuminated the entire street as bright as day, and Lin Ke couldn't help but recall a saying she had seen before: the flower market is as bright as day, which now seemed far from exaggerated. Dear guest, come take a look. My family's rouge is definitely the best on this street. Once applied you will be more beautiful than flowers, and the young man beside you will surely be unable to take his eyes off you. Hearing this, Lin Ke turned her head and saw a man and a woman at a rouge stall, with the woman blushing as she looked at her suitor after hearing the vendor's words. The man's gaze towards the woman was filled with starlight smiling as he watched his beloved choose a suitable rouge. After thanking the vendor and paying, he took her hand and continued their stroll. Seeing Lin Ke watching the couple, Lin Chenyu thought she wanted some too and said, "Are you envious? Why don't I?" Lin Ke rolled her eyes at him. She was just a little girl, why would she need rouge? Besides, could this ancient rouge compare to the cosmetics in her mall? Silly man, really. Lin Ke turned her head and ignored Lin Chenyu walking straight ahead. Seeing Lin Ke upset, Lin Chenyu hurriedly caught up and handed her a freshly bought candied hawthorn. Lin Ke took the candied hawthorn and took a big bite. It was sweet and sour, quite delicious. With something tasty, Lin Ke's mood brightened up again. The two bought quirky masks from a roadside vendor, each wearing one. Whenever they saw something tasty or fun, as long as Lin Ke said it was good, Lin Chenyu bought it for her. However, they did not expect that their pairing of a young boy and a little girl would soon attract attention. As they continued their stroll, they arrived at a water's edge where many painted boats were docked, and from the shore they could hear the pipa music inside the boats sounding like large and small pearls dropping onto a jade plate. Lin Ke wanted to experience the painted boat, and Lin Chenyu indulged her, so they inquired about how to board the boat. Just then a seemingly simple man dressed in short attire came out to solicit customers. "Dear guest, do you wish to board a painted boat for a ride? If you don't mind, I have a boat with space for you two to enjoy." The two looked in the direction he pointed and saw indeed a not-so-large painted boat docked nearby with several young men and women on board. They exchanged glances, and Lin Chenyu, looking like a dandy, asked, "May I ask if there will be someone on the boat playing music? What is the price?" The man nodded and bowed, saying, "Esteemed guest, our boat is small, and we can't afford a musician, but I have a daughter with a decent singing voice. Would you two be interested?" He then looked at Lin Chenyu, cautiously awaiting his answer. "All right, how much to board your boat?" Hearing Lin Chenyu agree, excitement flashed in the man's eyes, but was quickly concealed. He continued, "Our boat is small. You two only need to pay 20 taels of silver for an hour of enjoyment." Compared to the prices that could exceed 100 taels earlier, this price was indeed not expensive. The two nodded in agreement and headed toward the dock. The man exchanged glances with someone behind him and waved a small flag at the water's surface, and the painted boat sailed toward the shore. Once the boat was docked, the two stepped onto it. A woman about 30 years old greeted them, and after seeing the obvious surprise on Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu's faces, she bowed and said, "Welcome to Dreaming Stream Painted Boat. Esteemed guests, please come inside." Passing through a reception area near the bow, they were led into a small room of about 3 or 4 square feet. The entire room was evidently decorated with great care, giving a dreamlike feeling. The room had a tea table set for sitting on the floor, with a snow-white carpet on the ground, and silk curtains adorned the windows. Through the windows they could see the shimmering water surface outside, along with other luxuriously decorated painted boats passing by. The beautiful singing from outside was enchanting, and the sound of the piano was like silk, adding more color to the lively night. Soon there was a knock at the door. Lin Chenyu opened the door to see the woman from earlier holding a tea tray with some snacks and 2 drinks. Lin Chenyu set the food on the tea table, and Lin Ke immediately sensed that these items had been laced with something. Lin Chenyu set the food on the tea table, and Lin Ke immediately sensed that these items had been laced with something. She let Xiaozi absorb the medicine inside, while they leisurely ate and enjoyed the scenery. After finishing one song, the girl sang another. When she saw that they had finished the food on the table, she bowed and left. The painted boat gradually sailed to the center of. The two enjoyed their food as they listened to the music. The girl's voice was clear and melodious, like an aureole emerging from the valley. Lin Ke thought that hearing such a captivating voice made this trip worthwhile. After finishing one song, the girl sang another. When she saw that they had finished the food on the table, she bowed and left. The painted boat gradually sailed to the center of the lake, and the two noticed someone sneaking toward their room. Meanwhile, all the other young men and women had passed out. The two exchanged glances, and as the person reached the door, they also leaned on the tea table, pretending to faint. With a creak, the wooden door was opened, and in came a man and a woman who were none other than the man who introduced them to the boat, and the woman around 30. The two searched Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu, finding only a purse with over a tael of silver and some wooden hairpins on Lin Chenyu. "Popper," the woman cursed, then turned to the man and said, "How did the watchdog miss these two? They are so poor, yet they were brought onto the flower boat. They probably can't even afford the fare. What a waste of the food I prepared with such care." The man rummaged through the items he had collected, seemingly surprised to have been outsmarted by 2 children. Seeing that there was truly nothing of value, he threw the items onto the carpet in a fit of frustration. Useless, the man muttered under his breath. However, these two children do have decent appearances. If I sell them to Hong Jia, they should fetch a good price. What about the others? Well, hand them all over to Li Zi later, let him handle it. It's about time Hong Jia's Spring Breeze Pavilion and Qinfeng Pavilion introduced some new merchandise. Lin Chenyu, seeing that these people intended to sell them to such a place, prepared to open his eyes and teach them a lesson. But unexpectedly his wife winked at him and closed her eyes again, pretending to be faint. In an instant Lin Chenyu understood Lin Ke's intention. His wife wanted to raid these people's hideout. Naughty, he murmured, remaining still to continue playing along with Lin Ke. As their boat traveled past halfway, a larger pleasure boat passed by, and the two of them along with several others were transferred to the larger boat. Half an hour later the pleasure boat stopped at the shore, and several people came over to transfer the abducted individuals onto several horse-drawn carriages. At that moment a flamboyantly dressed woman approached, examining the merchandise from this hall. Hong Jia, come take a look, today's harvest, isn't that? The woman called Hong Jia swayed her hips and lifted the curtains of several carriages to look inside. She pursed her lips, her eyes filled with disdain. With this kind of merchandise, how could she claim it was a good haul? They were far inferior to the girls in her establishment. With these looks they would need proper nurturing and training before they could be presented to others. Fortunately, they were still maidens, so they could still fetch some silver. Several gentlemen in the establishment were quite fond of this type. Well, if they're average-looking, then so be it. Soon Hong Jia spotted Lin Ke and the others' carriage. Among the group of boys and girls lying in the carriage, Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu appeared particularly exquisite. Oh, these two are not bad, a bit on the small side, but just right to change up the taste for that gentleman. Hong Jia pointed at the two young ones and instructed her subordinates to place Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu in a separate carriage while the others were sent off in a different direction. Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu exchanged glances, realizing they had caught someone's eye. Were they going to meet some powerful figure behind the scenes? The two decided to venture into the tiger's den and strike unexpectedly at this black heart tiger. They had been traveling for an hour, and those people seemed quite confident in their sedative, not bothering to check inside the carriage for the two. Inside the carriage, Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu enjoyed snacks, with one of them even putting on headphones to listen to music. They were led through a small door into a courtyard. The carriage wound through the courtyard like a maze, and after another hour, they finally reached their destination. As they traveled, the courtyard featured intricately carved bridges and elegant structures, every corner exuding the grandeur and prestige of its owner. The two attendants handed Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu over to a steward who had them examined, and then skillfully arranged for them to be handed over to a matron. The matron led several maidservants and attendants to bring Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu to two rooms, intending to give them a bath. At this point Lin Chenyu could no longer hold back. He used his psychic abilities to render everyone in the courtyard unconscious and took Lin Ke out. The two took out a protective shield and affixed an invisibility talisman to it, allowing both of them to become invisible with just one talisman, although the duration was the same as the shield, only 2 hours. But that was enough time for Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu to accomplish something. Given the size of the courtyard, the two stepped onto a floating platform and began to wander around, thoroughly checking where the good items were. As they walked and collected, they made no significant moves in the areas where there were many people, until they reached the main courtyard, where two individuals seemed to be conversing in the study. Curious, the two drew closer, using their senses and mental power to observe what the people inside were doing. They saw a figure in a black robe completely covered who waved his hand, releasing a swirl of black mist that transformed into hands lifting another man clad in splendid brocade. The voice of the man in the black robe was hoarse and eerie. "How has your search for the person I asked you to find been going, my prince?" Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu exchanged glances, their eyes ignited with curiosity. The man in brocade was actually the prince of the Great Yan dynasty. Who then was this black-robed man? The technique he was using resembled the mutated mist abilities from a post-apocalyptic world. Could it be that in this world besides themselves there were others with abilities? While being curious, the two also began to feel a sense of vigilance. Previously, they thought they were the only ones with abilities, believing that in this low martial world possessing powers and a system space made them invincible. They never expected to encounter someone who seemed to possess abilities. "Sir, the one you mentioned, young Master Chen, has fallen off a cliff and died." Upon hearing this, the man in the black robe tossed the prince to the ground. "Oh, dead. Are you sure?" The prince covered his throat in agony, coughing a few. "Yes, I'm sure. My people saw his carriage fall off the cliff, and someone specifically went to check at the bottom of the cliff. The horse and man were both beyond recognition, dead without a doubt." Hearing this, Lin Ke turned to Lin Chenyu. "Does the young Master Chen they mentioned resemble your experience?" Lin Chenyu gave Lin Ke a knowing look. "I don't know. I don't recognize them, nor do I have any previous memories. Let's observe first." Sensing that the aura of that person was stronger than theirs, they chose to enter the space. Sitting in the space enjoying watching the drama was much more comfortable than sneaking around outside. Xiao Wei even kindly cut a watermelon for the two. Each of them held half a watermelon using a spoon to eat in delight while watching the commotion outside. Did you see the corpse with your own eyes? Go find his body for me, I want to see it with my own eyes. Otherwise, what consequences will arise from deceiving me? I trust you wouldn't want to experience them. The prince was so frightened that he kept bowing his head repeatedly. Please spare me, sir. I will have someone find it immediately. Humph, at least you know your place. The man in the black robe said nothing further, as if pondering something. The atmosphere became eerily quiet for a moment, and the prince secretly glanced at the man in the black robe. The man in the black robe, however, seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, asking, "Do you have anything else to say?" The prince jumped in fright and stammered, "Sir, I don't know who young Master Chen is. I've heard my subordinates say that he is a fool, and I don't understand why you want him eliminated." Seeing that he had achieved his purpose, the black-robed man dropped a line, "Don't ask what you shouldn't," before transforming into a cloud of black smoke and drifting away. Seeing that he had achieved his purpose, the black-robed man dropped a line, "Don't ask what you shouldn't," before transforming into a cloud of black smoke and drifting away. As he left, he muttered something that the prince didn't catch, but Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu heard clearly. The black-robed man said, "Save the world. I would rather see it destroyed." As the two were left in confusion, Gu Bao floated over from a distance and exclaimed, "Such heavy demonic energy. Where did you two get so contaminated with it? Is this not an ordinary realm? How can there be demonic energy?" Lin Ke rolled his eyes, saying, "How would I know?" The two recounted the scene they had just witnessed to Gu Bao, who had not seen the person himself and was unaware of what exactly was going on. However, if the Lin Gongzi they mentioned was indeed Chen Ge, then what kind of person was Chen Ge? Why did they want to kill him? Was it merely to prevent the two hosts from saving the world to witness its destruction? At this thought, Gu Bao shivered. This person was truly too perverse. With unexpected events occurring in the small world, Gu Bao couldn't help but remind Lin Ke and the others to stay safe and not expose themselves. Lin Ke and the others nodded in agreement. With over an hour remaining on the invisibility talisman, they exited the space, sensed that there was no trace of the figure in the black robe nearby, and began to work diligently. Since that Lin Gongzi was suspected to be Lin Chenyu, then the crown prince was the one who had assassinated the original host, and moreover today his subordinates had captured them. This twisted fate was sometimes hard to accept. To acquire more information, the crown prince could not act for the time being, but it didn't hinder them from taking his wealth to soothe their wounded hearts. The crown prince, wanting to vent his inner fear, was preparing to find someone to release his stress when the steward informed him that 2 new goods had arrived today. A maid thoughtfully brought the crown prince a bowl of soup that had been simmering for several hours, while the steward went to arrange for the 2 newly arrived attendants. Lin Chenyu and the others had just finished gathering items from the warehouse and secret room when they witnessed this scene. They saw the crown prince finishing the soup, appearing to be in a dazed state. Lin Ke and the others completed their tasks in the side courtyard, leaving the attendants there utterly bewildered. These people who assisted the evil were not worthy of living well. As for the crown prince, they couldn't move against him for now, but it wouldn't stop 2 vengeful individuals from incapacitating his third leg. A scream echoed throughout the side courtyard, and Lin Chenyu and Lin Ke dramatically covered their ears. It was tragic, too tragic. Chen Ge, will what we do change the course of history? After all, with the crown prince in such a state, can he still ascend the throne? It's fine if the crown prince isn't stupid. As long as he doesn't reveal it himself, no one will know he has become a eunuch. True, this side courtyard is relatively hidden, as surprisingly there's no one monitoring this foolish crown prince. Alright, stop worrying so much. Since we've already acted tonight, let's go for something big. Wow! Lin Chenyu looked at his wife's sparkling eyes and couldn't help but smile. This greedy trait of hers was something to cherish for several lifetimes. However, how could it make her look evil? Next, the two stepped onto the magnetic floating platform and directly entered the palace. Lin Chenyu had already scouted this area. The old emperor should have returned to his sleeping quarters by now. The two planned to first take a stroll around the imperial study to obtain a map of the entire continent. The maps they had acquired previously were only of local areas, and since they needed to complete the side quest, having a map would be more convenient. Upon arriving at the outer area of the imperial study, they were surprised to find it illuminated. Driven by curiosity, they decided to gather some information before undertaking any major actions. Finding an empty side hall, Lin Ke lay on the bed, propping up his feet and releasing his spiritual energy to begin gathering information. Lin Chenyu stepped out for a moment, then returned, waving his hand to reveal several plates of snacks on the Kang table. Seeing this, Lin Ke took out 2 bottles of milk tea made by Xiao Wei. They lay on either side of the Kang table eating snacks while enjoying the show. Initially expecting to see a scene of concubines vying for favor by serving soup, they were surprised to discover that in the imperial study, besides the old emperor, there was a young man. The young man appeared quite young, likely around 16 or 17 years old. At that moment he was anxiously pacing back and forth. "What's the matter?" "Still no sign of my young master." The old emperor showed none of the lofty demeanor of a ruler in front of the young man. Returning to the immortal envoy, there has been no trace of the young master. "My people found that the young master was first abducted and then fell off a cliff. However, there were only remnants of the carriage at the cliff's bottom, and there was no sign of the young master, which is. The young man understood the old emperor's unspoken words. He was implying that his young master was in grave danger. However, the young master would definitely not come to harm. He was the prophesied savior of their clan, foretold by their ancestors 1,000 years ago. Yet explaining this to these mortals would be futile. It was more urgent to find someone. The location mentioned by the old emperor had been checked by him yesterday, and there indeed remained a trace of the young master's energy. However, after searching the surrounding area, the energy disappeared beyond 10 kilometers. That crown prince was truly despicable. If it weren't for the clan leader's orders to avoid rashly harming members of the royal family, he would have already killed him. However, since he couldn't act against the royal family, moving against that prime minister Zhao shouldn't be a problem. Just an insect, yet he dared to assassinate the young master. He would have to pay the appropriate price. As for that crown prince, let the young master take revenge himself. Presumably by then the young master would be completely fine. Noticing the young man remained silent, the old emperor lowered his head, further beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What does the immortal envoy's silence mean? He had never seen this immortal realm young master, and now he was being asked to find someone. Where could he even start? He had dispatched all his hidden guards, and all he had found were these bits of information. As long as the young master was alive, it was fine. If anything were to happen to him, the wrath of the immortal envoy might erase his dying kingdom from existence. However, the royal family's secret texts recorded that these immortals had disappeared 1,000 years ago. How could they suddenly reappear? This immortal envoy had arrived in his dying kingdom the moment the young master was born, which was a tremendous opportunity, yet it was now being ruined by his useless son. This crown prince must be disposed of. He could not be allowed to remain. Lin Ke and the others, unable to hear the thoughts of these two, called Gubao to join them in their gathering, and with Gobao's support they enjoyed the fruits of their labor. Through this information they confirmed one thing: the person they were looking for was Lin Chenyu. Since this person referred to the original host as the young master, he must be one of their own. Lin Chenyu carefully examined the young man's face. It seemed somewhat familiar. Lin Ke gestured with his eyes. "Is this person looking for you? Do you want to go out and acknowledge him?" Lin Chenyu gently shook his head, saying, "Not now. We still haven't figured out the situation. Even if this person is connected to the original host, there's no need to acknowledge him yet. Since this person referred to the original host as the young master, he must be very familiar with him. I'm not actually the original host. I must avoid exposing myself." At that moment the young man's voice continued, "The young master will definitely be fine. Send more people to search, and make sure to look beyond the capital." As the young man ordered the old emperor, he inwardly blamed himself. If he hadn't sensed the presence of demonic cultivators and chased after them, how would the young master have gone missing? But even now he still hadn't understood how there could be demonic cultivators in the mortal realm. Could it be that they came from the outer domains with them? However, their arrival from the outer domain to the mortal realm required a secret method, invoking the combined powers of all the ancestors from the 5 great families to transport him and the young master. If it weren't for the young master's ignorance of the world, the ancestors at home would not have felt at ease sending him alone to the mortal realm. He would have never had the chance to appear in this world. Indeed, he is a puppet crafted specifically for the young master by the eldest young master. To better care for the young master, the eldest young master endowed him with the thoughts of a normal person and the talent to cultivate. His sole mission is to protect and take good care of the young master. It is precisely because of his unique constitution that he was able to traverse the barrier to the mortal realm alongside the young master. Could it be that there are other demonic cultivators from the outer domain with the same constitution as him who took advantage of the ancestors' spell to come to the mortal realm? But how could that be possible? Know that creating just him required the full strength of the 5 great families from the outer domain. Moreover, the eldest young master, the most powerful craftsman in a millennium, expended tremendous effort, and even infused his own blood to successfully forge him. Thus it is impossible to find a second person with the same constitution as him. Regardless of whether the threat comes from the outer domain or this small world, his existence poses a constant danger to the young master's safety. No, finding the young master is paramount, but this demonic cultivator is equally important. It's infuriating that he lacks a clone technique, and these shadow guards in the mortal realm are too incompetent to find anyone. Why can't I sense your jade pendant? I feel so useless. If only the family head or the eldest young master were here, they could sense your location through bloodline connection. The ancestors from 1,000 years ago were really something, insisting on a prophecy of world destruction, forcing the young master to emerge to save the world. What does the destruction of the mortal realm have to do with the outer domain? The family head and the lady are the same. How could they bear to send the young master to such a desolate place? It's all my fault. I should have never left the young master's side. Without my care, I don't know if the young master can eat or sleep well. The young master doesn't even have a storage ring. The one specially given by the ancestors is still stored in my storage ring. The ancestors said that the young master's soul loss can only be cured in the mortal realm, and when the time comes, the young master will awaken and begin to cultivate. I must hand over the storage ring to the young master then. But I lost the young master as soon as I arrived in the mortal realm. I truly deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Boo-hoo, once I find the young master, I shall offer my life as an apology. Lin Chenyu and the others exchanged glances, surprised to find that this young man was still a chatterbox at heart. They also did not expect that he was a crafted puppet. It seems the so-called eldest young master is indeed quite remarkable, far superior to a starship robot. At that moment, a blurry face appeared in Lin Chenyu's mind. Before he could think more about it, the face vanished again. Lin Ke noticed and asked with concern what was wrong. Lin Chenyu signaled that everything was fine. Neither of them expected that today's whim would reveal so many secrets, including Lin Chenyu's background. It turns out this world is not a simple ancient realm. There actually exists an outer domain. What level of abilities do they have in the outer domain compared to their current ones? However, they should still be novices, otherwise why would the two they encountered appear stronger than them? Although one is a puppet and the other a demonic cultivator, yet they still sense danger. They initially thought they could run rampant in this world, but did not expect that the heavenly Tao does not play by the rules, and even brings people from the outer domain. Fortunately, people from the outer domain generally cannot come over. Otherwise a mere flick of their hand could destroy this small world without the need for so many natural disasters. Yet they still sense danger. They initially thought they could run rampant in this world, but did not expect that the heavenly Tao does not play by the rules, and it is also possible that the existence of this small world has a significant impact on their outer domain, otherwise they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. It appears that an unexpected event has occurred. That demonic cultivator must have emerged from somewhere, and knows the original master's mission to save the world, hence wanting to eliminate the original master. But why doesn't he act himself? From the aura they sense this demonic cultivator is likely stronger than them. If he were to act personally, Lin Chenyu would have no chance of coming through. At that moment the young man's inner voice sounded again. The young master is the chosen one. If the demonic cultivator is from the outer domain, he cannot harm the young master, so he must rely on mortal hands to inflict harm on the young master. If that is the case, this demonic cultivator must have come from the outer domain. No, I must find the young master quickly and protect him before he grows. I also need to cultivate some of my own personnel. Using spiritual power frequently in the mortal realm is inconvenient without enough manpower. After considering all this, the young man turned to the old emperor and said, "You must send more people to help me find my young master. If they find him, I can grant the great Yan dynasty a chance to cultivate. If there are children with spiritual roots, I will personally teach them the immortal methods." The old emperor was surprised by such a good offer and agreed immediately without a second thought. After all, even if it doesn't lead to opportunities, if the immortal envoy speaks, he must help find people. Now that such benefits are available, he must work a bit harder. If the shadow guards are ineffective, he would dispatch his imperial guards and army to search for them. Or perhaps issue a summons to various places for a widespread search. The old emperor shared the idea of a large-scale search with the young man, expecting praise, but to his surprise the young man was alarmed. "Absolutely not. Have your people search for me in secret. Do not let anyone notice." At this moment the young man thought that demonic cultivator might think the young master is already dead. If a large search is conducted and that demonic cultivator finds out, the young master would be in danger. He must confront that demonic cultivator. Being able to pass through the barrier implies that his level is not too high, and it would be best to eliminate him. Even if he cannot remove him temporarily, he must ensure that the old emperor's movements go unnoticed. Once the old emperor's people have been dispatched, he will search for the young master himself. After making all the arrangements, the young man departed. The old emperor slumped in the bright yellow chair, taking quite a while to regain his composure. He summoned all his hidden guards, leaving only 2 to protect himself while the rest were dispatched to search. He even gave the leader of the hidden guards a token instructing him to send a private army to assist in the search, emphasizing the need to suppress their aura and blend in as ordinary people. The leader of the hidden guards accepted the order. He needed to arrange the personnel and inform those searching of the young master's appearance. After all, he was the only one who had seen the young master's portrait. Logically, such an outstanding person should be easy to recognize, yet shockingly none of them found him despite the large number of people sent out. This time everyone must search thoroughly, no teenager should be overlooked. Lin Chenyu and the others waited until the old emperor left before pulling out the map. However, they did not take it directly. Instead, they had Xiaowei scan it before returning it to its original position. Seeing the imperial seal resting on the desk, Lin Ke also had Xiaowei scan it, knowing that in the future, if they needed to issue an imperial decree, they could simply overlay the seal. Then the 2 of them proceeded to raid each palace, plundering all private treasuries. Next came the national treasury, from which they took 2/3 of the valuables. After all, when the old emperor perishes, these treasures might belong to the prince, and rather than leave them for the enemy, they preferred to strengthen themselves. As for the remaining 1/3, with natural disasters on the horizon, they hoped the old emperor would remember the plight of the poor citizens. If he didn't, they could always come back for the rest. Next they arrived at the crown prince's eastern palace, thoroughly collecting everything. Upon reaching the residence of Prime Minister Zhao, they found the place eerily quiet. Releasing their divine sense, they discovered that everyone in the Prime Minister's residence was unequivocally dead. Unexpectedly, the young man had acted quite swiftly, saving them a lot of trouble. Moreover, the young man did not touch the Prime Minister's belongings. Having gained from this, the 2 of them acted like mice in a grain store, stripping the Prime Minister's residence bare, leaving only a foundation and a pile of corpses. After all, these people were not killed by them, so they bore no psychological burden. After finishing with the Prime Minister's residence, they spared not a single one of the Prime Minister's or the Crown Prince's properties in the capital, collecting everything into their space. This included the so-called Spring Breeze Loft and Qinfeng Pavilion, as well as the flower boats and the men and women who had drugged them. Their principle was to settle scores on the spot and seek revenge whenever possible. Additionally, all of Prime Minister Zhao's henchmen were also thoroughly looted of their homes and properties. However, with this, it seemed they could no longer stay in the capital. Having completed all necessary tasks, it was time to retreat to the outskirts and avoid the storm. After accomplishing all this, the 2 returned to their space. With so many valuable items collected, the space and system rewarded them with an upgrade. The voice of Gu Bao echoed again. Congratulations to both hosts. The space and system have upgraded to level 6. The area of the space has expanded 100-fold, featuring basic geographical features of a small world complete with rivers, lakes, seas, mountains, and fields. The system warehouse has expanded to 10 million square meters. The host's transaction grid has transformed into a trading mall, allowing the host to display 100 items, enabling buyers to experience the joy of trading firsthand. Additionally, there are 2 lottery chances available. Kiki, come quickly to draw a prize. Gu Bao no longer needed to ask who would draw, calling Kiki was sufficient. Lin Ke approached the virtual screen and initiated a lottery draw. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a versatile random shop. This shop can randomly teleport to any location within the host's world and can take on any appearance. Whatever the host wishes to sell can be manifested, and it will be rationalized wherever it appears, so no one will notice anything unusual, allowing the host to conduct business joyfully. Lin Ke remarked, when did I express a desire to do business? I just want to lay back and enjoy zero-cost purchases. However, there is still a second prize to see what it is. Lin Ke drew again. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the rationalization talisman for all properties. As long as the host tears this talisman, all properties in the host's possession will rationally belong to the host. Lin Chenyu asked, is there such a talisman? Lin Ke replied, forgive me, after reading novels for so many years, I have never seen such a magical talisman. This time the system has drawn some rather strange items. Only Gu Bao remained discreetly in the background. This was something it had specially applied for the host. Would the host like to tear the talisman now? Let's not tear it just yet. Although we've collected some good things now, there are still many places we haven't visited. Besides, we are still fleeing from calamity. We'll see after we find a place to settle down. With so many properties, we'll need help from family to manage them. Lin Ke stored the talisman in the warehouse and looked at the so-called versatile shop, which appeared to be a small house. This time Lin Ke quickly found the core of this small item, overlaying her spiritual power onto it, visualizing the 2-story tavern she had seen in the capital. In the next instant, a luxurious 2-story tavern appeared before them, identical to her imagination. Upon entering, they were surprised to find it matched Lin Ke's vision perfectly. Lin Ke imagined the style of a modern five-star hotel, and immediately the tavern transformed into a five-star hotel equipped with guest rooms, kitchens, restaurants, sports, and leisure facilities. After playing for a while, Lin Ke was quite pleased. Little Guobao was truly impressive as she wanted to hug and kiss it. Lin Chenyu, witnessing Lin Ke's expression, felt a pang of jealousy and hurriedly sent Guobao away to play. After all, seeing his wife cuddling a turtle was hard for him to bear. Saya's wife was still young and he couldn't let it get to him. He had to remain calm. After putting away the versatile shop, the two began training their abilities in the space. After tonight's experience, they realized that there were beings in this world stronger than them. They had to seize the time to enhance their abilities so they could face that demonic cultivator with greater confidence in the future. Unfortunately, the cultivation realm for immortality had not yet opened, otherwise they could see if they could exchange for spirit stones to test if they had spirit roots. Although the cultivation methods provided by the system could allow them to ascend, they were currently cultivating based on their abilities, and were unsure which level they would reach in the realm of immortality. However, they needed to cultivate to a level stronger than that demonic cultivator. While busy training in the space, they hadn't even had the chance to look at the newly expanded area. She also thoughtfully prepared delicious food for the two of them, so when they got hungry from their training, they could instantly enjoy a feast. Ever since Xiao Wei was brought into the space, little Guobao had been left with nothing to do, often watching television and movies, or chatting with other systems, living a wonderfully leisurely life. This was exactly the life Lin Ke had always wanted. On the morning of the second day, Xiao Wei emerged from the space, informing everyone that Lin Ke's master had assigned her a cultivation task. Lin Ke would focus on her training for the next few days, urging everyone not to disturb her and not to worry, as she would take good care of Lin Ke. Although everyone was concerned upon hearing that it was the old immortal who had given the task, they refrained from saying much more. However, in the following days, everyone practiced even harder. With the enhancement of spiritual energy in the space, both of them indeed improved their cultivation speed significantly. They continued until their mental strength and abilities reached level 7 before finally pausing. However, they needed to avoid the vicinity of the capital for the time being. After some discussion, they decided that Lin Ke and her group would follow their original plan to take the official road passing through Shaoyang Prefecture and heading south toward Leking Prefecture, while Lin Chenyu would take the other side of Tianmu Mountain, heading towards Glamping Prefecture to scout the way. Although they had a map, they were uncertain whether the geography and climate of this world were the same as in their past lives. With the impending disasters and turmoil, they needed to find a safe place. Taking advantage of the current drought, they had enough water and decided to explore more before choosing a suitable place to settle. On the 8th day of the strong wind, Lin Ke finally emerged from the small tent. "Oh my dear, you've really suffered. Let me take a look at you," she said, and without waiting for a reply, she reached out to touch Lin Ke's little face. With a face full of concern, she kept murmuring, "You've lost weight, you've lost weight." If Lin Ke hadn't interrupted, tears would have fallen from old Granny Jiang's eyes. "Grandma, I'm not thin, I'm eating well, really, look." Lin Ke pouted playfully, her round little face making old Granny Jiang chuckle again. Then, as if remembering something, she pulled Lin Ke over to the stove and served her a bowl of lamb soup from the pot. "Come here, my dear, there's hot lamb soup. It's getting colder by the day, drink a bowl to warm yourself up." She continued speaking as she worked, adding some cilantro and green onions from a nearby bowl into the soup. The bowl of milky white steaming lamb soup was adorned with vibrant green cilantro and scallions. This made Lin Ke feel a bit tempted. It had been a long time since she had tasted this, and if they could soak some bread in it, it would be simply perfect. At that moment, the others who were cultivating also paused upon hearing the commotion and gathered around Lin Ke as she emerged. Everyone expressed their concern for Lin Ke, but old Granny Jiang couldn't stand it any longer and pushed them aside. "All right, whatever you have to say can wait. Let my dear drink some soup to warm her body first. If you keep asking, the soup will get cold." At this moment, old Granny Wang also brought over a chair for Lin Ke to sit and drink slowly. Zhang Xiu even handed Lin Ke a new jacket she had made. This dreadful weather had nearly suffocated people just days ago, and now in only a few days it felt as if winter had already arrived. After drinking the bowl of lamb soup, Lin Ke felt warmth spread throughout her body. Just as she was about to chat with everyone about their cultivation, a sudden thud-thud sound came from above her head. Xiao Tian anxiously scratched at the pole, and the other mules and lambs also became restless. Lin Ke took out her mini smart brain and checked. Indeed, it was hailing, and it was large hail with each piece measuring at least several centimeters in diameter. Lin Ke assessed their cave. It was deep enough that the large hail should not be able to break through. Now she could only hope that the common folk outside had found a good place to hide. Otherwise, such large hail would surely cause severe injuries. Lin Chenyu had originally planned to exit the space from the Tianmu mountain today and head down the mountain, but unexpectedly, as soon as he stepped outside, a hailstone the size of a head struck him. Fortunately, Lin Chenyu had activated his protective shield, otherwise he would have surely lost his head. In such harsh conditions, Lin Chenyu was not in a hurry to travel, so he used the magnetic levitation platform to check the areas where Lin Ke had previously rescued people to see if anyone needed help. However, he possessed the ability to discern good and evil, so if he encountered someone with a dark aura, he would simply let them fend for themselves. That evening, Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu worked together to rescue people. Passing by an unnamed small mountain near Liang'an County, Lin Chenyu noticed a glowing golden light of virtue in one spot. Although it was somewhat less bright than the light he and his wife admitted, it was still the brightest light of virtue he had seen in this small world. As the two approached the golden light, they probed inside with their spiritual energy and discovered that a large cave was packed with over 1,000 people. Lin Ke had a suspicion and upon closer inspection indeed saw the mad old man County Magistrate Peng. He was currently bending down checking a child's forehead with his hand. As his hand rested on the child's forehead, County Magistrate Peng's brows furrowed even deeper. The child seemed to have a fever, and a woman nearby was crying uncontrollably while holding the child. Peng De was also powerless at this moment. With the strong wind approaching, he had led the common folk and refugees into the mountain through a tunnel used by his brother for transporting gold, finding this naturally large cave. Fortunately, the cave could accommodate all of them, but as time passed, the food and water they had brought with them were dwindling. Everyone could only eat one meal of dry rations daily to barely fill their stomachs. However, along with the food and water shortages, the cold also set in. When they fled in panic, most were only wearing thin clothing, so it was easy to imagine that very few brought blankets with them. As time passed, the weather grew colder. Early this morning, the temperature suddenly plummeted, feeling even colder than in winter. Then they heard a clang-clang sound. A guard peeked through a crack at the cave entrance and was astonished to see that large hailstones were falling from. With the sudden change in weather, the children and elderly quickly succumbed. In just one day, dozens of people had begun to develop fevers. However, in their current situation, they couldn't even boil water. In despair, Peng De suddenly remembered the fairy who had given him divine water that day. He couldn't help but kneel down, clasping his hands to his chest in silent prayer. Fairy above, I, the believer, Peng De, vow to believe in you for life. I only wish for you to show mercy to the common folk and help them. Once the disaster passes, Peng De will surely build a temple and craft a golden statue in your honor. After saying this, he bowed low, knocking his head 3 times with utmost sincerity. The other common folk did not understand what the county magistrate was doing, but seeing him kneeling and knocking his head, they too followed suit, kneeling down and banging their heads. Lin Ke felt a resonance, as if a mysterious power filled her entire being. At the right moment, Go Bao's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. The number of followers has exceeded 1,000 and the system has opened a new interface. This new interface will record the combined number of followers for both hosts, aiding the hosts in understanding task completion and the status of the followers, providing necessary assistance when needed. Additionally, the host's authority to recruit subordinates has been activated. The system will automatically reward the host with an initial personal space of 1 cubic meter for each acknowledged subordinate. The host can communicate and allocate resources through this personal space, and there is an additional 1,000 cubic meters of space available for the host to distribute as desired until exhausted." As soon as Gobao finished speaking, a panel appeared in the minds of Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu. Host Lin Chenyu, Lin Ke. Followers 1,351. Relatives Jiang Rong, Lin Heng, Zhang Xiu, Lin Yunhao. Rewarding an initial space of 1 cubic meter. Subordinates Li Yotsai, loyalty 100, rewarded with 1 cubic meter of space. Shi Zhang, current village chief of Shi 2 village, faith level 100, rewarded with 1 cubic meter of space. Peng De, current county magistrate of Liang'an County, faith level 100, rewarded with 1 cubic meter of space. Chen Xiu, loyalty 100, rewarded with 1 cubic meter of space. Lin Ke and Lin Chenyu were taken aback. Is there such a gameplay? What kind of treasure system is this, and how many other features are they unaware of? But who is this Chen Xiu? The others are all related to Lin Ke. Could this Chen Xiu be connected to... I remember now. Could this Chen Xiu be that young man from that day, the one who came from the outer realm to take care of Chen Ge's original self? Lin Ke had a sudden realization about this person. In fact, at this moment Lin Chenyu also thought of that individual only to realize he didn't know that person's name was Chenyu. What was the original self's name? However, for now they decided to set those thoughts aside. The two of them first studied these subspaces and then tried to take out some items to place into the subspace, discovering that they could indeed manipulate the items within. Meanwhile, after Pangda and the villagers finished bowing, they found a 1-cubitor space appearing in their minds, and in the next moment several large buns appeared inside. Pangda was overjoyed. Did the fairy truly come to assist him? Next he saw a description. It turned out that this was the personal space granted to him by the fairy. The fairy would place the materials for assistance into this personal space for his use, and he only needed a thought to freely retrieve the items within. He could also store external items in the space. If he had any other wishes, he just needed to silently wish, and the fairy would receive them. However, there was one prerequisite: he could not use the space for evil deeds. If he did, the fairy would automatically reclaim the space and erase him. Pangda carefully read through all the instructions again, then knelt down to bow several times, silently thinking, "Thank you, fairy, for bestowing this miraculous space. Pangda will be the fairy's most loyal follower for all eternity." Now in Liang'an County, the elderly, weak women and children are suffering from high fevers, and as the county magistrate, Pangda feels shame for being unable to help. I hope the fairy can grant a life-saving remedy. Ding! Your subordinate Pangda has sent a distress message. Just after Pangda finished bowing, Lin Ke received a prompt from Gubao. Lin Ke opened the message panel and found Pangda's request. She had originally planned to prepare antipyretics for them, but had just been shopping. She bought some cold and flu relief granules from the shop, had Xiaowei boil 2 large buckets of hot water, dissolved the granules in the hot water, added a bit of spiritual spring water, and placed it in Pangda's space. With a thought, Pangda received Lin Ke's medication instructions. He was almost moved to tears. The fairy had indeed received his request. They were saved, and the common people were saved. He knelt down again, bowing in an unknown direction. The villagers in the cave exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what their county magistrate was doing. After Pangda finished bowing, he gathered everyone to bring all the sick villagers together. The fairy has come to deliver the holy medicine. The villagers thought Pangda had gone mad, but they still complied and gathered all the patients together. With a wave of his hand, a bucket of steaming medicine appeared in front of them. The villagers were stunned. A clever woman took out some bowls and a large ladle. Seeing this, others also took out their bowls. One by one they lined up in front of Pangda to receive the medicine to feed their sick family members. Once all the patients had drunk the medicine, Pangda finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then called others over to have a bit as well. The fairy said, "Cure those who are ill and prevent those who are healthy." After all the patients in the cave had finished drinking the medicine, the few seriously ill children had already begun to recover from their fevers. Seeing this, Lin Ke placed some of the cotton clothes and quilt she had previously collected into the space. Though not many, they were sufficient to keep the elderly and children warm. In a small corner of the cave, Wang Hu and Lu Dali held the medicine they received, first giving a small bowl to Wang He's son Tai Dan and his little daughter Xiao Hua, as well as Li Xuanzi's elderly mother Li Denyang, then lining up to receive more medicine for others. A quarter of an hour later, indeed, Tai Dan, Xiao Hua, and Li Denyang had all recovered from their fevers. Excited, they knelt down with County Magistrate Pang and the villagers of the cave, bowing towards the outside. This time, as they bowed, their hearts were exceedingly sincere, and they made a silent vow to become followers of the fairy and County Magistrate Pang. Reflecting on their journey, they had truly lived through thrilling times. For some reason, the village chief's family was incredibly unlucky, especially that girl Arya. Her bad luck was so extreme that even walking could lead to her downfall, and even drinking water could choke her. Those families close to the village chief also faced continuous misfortune. They either encountered robberies or were bitten by snakes, insects, or mice. Even the sun above seemed to shine only on that girl Arya. After just a few steps, she could faint from heat. Strangely enough, despite all this, that girl still stubbornly lived on. With each passing day, she faced even worse misfortunes. The villagers could no longer endure this inexplicable bad luck and decided to expel the village chief's family. The village chief's wife could only grit her teeth and abandon Arya by the roadside, leaving her to fend for herself. Although some felt pity, since the village chief said nothing, they felt they had no right to speak. Could they really take Arya in and raise her? On this difficult road of fleeing, no one had such a kind heart. After abandoning Arya, everyone's bad luck indeed began to dissipate, and no one spoke up anymore. They faced many hardships, surviving on the locusts they had caught a few days earlier, barely making it to Liang'an County. Perhaps because Arya was no longer with them, their luck returned, and they unexpectedly encountered County Magistrate Pang, who took in refugees. The officials of Liang'an County settled them into a large house, which appeared dilapidated with some areas lacking floors, others missing doors and windows, and some parts without tiles. However, even so, this house was 1,000 times better than the ones in their village. They settled down in this house. County Magistrate Pang would provide them with some food and water to help them survive. He would also offer them some work opportunities. Some young men could earn 12 copper coins in a day. They thought their lives could continue like this, but unexpectedly a strong wind suddenly blew. County Magistrate Pang had the guards notify them to prepare their belongings, as he would take them to the mountains for refuge. This is how there ended up being thousands of people in the cave. As time passed, the strong winds outside showed no signs of stopping. The temperature dropped and their food supply dwindled. Faced with family members suffering from high fevers, despair began to settle in. But unexpectedly, County Magistrate Pang was indeed favored by the heavens, as a celestial maiden brought them life-saving medicine. After everyone bowed, County Magistrate Pang began distributing the supplies, handing out large biscuits the size of their faces, one for each person, enough to last them for several days. Pang De did not expect that in addition to the medicine, the celestial maiden also sent an endless supply of dry biscuits, specifically instructing him to give one biscuit to each person regardless of age. He immediately followed the celestial maiden's instructions and distributed the biscuits to the villagers, ensuring even the little children in their bellies did not miss out. With over 1,800 people, there was just enough for everyone. At that moment, Lin Ke heard Go Bao's voice in her ear. Congratulations, your follower count has reached 2,000, earning you 5,000 merit points and 1,800 points of faith power. Lin Ke happily took out the bottle, discovering it contained 30 shimmering white pills. She took out 2 pills, giving one to Lin Chenyu, and the 2 placed the pill. Lin Ke happily took out the bottle, discovering it contained 30 shimmering white pills. She took out 2 pills, giving one to Lin Chenyu, and the 2 placed the pills in their mouths, which melted instantly, carrying a hint of fragrance. However, after consuming them, they felt nothing. If anyone was nearby, they would have noticed that their auras were now restrained, and if they deliberately kept a low profile, others would not remember their faces. At this time, the villagers on Stone Mountain were facing the same difficulties, as they lacked food and drink, but were short on medicine. As temperatures dropped, many of the elderly and children developed high fevers. As Shi Zhang was at a loss, he unexpectedly found a space appear in his mind. After reading the explanation, he discovered a barrel of medicine inside. Surprised and delighted, he led the villagers to bow to the statue of the celestial maiden they worshipped, and then took out the medicine given by the maiden to distribute it among the villagers. Sure enough, within a quarter of an hour, the villagers' fevers subsided. Once again blessed by the celestial maiden, the people of Stone Village became even more devout. In the cave, the fleeing group from Old Man Zhong to the 2-year-old Xiao Mao Do each received a 1 cubic meter portable space. Everyone was still confused, not knowing what was happening, but soon they saw the explanation that appeared in the space. After some time learning, they could recognize these characters. It turned out that this was a portable space granted by the celestial being to thank them for accompanying Kier. Kier held control over their spaces and could place items within. Of course, if they had items to give to Kier, they could also use the space to transmit them. Furthermore, the space could preserve items, keeping them in their original condition for a long time. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Who would have thought that less than a month ago they were refugees fleeing from conscription? In less than a month, they had gained so many celestial fortunes, all thanks to Kier. Seeing that Kier did not come out, they assumed she was still resting, so they did not disturb her and voluntarily knelt down, bowing 3 times. Only Xiaodubo, Xiaotongtong, and Xiao Mao Do were still half asleep, unaware of the miraculous events. Little Shi was thrilled to have a celestial artifact like his sisters, unable to sleep the entire night, playing with his small pillow, sometimes putting it in, and sometimes taking it out, having a great time. Others were equally excited, unable to sleep as they pondered over the uses of the space. Liu Kai could not believe that he also had a celestial artifact portable space. His excitement was unmatched, yet he could not express it, causing him to be energized like he had received a shot of adrenaline for several days. There was no need for Master Xiaowei to take action. He would take care of everyone's meals from now on. On the escape route ahead, they witnessed an unusual sight. An old man was busy at the stove, while several men assisted him, and the women sat leisurely by, waiting for their meals. At this moment, everyone was trying out their own spaces. Lin Ke upgraded the spaces of Lin Hang and Zhong Xiu to 10 cubic meters, while Grandma, Maternal Grandmother, Grandfather, and Little Shi's spaces were upgraded to 5 cubic meters. Several uncles and aunts, including Lin Wan, had their spaces upgraded to 2 cubic meters. At this time, Lin Ke had a total of 950 cubic meters of space available for her use, which she could add to as needed. Lin Ke also placed some items into everyone's spaces, such as the carpenter's tools for her second uncle, the chef's knife for her third uncle, and Li Yotsai, as well as clothes and bedding for everyone. She also included some fruits and food, ensuring that everyone could have something to eat at any time. Additionally, she thoughtfully prepared 5 taels of silver for each adult in case of emergencies. Regarding Chenyu, Lin Ke and the others discussed and ultimately decided to have Lin Chenyu contact him through the space. Since his loyalty was at 100, he was indeed trustworthy. Chenyu was still studying the space that had suddenly appeared in his mind when a message from the young master came. It turned out that the young master had regained his spirit and had received great fortune, allowing him to also benefit from this portable space. Although it was only 1 cubic meter smaller than his storage bag and incomparable to the young master's storage ring, this space existed within his consciousness. Storage bags could be stolen, while this space belonged solely to him and the young master. After reviewing the explanation of the space and the young master's message, he eagerly transmitted the family's cultivation classics, some spirit stones, and the young master's storage ring. He explained that one needed to draw in chi to open the storage ring, and once opened they just needed to imprint it with their divine sense to use it. Inside are gifts prepared by the family ancestors, the family head, the family head's wife, and the eldest young master for the youngest young master. I hope the youngest young master can feel everyone's heartfelt intentions upon seeing these carefully prepared items. Lin Chenyu took the items out from the subspace and received a message from Xiaowu. Young master, where are you? Please tell me your address, and I will come find you right away. Damn Xiaowu, you've suffered these past few days. Lin Chenyu replied, don't worry about me, this is the path I must take. I need to grow on my own and cannot always rely on you. Just stay in the capital, find a way to make a living, and help me relay messages. One day we will meet again. After saying this, he handed Xiaowu the restriction pill and the concealment pill, explaining their effects. It wasn't due to a lack of trust that he wanted him to take the restriction pill, but because it would benefit both the master and servant. Compared to that demonic cultivator, it was hard to say who was stronger. However, based on Lin Chenyu's experience from watching television and reading novels, villains are always cunning. If Xiaowu accidentally fell into the demonic cultivator's trap, at least the information about him and his wife would not be exposed. He would also have a chance to rescue people, wouldn't he? Xiaowu looked at the pills sent by the young master and without hesitation swallowed them. After eating, he surprisingly felt his realm loosen a bit. He was currently at the great perfection of the chi refinement stage. In this world without spiritual energy, he couldn't cultivate, but he believed that once he returned to the outer realm, he could establish his foundation. Lin Chenyu did not have the original owner's memories, so he was still unfamiliar with the so-called outer realm, and didn't know what Xiaowu lacked. He gave him some fruits produced in the space, and prepared a few portions of food made by Xiaowei as a small token of his feelings. Xiaowu was very happy to see the items Lin Chenyu sent to the young master was thinking of him. He first took a bite of a peach and exclaimed, Xiaowu was shocked to this fruit actually contained spiritual energy. Could it be that the family head's wife prepared these spiritual fruits for the young master? Had the young master already drawn the chi into his body so quickly? Could he already open the storage ring? My young master is truly impressive. He then thought that they were no longer in the outer realm, and spiritual fruits were precious. One less means one less. Looking at the half-eaten spiritual fruit in his hand, he was torn between eating it or not. He placed the remaining spiritual fruit back into the space, and conveyed to Lin Chenyu, young master, this small world has no spiritual energy. The spiritual fruits prepared by the family head's wife are precious. I won't eat any more so you can have them all. Lin Chenyu saw this message and knew that Xiaowu must have misunderstood. However, the fact that his mother had even prepared fruits for him showed that the original owner was quite favored in the family. He quickly informed Xiaowu that these spiritual fruits were given by a mysterious immortal, and there were many more than they could eat, encouraging Xiaowu to eat without worry. Xiaowu was moved once again. Wu, my young master, is truly remarkable. He never forgets me no matter what he eats. Since the young master said so, Xiaowu quickly finished the spiritual fruit in his hand. After eating, a faint spiritual force flowed within him. Indeed, it was a good thing. He then opened the food box prepared by Lin Chenyu, which contained 2 dishes and a portion of rice. Xiaowu took out the food. What kind of dishes were these? He didn't recognize them at all. However, the young master would definitely not give him anything bad to eat. So he first picked up a chopstick full of vegetables and stuffed it into his mouth. Suddenly his eyes lit up with brilliance. This was simply too delicious. It was better than any meal he had eaten when he was with the young master in the outer realm. Thinking about how the young master could eat such delicious food every day, he instantly felt reassured. He then began to eat voraciously. Soon he had finished all the food, leaving not a single grain of rice behind. After the meal, he cast a cleaning spell and returned the food box to the space. Lin Chenyu saw that the food box in the space was empty and asked Xiaowu if he was accustomed to this food. Xiao Wu quickly replied, I'm used to it, it's simply too delicious. Young master, I think this food is better than any delicacy we had in the outer realm. Lin Chenyu chuckled. Indeed, no one could resist the temptation of good food. Seeing that he enjoyed it, he said, then I will put more food in the space in the future. The space can preserve food, so keep it and eat slowly. Xiao Wu did not expect there would be such a good thing. He was so happy that he felt like jumping in place, no longer the demeanor of a wise man in front of the emperor. After finishing the delicious food, Xiao Wu informed Lin Chenyu about recent events in the capital. There was a suspected demonic cultivator from the outer realm who had been acting suspiciously, likely intending to harm the young master, so he must be careful. Zhao Chengxiang, following the crown prince's orders, sent someone to capture the young master, and he took revenge by annihilating the entire Zhao family. Moreover, that useless crown prince had his lineage severed, and in a fit of rage the emperor ordered a thorough investigation, which revealed that the crown prince had a fondness for young boys. There were many pieces of incriminating evidence pointing directly at the crown prince, who has now been deposed, and was imprisoned along with the crown princess. In the capital, numerous valuables were lost overnight, and many families were raided. For a period, the capital was filled with cries of despair. Upon hearing this, Lin Chenyu exchanged glances with Lin Ke, concealing his power and reputation. Lin Chenyu instructed Xiao Wu to remain still in the capital, and if necessary to create distractions for the demonic cultivator. Xiao Wu felt that his young master had indeed become smarter after regaining his soul, so he no longer insisted on finding Lin Chenyu, but stayed in the capital as instructed. He remembered how excited the old emperor had been when he told him he could recruit royal family members with spiritual roots, so he decided to look for a mountain outside the capital to serve as a training ground. Upon seeing the immortal envoy beginning to recruit disciples, Emperor Shang Yuan immediately mobilized everyone to clear the mountain chosen by the immortal envoy and built a villa there for the immortal envoy to reside. Since then, countless high-ranking officials and nobles have brought innumerable valuables to seek an audience with the immortal envoy, hoping their children could catch the immortal envoy's eye. These valuables were of no use to Xiao Wu, so he gave them all to Lin Chenyu. One day, Xiao Wu discovered that his young master seemed to prefer jade stones, and from that day onward the gifts presented by high-ranking officials and nobles changed to jade stones. In secret, he also took it upon himself to find some beggars or orphans to secretly nurture, preparing to build a strength for them in this small world. These people would later become Lin Chenyu's followers. Of course, that is a story for later. Lin Chenyu took out the items from Xiao Wu's space and browsed through all the texts, discovering a book on spiritual power that was very similar to this cultivation. However, it was far simpler than his own cultivation, appearing to be a fragmented version. It seems the one provided by the system must be the highest grade version. Currently, he and Cuckoo were practicing this mental power technique. He was also curious about the difference between his abilities and the techniques of cultivation, so instead of following Xiao Wu's advice to draw qi into his body, he directly covered the storage ring with his mental power. To his surprise, he could see the contents inside and even take them out. This suggests that his abilities are indeed related to the cultivation techniques. The storage ring seemed to have a volume of about 1,000 cubic units, divided into two areas. A one-half contained some food, while the other held various items. Lin Chenyu and Lin Ke returned to their space, taking out everything to examine it closely. The food looked very fresh, some even warm. Lin Ke felt that the food in the storage ring was preserved by a freshness array. The two of them rummaged through the items, discovering a variety of spirit fruits, delicious-looking dishes, exquisite pastries, and various soups, a complete feast. They picked a green fruit they had never seen before to taste, which had a crunchy texture similar to winter jujube and was quite tasty. However, as soon as they swallowed one, the spiritual energy in the space surged toward them visibly. Lin Ke and the others hurriedly sat down to meditate, and it took a quarter of an hour for the spiritual energy to gradually dissipate. This commotion even attracted the little fruit treasure. Wow, what have you done? The spiritual energy is so dense. Before Lin Ke could respond, the little fruit treasure's tiny green eyes were already fixed on a pile of fruits nearby. Hey, is that a gathering spirit fruit? Did you just eat that? Lin Ke and the others nodded obediently. Gathering spirit fruit. Is it what they think it is? Although this fruit's effect is average, it should taste good. It's a pity there are only a few. What about the seeds you just ate? I was right in my judgment. You can plant these seeds around the spiritual spring where the spiritual energy... I was right in my judgment. You can plant these seeds around the spiritual spring where the spiritual energy is densest. This will benefit both the fruit trees and the spring. Once they grow, you'll have a continuous supply of gathering spirit fruits. After saying this, he glanced at the pile of spirit fruits again, disdainfully commenting, it seems that the outer realm of this world doesn't have anything good either. You can just eat the other fruits, and if you find any you like, feel free to plant them. Lin Ke and the others were too preoccupied to plant the fruit trees and instead stared blankly at the fruit treasure. This little guy seemed different from before. "Fruit treasure, how come you know so much now?" Lin Ke asked impatiently. "I don't know, it seems I just suddenly understood everything." The fruit treasure looked even more stunned than Lin Ke. Upon hearing this, the two of them immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the fruit treasure was still their little fruit treasure. Then the two of them tasted the dishes. The pastries were quite well made, while the dishes looked better than theirs, but the taste was just average. However, after finishing their meal, they felt a warm sensation in their bodies, which should also be attributed to the spiritual food. Lin Chenyu showed the storage ring to the fruit treasure, and as they thought it indeed had a freshness array set up, but it wasn't permanent. Inside were many boxes. Lin Chenyu took one out that appeared small, but contained clothes for a child from infancy to maturity. Another box held clothes that Lin Chenyu could wear now and in the future, totaling over 1,000 pieces. All the stitching was clearly done by one person's hand. This must have been made by the original owner's mother. Having never experienced a mother's love, Lin Chenyu could feel the care of a mother through each of these garments. It was evident how thoughtful the preparer was. Following that were various magical tools, robes, talismans, pills, spirit stone classics, and more. Surprisingly, the ring even contained a delicate little house, which looked to be about 10 square meters outside, but had over 300 square meters inside. All the furniture inside was also fully equipped. On the little house's table were a flying sword and a small whip. It seemed this was a gift from his genius craftsman brother. Suddenly a scene flashed in Lin Chenyu's mind resembling the style of this room. But it was too brief, he didn't have time to examine it before the image disappeared. Lin Chenyu didn't pay it much attention. If it was the original owner's memory, it didn't matter whether he could recall it or not. He would eventually return to the original owner's home and assess the situation then. For now, he only needed to focus on the present. Lin Chenyu placed the house in an empty space in front of the villa and gave the small whip to Lin Ke. He then took the sword on the table and practiced swinging it for a while, surprisingly finding it quite easy to handle. Unfortunately, he still couldn't fly with the sword. Lin Ke recalled the whip techniques she had practiced and began to swing the small whip. To her surprise, the whip could lengthen or shorten with her thoughts. After trying it out, both of them became enamored with their newly acquired weapons. Now they had their own spiritual artifacts. The little fruit treasure watched them practice from the side, nodding in satisfaction. Although the crafting technique is quite rudimentary, it's sufficient for both of you for now. When you obtain better materials in the future, you can find a master craftsman to upgrade these little spiritual artifacts. Lin Ke simply couldn't stand the fruit treasure's elder-like tone. Shaking her body, she said, "My dear little fruit treasure, why don't you go back to your original self? I really can't stand this tone of yours now." Isn't this way pretty good? Isn't it quite stylish? Since you don't like it, I guess I'll change. A second later, ding ding ding, your adorable little fruit treasure is back. Are you happy? Lin Ke happy? Well, it's all dry. The three little ones took out the talismans and pills, discovering some commonly used attack talismans, silence talismans, invisibility talismans, defense talismans, teleportation talismans, and more. The pills included healing pills, food restraining pills, gathering spirit pills, foundation establishment pills, rejuvenation pills, essence nurturing pills, and body refining pills, among others. There was even a bottle of marrow cleansing pills, and Lin Chenyu noted that there were 50 of them. As for the technique manuals, Lin Chenyu briefly scanned through them and found none as good as what he was cultivating, so he didn't look closely. He only picked a few minor techniques to learn with Ke, such as the cleaning technique and fireball technique. Continuing to search, he found a fair number of spirit stones, presumably prepared by the original owner's family for his cultivation. However, with spiritual energy present in the space, they couldn't utilize them for now. But they also didn't ask the fruit treasure to absorb them. After all, who knows when they might need them one day. Perhaps considering that Lin Chenyu was about to enter an ordinary mortal world, it had thoughtfully been filled with much gold and silver jewelry. Now Lin Chenyu felt no pain in parting with it all and handed everything over to Gubao for absorption. The jade items simply dissipated while some jewelry lost its original luster. Although they had lost their shine, their designs were still exquisite and common folk would not notice the difference. There would be opportunities to sell them in the future. The two stored the remaining items in the warehouse, temporarily putting away their storage rings. In the following days, Lin Ke and the others went out at night and collected 2/3 of the large hail they could see. Storing these items might allow for selling ice in the future. Or in times of extreme water shortage, it could be used to aid disaster victims. Others had clearly noticed this abnormal phenomenon and followed Lin Ke outside the cave. Lin Ke retracted the vines securing the stones and stored the large Others had clearly noticed this abnormal phenomenon and followed Lin Ke outside the cave. Lin Ke retracted the vines securing the stones and stored the large rocks back into the space. In an instant the glaring sunlight forced everyone to close their eyes. Although there was lighting in the cave, it was still not comparable to natural light, and it took quite a while for everyone to adjust. As they opened their eyes, they saw the sun hanging low on the treetops, as if it were about to burst through and ascend into the sky. The temperature suddenly rose, and everyone felt unbearable heat, hastily shedding their cotton clothing. The hail the size of a large head was visibly dissipating, turning into pools of water. It then transformed into water vapor and returned to the sky. Lin Ke keenly noticed a rainbow hanging in the sky not far away. At the same time, the trees in the forest had become much greener. Lin Ke hurriedly asked Gu Bao to use the system's external view function to capture and save this beautiful scene. These moments might become cherished memories in the future. In just half a day, the hail outside had completely melted and evaporated. Even the soil on the mountain was half dry. Tomorrow they could leave this cave and continue their journey of survival. After the natural disaster, there were no signs of animals around their cave. This left those wanting to hunt for food and those eager to test their skills somewhat disappointed. Nevertheless, everyone braved the scorching sun and gathered many broken trees and branches in the mountains. Early the next morning, they got up early, tidied up their things, enjoyed a hearty breakfast, and left the cave. Lin Ke and Xiaowei sat on the back of Xiaotian, while Xiaodubo and others were held by several elders riding on horses and mules. These mules and horses, having been fed by Lin Ke over the past few days, were no longer comparable to their former selves. Carrying two people through the mountain paths was a breeze. Ming was held in Xiao Shida's arms while the others walked on. The 3 sheep were stored back into Lin Ke's space. After half a day's travel, those who had not awakened their powers could barely endure the heat. It was simply too hot. The woods felt like a steamer, as if they would be cooked alive. Everyone had no choice but to find a shaded spot to rest. Everyone took out their small water bottles and gulped down a few sips, as if this would alleviate the heat. Lin Ke brought out several bottles of chilled drinks and ice cream from the space to help everyone cool down. No one had seen such strange containers and drinks of various colors before. However, considering that it was food from the divine realm, a little peculiarity was quite normal. It would just take some getting used to. Zhengxi picked up a black bottle, feeling its coldness, and following Kir's instructions, twisted off the cap with a pop resembling the sound of releasing gas. He tilted his head back, placing the bottle mouth against his lips, and took a big gulp. The taste was sweet and sour, followed by a refreshing sensation that spread throughout his body. He felt as if all the cells in his body were clamoring for another sip. Thus he eagerly took a second, and soon he had finished the entire bottle of cola. He immediately felt a significant cooling sensation. Zhengxi looked at the empty bottle in front of him in disbelief, feeling as though he hadn't drunk much yet it was gone. He wanted to ask his niece for another bottle, but seeing that everyone only had one, he felt a bit embarrassed to speak up. Lin Ke saw that her 4th uncle had finished a bottle of cola as quickly as Zhu Beiji devoured ginseng fruit, realizing he hadn't savored the taste. Yet, she had a bit of mischief in her, not wanting to satisfy her little uncle too quickly, watching him fidget in confusion and uncertainty. Others also noticed Lin Ke's intent and began teasing Zhengxi, making him wish he could find a hole in the After a while of laughter, Lin Ke took out a bowl of ice cream to give to her little uncle, allowing him to try different flavors. The air temperature was so high that the few ice creams she had just taken out melted before they could take more than 2 bites, causing distress to her family. Thus the ice creams that Lin Ke took out afterward were all in bowls. However, they needed to be eaten quickly, or they would turn into pools of water. After resting for a while, everyone ate some cold noodles. They also fed Xiaotian a bit of water mixed with spiritual spring water and a little grass before donning the straw hats Lin Ke had brought and continuing their journey out of the mountains. At this moment, Lin Ke truly understood the meaning of the phrase looking at the mountain and running out of breath. Clearly, when she had studied the map with Brother Chen in the space, it was such a short distance, yet they had been walking for nearly 10 days and still had not exited. Although this delay was partly due to everyone picking wild fruits, vegetables, and herbs in the forest whenever they spotted them, it was also because some little cuties kept bumping into Lin Ke, wanting to cling to her. However, with such a significant advantage as Lin Ke, it was unreasonable that they still hadn't made it out after such a long time. Lin Ke felt a bit like giving up. But just at that moment, a roar echoed from behind the group. The small animals that had been wanting to bump into Lin Ke suddenly scattered in fear. Upon hearing the roar, everyone stiffly turned their heads. They were met with a robust figure, a tiger with orange fur and black stripes. Lin Hang and the others thought of the techniques they had been practicing recently and were about to test if they could Seeing this, the tiger also took a step forward, and everyone dared not breathe, terrified as they locked eyes with the tiger. Lin Heng and the others thought of the techniques they had been practicing recently and were about to test if they could confront this mighty beast hidden when they heard a small wolf cub in Xiao Shida's arms let out a woof. The cute little sound made one unable to resist wanting to go forward and pet it. The tiger let out a thunderous roar, once more seemingly displeased with the small cub before it who had yet to grow. Zheng Fu and the others quietly stepped forward, shielding Xiao Shi Tu and Meng Meng behind them. They were determined to protect this little pet of theirs, even if it meant facing the tiger hidden. Suddenly a gust of fierce wind blew through, shearing off the fur atop the tiger's head. Zheng Fu and the others reflexively turned to look at Zheng Shi. Was that you? Since when did you get so powerful? How could you hide this from your brothers? Wow, my husband is really impressive. I didn't do anything. Zheng Shi anxiously waved his hands in denial, but everyone exchanged knowing glances. Do you think we believe you? Among us only you have awakened wind-type abilities. You're not being honest with us, I'll deal with you later. Ming Ming, who had hidden her prowess, lazily yawned and continued to lie in Xiao Shida's arms, pretending to nap. Only Lin Ke, who was in the know, looked at Ming Ming with admiration. Not bad, young one, have you cultivated a space blade? Everyone was so engrossed in their exchanges that they momentarily forgot the jungle king that stood before them. Woo-woo. A whimper broke the tension, reminding them that there was still a large tiger right in front of them. Their crisis was not yet over. How could they lose focus? The group's reproachful gazes turned back to Zheng Shi. It's all your fault for distracting us. The tiger, having been repeatedly ignored, let out a furious roar. You all are treating a tiger too harshly. Do you have no manners? Grandma Jiang trembled as she guarded her grandchildren behind her, extending a shaky hand that trembled as if she had suffered a stroke, stammering, You don't think that we fear you just because you are loud. We are not afraid of you. The tiger thought to itself, family, where can we go to reason? I only wanted to snuggle with that human cub. Why can other animals snuggle while I face this humiliation? My thick fur has been ruined just like that. Woodo, I don't want to be a bald king of the forest. Looking into the tiger's mournful eyes, Lin Ke experienced a moment of enlightenment. She asked the little wolf cub in her heart, What is up with that tiger? Woo-woo. I don't want to talk. Just tell me and I'll have Xiao Wei make you a special roasted chicken later. Awo. It's a deal. Awo awo awo. It's no big deal, that foolish tiger just wants to snuggle with the master. The other small animals can come and eat. I've tolerated it letting them bump against the master. But a creature this large I absolutely cannot tolerate. If it wants to be close to you, it better die knocking its head here and have its skin turned into a tiger skin rug for you. Lin Ke felt a wave of dark humor, as she hadn't realized this little cub had such a strong possessiveness. Usually it curled up obediently in Xiao Shida's embrace, making her think it preferred him. This had become quite a headache for her. But ever since she brought a few sheep into the space, Lin Ke no longer hid the fact that she could collect living creatures into her space, and most of the clingy little ones ended up there. It was likely this that attracted the large tiger. Unable to withstand the tiger's mournful gaze, Lin Ke signaled for everyone to remain calm. This tiger seemed to harbor no ill intentions. With that, she took out a bowl filled with diluted spiritual spring water and slowly approached the tiger. The tiger wagged its tail, excitedly eager to take a step forward, for the water was irresistibly alluring. However, seeing the others around the human cub holding knives and staring at it warily, the tiger wisely remained still, patiently waiting for the human cub to step closer. Lin Ke reached the tiger's side, intending to offer it water, but found that her small frame could only reach the tiger's chest. Lin Ke couldn't help but wonder whether she was too short or the tiger was too tall. At her current height, she must be at least 1.20 meters, yet she felt so small in front of the tiger. The tiger seemed to sense Lin Ke's frustration and obediently crouched down. Lin Ke was instantly pleased. This large tiger was quite clever. With one hand holding the small bowl of water for the tiger and the other gently stroking its large head, the others watched tightly, their hearts racing with every movement she made. The tiger could have finished the water in the bowl in one gulp, but seeing the little cub so engaged in petting it, it licked the bowl of water little by little, not stopping until it had cleaned the bowl. Just as everyone was about to breathe a sigh of relief, they heard a soft voice say, Hua hua pet pet. Everyone turned in disbelief, and even Lin Ke couldn't help but look back. That voice belonged to Xiao Mao. It was known that the child was over 2 years old and had never made a sound. Even Lin Ke's genetic modification serum had no effect, and everyone thought he would never speak in his lifetime. At that moment, Xiao Mao stretched out his short arms towards the tiger, mumbling again, Hua hua tiger. Zhang Shi stepped forward with red eyes, embracing his wife and child. Others were also moved. Zhang Shi stepped forward with red eyes, embracing his wife and child. Others were also moved to tears at this scene. Xiao Maodo, seeing everyone crying, tilted his head in confusion. Clearly, he did not understand why everyone was crying. However, now that he had spoken for the first time, it was as if a faucet had been turned on and speaking had become a natural thing. He wiped his little face, repeatedly saying, crying. Everyone was amused by his quirky antics, bursting into laughter. The clever little boy, seeing everyone laugh, reached towards Lin Ke, saying, hug Hua. Lin Ke couldn't help but chuckle at his charm. After agreeing with Meng Meng to negotiate with the tiger, she turned to embrace Xiao Maodo. The delighted Xiao Maodo leaped into Lin Ke's arms while his legs were tightly held by his fourth aunt, refusing to let go. Seeing this, Lin Ke quickly assured her that there would be no danger. Only then did Wei release his grip from his son's little legs. Lin Ke, holding Xiao Maodo, once again approached the tiger amidst the tense expressions of everyone. This time the tiger simply lay down, resting its large head on its leg, allowing Xiao Maodo to pet it, which made Xiao Maodo giggle with delight.